The young man was originally the first in line to inherit the throne, but he was addicted to alcohol all day long, indulgent and dissolute, and all the civil and military officials in the court regarded him as a drunken wretch who could not be helped. Even the emperor, who always favored the eldest prince, was so angry that he demoted him to guard the imperial tomb every day. In addition to guarding and cleaning duties, he also had to take care of an old man's daily life. Little did they know, the young man awakened the wine sword immortal system, and the condition for activation was to drink alcohol for 20 years. Therefore, the young man had hardly been without alcohol for 20 years. But before his system could be activated, he received an imperial edict. The eldest prince Yi Tian is addicted to alcohol and intends to do improper things to the Shufei. So he is demoted to a commoner and assigned to guard the imperial tomb. As the imperial edict was read out, Yi Tian, who was full of alcohol, was escorted to the imperial tomb by the imperial guards. Along the way, Yi Tian's eyes were deep. He had been immersed in wine barrels since he was a child, and he was already immune to alcohol, treating it like water. However, that night he suddenly felt disoriented, and he absolutely did not believe that he was not being set up. Images of figures flashed in his mind, and after thinking for a long time without being able to confirm who it was, he could only smile helplessly, take the wine gourd from his waist, and gulp down a mouthful before walking towards the imperial tomb. Just then, a prompt sounded, "Congratulations on completing the activation task. Reward the host with a beginner's gift package." Yi Tian was overjoyed, thinking that the 20 years of drinking had not been in vain. Just as he was about to open the gift package, an old man appeared in front of him. "Are you Yi Tian?" "Junior Yi Tian. I pay my respects to the senior." Yi Tian quickly bowed respectfully. Although he had never been to the imperial tomb before, he had some understanding of it. It was said that there was a supreme realm old ancestor specifically guarding the imperial tomb, and the old man in front of him was obviously that person. The old man chuckled and said, "Since you are punished to guard the imperial tomb, then stay with me." "This old man, I won't restrict your movements. You can come and go outside the imperial tomb as you please, but do not step into the forbidden areas inside. I heard that you love drinking, so if you want to drink, just go out. This old man also has some good wine, and you can have a few drinks with me then." The two of them walked to a courtyard, which was not small in size and had extremely abundant spiritual energy. The ancestor smiled and said, "The conditions here are not as good as the imperial palace, so you can stay here." After the ancestor left, Yi Tian finally opened the system's gift package. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package, advancing to the peak of soul molding, and obtaining the 10 great chaotic divine swords. This system reward made Yi Tian very happy. Although the cultivation given is not high, these 10 great chaotic divine swords are treasures born from the chaos at the beginning. However, he cannot even control one of them now. Yi Tian laughed and picked up the gourd at his waist for another sip. Congratulations to the host for tasting the spirit wine and obtaining the ancient sacred body. In an instant, the pressure within hundreds of miles suddenly increased, and everyone looked up at the sky, wanting to know what had happened. Inside the Great Gone Palace, civil and military officials looked at each other. Only the Gone Emperor's expression changed. "This aura is from the ancient sacred body. Hurry, go and investigate for us." With that, he flashed to the sky, his powerful divine sense scanning the entire capital. If the Great Gone had one more ancient sacred body, it would be able to join the top forces, and by then, perhaps he could challenge that family. And causing all this, Yi Tian is still unaware of the outside world's shock. The system prompt sounded, "As long as the host drinks alcohol, various treasures can be obtained. The more precious the alcohol, the better the reward." After listening to the system's explanation, Yi Tian suddenly remembered what the old ancestor had said. The old ancestor had mentioned having many good wines, so he chuckled and decided to ask the old ancestor for wine to drink tomorrow, and his future task was to drink. As for those who plotted against him, under the protection of the old ancestor, they had no chance to cause trouble for him for the time being. Early the next day, Yi Tian shouted towards the sky, "Old ancestor, are you there?" This loud shout attracted the old ancestor. "What's the matter?" Yi Tian chuckled. "Didn't you say you have many good wines yesterday?" The old ancestor smiled at the words, "You little rascal. You've only been here for a day and you're already thinking about my wine. No wonder everyone says you're addicted to alcohol." With that, he waved his hand. Well, then let's have a few drinks together." Seeing these jars of wine, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he quickly poured a cup for the old ancestor. "I'll toast you first, senior. Congratulations to the host for tasting the century-old fine wine and obtaining the intermediate grade martial skill, the Sun Luo sword technique." The two of them chatted and drank like this, and from the mouth of the old ancestor, Yi Tian also learned that he was ranked 9th among the Great Gone ancestors, known as the 9th ancestor. 9th ancestor, in these 3,000 states, is there still an emperor present now? The ancestor shook his head. Since the mysterious disappearance of the last great emperor a million years ago, there has been no appearance in the entire 3,000 great states. However, there should be many saints in slumber. Yi Tian nodded at the words, then suddenly asked, do you know where my mother is? Upon hearing this, the ninth ancestor's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Then he put down the wineglass. It's late. I won't accompany you for a drink. Your cultivation is low and you are addicted to alcohol. As long as you are in the imperial tomb, with my protection, no one will dare to touch you. With that, the ninth ancestor disappeared. Yi Tian was slightly stunned. Wasn't it just dawn? Without delving into the ninth ancestor's abnormal behavior, he looked at the unfinished wine and smirked. Then all of these are mine. Time flies. It has been 3 months. Yi Tian's cultivation has also reached the peak of the Qitian realm, which can be considered as having some self-protection capital. However, with his current strength, he still cannot figure out who framed him. Thinking of this, Yi Tian smiled. The important thing now is to go buy some wine. Although the emperor said not to return to the city without reason, but I do have a reason. In the Great Qian Imperial Palace, the Dark Guards reported all of Yi Tian's matters to the Qian Emperor. Seeing the intelligence that was sent back, the Qian Emperor was also extremely troubled. This child Tian Ming. I thought that by exiling him to the Imperial Tomb, it would ignite his fighting spirit, but I didn't expect that he would still be addicted to alcohol, not letting go of it for a full 3 months. Your Majesty, isn't it true that relegating His Royal Highness the Mandate of Heaven to the Imperial Tombs has instead made him even more irritated? Below, the Prime Minister of the Dechen dynasty arched his hand and said, he was one of the top 3 ranked powerhouses in the entire Dechen dynasty, and was also at the cultivation level of the Supreme Realm. This child, Heaven's destiny, since his mother left him when he was young, and I have not fulfilled my responsibility as a father, letting him continue to stay within the palace. I'm afraid that he'll die in the fight for the crown prince's position. Emperor Qian sighed slightly. In fact, in his heart, he had some speculations about Yi Tianmian being framed before. Unfortunately, Yi Tianmian was addicted to alcohol and was not allowed to advance his cultivation by an inch, so it was very likely that he would die at the hands of the rest of the emperors. As a last resort, the Qian Emperor could only exile Yi Tianmian to the Imperial Tomb to keep him away from the center of the political struggle. In the Imperial Tomb, with the 9 ancestors' protection, no one dares to lay hands on Heaven's mandate either. The Qian Emperor didn't know whether he was speaking to the Prime Minister or mumbling to himself. It might be a good thing that Heaven's destiny has no talent in cultivation, and after he has enjoyed 100 years of peace and quiet, it's time for me to leave. Your Majesty, the Queen's business. Below, the Prime Minister arched his hand and wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Emperor Qian. Prime Minister, how is the investigation into the whereabouts of the desolate ancient sacred body going? Emperor Qian changed the topic and asked, Your Majesty, within these 3 months, I have turned the entire capital city upside down, but there has been no progress on the whereabouts of the desolate ancient sacred body, the Prime Minister said bitterly. In these 3 months, the capital city of the Dechen dynasty was almost dug up, but not even a single hair of the desolate ancient sacred body was seen. Hearing the Prime Minister's report, Emperor Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. Can it be that the desolate ancient sacred body has already been found by the rest of the people? Chapter 4, Interception on the Road. Hey, shopkeeper, quickly bring out all your good wine. When Yi Tianming returned to the capital city, he went straight to Drunken Immortal House at the first opportunity. Here, it is the most extravagant and luxurious restaurant in the Dechen dynasty, and the wine inside is even comparable to the imperial wine in the palace. Yi Tianming used to buy and drink wine at Drunken Immortal House, and he would drink all night long. Not only that, it was said that the owner of the Drunken Immortal building was a Supreme Realm powerhouse, dependent on the Great Qian dynasty. That store assistant naturally recognized Yi Tianmian at a glance, and hurriedly came to Yi Tianmian's side with a fawning face. Great Prince, why are you here? Didn't you say that I was relegated to the status of a commoner and exiled to the Imperial Tomb? Yi Tianming picked up. Blah blah blah. The store assistant knew that he said the wrong thing, and hastily slapped himself a few times. Great Prince, you can misunderstand. These months don't come. Small is looking forward to the stars and the moon. Finally the Great Prince to look forward to. Although Yi Tianmian was exiled from the Imperial Tomb, in the eyes of these juniors, even if Yi Tianmian was relegated to the status of a commoner, he was still a royal son of the Dacian dynasty, with an honorable status. If one day, Yi Tianmian resumed his status as a prince, and he offended Yi Tianmian to death now, he would have his own good time then. Therefore, in the eyes of these shopkeepers, whether Yi Tianliang was deposed or not, he was an existence that he could not afford to mess with. Don't talk, quickly bring me up your good wine, Yi Tianmian said in a ho-hum manner. Good. Long ago to your highness ready. The store assistant nodded his head and immediately went into the backyard. And in no time at all, he brought several jars of wine. Great Hall Master, this is the finest 9 heavenly jade liquid, worth thousands of dollars, specially reserved for the Great Hall Master. The store assistant hemmed and hawed, and hurriedly poured a bowl of wine for Yi Tianming. The rich aroma of the wine was refreshing, and Yi Tianming knew that this wine was definitely not simple just by smelling it. In addition to this jade liquid of the 9 heavens, there are also quite a few fine wines. What is Drunken Moon Agar syrup? Bichuan spirit wine. The small store has everything here, all for your highness in the reserve. He hastily picked up the bowl and took a drink. Ding! The host tastes the jade liquid of the 9 heavens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient divine beast by Fang's egg. Yi Tianming had just finished a sip of wine when he heard about this reward and instantly got a jolt. Ancient beasts. By Fang? By Fang Ke was a legendary ancient divine beast. Its strength and bloodline were extremely powerful. According to canonical records, adult Bai Fang's strength could reach the supreme realm at worst. I didn't expect to obtain Bai Fang's egg this time, which was equivalent to giving myself a pet of the supreme realm in the future. Why don't you just give me a Bifrost though? Is it hard for me to go back and hatch my own eggs? Yi Tianming muttered in his heart, but didn't care much. Hatching eggs is hatching eggs. What's the big deal? Soon, after Yi Tianming drank 1 altar of 9 heavenly jade liquid, and then let the store assistant fill his wine gourd with all kinds of fine wines, he left the drunken immortal building in a beautiful manner. Along the way, Yi Tianming drank as he walked, and his entire body was already slightly drunk. Soon, he left through the north gate of the capital city, heading towards the imperial tomb. The imperial tomb was not far from the capital city, only 50 miles away. Your Highness, that's as far as you go. Just as Yi Tianming had just left the capital city by about 20 miles, a few black-clothed men blocked in front of him, each with a strong aura, all at the Qi Tian realm. Upon seeing these black-clothed men, Yi Tianmian instantly had a jolt and immediately came to his senses. What man dare to block my way? Oh, the man who killed you. The black-robed man in the lead sneered. In his opinion, Yi Tianmian was nothing more than a spiritual pulse realm waste. Any one of his own people could slap him to death, and the master even let them all come. It's not too big of a deal. Kill my people? Yi Tianming frowned. He hadn't incurred any strong enemies over the years, and to think that it was someone who wanted to kill him, that must have something to do with framing him 3 months ago. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Tianmian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his divine sense instantly covered a 10-mile radius, wanting to see if there was anyone else hiding in the vicinity. However, very soon, Yi Tianming realized that there was no one else around except for the few black-clothed men in front of him. It seems that the man behind the scenes, this time, is not coming. Can you tell me who sent you to kill me? At least let me die. A hint of panic flowed from Yi Tianming's eyes. He did not intend to kill these people directly. It would not be too late to wait until he set out who was behind the scenes. Great Prince, you'd better go down and ask the King of Hell. The man in black snorted coldly. He wasn't a little cutie. How could he reveal things about his master? So there's no talk? Before Yi Tianming could finish his words, these several black-clothed men killed towards him from different directions. Each hand was filled with killing moves, not leaving a single chance for Yi Tianming. Seeing this, Yi Tianmian did not hesitate. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was none other than one of the 10 great divine swords, the 7-star dragon abyss. Clang, clang, clang. Several sword lights flashed by, accompanied by a few mournful screams. The several black-clothed men were all cut down by Yi Tianming. When the black-robed man in the lead saw this scene, his pupils glared. You're not in the spiritual pulse realm. Everyone in the Dacian dynasty knew that the great Prince Yi Tianmian was uneducated and addicted to alcohol, but as a result, he was now displaying such strong battle power. With just one sword, he had killed several Qi Tian realm powerhouses. You've been hiding. You have a deep city. The man in black yelled. This is too unmartial, obviously extremely strong, but hiding as a waste, which is so pitiful. Name the person who is behind your orders and give you a hard time. Yi Tianmian pointed his long sword straight at the man in black, picked up the wine gourd and filled it with a mouthful of wine, quite like the wine sword immortal. Wanting information about your master, looking for death. The black-clothed man gritted his teeth, and immediately afterward, he saw his body's spiritual energy ripple around him, and countless spiritual energies surged towards his body. Plus, self-explosion. Yi Tianmian's pupils shrunk violently as he quickly retreated backward. Boom! In the next instant, a loud and incomparable roar resounded in place. When he looked again, all that was left was a deep pit that was tens of feet deep. Looking at such ruins, Yi Tianming shook his head, took the space rings scattered on the ground in his arms, and quickly headed towards the imperial tomb. Soon, From the middle of the capital city, there were strong men rushing over. The youth at the head of them had sword brows and starry eyes. Handsome and martial. Second Highness, it seems like a great battle has taken place here, and by the looks of it, it should have been generated by a Chi Tian realm powerhouse blowing himself up. The sergeant under his hand reported what happened here to Second Imperial Prince Yu Wuxuang after taking a look around. A Chi Tian realm powerhouse blowing himself up? What exactly happened when something like this happened near the capital city? Yi Wuxuang's brows were knitted. This world, it was getting more and more unpeaceful. Nowadays, several of his own royal brothers are all going back to the capital city to compete for the crown prince, and all the forces of the Dacian dynasty are slowly beginning to emerge. He himself has been walking on thin ice all his life, not worshipping the rest of the sects like the fourth brother, not holding military power like the fifth brother, and not gaining the support of the court ministers like the sixth brother. I don't know if I still have a chance for this crown prince position. Yi Wuxuang shook his head and did not think about this. Instead, leaving a group of people behind to allow the investigation, he returned to the capital city alone. Chapter 5, The Great Rooster Yi Gone. This token, it's from the Jinnan King's residence? Yi Tianming, who had returned to the imperial tomb, looked at the Jinnan royal house token in his hand and could not help but ponder in his heart. In the great Qian dynasty, in addition to the Qian emperor, to say what other strong men there are, the four great princes are definitely considered to be first-rate strong men. Each and every one of them was at the cultivation level of the supreme realm. King of Jinbei, King of Jinnan, King of Jindong and King of Jinshi. These four people were known as the four court pillars of the great Qian dynasty. But as far as Yi Tiannian knew, Jinnan King had never sided with any prince, nor was he involved in any battle to seize the throne. So why would he send someone to kill himself? Is someone trying to frame King Jinnan? Nor is it possible. No one even knew that his cultivation had reached the Chi Tian realm, sending several Chi Tian realm powerhouses just to intercept him. Framing the Jinnan King made no sense at all. Interesting, it's getting interesting. Yi Tianming murmured and threw the Jinnan royal family's token into his spatial ring. He then took out the egg of the ancient divine beast by Fong that he had just acquired from the system space. The egg was extremely round, revealing a radiant luster, and was the size of a basketball. It's no wonder that I got some kind of beast-feeding treasure dictionary from drinking earlier. And now I can finally use it. The corner of Yi Tianming's mouth twitched. Before the system gave himself a reward called something like the Demon Feeding Treasure Code. It was about specifically how to raise demonic beasts from a young age, and could be considered an encyclopedia of the demonic beast world. At that time, Yi Tianming thought that he couldn't use it, so he took it out to pad the legs of the table, and he didn't expect to use it so soon. At last I have found you, my little treasure. Yi Tianming found this demon breeding treasure classic, and on it, there was even a method on how to hatch demonic beast eggs. He immediately followed the method at the top of the treasure codex, built a platform with spirit stones, and placed the Bai Fong egg on top of it. The next step was to provide the Bai Fong egg with sufficient spiritual energy on a regular basis, and then just wait quietly for it to hatch. After preparing everything, Yi Tianming took out the fine wine he had bought from Drunken Immortal House and began to drink it in large gulps. Ding! The host tastes the Drunken Moon Agar. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy level technique. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. Ding! The host tastes the Bichuan Spirit Wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Holy Grade Elixir, the Vein Cleansing Elixir. As Yi Tianming gulped down the wine, various treasures all appeared within Yi Tianming's system space. In the following days, Yi Tianming incubated the Bai Fong egg while silently cultivating. From time to time, Yi Tianming would also go to the 100,000 miles Demon Beast Mountain Range, which was 1,000 miles away from the Imperial Tomb, to practice. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, the 9 ancestors had also appeared a few times, but Yi Tiannian's courtyard had long been covered by the mixed metaphysical yellow grand formation that he had obtained. This was a saint-level formation, not to mention the 9 ancestors of the supreme realm. Even a saint might not be able to see through the mystery. In the eyes of the 9 ancestors and the rest of the people, the courtyard where Yi Tiannian lived was just an ordinary courtyard, not special in the slightest. But in reality, if the mixed Yuan Xian Huang Grand formation was withdrawn, this would be another cave. Inside the courtyard, a barren field had been opened up by Yi Tianming, which was planted with various kinds of spiritual medicines, with a medicinal fragrance. At the lowest, they were all Dao-ranked elixirs. According to Yi Tianming's words, it was that spirit medicines below the Dao rank were no different from the weeds on the side of the road. However, if the heavenly grade elixir was released, the entire Dechen dynasty would also go crazy. Like pills, spirit medicines were also divided into the 7 stages of the Huangxian Earth Heavenly Dao Saint Emperor. Each order, in turn, is divided into upper, middle and lower. In addition to pills and elixirs, spirit weapons and martial arts were also categorized into 3 grades of 7 orders. Today, just after Yi Tianmian had just finished cleaning the imperial tomb and returned to the courtyard, the Bai Fong egg, which had been motionless, suddenly trembled slightly. Although it was very slight, it was still captured by Yi Tianming. My goodness, it's finally hatching? It's not in vain that I've taken good care of it for half a year. Yi Tianming looked at the slightly trembling Bai Fong egg and was thrilled in his heart. Soon, a crack appeared on top of the basketball-sized Bai Fong egg. Immediately afterward, the spiritual energy in a radius of tens of miles all surged towards this side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Tianming was shocked and hurriedly unfolded all of the mixed Yuan Xin Huang formation. He didn't expect Bai Fong to come out of his shell to attract the surrounding spiritual energy. This would be a disaster if someone found out. However, fortunately, Yi Tianmu unfolded fast enough, and no one noticed the scene. Soon, the cracks on the top of the Bai Fong egg grew more and more, as if they were spider webs spreading all over the eggshell. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Tianming finally saw a small head emerge from inside the eggshell. This was followed by 2 wings and 2 claws. It didn't take long before a creature extremely shaped like a rooster appeared in front of Yi Tianming. This is a beefcake? Not a rooster? When Yi Tianming saw this Bai Fong, his jaw widened. This was completely different from the Bai Fong he had imagined. Ah, the Bai Fong in one's imagination. That was a majestic, mighty and domineering divine beast. How come the more one looked at it, the more it looked like a rooster? This made Yi Tianming recall a deceased person from his previous life on the Azure Star system. Come out here. Are you sure this is Bifrost? It's not that you took the wrong egg? Or did you substitute the second best for the best? Trying to trick me? Yi Tianming immediately cursed. The thought of fighting with others in the future, and the others' mounts were some kind of white tiger green dragon or whatever, and he himself rode a big rooster. This picture is really not too beautiful. Master, I am truly a purebred Bai Fong, only I was just born and my bloodline has not fully awakened yet. At this time, that big rooster. Oh no! Bai Fong sent a voice message to Yi Tianming to explain. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian nodded. Since you are Bai Fong, and you are the first divine beast of my little master, let's give you a name. Thank you master for the name. Little Bifong was incredibly excited and hurriedly rubbed himself against Yi Tianming. You look like this. It reminds me of a deceased person. Why don't you call yourself Yi Kun from now on? Okay. My name is Yi Kun. Goo 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 goo. The master's late husband must have been a supreme powerhouse. Ahem. When Yi Tianming heard little Bifong's cries, his saliva almost didn't choke himself to death. This can't really be a chicken, right? After little Bifong came out of his shell, Yi Tianming started his cultivation again. On weekdays, he asked little Bifong to help him clean the royal tomb, clean up the vegetable garden and whatnot. Together with some cultivation resources given by Yi Tianming, little Bifong finally reached the soul-shaping realm and could manage to take shape. Just let Yi Tianmian strange is that. This Yi Kun transformed into a form. How is a center parting? Yi Tianming also used a talisman to hide all of Yi Kun's demonic aura and realm. Only that he was a servant from his former palace, who he had found to take care of himself. When the 9 ancestors saw Yi Kun, they didn't suspect anything. And so, another month passed. Today, Yi Tianmian was drinking wine while leisurely lying on a chair and sunbathing, looking at Yi Kun who was cleaning the imperial tomb not far away. His life was not to mention how nourishing it was. Big brother, I missed you. But at that moment, an ethereal voice rang out, and not far away, a beautiful figure ran in. Chapter 6, The Heavenly Devil Cult. Hearing this voice, Yi Tianmian also instantly came and stood up, smiling. 9th sister, why are you here? The person who came was no one else but the Qian Emperor's 9th daughter, Yi Tianmian's 9th sister, Yi Xiaoxiao. There were 9 sons and daughters of the Qian Emperor, and apart from the eldest prince, Yi Tianmian, the 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th were all imperial sons. The 3rd, 7th, 8th and 9th are all princesses, and this Yi Xiaoxiao is the 9th princess. Xiaoxiao, aren't you cultivating in the Xianyu mansion? Why are you suddenly back? As the 9th princess of the Dacian dynasty, Yi Xiaoxiao naturally has an honorable status, and has been sent to the Xianyu house to learn cultivation since she was a child. This Xianyu mansion was also one of the top forces in Taishan prefecture, and it was friendly with the Dechen dynasty. Yi Xiaoxiao was sent to Xianyu mansion to cultivate as a child. Big brother, I had been in the Xianyu mansion before and didn't get the news, so when I heard that you had been exiled from the imperial tombs, I immediately came back to see you. Yi Xiaoxiao huffed and puffed. How can Father Emperor be like this? Usually Father loves you the most. I'm going to find Father and ask him to release you. Don't. I'm fine here. Yi Tianmian hurriedly stopped Yi Xiaoxiao. If he was really let out, then how could he live? It wouldn't be long before what he had repaired himself would probably be exposed. But big brother, I heard that the heavenly demon cult is now stirring up, and I'm afraid it will be dangerous if you're not in the capital city. Yi Xiaoxiao worried. The heavenly devil cult? Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Tianmian froze, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This heavenly demon sect, Yi Tianming had previously understood a little bit from amongst the royal family's canonical books. 1,000 years ago, there was only one major power in Taishan Prefecture that dominated it for a full 10,000 years. Within it, there were countless powerful people, and it was strong for a while. It was only that the disciples of this power would do whatever they could in order to increase their strength, and could even do things like taking millions of people and sacrificing them. It eventually caused the rest of the forces in Taishan Prefecture to become disgruntled and unveil themselves. Eventually, they were annihilated by the rest of the forces in Taishan Prefecture in a joint effort. And that power is the Heavenly Devil sect. Thousands of years ago, it was the Chen Emperor who joined forces with the rest of the current several top-tier power lords to suppress the Heavenly Demon sect master. That battle back then, although Yi Tianmian did not experience it, he could understand some of it, and it was said that half of Taishan state was almost sunk. The Heavenly Devil sect lost almost all of its disciples, thus falling apart. Now, can it be that the Heavenly Devil sect has resurfaced? How did you know? Yi Tianming asked in a hurry. If the Heavenly Demon sect had really resurfaced, then he really should pay attention to it. I heard it from my master, and now the lords of all the major powers in Taishan Prefecture are already discussing strategies, and father knows about this. Yi Xiaoxiao said truthfully. Her master was the vice lord of the Xianyu mansion, and she was naturally aware of some of the major events in Taishan Prefecture. So that's how it is. Xiao, be careful during this period of time there. It's estimated that it won't be long before the entire Taishan Prefecture is in turmoil. Yi Tianming instructed. The Heavenly Devil sect had been dormant for 1,000 years, and now that it had suddenly come out, it must have been prepared. Alright, I know big brother. You should be careful in the imperial tomb. Yi Xiaoxiao beamed. With the 9 ancestors inside the imperial tomb, the Heavenly Demon sect's people will definitely not dare to come over. Yi Tianming smiled and comforted. When Yi Xiaoxiao left, Yi Tianmian was intensifying his cultivation, not knowing when this peaceful day would be broken. Spring goes to fall, and in the blink of an eye another year passes. During this year, Yi Tianming had already arranged his compound into a cave. Not only was the spiritual energy more than 10 times denser than the outside world, but he had also planted a lot of spiritual medicines. His realm, too, had broken through the Qi Tian realm and reached the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, and all of this was covered up by the array he used. And to outsiders, Yi Tianmian was still a big alcoholic with a thirst for alcohol. During the year, Yi Xiaoxiao also frequently came to the imperial tomb to visit Yi Tianmian, bringing a lot of news to Yi Tianmian. In this year's time, the outside world could be said to have changed drastically. The 5 top sects of Taishan Prefecture, namely the Daqian dynasty, Xian Ufu, Xingyun Sword sect, White Feather sect, and Great Zhou dynasty, joined forces and eradicated some of the Heavenly Demon sect's strongholds in Taishan Prefecture. It was a pity that it hadn't been very effective, and there had been no news at all from the Heavenly Demon sect's powerhouses and headquarters. Big brother, I came back this time to consummate my marriage. Inside the imperial tomb, Yi Xiaoxiao looked unhappy with a disappointed face. Don, what consummation of marriage? Yi Tianmian was puzzled. The Prince of Jinnan has proposed marriage to father, and father and mother have agreed, betrothing me to the Prince of Jinnan, but I don't like him at all. I asked father to withdraw his order, but mother disagreed. Yi Xiaoxiao said helplessly. After learning that the Qin Emperor and her own mother had betrothed herself to the Prince of Jinnan's son, Yi Xiaoxiao had gone to the palace to make a scene. Although the Qin Emperor loves his daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao's mother is very interested in the Prince of Jinnan, insisting that Yi Xiaoxiao marry the Prince of Jinnan. For Yi Xiaoxiao's mother, Yi Tianming also had a little impression. As if in Jinnan Wang is the relationship of cousins. Jinnan Wang Shi is also considered Yi Xiaoxiao's cousin. It's the king of Jinnan again. Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Ever since a year and a half ago, when he was ambushed on the road and searched out the Jinnan Wangfu's token from among the murderer's spatial ring, Yi Tianmian had been keeping an eye on the Jinnan Wangfu. But I don't know if it was because of the scare or the reason that those people were not from the Jinnan royal house. But in the past year and a half, the Jinnan royal house had never made a move against Yi Tianmian. Even if Yi Tianming wanted to catch their pigtails, he didn't have a chance. But today, Xiao, since you don't like it, let father withdraw his order. But father has already opened his mouth, and also mother doesn't agree. How can this be withdrawn into a command? Yi Xiaoxiao skimmed her mouth. I have an idea. Yi Tianming patted his chest and assured. You have an idea? Yi Xiaoxiao looked skeptical. Her alcoholic big brother had a solution? She couldn't believe it in any way. Don't worry. It's covered by your big brother. Yi Tianliang heatedly smiled. Since father doesn't withdraw his order, we'll let the Jinnan King's son ask father to withdraw his order. After saying that, he greeted Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan, follow me. On the side, Yi Kuan, who was sweeping the floor, sniffed and clucked a few times in excitement. Master, the little one is here. For so long Yi Kuan had stayed in the imperial tomb, and during that time, although Yi Tianming had also taken him to the Demon Beast Mountain range a few times, Yi Kuan still couldn't be idle. As soon as he saw that Yi Tianming was going to take himself out, he immediately followed him. Behind her, Yi Xiaoxiao followed with a suspicious face. She wanted to see what her drunken big brother had up his sleeve. Chapter 7, One-on-One? You're the only one who can take on all of us. Great Qian Dynasty, Capital City, Jinnan King's Mansion. As the Jinnan King of the Daqian Dynasty, the residence was naturally extremely extravagant and luxurious. The entire mansion covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres. Inside the dense atmosphere, and even vaguely can see some spiritual favorites cranes soaring within the Jinnan King's mansion. This is the true aristocracy of the Daqian Dynasty. Big brother, what exactly do you have in mind? Yi Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Just wait. Yi Tianmian let out a light laugh and immediately went forward to knock on the door. Open the door. Quickly open the door. Is anyone there? This time, Yi Tianming came to the Jinnan King's residence. Firstly, to make the Jinnan King withdraw the marriage contract, and secondly, to find a chance to probe the Jinnan King's residence. Find out if the Jinnan royal family is related to the group that assassinated him or not. Soon, someone from the Jinnan King's residence opened the gate of the residence. What man? Looking for death. Do you know what this place is? A subordinate of the Jinnan King's mansion was cursing as soon as he opened the door. But when he saw the three people standing in front of him, he immediately shivered in fear. Grand Prince, Ninth Princess, what brings you here? This Jinnan Wangfu subordinate hurriedly knelt on the ground, trembling with fear and trembling. What he had just said was enough to kill himself 10 times over. Although Yi Tianming said that he had been relegated to the status of a commoner, but now the discerning eye could see that it was just Emperor Qian making a show of it. The main thing is that the previous imperial decree said that he was not allowed to return to the capital city without any reason. But in these 2 years, Yi Tianmian often returned to the capital city to buy wine and drink, and did not see any punishment from the Qian emperor. And you're still turning a blind eye? Maybe at some point Yi Tianmian would regain his status as a prince. Tell Lu Chengye to get his ass out here. Yi Tianming kicked the subordinate away and cursed as he directly barged into the Jinnan King's residence. This Lu Chengye is none other than the prince of Jinnan's son. Your Highness, His Highness the World's Son is practicing. We'll go and inform him now. The underling yelled in a hurry, but Yi Tianming didn't care and went straight to the lobby of the royal palace. Hey, don't run away. Beauty, let me kiss you. Come on. Mouth one. Inside the Jinnan King's mansion, the Jinnan King's seventh son, Lu Chengye, was playing around with a group of maids. He was blindfolded, and the group of maids, dressed in revealing clothes, were scurrying around the room, dodging Lu Chengye, warbling and dancing. Hey, I caught you. Beautiful, give me a kiss. Lu Chengye hugged Yi Tianmian, who had just rushed in, and was about to kiss him with his beak, sparing Yi Tianming. He did not expect that he would encounter the scene as soon as he entered the door. Snap. Immediately after, a crisp slapping sound was heard, frightening Yi Tianmian to slap him several times in a row. Asshole, you dare to slap me. Come on people, drag me down and feed me to the dogs. Lu Chengye was instantly slapped and confused. What the hell? How dare someone slap him? World, the son of the world. It's the ninth princess coming. Hearing the careful reminders from the surrounding maids, Lu Chengye realized that something was wrong and immediately took off his blindfold. When he saw who was coming, he took a few steps back in fear. Yi Tianmian, aren't you at the imperial tomb? How dare you trespass the Jinnan King's residence? Lu Chengye saw Yi Xiaoxiao behind Yi Tianmian again and secretly said that it was not good. As for Yi Kuan, naturally he ignored it. An underling only, what was there to care about? Good you Lu Chengye, my father's emperor gave you a marriage to let my ninth sister marry you, but as a result, you even had a marriage contract and played with such flowers. What do you take my ninth sister for? Seeing the scene around him, Yi Tianming was overjoyed in his heart. Originally, he was prepared to bend Lu Chengye into submission, beating him up and letting him go to his father himself to withdraw from the marriage, but he didn't expect to let himself run into this scene. If father knew about this, how could he still let Yi Xiaoxiao marry Lu Chengye? On the side, Lu Chengye is not a cutie. Figured out the ins and outs as soon as he thought about it. It must be that Yi Xiaoxiao had gone to Yi Tianmian, who had come to trouble himself, wanting him to withdraw from the marriage, only for him to happen to stumble upon this scene. Listen to me, Yi Koan, give this highness a beating. As the son of the king of Jinnan, you don't set an example. You're a despicable person. You have a marriage contract with my ninth sister, and you still don't clean up your act. What do you take our royal family for? Yi Tianming didn't even give Lu Chengye a chance to explain and directly ordered Yi Koan to strike. Cluck 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 cluck. Okay master. On the side, Yi Koan had long been hungry and thirsty, and kicked Lu Chengye, punching and kicking at him. Lu Chengye was only at the 7th level of the Qi Tian realm, while Yi Koan had long been a powerful person of the Divine Mansion realm. The Divine Mansion realm within the Great Qian dynasty was not strong to say the least, but it was definitely not considered weak, and could already become the lord of a city. Facing Yi Koan, Lu Chengye didn't have a chance to fight back at all, and was directly beaten and held his head. Around them, some of the guards still wanted to help, but they were directly stopped by Yi Tianming. Who dares to move? Lu Chengye has wasted the holy will and disregarded the royal face. Whoever helps him will be punished for the crime of treason and deceiving the king. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding guards and maids all dared not move a muscle. Both parties were existences they couldn't afford to mess with. On one side was their master, and on the other side were the imperial sons and princesses of the Dechen dynasty. Just you still want a toad to eat swan meat. Don't even look at what you are. Yi Tianming also went up and kicked furiously, cursing as he did so. Yi Tianming, you punk thing, you only hide behind others. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Lu Chengye held his head and roared in anger. Facing the Divine Mansion realm's Yi Koan, he was directly blocked from cultivation and could only be passively beaten. One-on-one? Fine, come and fight one-on-one. Yi Tianming readily accepted. Hearing this, Lu Chengye's eyes lit up. This drinking to drink his brains out, right? With just the cultivation of the spiritual pulse realm, he dared to fight with himself alone? He himself was in the Qi Tian realm, a being that could hold him down with one finger. On the side, Yi Xiaoxiao just wanted to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Yi Tianmian. Yi Koan, give it to me. But before he could be happy, Yi Tianming was ordering Yi Koan to pack up again. This time, directly let Yi Koan fetch a rope, tied him to a side pillar, and took a small leather whip to whip him. Aha! Lu Chengye screamed for a while. Yi Tianming, you asshole, didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? Yeah, one-on-one. You alone against a bunch of us. Yi Tianming sneered, slapped Lu Chengye's face, and kicked Lu Chengye's third leg. Aha! Lu Chengye's face instantly turned green with pain, and his miserable screams spread throughout the Jinnan king's mansion. Yi Tianmian, you step on the horse. You curse again. Yi Tianmian cracked a whip on Lu Chengye, and handed the whip to Yi Xiaoxiao. Hit harder. You haven't even entered the door yet. This little dares to be like this, and in the future, I don't know how to treat you. Yi Xiaoxiao watched from the sidelines and has long been eager to try, took the whip and immediately smoked it. He waited until he was tired of whipping before handing the whip over to Yi Koan to continue. In a short while, Lu Chengye was beaten into a pig's head. Even his parents wouldn't necessarily recognize him. Stop. Suddenly, a bellowing cry came through the door. Chapter 8, Your Highness, you don't want this to be known either, do you? Stop. Just as Yi Koan continued to whip Lu Chengye, a bellowing cry immediately came out. Inside the room, the guards and maidservants were all prostrate and trembling in fear. Father, you are finally here. Save me, Lu Chengye hurriedly yelled, and immediately after, he saw a middle-aged man dragon walking into the room, his aura strong and incomparable. Just standing there gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. On the side, Yi Koan was also so scared that he hurriedly threw away the small leather whip in his hand and hid behind Yi Tianming. What a wimp! Yi Tianming cursed. This is really the ancient divine beast by Feng? Not only does he look like a chicken, but how is he a goon? However, after meeting the Jinnan king for the first time, Yi Tianming was in awe in his heart. Worthy of being a powerhouse of the supreme realm, just the aura alone pressured one to breathe. No, I'm still too weak. When I go back, I'll have to meticulously cultivate. Grand Prince, Ninth Princess, are you not being too unbridled by coming to my Jinnan mansion in a good cause? Whipping my son at will, and not putting my Jinnan royal mansion in your eyes. The Jinnan king snorted coldly and reached out to put Lu Chengye down, immediately feeding a few pills. Grand Prince, Ninth Princess, this matter, you have to explain this matter with this king. King Jinnan said with an angry face, Your Highness, if I remember correctly, Lu Shizi and my ninth sister have a marriage contract, but still hanging out in the Jinnan king's mansion like this, Does it mean that you don't think that my ninth sister is even inferior to a maid? Yi Tianmian directly retorted that, in all senses, this matter was in their favor. There was no need to hold back. Moreover, his own visit this time was originally to make the Jinnan royal family withdraw from the marriage, so there was even less reason to retreat. As King Jinnan looked at the scene before him, he naturally knew what was happening. He only had one son, Lu Chengye, who was the lifeblood of his Lu family. Therefore, he is also very pampered to Lu Chengye, which makes Lu Chengye is used to being arrogant and extravagant on weekdays, and he doesn't care. But he didn't expect that this time, he was directly bumped into by Yi Tianming. He snorted coldly. This matter was wrongly done by Chengye, but you can't do this to him. Where have you put his majesty? Yi Tianming did not take the Jinnan king's threat in the slightest, and said indifferently, Your Highness, Lu Chengye is a bad character and extravagant. You don't want this to get out and tarnish the reputation of the Jinnan king's house, do you? When King Jinnan heard this, his pupils shrunk and his brows knitted. Although it is said that many princes and nobles in the dynasty are extremely extravagant and lewd in their private lives, but this has not been caught. Moreover, Lu Chengye also has a marriage contract with Yi Xiaoxiao. If it is rumored that Lu Chengye is still extravagant and promiscuous in his private life when he has a marriage contract with Yi Xiaoxiao, it would be a disgrace to the royal family. What's most important to the royal family? Of course, face is the most important. At that time, in order for the royal family to save face, who knows what Emperor Qian would do out of it? Your Highness, I have underestimated you. King Jinnan's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting to fall into the hands of Yi Tianming, the drunkard. This time, as soon as he thought of this, he glanced at Lu Chengye without a trace of anger. Bastard! Play also do not know to leave a handle. This time by Yi Tianmian caught the handle, even in Yi Xiaoxiao's marriage contract to stir up. What are your terms, Your Highness? Simple. Just ask the King of Jinnan to take the world's son and me on a trip to the palace and cancel the marriage contract in front of my father. Yi Tianming laughed. King Jinnan nodded slightly. This request was not excessive, and if he was caught by Yi Tianming, the engagement would definitely be cancelled. And that is, I heard that there is a fine wine in the Jinnan king's residence. This highness misses it a lot. I don't know if your highness is willing to part with it? Yi Tianmian heatedly laughed. He knew a long time ago that there was a fine wine in the Jinnan king's residence that was rumored to have been treasured for 200 years. There's no telling what kind of treasure the system will reward for drinking this wine. The Jinnan king's face instantly darkened. This wine was something he had treasured for more than 200 years and had never been able to drink it, but he didn't expect that it would be missed by Yi Tianmian. It's true that you're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you're afraid of thieves thinking about it. Your Highness, don't be angry. Think about it, compared to the reputation of Lu Shizi. What is this? You also don't want Lu Shizi to become an existence that everyone in the Dacian dynasty will criticize, right? Yi Tianming laughed. Good. This king agrees. The king of Jinnan clenched his teeth and agreed. Your Highness, I haven't finished yet. What about my compensation? That's all, but Xiaoxia is the victim. Whoever thought that his fiancé would be such a person? Your Highness, isn't it time to give Xiaoxia some meaning as well? I don't want much either. Just give Xiaoxiao a few upper heaven rank spirit weapons. Listening to Yi Tianmai's request, King Jinnan couldn't wait to tear Yi Tianmai alive right now. A heavenly rank upper grade spiritual weapon? Do you know how precious it is? In the entire Dacian dynasty, there are less than a handful of heavenly grade spiritual weapons, so how could he possibly have one in the Jinnan royal palace? Big brother, I can't use such a high grade spirit weapon. On the side, Yi Xiaoxiao was a bit unable to look on, and hurriedly advised, in here, a top grade earth ranked realm breaking pill, which has a miraculous effect on cultivators breaking through realms, is priced at a high price, so consider it an apology to the ninth princess. King Jinnan snorted coldly and directly handed Yi Xiaoxiao an elixir. This elixir was originally prepared by him for Lu Chengye, but now, in order for Yi Tianmian to leave quickly, he couldn't help himself and directly gave this elixir to Yi Xiaoxiao. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Yi Xiaoxiao received the elixir and thanked him in a hurry. It's only the upper grade of the earth rank. How petty. Yi Tianming skimmed his lips. There were a whole lot of Tao Order Sacred Order pills in his system space, and this Earth Order upper grade pill was too inferior. However, his words made King Jinnan furious. Talent? Do you know how precious this top-grade Earth-ranked elixir is? It's amazing that you can't even look at it. Your Highness, we'd better hurry up and get the wine and hurry to see my father. Seeing that King Jinnan was about to get angry, Yi Tianmian hurriedly laughed. Humph, give this king a wait. This king will go and get it for you right now. With a cold snort, King Jinnan walked towards the house. At the same time, Yi Tianming followed him out. What are you following out for? King Jinnan coldly snorted. I'm not following the king, lest he takes the wrong wine. so I can remind him. Yi Tianming laughed. Humph, this king doesn't care to do such a thing yet. With a cold snort, King Jinnan stopped paying attention to Yi Tianming. While Yi Tianming followed behind Jinnan King, his divine sense probed towards the surroundings, wanting to find a little trace. Soon, King Jinnan took out an altar of wine and threw it directly to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming took it and took a sniff. The rich aroma of the wine was refreshing. Thank you, Your Majesty. When he said that, he just took a big gulp. Ding! The host tastes 200 years of fine wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao rank technique. Beast Mastery. Beast Mastery can manipulate demonic beasts below one's own realm. The number of manipulations increases with the user's cultivation level. Beast Master. Yi Tianming marveled in his heart when he saw the system introduction. This Beast Mastery technique. It can actually manipulate demonic beasts? Think about it. When you're fighting with someone and you suddenly release dozens of demonic beasts, wouldn't the other party be instantly torn to pieces without defense? After realizing that this Beast Mastery technique was a treasure, Yi Tianming immediately made up his mind to go to the Demon Beast Mountain range later to try it out. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go to the palace with the king? Just as Yi Tianming was fantasizing, a cold shout from King Jinnan pulled him back to reality. Yi Tianming skimmed his lips and immediately headed towards the palace. Chapter 9, The Coming Chaos. Dacian Dynasty. Inside the Imperial Palace, Emperor Qian looked at the crowd underneath and had a headache. King Jinnan, do you really want to withdraw from the marriage? The Qian Emperor opened his mouth. Your Majesty, Chengye can't afford to climb up to the 9th princess. I hope your Majesty will fulfill your wishes. The Jinnan king bowed respectfully and immediately gave Lu Chengye a wink. Seeing this, Lu Chengye quickly fell to his knees. Your Majesty, I beg your Majesty to withdraw your order. Looking at Lu Chengye's beaten into a pig's head, the Qian Emperor guessed out a bit in his heart and nodded his head. In that case, then Chengye and Xiaoxia's marriage is off. Yeah. On the side, Yi Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly and hugged Yi Tianmin. Big brother, thanks to you. After the two of them, the king of Jinnan and the king of Jinnan's son, Lu Chengye, finished settling things, they excused themselves and left. It was then that Emperor Qian spoke. Tell me, what exactly happened? Only then did Yi Tianming tell what happened in the Jinnan king's residence. After hearing this, Emperor Qian nodded. Not bad, but you still owe it to yourself to think about it. What if the Jinnan king makes a move against you this time? You should have come to the palace earlier to bring a strong man with you. Father, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. Yi Tianming heatedly laughed. Okay, enough about that. Emperor Qian waved his hand and then said, It's been 2 years since you went to the imperial tomb. Have you ever wanted to come back to the palace? Upon hearing this from the Qian emperor, Yi Tianmin quickly shook his head like a rattlesnake drum. Father, I think it's still quite good to be in the imperial tomb. Emperor Qian sniffed, shook his head helplessly, and did not say anything more. There are 9 ancestors within the imperial tomb, so there is no need to worry too much. You should drink less alcohol on weekdays, and spend more time on cultivation. Right now Taishan Prefecture is not peaceful. The heavenly demon sect is watching intently, and in 5 years' time, the beast tide will almost be here soon. Now in this world, how can your cultivation at the spiritual pulse realm protect yourself? Beast tide? Yi Tianmin was slightly stunned and surprised. Father, is there 5 more years before the beast tide comes? Emperor Qian nodded. Every 20 years, a beast tide will erupt in the Demon Beast Mountain range, and it will be almost 5 years until the next one. And coupled with the fact that the heavenly demon sect is now acting foolishly, Taishan Prefecture, it's probably going to be uneventful. In the north of the Dacian dynasty, there was a 100,000-mile mountain range of demonic beasts. Every 20 years, a beast tide would erupt and approach the capital city of the Dacian dynasty. Once, this beast tide destroyed dozens of cities and caused the deaths of millions of cultivators, causing the Dacian dynasty to suffer heavy losses. This was also why the Dacian dynasty had built their capital city close to the Demon Beast Mountain range, just to prevent such casualties from occurring again. On weekdays, there are also many cultivators in the Dacian dynasty, who enter the Demon Beast Mountain range to practice, which is both good and bad for the Dacian dynasty. Heaven's mandate, you usually like to drink. There are quite a few good wines in the palace. This time you have a rare trip back. Take some more to the imperial tomb, and also accompany 9 ancestors to drink a little. As soon as he heard this, Yi Tianming nodded his head repeatedly. With so much wine, how much his strength had to be raised? After chatting for a while longer, Emperor Qian let Yi Tianming leave. Yi Tianming took some good wine before leaving the palace. Big brother, it's not peaceful in Taishan Prefecture right now. You must be careful. As they parted, Yi Xiaoxiao instructed Yi Tianming. Xiao, don't worry, I'll be fine. Not to mention the heavenly demon cult, even if the heavenly demon cult and the beast tide come together. I'm not afraid. Yi Tianming patted his chest and assured. Seeing Yi Tianmian like this, Yi Xiaoxiao snorted out a laugh. Big brother, I have to go back to Xianyu Mansion. Wait for me to see you next time. Yi Xiaoxiao was about to leave after sending Yi Tianmian back to the imperial tomb. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Tianmian called out to Yi Xiaoxiao. Then, he took out an elixir. This elixir was given to me by my father. I was searching for the fact that my cultivation talent is not good, so you can take this elixir. The elixir that Yi Tianming gave to Yi Xiaoxiao was a holy grade lower grade elixir. The heaven-returning phoenix spirit elixir, refined from the heart blood of a phoenix. But it's an elixir that enhances the qualifications of the person taking it. The general cultivator's qualification is already predetermined when he is born. Not to say that it determines the upper limit, but it can often determine the lower limit of a cultivator's whole life. Those with good qualifications, even if their cultivation is poor, it's not that bad. Although Yi Xiaoxiao's qualifications weren't bad, they weren't to the point of genius either. This elixir was just the thing to help him improve his qualifications. The heavenly phoenix spirit pill, naturally, was a reward from the system, but Yi Tianming definitely couldn't expose the secret of the system and could only say that it was given to him by his father. No, big brother, this elixir was given to you by father. How can I take it? Yi Xiaoxiao refused in a hurry. Xiao, as you know, I am a drunkard. I know nothing about cultivation. This elixir is also a waste. You take it, and you can still improve your strength. When the time comes and you're strong, won't you be able to protect big brother me? Yi Tianmian laughed and hardened the elixir to Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't argue with him, so she could only accept it and said with a smile, then thank you big brother. When I come next time, I'll definitely bring big brother good wine. Yes, Yi Tianming laughed, but Xiaoxiao, you have to keep this matter of me giving you the elixir a secret. If father knows about it, I'll designate that I won't have a good time. Big brother, don't worry, I definitely won't let father know. After sending Yi Xiaoxiao away, Yi Tianming began to organize what he had gained today. In the Jinnan King's mansion, the Jinnan King's treasured wine of more than 200 years was obtained, and the system also rewarded the beast harnessing technique, which was just the right thing to try out in the Demon Beast Mountain range on its own. And maybe, when the beast tide comes in 5 years, this beast harnessing technique of his own will come in handy. It was a pity that Yi Tianming did not find anything suspicious amongst the Jinnan King's residents, and the Jinnan King also behaved normally and did not have a reason to assassinate himself. This made Yi Tianmu very distressed. It seems that I still need to raise my strength as soon as possible, and when I'm strong, I don't need to be afraid of whoever wants to deal with me, Yi Tianming murmured. Secondly, there are some fine wines obtained in the palace. These Yi Tianming has not yet moved, and I do not know what treasures the system will reward. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Tianming took out an altar of fine wine and directly poured it in one gulp. This wine can be the palace imperial? The outside world simply cannot buy. Only in some major occasions can be taken out to entertain others. With a mouthful of hot wine in his stomach, Yi Tian instantly felt relieved. Ding! The host tastes the imperial wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak cultivation level of the Taiji realm. ********. Surprisingly, this time it's cultivation. Yi Tianming was instantly shocked. This time, he had actually gained the Taiji realm cultivation. This is the Taiji realm, and it was the peak of the Taiji realm. In Taishan Prefecture, Taiji realm cultivators were already considered to be a party of powerhouses, and very few people would be willing to offend a Taiji realm powerhouse. Moreover, Yi Tianming had also discovered that the probability of the system rewarding cultivation was very, very small. Basically, what was rewarded every time was some kind of gongfu, martial arts, and elixir. His cultivation level at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm had basically been cultivated up by himself. Originally, with Yi Tianmian's estimation, it would still take some time for him to cultivate to the Taiji realm, but he didn't expect that this time, he would directly reach the Taiji realm. However, although the Taiji realm is considered a party of powerhouses, you still have to keep a low profile, lest you provoke a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm at some point and get slapped to death without even knowing how you died. Yi Tianming did not get carried away, but sat down and began to digest what he had gained from this Taiji realm. Chapter 10 Red Flame Tiger. The rich and surging spiritual energy began to flow around Yi Tianmian, and vaguely, there were even traces of the Great Tao. On the side, Yi Koan stood there, looking at Yi Tianmian's aura climbing up, couldn't help but tisk feeling emotionally. The master is the master. Only the Taiji realm surrounded by the body has already had a Tao rhyme emerge. This is destined to be the existence of the enlightenment of the Tao to become an ancestor. As the ancient divine beast by Feng, although he had only come out of the egg not long ago, This kind of divine beast, all of them had inherited memories. To speak of insight, I'm afraid that Yi Tianmian is not as good as Yi Kuan, the great Tao. All of them can only be comprehended when they reach the Tao realm. And before the Tao realm, if there can be a trace of Tao rhyme present, they are all geniuses among geniuses, and demons among demons. Yi Tianmeng had only just broken through to the Taiji realm. And surprisingly, Tao rhythm had already begun to exist. Only after 2 hours did Yi Tianmian slowly open his eyes, considered to have completely stabilized the realm of the Taiji realm. Now, he couldn't wait to see how strong he was. Really, Yi Kuan, come with me and take a look at the Demon Beast mountain range. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianmeng immediately disappeared into thin air. Cluck cluck cluck. Master, wait for me. Yi Kuan hurriedly called out, heading towards the Demon Beast mountain range. The Demon Beast mountain range was 10,000 miles away from the Imperial Mausoleum. But with Yi Tianmeng's current speed, he appeared at the edge of the Demon Beast mountain range in just a blink of an eye. One person and one bird immediately headed towards the middle of the Demon Beast mountain range. The 100,000 miles Demon Beast mountain range contained countless demonic beasts, and in the deepest part, there were 3 supreme realm demon kings. Yi Tianming had been here a few times before, and some of the low-level demonic beasts in the periphery had been pretty much killed. This time, it's the right time to try the beast harnessing technique. As long as the realm is lower than mine, they can all be controlled. Yi Tianming went straight to the depths of the Demon Beast mountain range. The demonic beasts of the Taiji realm were all in the depths of the 50,000 miles of the demonic beast mountain range, and they all had their own territories. It wasn't long before Yi Tianming was 50,000 miles deep into the demonic beast mountain range. On weekdays, this place wouldn't have any human cultivators coming to practice. It wasn't long before Yi Tianmian arrived in front of a cave. This place was the territory of a Taiji realm 5th level demonic beast, the Red Flame Tiger. Yi Tianming had just stepped into this place when a whistling sound came, deafening the ears, and the surrounding earth trembled. Immediately afterward, a fierce tiger with its back, limbs, and eyes, burning with a blazing fire slowly walked out from the middle of the cave. The Red Flame Tiger was 4 or 5 feet tall, just like a small mountain. Roar! Seeing Yi Tianmian, the Red Flame Tiger roared, "Human, a mere spirit vein realm. How dare you step into this king's territory, looking for death?" Demonic beasts that had reached the soul-shaping realm were already able to communicate with the human race, and the Red Flame Tiger of the Taiji realm, naturally, didn't have any problems. When Yi Tianming saw the Red Flame Tiger's clamor, he sneered and ignored it. Only a flash of his figure, a leap to the sky above the Red Flame Tiger. A long sword appeared in his hand and went straight to the Red Flame Tiger. Seek death. The Red Flame Tiger was furious. A tiny spirit vein realm mole cricket dared to make a move against him? He immediately raised his claws that were burning with blazing fire and slapped towards Yi Tianmian, wanting to slap Yi Tianmian to death. Clang! A crisp iron clash sounded, and the Red Flame Tiger was directly chopped away by Yi Tianming's sword. Not long after, Yi Tianming stepped on the Red Flame Tiger's huge head. "Who's a mole? Spare my life. Elder, spare my life. I'm a mole." The Red Flame Tiger roared lowly a few times and begged for mercy. Where is he now with the ferocity and might of a tiger? Sprawled out on the floor, just like a kitten. "As long as Senior spares me, I will definitely swear my allegiance to Senior and never say a single false word." The Red Flame Tiger hurriedly begged for mercy. When Yi Tianming heard this, he thought that this big tiger would have to resist a few times anyways, but as a result, he didn't say anything and the other party gave up resisting? Thought this was a tough one, but I didn't realize this one had no bones at all. Okay, that's what you said. So submit to me. Yi Tianming directly performs the beast mastery technique. The Red Flame Tiger only felt his soul, as if it was locked by something. As long as they have a thought of resistance and betrayal, the soul will be instantly extinguished. The Red Flame Tiger's realm was originally lower than Yi Tianmian's, and this time, it was still willingly submitted. And the beast harnessing technique was not obstructed in the slightest. "You are the second demonic beast that Master has taken in, so you will be the second in line. As for me, I am the first to follow Master. I will be your big brother from now on. Do you hear me?" Yi Kuan opened his mouth at this time and kicked the Red Flame Tiger. He could not let this little tiger take away his position in Yi Tianming's heart. The Red Flame Tiger glanced at Yi Kuan for a split second and was instantly scared to the ground. Just now he hadn't paid attention to look, but only then did he notice that the bloodline in Yi Kuan's body was so strong that he couldn't help but feel a wave of submission himself. The Red Flame Tiger was filled with curiosity about the human in front of him at this time. What kind of existence could make a top demonic beast like Yi Kuan submit? "Master, I know another place where the Cicada King is. Look." At this time, the Red Flame Tiger spoke softly. The Cicada King in his mouth was a golden-winged cicada of the 7th level of the Taiji realm. Its territory was not far away from the red flame tiger's territory, and the two demonic beasts were still mortal rivals. It was a pity that the red flame tiger's realm was two small realms lower than the golden-winged cicadas, and the few times they exchanged blows, they were beaten by the golden-winged cicada. This time, it was so hard to find an extremely powerful backer. The red flame tiger was naturally unwilling to let go of this good opportunity to take revenge. Yi Tianming was also aware of the red flame tiger's thoughts, stroked his chin, and immediately rode on the red flame tiger, allowing him to lead him to the golden-winged cicada's territory. Anyway, he had nothing to do right now, so it was just right to take in a few more demonic beasts. Soon, the red flame tiger was leading the two of them, Yi Tianmian and Yi Kuan, to the territory of the golden-winged cicada. As the man, chicken and tiger stepped into the territory of the golden-winged cicada, the golden-winged cicada immediately discovered their traces. Tiger King, you're a Taiji realm demonic beast, but you've submitted to the human race. You've really disgraced our demon race. The golden-winged cicada flew in the air and opened his mouth to sneer. Asshole, why do I need to explain to you when this king acts? The red flame tiger roared. Cicada King, today this king is here to clean you up. The old and new grudges we had before, we'll settle them all together today. Hearing the roar of the red flame tiger, the golden-winged cicada laughed. Just by you? Think you can deal with me just because you've defected to the human race? Master, he's looking down on you. Quickly make a move to settle it. The red flame tiger hurriedly said to Yi Tianming that he was definitely not a match for the golden-winged cicada. Master, why don't I do this one? It looks like it smells so good. Just then, Yi Kuan suddenly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I don't know why, but when he saw the golden-winged cicada, it looked like he wanted to eat it straight away. Yi Kuan's cultivation at this time had also reached the Taiji realm, but it was only the third level of the Taiji realm. But he was, after all, a purebred ancient divine beast by Feng, with an incomparably strong bloodline, and even a peak Taiji realm demonic beast would not be able to exert much strength in front of him. Yi Tianming nodded. Just don't kill. Chapter 11 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings. Asshole, dare to take on this king. Above, the golden-winged cicada roared in anger. He was just about to make a move on Yi Tianmian's few people, but the following words could not be said, only to see a green-colored, crane-like demonic beast appear in front of him. The crane was covered in green feathers and dotted with red markings. This was none other than Yi Kuan's original body, the ancient divine beast, by Feng. At this moment, Yi Kuan's body was tens of feet in size, just like a mountain range. The golden-winged cicada was just like a small insect in front of Yi Kuan. At that moment, a bloodline power emanated from Yi Kuan's body, filling thousands of miles in a radius. Any demonic beasts that were located around them were all suppressed by Yi Kuan's bloodline power and could not move. Ancient divine beast by Feng, is it not comparable to these demonic beasts with mixed bloodlines? In the next instant, Yi Kuan's mouth went down, and one of the golden-winged cicada's wings was instantly eaten by him. The golden-winged cicada let out a cry of pain and fell straight out of the sky. Immediately afterward, Yi Kuan stomped on the golden-winged cicada and roared lowly, "Tiny bug, not even you, Great Master Yi Kuan. You, who the hell are you?" The golden-winged cicada's gaze was horrified, and an unbelievable expression appeared in his eyes. Just by relying on his bloodline, he was able to press himself so much that he couldn't move. The demon race in front of him, just how powerful was he? And this great demon, even submitting to a human? In this instant, he somewhat understood the red flame tiger's choice. Hey, Cicada King, let you be arrogant. Let you be arrogant. At this time, the red flame tiger also dragged Yi Tianmian to the side of the golden-winged cicada, and raised its paw to slap down a few slaps, leaving the golden-winged cicada a little confused. You, the golden-winged cicada was instantly aggravated. In the past, this tiger used to fight as much as he wanted, but now he even rode on his head. Don't you beat me to death, Yi Tianming said helplessly, then looked at the golden-winged cicada. I'll give you two choices, submit or die. I'm at least in the Taiji realm. Yi Kuan, eat him. Yi Tianming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly prepared for Yi Kuan to eat him. Bai Feng was also considered a flying bird-type demonic beast, while the golden-winged cicada was an insect type, and to Bai Feng, the golden-winged cicada was a rare delicacy. I submit. As soon as he heard that he was going to be eaten, the golden-winged cicada hurriedly yelled. He had just wanted to bargain with Yi Tianmian for a bit, but who knew that the other party wouldn't even give him a chance? Seeing the golden-winged cicada submit, Yi Tianming then smiled faintly and directly performed the beast mastery technique to collect the golden-winged cicada next. Little cicada, from now on, you're the third oldest. Lord Yi Kuan is the oldest. This king is the second oldest, and you're the third to follow your master. You're okay with being the third oldest, right? The red flame tiger stretched out its claws and patted the golden-winged cicada, and the tiger falsely said, "Where did the golden-winged cicada dare to disagree?" and nodded his head in agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon Beast Mountain Range. In this place, there were 3 towering peaks that could overlook the Demon Beast Mountain Range for 100,000 miles, and it was the territory where the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings were located. At this moment, all 3 peaks were erupting with an extremely dense demonic aura, scaring those surrounding demonic beasts into trembling. "Blaze, the breath just now, did you feel it?" A majestic voice rang out, and it was none other than one of the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings, Spectre. The Demon King known as Blazing Flame nodded. "What a pure bloodline. It feels like it's only in the Taiji realm, but underneath that bloodline, this king even has a trace of fear." "What? Even you're afraid?" At this moment, the last Supreme Realm Demon King, Thunder, opened his mouth gravely, but they knew that Blazing Flame's original body was a Blazing Flame Griffin. Of course, it was not a purebred griffin. It just had 1/10,000th of a griffin's bloodline. But this, too, was enough to make Blazing Flame the head of their 3 demon kings. And just now Yi Kuan unintentionally emitted a wisp of breath, all of which were felt by them. And even Blazing Flame, who had the bloodline of a Qilin, was a bit fearful. His bloodline is extremely pure. If he were to reach our realm, I'm afraid that the 3 of us joining forces would not be a match for him. Blazing Flame said gruffly. The human race generally valued physique, while the strength and weakness of the demon race had an extremely strong relationship with bloodline, which demonic beast has but a trace of the bloodline of a divine beast in it, and is much more powerful than the rest of the demonic beasts at the same rank. "Can you feel any blood in him?" "No." Blaze shook his head. "What then?" Thunder went on. The moment he said this, the heavens and earth fell into a silence. Only after a long time did the Blazing Flame speak. "First, send demons to search for him, and after we find him, then we will make plans." After Blazing Flame finished speaking, he stopped making a sound. Spectre and Thunder, too, were hidden from view. Everything that happened in the Demon Beast Mountain Range was not known to Yi Tianmian and Yi Kuan and the others. They were still taking in various demonic beasts and using the beast mastery technique to plant slave seals on them. However, Yi Tianmu had been hovering at a distance of 40,000 to 50,000 miles. Going further in, it was the demonic beasts of the limitless realm, not to mention the fact that the beast mastery technique couldn't control them. Together, they weren't a match for each other. After just 2 days of this, Yi Tianmian was able to subdue 2 more Taiji realm demonic beasts. One was a sacred ghost leopard at the 6th level of the Taiji realm, known as the Leopard King, and one was a heaven-swallowing python at the 8th level of the Taiji realm, known as the Snake King. When the line of the Demon Beast Mountain Range ended, Yi Tianming was ready to return to the Imperial Tomb with Yi Kuan. As for the 4 newly collected demonic beasts, the Red Flame Tiger, Golden Winged Cicada, Sacred Ghost Leopard, and Heaven-Swallowing Python, Yi Tianming then let them continue to stay in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. In this way, slowly, another half a year had passed, and Yi Tianmian's cultivation had managed to break through the Taiji realm, reaching the 1st level of the Wuji realm. In this half year's time, Yi Xiaoxiao had also come a few times, and since the last time she had obtained the heaven-returning Phoenix Spirit Pill from Yi Tianmian, Yi Xiaoxiao's strength had also progressed extremely fast, reaching the Qi Tian realm. Other than that, Yi Tianming was in the middle of the Demon Beast Mountain Range to collect all kinds of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts of the Taiji realm had already taken in hundreds of them, from the 1st level of the Taiji realm to the 9th level of the Taiji realm. Even the demonic beasts of the limitless realm, Yi Tianmian had taken in 3 of them. Just today, within the imperial palace of the Great Qian dynasty, the commander of the Imperial Forestry Army, however, suddenly came to the Imperial Mausoleum with an imperial decree. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming hurriedly led Yi Kuan outside to receive the decree. For this father of his, Yi Tianming did not have any resentment in his heart. He knew that Emperor Qian still cared about himself. Moreover, once he had a drink with the 9 ancestors, he also learned from the 9 ancestors that every few days, Emperor Qian would inquire about Yi Tianmian's condition and send someone to send over some fine wine. There was even a secret protection detail at the royal tomb. Only, these people naturally couldn't discover Yi Tianmian's traces. "General Chen, what brings you here? This imperial tomb is not a good place," Yi Tianming said smilingly. "Ha ha ha, Great Prince, this general, this time, is here by order of His Majesty," General Chen said smilingly. "Great Prince, do you know what day it will be in another month? What day is it?" Yi Tianming had a questioning face. He had really forgotten what special day it was in a month. Chapter 12 Emperor Qian's birthday. It's His Majesty's 2000th birthday. His Majesty specially let the Grand Prince go ahead to attend the birthday banquet. and His Majesty said that there can be a lot of fine wines there that the Grand Prince hasn't drank before. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian's eyes instantly lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, General Chen. In a month's time, I will definitely go back to wish my father's birthday. Ha ha ha, good. His Majesty's decree has been delivered. Then this general will return. General Chen laughed a few times, and after bidding farewell to Yi Tianmian, he immediately returned to the capital city. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tianming also prepared everything and headed towards the palace. All of the 5 major power lords in Taishan Prefecture were all peak supreme realm powerhouses, but Emperor Qian was the head of the 5 peak supreme realm powerhouses, calling it the number 1 powerhouse in Taishan Prefecture. Now, it was his 2000th birthday, and the remaining 4 major powers all sent people to celebrate his birthday. Not only that, but all of the royal princes and princesses outside have returned to the capital. Emperor Qian didn't have many children. He had only married his first consort 100 years ago and gave birth to Yi Tianmian only 20 years ago. By the time Yi Tianming arrived at the palace, Yi Xiaoxiao had already been waiting outside the palace for a long time. Big brother, you're finally here. Just you. Yi Xiaoxiao was excited and immediately brought Yi Tianmian to the back garden. The place where this banquet was held was in the back garden, and at this moment, there were already quite a number of strong people who had come to the back garden, each one of them full of smiles, congratulating the Qian Emperor on his words. Yo, isn't this big brother? What? Father Emperor also let you come to this banquet? Right after Yi Xiaoxiao had just brought Yi Tianmian to take a seat in the back garden in the position belonging to their royal prince and princess, a discordant voice immediately rang out. Yi Tianming raised his eyes and realized that the one who raised his voice was his own 5th brother, the 5th prince who had worshipped the Qing Yun sword sect, Yi Hongshui. The Green Cloud sword sect was also one of the 5 major forces in Taishan Prefecture, and the disciples within it were basically all sword cultivators with great strength. As for Yi Hongshui, he had been sent to the Qing Yun sword sect to cultivate since he was a child, and he was able to suppress the younger generation of the Qing Yun sword sect, and was able to be ranked in the top 3 amongst the disciples of the Qing Yun sword sect's current generation. The Green Cloud sword sect also intended to support Yi Hongshui behind the scenes. As long as Yi Hongshui became the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, the Qing Yun sword sect would also be able to gain a lot of benefits. Although Big Brother has been relegated to the status of a commoner, anyone can see Father's favoritism. 5th brother, if you let Father hear this, beware that Father will clean you up. On the side, 4th Prince Yi Yuanming snorted. Yi Yuanming has been practicing among the border army for so many years, commanding millions of troops, and has the highest reputation among the armies of the Dacian dynasty, as well as being a strong contender for the throne. Moreover, Yi Yuanming, his cultivation was also extremely strong. In his 20s, he was already in existence at the peak of the Qi Tian realm. 4th brother, 5th brother, what do you mean by that? He's our elder brother. How come he can't attend Father's birthday banquet? On the side, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't stand to watch and spoke out to retort. 9th sister, he was relegated to the status of a commoner by Father, so why are you helping him out? At this time, 3rd Princess Yi Shuiyu indifferently opened her mouth. Yi Shuiyu is a woman's body, but also coveted the throne for a long time. Moreover, Yi Shuiyu's mother was the previous holy maiden of the White Feather sect, one of the 5 major powers. Again, it came from an unusual source. It was only then that Yi Tianming also looked at the many princes and princesses present, all showing deep hostility towards himself. However, this was not surprising. Being a drunkard himself and having a cultivation level of only the spirit pulse realm, such a royal son should by all rights be the most unpopular. But one's own father can see with clear eyes that he favors himself. Enough! Today is Father's birthday banquet, and the visitors are all powerful people of Taishan Prefecture with dignities, so let's just make peace and not let people look at us as a joke. Seeing that the rest of the people still wanted to argue, 2nd Imperial Prince Yi Wushuang coldly shouted. The rest of the royal princes and princesses saw this and shut their mouths. However, it was just that they all had no good feelings towards Yi Tianmian, and in the entire banquet, only Yi Xiaoxiao was willing to talk to Yi Tianmian. In response, Yi Tianming did not care. He came here only to drink. This birthday banquet, Emperor Qian had prepared many fine wines, many of which Yi Tianming had never drunk. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with a domineering and majestic appearance slowly appeared in the middle of the field. When his eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if stars were falling. The great Tao was flowing, and there were bursts of Tao rhythms around him. Behind him, the imperial Tao dragon chi was coiled around him, and just by standing there, one could feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Quickly look, it's Emperor Qian. Soon, someone said loudly, immediately attracting the attention of the guests present. We worship the Qian Emperor. We worship the Qian Emperor. We worship the Qian Emperor. As soon as Emperor Qian appeared, many of the guests in the arena knelt down. This was a sign of respect for the powerful. Oh, thank you, gentlemen, and you are excused. Emperor Qian laughed and sat down on the main seat. My son, greetings to father. My son, greetings to father. My son, greetings to father. At this moment, Yi Tianmian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and many other royal princes and princesses also rose and bowed respectfully to Emperor Qian. When Emperor Qian saw Yi Tianmai, a smile appeared in his eyes. Tianmai, come this way. Yi Tianmian was puzzled, but he quickly came to the Qian Emperor's side. Heaven's mandate. Our father and son haven't seen each other for a long time. I know that you like to drink. I specially ordered people to bring you a lot of fine wine. Today, you'll drink enough. Emperor Qian smiled happily and with a wave of his hand, many fine wines appeared in front of Yi Tianmian, and each altar was fragrant with wine. Seeing the Qian Emperor's attitude towards Yi Tianmeng, Yi Hongxue, Yi Xueyu and many other royal princesses became jealous. If Yi Tianmeng was not addicted to alcohol and willing to spend some effort on cultivation, I'm afraid that this crown prince position in them would not have any chance at all. Not only the many royal princesses, but even some of the strongest people had sensed Emperor Qian's different attitude towards Yi Tianmai. Some ministers also sighed softly at this. If Yi Tianmian was willing to put some effort in cultivation, who else could be the crown prince but Yi Tianmian? It was a pity that the Qian Emperor's most favored prince was a waste of time who was addicted to alcohol. Yi Tianming looked at the fine wine in front of him and was overjoyed. He hurriedly arched his hand and smiled. Thank you, father. With that, he picked up one of the jars of fine wine and drank it all in one go. Ding! The host tastes the amber spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy rank middle grade martial skill, the shadowless sword technique. Shadowless sword technique? Shadowless sword technique. When this sword technique is performed, the sword light is like electricity, as fast as a shooting star, and it is hard to find its trace between the flashes of the sword shadow, so it gets the name of shadowless. Looking at the introduction of the shadowless sword technique in his mind, Yi Tianming immediately began to comprehend it. In his mind, countless sword techniques were cast, extremely fast, running like lightning, elusive. Shortly after, a sword aura flashed through Yi Tianmian's eyes with a shocking power. Soon, however, he hid it for just a moment, and no one noticed. Immediately afterward, he picked up another altar of wine and drank freely and painfully. Ding! The host tastes the 9 fragrant spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 heavenly star viewing map. 9 heavenly star viewing diagram? System? What the hell is this? Yi Tianmian was puzzled and immediately checked it out. 9 heavenly stars visualization chart. Visualize this chart. You can communicate with the power of the stars, and at night, with the power of the stars, you can increase your battle power by 9 times. Hiss. Seeing the introduction of this 9 heavenly star viewing diagram, Yi Tianmian immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It could actually increase one's battle power by 9 times? It's a god-sized weapon for killing people and taking away their treasure. Think about it. You're fighting someone and suddenly your battle power increases by 9 times, and if they don't pay attention, they'll be punched to death by you. It was a pity that this 9 heavenly star viewing diagram could only enhance the battle power with the support of the stars, and without the stars during the day, it was basically useless. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine, second imperial Prince Yi Wushuang stood up. Father, in order to congratulate father on his birthday, my son has specially sought out this item for father. Chapter 13, Offering Treasure. Immediately afterward, he only saw second Prince Yi Wushuang take out a jade box. Seeing this, a eunuch immediately trotted over and took the jade box, handing it over to Emperor Qian. As soon as he opened it, a strong medicinal scent directly filled the entire back garden, causing all the guests present to be shocked. It's the 9 heavenly snow lotus of the top grade of the heavenly rank. Someone recognized the elixir and exclaimed, the 9 heavenly snow lotus is the very best amongst the heavenly grade upper grade spiritual medicines, maturing once in 900 years, with only 9 days to pick it. If no one picks it for 9 days, it will dissipate between heaven and earth and is extremely precious. I didn't expect Yi Wushuang to seek out the 9 heavenly snow lotus. Ha ha ha, Wushuang. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort to obtain this 9 heavenly snow lotus. As long as it's useful to father, even if it makes Wushuang's liver and brain die, Wushuang will do nothing. Emperor Qian laughed and put away the 9 heavenly snow lotus. With Yi Wushuang's beginning, the third princess Yi Xueyu also stepped forward. Father, this is the heavenly rank upper grade pill Tai Ching Shindan that my son prepared for father. It was accidentally obtained by my son from the cave of a great power of the 9th tribulation realm. Hearing the treasures offered by Yi Xueyu, the many guests in the arena were once again shocked. Surprisingly, it's the Tai Ching divine pill. the Tai Ching divine pill, even though it was said to be a heavenly ranked pill, was more valuable than some Dao ranked pills. He could make the taker eliminate his heart's demons, which was extremely helpful in crossing the threshold. It was well known that the Supreme Realm used to be the 9 Calamities Realm, and the 9 Calamities Realm required a cultivator to survive 9 heavenly tribulations. If some cultivators had heart demons, the heavenly tribulation would easily fail and they would end up dying. And the Tai Ching Divine Elixir was a heaven-defying elixir that eliminated the demons of the heart. The 9 heavenly snow lotus was already precious enough, but I didn't expect the Tai Ching Divine Pill to appear in this banquet. Even Emperor Qian was breathing heavily after Yi Shuiyu took out this elixir. The 9th Tribulation Realm. He had not been able to step into it, because he had once had a heart demon. With this Tai Ching Shindan, not to say that the heart demon would be completely eliminated, but it would definitely make his chances of stepping into the 9th Tribulation Realm become greater. Snow Feather, you have a heart. Emperor Qian laughed a few times and took the Tai Ching Divine Pill. Seeing this scene, 4th Prince Yi Yuanming and 5th Prince Yi Hongxue both had a slight change of color. The treasure that he had prepared, that was also a supreme treasure that could not be found in 10,000 miles, but compared to the Tai Ching Divine Pill, it was a lot worse. Only the 6th Prince Yi Xiuzhu, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, looking confident in the treasures he had prepared. Then, 4th Prince Yi Yuanming and 5th Prince Yi Hongxue also took out their own treasures that they had offered to the Qian Emperor. However, these treasures were all slightly inferior in front of the Tai Ching Shindan, until 6th Prince Yi Xiuzhu took out his treasure. Father, what my son is offering is the insights of a 9th Tribulation Realm powerhouse who has spent his entire life delving into the realm, in the hope that it will be helpful to father in stepping into the 9th Tribulation Realm. After saying that, Yi Xiuzhu took out a booklet and ordered someone to hand it to Emperor Qian. Hearing this, the many guests in the arena breathed even more sharply. The insights of the 9th Havoc Realm powerhouse. This thing, to say that it was precious, that it was absolutely precious for a Supreme Realm powerhouse. To say that it wasn't precious, it was just an ordinary pamphlet. If one truly comprehended the insights left behind by this 9 Calamities Realm powerhouse, the 9 heavenly tribulations of the 9 Calamities Realm would be easily transited. If not, one would most likely fall in the first heavenly tribulation. But even so, many Supreme Realm powerhouses were willing to give it a try. As long as there was the slightest possibility of being able to step into the 9 Tribulation Realm, they were unwilling to give up. This pamphlet, if placed in the outside world, would definitely attract a large number of Supreme Realm powerhouses, especially peak Supreme Realm powerhouses, to fight over it. Even if they couldn't advance to the 9th Tribulation Realm, they still wanted to see it. After all, for strong people like them, there was nothing that could attract them anymore other than stepping into the 9 Tribulation Realm. Emperor Qian received the booklet and immediately observed it. After a long time, his eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant aura, and he murmured in a low voice, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, Xiuzhu, you've really helped father." This time, Emperor Qian laughed freely. With the insights left behind by this 9 Tribulation Realm senior, 500 years at the latest, my father will be able to step into the 9 Tribulation Realm. Hearing this, the many powerful ministers in the arena congratulated each other. Congratulations to Emperor Qian. Congratulations to Emperor Qian. With this supreme treasure, the 9th Tribulation Realm is just around the corner, and then the Heavenly Demon Sect will not be worth mentioning. Xiuzhu, go ahead and say what kind of reward you want. Just ask. Emperor Qian looked very happy and said, "Back to father. Being able to share father's worries is what my son should do. My son does not dare to expect father's reward." Yi Xiuzhu hurriedly opened his mouth. "No, you don't lack in merit and spirit weapons? How about I reward you for entering the ancestral ground for a day of enlightenment? How about that?" Emperor Qian spoke faintly. Upon hearing this, except for Yi Tianmian who was still continuously drinking, everyone in the arena looked at Yi Xiuzhu with envy on their faces. The ancestral land of the royal family. That was the birthplace of the Great Qian dynasty, and all the generations of the Great Qian dynasty's kings had left their epiphanies in the ancestral land. Going in and practicing for a day would definitely boost one's cultivation. Yi Xiuzhu's originally unperturbed face was also thrilled at this moment, and immediately fell to his knees. Many thanks to father. Seeing that Yi Xiuzhu was actually rewarded for entering the imperial clan's ancestral ground, Yi Wushuang, Yi Shuiyu, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Hongxue's faces turned ugly for a while. He thought that the treasures he offered were already enough to cause the Qian Emperor to be happy, but he didn't expect that all of them could not compare to the treasures offered by Yi Xiuzhu. Don't look at this as a simple treasure offering, but whoever offers the treasure that helps Emperor Qian the most will have a greater chance of competing for the crown prince position in the future. Now it seems that I'm afraid Yi Xiuzhu is the biggest winner this time. Afterwards, the 6th Prince Yi Xiuzhu Jedi will be valued by his father. Plus the sixth prince has long been supported by a number of ministers and families in the dynasty. The crown prince's position has a high probability of falling in the hands of Yi Xiuzhu. Immediately after that, the seventh princess, the eighth princess, and the ninth princess Yi Xiaoxiao also offered their own gifts respectively. However, in front of the insights of the ninth tribulation realm powerhouses, these treasures were like trash, and the Chen Emperor only praised each of them a few times and didn't say anything more. Big brother, don't you have any treasures to offer to father? Right at this moment, the corner of Yi Xiuzhu's mouth curled up, and he suddenly looked at Yi Tianmian, who was drinking heavily at the side. Ha, me? Yi Tianming looked puzzled and pointed at himself. Yes, big brother, you're our elder brother. Now that we've all given treasures to father, can it be that you're not prepared? Fifth Prince Yi Hongxue also opened his mouth with a cold smile. Although all of them were enemies when it came to the position of the crown prince, they were surprisingly on the same page when it came to dealing with Yi Tianmian. Moreover, the chances of Yi Tianming being able to become the crown prince were minimal. One could even say impossible. But who knew what father thought? Now if we can get one person out, it's something everyone would be happy to see. The more people who are out, the clearer the situation will become. Yi Tianming, undoubtedly, was the best choice. Oh, father, my son has a gift for you as well. Yi Tianming laughed and immediately came before Emperor Qian. Chapter 14, Poetry Enlightenment. Oh, divine order, what have you prepared for my father? Emperor Qian looked interested, wanting to know what gifts Yi Tianming had prepared for himself. The rest of the people in the arena also looked at Yi Tianming with a surprised face, not expecting that this wine-addicted grand prince had prepared a gift for him as well. I just don't know what it could be. However, for the gifts prepared by Yi Tianming, whoever in the scene did not look too interested. After all, no matter what, it could not surpass the treasures prepared by Yi Xiuzhu and Yi Shuiyu. Imperial brother, you even prepared a gift? It can't be some kind of wine. At this moment, Yi Yuanming suddenly spoke out. His words immediately caused many people in the arena to laugh. If Yi Tianmian really just took out an altar of wine, that would be too unseemly. However, it was really possible that this was something that Yi Tianmian could do. Cut! Yi Tianming chirped and ignored the rest. Father, I have prepared a poem for you. After saying that, Yi Tianmian took out a piece of silk, on which a poem was clearly written. Ha ha ha, royal brother, it's not good for you to prepare anything but a poem. Ha ha ha, royal brother, royal brother, I thought it was enough for you to prepare a jar of wine, but I didn't expect you to prepare a poem. Listening to the taunts of his several younger brothers, Yi Tianmian was unimpressed. Imperial brother, I haven't heard that you are very accomplished in composing poems, so don't write a poem haphazardly and send it to father. Yi Yuanming sneered. It seems that this elder brother of his, apart from his father's favoritism a bit, there is nothing special about him. Fourth brother, this poem of mine is not an ordinary poem. You, a reckless man who only knows how to fight. Stop talking. Yi Tianming immediately countered. What did you say? Yi Yuanming was instantly furious. He had been called a reckless man? Seeing this, Yi Hongxue faintly spoke. Big brother, if you really have nothing to prepare, tell the fifth brother. I, as a younger brother, will help you prepare in advances? Why should we disgrace our royal family in front of so many powerful people? Listening to the taunts of these younger brothers of his, Yi Tianming sneered in his heart. Let's see if they still laugh when they come up with the poem themselves later. How can you guys talk about big brother like that? Today on father's birthday, whatever big brother prepares, it's all from big brother's heart. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exit and retort. Ha ha ha, Xiao, if imperial brother prepares some random trash up here, wouldn't that mean that imperial brother doesn't care at all about father's birthday? We're doing this for the good of imperial brother. You, alright, you few stop arguing, no matter what heaven's mandate has prepared, it's all from his heart. At this moment, Emperor Qian spoke out to interrupt the arguments of the several imperial princes. Seeing this, a few of the imperial princes gave Yi Tianming a resentful glance and stopped speaking. Bring up the poem prepared by divine order. Hearing the Qian emperor's command, immediately a eunuch hurriedly took the silk in Yi Tianming's hand and sent it to the Qian emperor. The Qian emperor opened the silk, at first just interested, did not put in mind, but when he saw what was on it, he was instantly serious. Emperor Qian couldn't help but read it out softly. The winds and clouds of Taishan rise up in the sky, and the heart of the Tao is like water reflecting the light of the sky. Thousands of peaks and ravines hide hidden paths, and a flat boat crosses the great river. Originally, the few people who were still ready to see Yi Tianmai's jokes instantly froze their smiles on their faces as soon as these few lines of poetry appeared. Some of the strongest people in the arena, at this moment, also realized that something was wrong and stared at Emperor Qian, crossing their fingers, hoping that Emperor Qian would be able to read out the next few sentences. The stars are all fixed. The sun and the moon are ordinary. Realize all things in the red dust, and be free and happy without boundaries. Boom! After a poem was recited, it was as if a huge Tao bell appeared in the field, the bell sound gusting and the Tao rhythms flowing, causing many of the strongest people present to have a considerable amount of enlightenment. Even Emperor Qian was staring at Yi Tianmian in surprise, as if he was recognizing this son of his for the first time. Wonderful! 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 After a long time, a strong man spoke out. I didn't think that the great prince would cover his sense of the Tao in just a few lines of poetry. Wonderful! That's right, the scenes depicted in the poem, such as thousands of peaks and ravines and a flatboat, are not the difficulties and obstacles encountered on the path of cultivation by all of you Taoists? And the stars revolving and the sun and moon rotating are even more symbolic of the laws of the universe and the laws of nature. Especially the last sentence. It is an experience of the great prince's unrestrained and free state of mind. Immediately, a strong person chimed in. The fame, fortune, and cultivation that we pursue have become shackles that trap us, keeping us from stepping into a new realm. Instead, it's the Grand Prince, with his dashing and uninhibited state of mind, that is more darkly in line with the heavenly Tao. They were all powerhouses of the supreme realm, and their sense of the Tao was unmatched in the room, and Yi Tianmian's short few lines of poetry had made their understanding of the Tao go to the next level. Listening to the admiration of the many powerful people in the arena, Yi Yuanming and Yi Hongshue's faces were ugly. They had thought that Yi Tianmian had merely composed a random limerick and were waiting to see Yi Tianmian's joke, but who knew that he would be praised by so many powerful people now? Humph, even so, you're still a waste with a penchant for alcohol and a low cultivation level. Sixth Prince Lin Xiuzhu glared viciously at Yi Tianming. Even if you compose poems that can enlighten people, so what? You're only at the spiritual pulse realm, and if your cultivation does not go up, the throne will never be yours. Ha ha ha. After the Grand Prince said that, old me had an epiphany. So I'll take my leave first and go back to my seclusion. Maybe I can make my cultivation even further. Just then, an old man Lang laughed out loud and immediately saluted Emperor Qian to take his leave. In addition to this old man, there were several other strong men who also got up to take their leave, obviously all having realized something through Yi Tianmian's poem, and needed to go back to their seclusion to digest what they had felt and understood. Even Emperor Qian was deeply touched. After a long time, he looked at Yi Tianmian and asked with a smile, Tianmian, did you compose this poem? Yi Tianmian hurriedly explained. Father, this poem was made by my son after he got drunk once. At that time it felt metaphysical. Now I'm afraid I can't find that feeling. In this regard, the Qian Emperor also did not raise any suspicion. The Tao one thing, mysterious and mysterious. Some people are still in the time of mortals. Chance and coincidence of one day enlightenment. From then on the cultivation rode all the way straight, without any bottlenecks. There were also people who were unable to realize the Tao even after reaching the nine tribulation realm, and were not allowed to step into the Tao realm for the rest of their lives. This drinking of yours? I didn't think it would get you anywhere. Emperor Qian laughed. This poem of yours? Is much more useful than the insights of some nine tribulation realm powerhouse. Originally, my father still needed 500 years to step into the ninth tribulation realm, but now I'm afraid it won't be long before I can step into the ninth tribulation realm. Yi Xiuzhu, who heard this, turned pale. Wasn't his father saying that what he had prepared wasn't as good as one of Yi Tianmian's poems? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xiuzhu felt a pang of remorse. Had he known that he shouldn't have targeted Yi Tianmian? And as a result, he now lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Congratulations, father! Yi Tianming hurriedly smiled. Emperor Qian nodded slightly. Speak, what rewards do you want? My father will fulfill all of them. Yi Tianming scratched his head and laughed. Father, as you know, I don't have any preferences here. I just like to drink. Just give me some of the good wine you have in your collection. That's fine. When Emperor Qian heard this, he burst out laughing. No problem. After saying that, he then looked at Yi Yuanming and Yi Hongxue. Yuanming, Hongxue, Xiuzhu, if I remember correctly, you guys have quite a lot of good wine there as well, so send it over to Heaven's Mandate together at that time. Seeing this, Yi Yuanming and Yi Hongxue could only bite their teeth and nodded their heads in agreement. Emperor Qian wasn't asking for wine. He was knocking them down. Who let them just troll Yi Tianmian and now upset father? Originally, father had extremely favored Yi Tianmian, and now he favored him even more. Chapter 15, You Don't Speak of Martial Virtue. After the banquet in the back garden was over, Emperor Qian called Yi Tianming over alone. Oh heaven's destiny, pay more attention to your cultivation on weekdays. You have such a deep sense of the Tao. If you're willing to put some effort into your cultivation, you might be able to reach the Tao realm. Emperor Qian said in a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian scratched the back of his head and said in embarrassment, "Father, you also know that I'm not interested in cultivation, but in drinking." Yi Tianming wouldn't let Emperor Qian know his secret. The current him hadn't found the person who had backstabbed him yet. He wouldn't dare to expose it easily. It's easy to put yourself in danger if you're exposed too quickly. I know, but father can't shelter you for the rest of your life. Even if you're not interested in the throne, you still need to have the strength to defend yourself. Emperor Qian smiled bitterly. This son of his, how come he didn't inherit his own character of hard work? Right now, Taishan Prefecture is not too stable. First there is the revival of the heavenly demon sect, and then there is a beast tide that is about to come. If it really comes to a chaotic world, no matter what, you have to have the ability to defend yourself. Father can't shelter you for the rest of your life either. Emperor Qian droned on for a long time, his words revealing how much he doted on Yi Tianmian. Father, is it because of my mother that you treat me better than your siblings? Suddenly, Yi Tianming couldn't help but say. Previously, he hadn't understood why his father was so kind to him, and why he had to exile himself to the royal tomb again. Today, after listening to his father's words to himself, the words were all about worrying about his lack of strength. Yi Tianming then realized that Qian Emperor was afraid that he was being backstabbed by the rest of the people. Now discerning people can see the rest of the several princes, and even princesses are eyeing the crown prince position. There was no reason why his own father couldn't see it. By relegating himself to the imperial tomb, coupled with the presence of the 9 ancestors, his safety would be elevated quite a bit. Then, Yi Tianmian continued to ask, from a young age, I asked about my mother's things you did not tell me. The 9 ancestors also avoided talking about it. Father, my mother she. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, Emperor Qian's expression was a bit dumbfounded. Only after a long time did he let out a long sigh. You go back. Your mother died in childbirth while giving birth to you. Father is ashamed of your mother. Yi Tianming did not believe in Emperor Qian's explanation. The secret that he was a traveler was unknown to all. That's why Yi Tianming clearly remembered that his mother didn't die at all when she gave birth to him. But the Qian Emperor had said so. Yi Tianmian couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter any further, and with a deep bow to the Qian Emperor, he left the palace. Looking at Yi Tianmian's departing back, the Prime Minister of the Deqian dynasty suddenly walked out from the shadows. Your Majesty, the Empress matter, are you really not letting His Highness, the heavenly fate, know about it? The Prime Minister opened his mouth and asked, what can he do even if he knows? Even I can't change anything. I only hope that heaven's mandate can pass through this life in peace. The Qian Emperor smiled helplessly. His eyes showed hopelessness as he murmured softly, I don't have much time. The Emperor's tomb. Big brother, it's said that there are supreme realm powerhouses within this imperial tomb. Are we really okay? Not far from the royal tomb, 3 black-robed men were lurking towards the middle of the royal tomb. Don't worry, today is Emperor Qian's 2000th birthday. Everyone has gone to the capital city to celebrate Emperor Qian's birthday. Yi Yuan has only left behind an infinite realm doppelganger, so he's not a match for us at all. The black-robed man at the head of the group said indifferently. Judging from the wisps of aura overflowing from the 3 of them, all 3 of them were actually strong people of the peerless realm. Our mission is to destroy the seal of the imperial tomb, and at that time, the grand plan of my divine sect will be able to be carried out, and the entire Taishan prefecture will be under the control of my divine sect. The black-clothed man in the lead said gruffly, and the remaining 2 black-clothed men nodded heavily. Let's go into the royal tomb. What's the big plan? Guys, tell me about it. Right at this moment, a slightly lethargic voice sounded behind the 3 men in black. They were instantly startled in their hearts. The one who could silently approach the 3 of them was definitely a strong person at the peak of the limitless realm. But when they turned around, they only saw that Yi Tianmian was standing not far away, with a wine gourd in his hand, continuously pouring wine into his mouth. You are. Don't be afraid. He's that trashy prince of the Deqian dynasty, addicted to alcohol, and only at the spirit pulse realm cultivation level. The black-robed man in the lead sighed in relief after seeing Yi Tianmai's appearance. Yi Tianmeng, the wasteful prince who was addicted to alcohol. Their heavenly devil sect had naturally investigated. Wait until you dig deeper and find out. Well, it's true that he's a drunken, uneducated waste of a prince. Since then, they hadn't put Yi Tianmian in their eyes. Oh, you guys still know me? Yi Tianming drunkenly said, not realizing that he was quite famous. Humph, don't talk nonsense with him, lest you attract the rest of the powerful men of the Deqian dynasty. The black-clothed man in the lead snorted coldly and struck out with a killing move, killing towards Yi Tianmai. Although he tried his best to hide his breath for fear of being detected by the rest of the powerhouses, Yi Tianmian still saw it at a glance. On the other side, 1 Peerless Realm 6th level powerhouse and 2 Peerless Realm 5th level powerhouses. However, in response to this, Yi Tianmian gave a cold smile. Such a cultivation, in the outside world, is indeed considered a party of strong, but Yi Tianmian did not have the slightest in his eyes, only to see that behind him, it instantly became pitch black, and immediately after that, the light around him began to disappear. An endless darkness spread out from behind Yi Tianming. In an instant, the three were plunged into a darkness, and even their divine sense was swallowed by the darkness, unable to detect a trace. Clang, clank. Immediately after that, two sounds of metal clashing were heard, and the black-clothed man in the lead only felt a warm liquid spraying onto his face next to him. He reached out and touched it, and it was actually a little sticky. At that moment, the darkness disappeared, and he stared at Yi Tianmian, who was still standing in place, with a horrified expression. It was like a blink of an eye with all that just happened, but at this time, he only saw himself on both sides, followed by his own two black-robed people. Even the head was cut off at some point, only two headless corpses, constantly gushing countless blood towards the outside. The liquid on his own face just now was stained blood. You. This black-clothed man did not have time to panic. Yi Tianmian had already pierced through his body with a sword, and the violent sword chi instantly strangled his internal organs and soul. You don't speak of martial virtues. You hide so deep. Now, how could this black-clothed man not understand that all of this was done by the trashy prince they looked down on? Unexpectedly, the other party was a hidden top-tier powerhouse. Cut. Is it possible that I have to learn from the novels and let the whole world know how dangling I am? Yi Tianming poured a mouthful of wine and collected the three people's spatial rings, and just as he was about to do some checking, he sensed that a strong person was rapidly approaching. Seeing this, he could only sigh slightly and instantly leave the spot. In the next instant, 9 ancestors' figure instantly appeared in the same spot. Looking at the three corpses on the ground, his brows furrowed. In a moment of inattention, someone had sneaked into the middle of the imperial tomb he was guarding, and it was killed. Who, exactly, killed them? The 9 ancestors murmured, and with a fluctuation in space, his figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 16, The Secret of the Imperial Tomb. It didn't take long for strong men from within the palace to arrive at the imperial tomb. Yi Tianmian pretended as if nothing had happened as he walked out of his courtyard. General Chen, Xiao, aren't you guys at father's birthday banquet? Why have you come to the imperial tomb? Yi Tianming pretended to be puzzled. Since he had met Empress Qian, he had left from the banquet, not realizing that he had coincidentally encountered the men in black who had infiltrated the imperial tomb. Big brother, are you okay? Seeing Yi Tianmian, Yi Xiao hurriedly hugged him and said with a somewhat worried tone, Big brother, it's great that you're alright. Yi Tianming smiled gently. Xiao, what's going on? At this time, General Chen, who was wearing armor on the side, saluted and said, just an hour ago, the imperial tomb was infiltrated by a few black-clothed men, and we came here specifically to investigate. The 9th princess was worried about your highness's safety, so she specially followed us here. Upon hearing General Chen's words, Yi Tianmian immediately feigned a look of horror. What? Someone has infiltrated the imperial tomb? General Chen, have you found them? General Chen nodded. When the 9 ancestors arrived, these people had already been killed by the mysterious powerhouse. Killed by a mysterious powerhouse? Yi Tianmian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his own move had not been discovered. Your Highness, did anything wrong happen to you within the imperial tomb? General Chen then asked. No, I don't know anything. Yi Tianming hastily shook his head. Seeing this, the crowd didn't suspect anything. The matter of Yi Tianmai's waist was known to the entire Dacian dynasty, and the 3 people who died were all powerhouses of the peerless realm, so how could they doubt it? They wouldn't be able to suspect it on Yi Tianmai. General Chen led another investigation before leaving. Big brother, why don't you just go back to the palace? It's just too dangerous here. Yi Xiao worriedly said. The imperial palace was heavily guarded, while there were various large formations, so there was no fear of being assassinated. Don't worry Xiao, there's 9 ancestors here. Nothing will happen. Yi Tianming laughed. After instructing Yi Tianmian some more, Yi Xiao left the imperial tomb and returned to the palace. Not long after Yi Xiao left, people were sent from within the palace to deliver quite a few fine wines. These, all of them, were all rewarded by Emperor Qian within the palace by Yi Tianming. Many of them were the imperial wines of the palace, and there were also quite a few that were specially treasured by the Qian emperor. The rest, then, came from 4th Prince Yi Yuanming, 5th Prince Yi Hongxue, and 6th Prince Yi Xiuzhu. Looking at the several large carts of fine wines, Yi Tianmian couldn't help but lick his lips and with a wave of his hand, sent all these fine wines to his spatial ring. He took stock of the fact that he hadn't really gone to his own father's birthday for nothing this time. Inside the imperial palace, He first obtained the sacred rank middle grade martial skill shadowless sword technique, and then he obtained the 9 heavenly star viewing diagram. Secondly, he had gotten some miscellaneous treasures, and now that he had gotten so many fine wines, he didn't know what treasures the system would reward. 9 ancestors. Soon, Yi Tianmian stood in front of the imperial tomb and yelled. In the blink of an eye, the space in front of Yi Tianmeng began to fluctuate, and the figure of the 9 ancestors passed through the space and appeared in front of Yi Tianmeng. What for? What's the matter? The 9 ancestors opened their mouths and asked. 9 ancestors, it's not that I've taken quite a lot of fine wine from the palace to honor you. Yi Tianmeng heatedly smiled and immediately took out all kinds of fine wines from his spatial ring and placed them in front of the 9 ancestors. Good boy. Seeing this, the 9th ancestor also smiled heartily and reached out his hand. A stone chair appeared behind the two of them, he and Yi Tianmian, and the two of them began to drink bitterly. Ding! The host tastes the bijou spring. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of alchemy. Alchemy, the host can master the art of alchemy in the world. From the emperor-ranked elixir to the yellow-ranked elixir. Surprisingly, it's alchemy. Yi Tianmeng sucked in a mouthful of cold air and immediately sensed the alchemy. Countless knowledge about alchemy flooded into his mind. No matter what grade of elixir it was, Yi Tianmeng had a detailed understanding and refining process in his mind. But even so, this alchemy, Yi Tianmeng still had to sense it properly. The most important thing in alchemy was the control and knowledge of each spirit medicine. Quite a few elixirs look similar, but they all have their specific effects and properties, and their medicinal properties differ by thousands of miles. This requires the alchemist to distinguish carefully. Secondly, alchemy requires even more cessation of haste and calmness of mind. If one was in a hurry, it would be easy to affect one's state of mind and cause the alchemy to fail. Many alchemists fail because they were fussy and couldn't resist opening the furnace before they reached the step of taking the dan. Then, he hugged the wine altar and gulped down a few mouthfuls, obtaining quite a few more elixirs, before he beautifully picked up another altar of wine. Ding! The host tastes the purple heavenly agar. Congratulations on obtaining heavy pupils. Heavy pupil art, able to see into the world and see through all illusions. Seeing the system reward this time, Yi Tianmian immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, not expecting it to be the legendary heavy pupil. He had once read in an ancient book that the heavy pupil could be called the top pupil art, and when practiced to a great extent, it could even stare others to death with a single glance. He was instantly delighted in his heart, and was ready to start sensing the heavy pupil immediately after finishing his drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Tianmian then opened his mouth and asked, 9 ancestors, those people who came to the imperial tomb before, what were their origins? How dare you sneak into the imperial tomb? You really don't want to live? Yi Tianming asked suspiciously. Regarding the visitor, he naturally knew that it should be a strong person from the heavenly demon sect. Only the purpose of coming to the imperial mausoleum was unknown to him, which was why he took this opportunity to get a word in edgewise from the 9 ancestors. Those people, all of them from the heavenly demon sect, came to the imperial tomb, presumably to lift the seal of the imperial tomb. The 9 ancestors hesitated for a moment and spoke. Unseal the royal tomb? Yi Tianmeng frowned and said suspiciously. Can it be that there's something the heavenly demon sect needs underneath the imperial tomb? The 9 ancestors nodded and continued. That's right. You should know that 1,000 years ago, His Majesty and the lords of the great powers joined forces to suppress the then heavenly demon sect master. However, the demonic aura within the heavenly demon sect master was too heavy, so His Majesty sealed him in the middle of the imperial tomb, wanting to use the great Qin dynasty's qi to wear down the heavenly demon sect master. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian instantly widened his eyes. So, underneath the imperial tomb, the one who is suppressing the heavenly demon sect leader. That's right, the 9th ancestor nodded. The previous heavenly demon sect master was extremely strong. If he was truly released, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Taishan prefecture would be his opponent. Then, 9 ancestors, doesn't that mean that the imperial tomb back there is full of dangers? Yi Tianmeng was surprised. If this was really the case, then he really had to think about whether to go back to the palace or not. Don't worry about this. If the other side attacks the imperial tomb in force, it means that the several major forces in Taishan prefecture have already been overthrown, or else they would only dare to send some rats to sneak in and lift the seal. The 9 ancestors calmed Yi Tianmeng down, telling him not to worry. And this time, the people of the heavenly demon sect, who were killed by the mysterious powerhouse, are instead a good thing for us. 9 ancestors, this mysterious strongman, who exactly is he? Yi Tianmeng asked with a feigned doubt. I don't know, but to be able to silently kill 3 peerless realm powerhouses, it's likely that it's a supreme realm powerhouse who made the move. The 9 ancestors pondered for a while, racking their brains. but they couldn't guess the identity of this mysterious powerhouse. Seeing this, Yi Tianmian said with a smile, maybe there really is a mysterious powerhouse sheltering my Dakian. He, then in that case, it's really a blessing for my great Qian. The 9 ancestors laughed. Chapter 17 Yi Xiaoxiao's disappearance. To sneak into the imperial tomb of the heavenly devil cultivator's successive investigation for several days, did not find who will be killed, and finally can only be left unsettled. The Chen Emperor could only order his men to strengthen the guards of the imperial tomb. As for the imperial tomb's Yi Tianmian, after making an alter ego of his own, he was frequently going to the Demon Beast Mountain range to practice. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year's time, Yi Tianming's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Wuji realm, and basically all of the demonic beasts in the Demonic Beast Mountain range's Wuji realm and Taiji realm had all been subdued by Yi Tianming. The numbers have reached a terrifying level. These demonic beasts, Yi Tianming all handed over to Yi Kuan to help him take charge. Strange, why hasn't Dash come lately? Yi Tianmian, who was drinking wine in the compound, was puzzled. In the past, Yi Xiaoxiao would come to see herself once a month, but now, it was almost the end of the month, and Yi Xiaoxiao still hadn't come. Is it hard to believe that something is delayed? Yi Tianmian was puzzled. Master, if you miss the 9th princess, why don't you go to the Xianyu mansion to look for her? Behind Yi Tianming, an incomparably beautiful woman laughed delicately while pressing his shoulders. This woman was named Bai Lingyan, a fox demon of the 7th level of the infinite realm that Yi Tianming had taken in the Demon Beast Mountain range. The demon race generally reached the soul-shaping realm and cultivated their divine souls, and all of them already possessed the ability to take shape. Of course, Yi Tianming naturally hid the demonic aura of this fox demon in order to not let others see the cracks, making it appear to be nothing more than an ordinary maid. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian let out a light laugh, no longer paying attention, and drank his own wine. But just then, a eunuch within the palace suddenly came to the imperial tomb and found Yi Tianmian. The old slave pays his respects to your highness. The eunuch hurriedly knelt down to Yi Tianming and opened his mouth. Eunuch Wang? You're not inside the palace. Why did you suddenly run to the imperial tomb here? Yi Tianming recognized the eunuch at a glance as the chief eunuch beside his father. Your highness, this is the letter his majesty asked me to bring you. Eunuch Wang hurriedly pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Yi Tianming. After handing over the letter, Eunuch Wang left the royal tomb in a hurry. Yi Tianming opened the letter and looked serious. Master, what happened? Bai Lingyan asked suspiciously when she saw Yi Tianming in this state. Something has happened to Xiao Xiao. Father sent me a letter saying that Xiao Xiao disappeared while she was out practicing, and asked me to stay well in the imperial tomb during this time, and not to go anywhere. After saying that, Yi Tianmian was directly commanding. Yi Kuan, Lin Yan, you guys go out with me? We must find Xiao Xiao. Yi Kuan and Bai Lingyan also knew the seriousness of the matter and immediately followed Yi Tianmian to leave the imperial tomb. On the way out, Yi Tianmian also specifically left behind a few detachments to prevent him from revealing his flaws if he left for too long. The letter said that Yi Xiaoxiao had disappeared at the junction of Xianyu House and Dechen Dynasty, and after Yi Tianming learned the news, he didn't dare to delay a moment and quickly went to the junction of Xianyu House and Dechen Dynasty. The border between the Xianyu province and the Dechen Dynasty was called the Maze Valley. Misty Valley is a natural barrier, but cultivators who enter will be lost in it. Even if they fly, they cannot fly out. Is a desperate place. Generally very few cultivators would enter the Maze Valley, and when they encountered it, they took a detour. Master, according to the news, the 9th princess disappeared while practicing, and this neighborhood happens to be infested with heavenly demon cult cultivators, and before that, some heavenly demon cult cultivators broke into the Misty Trail Valley, so we suspect that the 9th princess was most likely brought into the Misty Trail Valley. Bai Lingyan explained from the side. When Yi Tianming led them to the Misty Trail Valley, he had already notified the many demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range and ordered them to investigate Yi Xiaoxiao's traces. As for the demonic beasts, although most of them were hidden amongst the deep mountains, there were also quite a few demonic beasts that had taken on human forms all over Taishan Prefecture. Yi Tianming's order went down, and it wasn't long before a demonic beast transmitted the information over. Listening to Bai Lingyan's report, Yi Tianmian nodded and headed directly towards the inner Misty Trail Valley. Master, the Maze Valley is extremely dangerous. If we go in now, no harm done. It's just the Lost Valley. It's nothing. Yi Tianming spoke faintly, and immediately after, he only saw his pupils slowly dispersing into two, and two brilliant rays of light shot out from among his eyes. These two rays of light seemed to be able to see through everything, and all falsehoods, under these two rays of light, had nothing to hide. This was exactly the heavy pupil that the system rewarded Yi Tianming with 2 years ago, and after 2 years of sensing and practicing, Yi Tianmeng was almost able to master the heavy pupil. I didn't expect, just today, to put the heavy pupil to use. To others, entering the maze valley was a 9 deaths and 1 life jinx. However, to Yi Tianmian, who had cultivated a heavy pupil, entering the maze valley was just like playing. Soon after, Yi Tianming brought Yi Kuan and Bai Lingyan straight to the Misty Valley. In the depths of the Misty Trail Valley, this place was filled with blood aura and the smell of blood was everywhere. This place was filled with heavenly demon sect cultivators. In fact, this place is not a forbidden place in the legend. It is a stronghold built before the destruction of the heavenly devil sect in those years. There were quite a few heavenly demon sect powerhouses guarding inside. So whenever a cultivator entered the Misty Valley, he would be beheaded by the heavenly demon sect powerhouses. This created the Misty Trail Valley's fierce reputation, making unusual cultivators not dare to approach it. After the Great War 1,000 years ago and the destruction of the heavenly demon sect, this place became a stronghold of the heavenly demon sect. Coupled with the fierce reputation created by the Maze Valley in the past, this caused many cultivators to avoid the Maze Valley like a snake, which didn't allow this stronghold of the heavenly devil sect to be discovered. At this moment, within the core area of the Misty Trail Valley, a huge pool of blood was bubbling and boiling. This blood pool, which was accumulated from the blood of countless cultivators, had an incomparably dense blood chi. At this moment, in the blood pool, a naked, demonic man was soaking inside the blood pool and cultivating. The man was covered in long blood-red hair, and his eyes flashed with red light. Very demonic. The aura of his body was terrifying, and he was by no means an ordinary powerhouse. This red-haired man, named Ji Budwan, was one of the holy sons of the heavenly demon sect. The heavenly demon sect's saint son was never one person, but a full 9, and these 9 saint sons fought with each other, and in the end, only one could survive. And the one who survives will be the next heavenly devil sect leader. This was also one of the reasons why the heavenly demon sect master could be so powerful. Can you not be strong when you grow up living in the midst of killing? Where if you don't kill others, others will kill you? At this moment, Ji Budwan slowly walked out of the blood pool, and as he walked, the blood of the pool was all absorbed by his body. Around him, there were immediately heavenly demon sect cultivators draping him in blood-colored robes. How come the blood pool doesn't have enough blood again? How many of the cultivators that you were told to capture have been captured? Jibo sat on his throne and looked at the heavenly demon sect cultivators underneath and spoke indifferently. Greetings, Saint Son. This batch of captured cultivators have all been sent over. At this time, a strong member of the heavenly demon sect stood out, and as he reached out and waved his hand, hundreds of cultivators were all escorted up. These cultivators, the lowest cultivation level, had the Qi Tian realm, and the highest, even reached the Taiji realm. Not bad, not bad. When this seat's bloodthirsty grand technique is practiced to completion, the position of this heavenly demon sect leader will be this seat's. Looking down at the many cultivators below, Ji Budwan immediately laughed out loud. But Holy Son, within these people, there is someone that you might be interested in. At this moment, that heavenly demon sect powerhouse stepped forward and spoke with a cold smile. Chapter 18, The Valley of the Lost Tracks. Oh, what kind of people? Would I be interested? Ji Budwan swept his gaze over the escorted cultivators and laughed. Bring it up! As this heavenly demon sect powerhouse clapped his hands, 2 heavenly demon sect cultivators immediately escorted a woman up. This woman was clearly the missing Yi Xiaoxiao. She was originally preparing to travel to the Deqian dynasty to visit Yi Tianming, but who knew that she would suddenly be attacked on the way? And when she woke up, she realized that she had appeared in this place. It was only after communicating with the surrounding cultivators that he realized that he had been captured by the heavenly demon sect. Who is she? Jibajuan asked, narrowing his eyes. Saint Son, this person is the 9th princess of the Great Qian dynasty, Yi Xiaoxiao, who is also a personal disciple of the Xianyu mansion, with amazing talent. If the Saint's son uses her to cultivate the bloodthirsty grand technique, he will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. This heavenly demon sect powerhouse immediately explained. What? Surprisingly, it's the 9th princess of the Great Qian dynasty. Ji Budwan immediately stood up from his throne and stared coldly at Yi Xiaoxiao. For a long time, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Back then, my heavenly devil sect was defeated in the hands of the Daqian dynasty. The previous godmaster was even sealed in the Daqian dynasty's imperial tomb. I didn't think that. Today, I actually captured the princess of the Daqian dynasty. Ji Budwan immediately turned into a bloody light and appeared in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. He reached out and pinched Yi Xiaoxiao's neck. Today, let's first collect some interest from the Deqian dynasty. You, my father will definitely kill you. Yi Xiaoxiao's face flushed red as he pinched her, and it took a long time for her to say such a sentence. Ha, When this saint's son's divine power becomes great, will he still be afraid of the great Qin dynasty? At that time, this saint's son will definitely kill your father with his own hands, so that you guys can be reunited down there. Ji Budwan let out a cold smile. Today, use your blood to honor our dead congregation. What do you want? Yi Xiaoxiao was a little afraid. Although her cultivation was not low, she had always been a flower in the middle of a greenhouse, rarely experiencing life and death battles. Now faced with such a situation, he had long been scared out of his wits. What do I want? Oh, you watch. What does this saint's son want? Ji Budwan let out a sardonic smile and waved his hand. And the rest of the heavenly demon sect cultivators immediately understood. They were seen pushing a cultivator and pushing him to the blood pool. Immediately after that, the long knife was raised and chopped off this cultivator's head with a single slash. Wow! Instantly, a large amount of blood poured in and landed in the middle of the blood pool. The blood pool that had been absorbed and dried up was once again filled with blood. Immediately after that, another cultivator was pushed over. The long knife was waved, and this cultivator's head was instantly chopped off as well. As the head of a cultivator was chopped off, the blood in the blood pool filled up once more, slowly bubbling and boiling hot. Don't worry, this saint's son won't kill you so quickly. This saint's son will release your blood, a little bit at a time, and keep it with you all the time, so that you can see with your own eyes how we, the divine sect, killed your father, how we overthrew the great Qian dynasty, and how we unified Taishan prefecture. Ji Budwan's words, like a devil's whisper, rang in Yi Xiaoxiao's ears. You. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao was already too frightened to speak. As the heavenly demon sect cultivators wielded their butcher knives, more and more cultivators became sustenance for the blood pool. The blood that had originally been absorbed away by Ji Budwan rolled and boiled once again. Don't be afraid. It's almost your turn. Ji Budwan let out a fierce laugh. A dagger appeared in his hand, impatiently waiting to bleed Yi Xiaoxiao. At the same time, Yi Tianmeng also reached the center area of the Misty Valley. What kind of person dare to trespass into the Lost Track Valley? Here comes another one to die. Hurry up and capture him and send him in for His Highness the Holy Sun. Yi Tianming swaggered towards the stronghold of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and immediately some disciples of the Heavenly Devil Sect spotted him. Looking at these Heavenly Demon Sect disciples who were about to make a move against him, Yi Tianmeng did not say a word, and a long sword instantly appeared from the middle of the void. This long sword, as if it had pierced through the void, arrived in front of Yi Tianmian. It was none other than the Regulus sword, one of the 10 great chaotic divine swords. Yi Tianmian gripped the Xianyuan sword and directly swung out with a sword. Clang! Instantly, a fierce sword sound rang out, and those heavenly demon sect disciples who had just rushed forward were instantly cut in half by Yi Tianming's sword. Seeing this scene, the rest of the heavenly demon sect disciples immediately changed their faces. The visitor was so strong? Together, with a low roar from one of the heavenly demon sect disciples, the rest of the heavenly demon sect disciples killed towards Yi Tianming. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Yi Tianming. With what happened just now when Yi Tianming killed several heavenly devil sect disciples with a single sword, they also put away the teasing color in their eyes and instead became grave. Ever since the heinous and ferocious reputation of the Misty Trail Valley had spread, very few cultivators had set foot in the Misty Trail Valley. Even if there were, they were in groups, and before they could find the core area of the Maze Valley, they were decimated by the heavenly demon sect's disciples. However, a cultivator like Yi Tianmian, who was alone and had walked to the core area of the Maze Valley, had not appeared for hundreds of years. Kid, do you know what kind of place this is? You dare to trespass? A heavenly demon sect disciple spoke in a low voice, wanting to probe Yi Tianmian's bottom, but naturally, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. The Xianyuan sword in his hand chopped out, countless sword-ons flashed, and gusts of sword intent spread out from the Xianyuan sword. As a chaos divine sword that surpassed an extreme Dao Emperor's weapon, Yi Tianmian could only utilize 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th, of its power at this point. But this power was already enough to deal with these heavenly demon sect disciples in front of them. The sword chi was so powerful that it cut down all those heavenly demon sect disciples who surrounded them, and even many of the heavenly demon sect disciples were turned into blood mist without even reacting. At the same time, more and more heavenly demon sect disciples rushed out from inside and surrounded Yi Tianming. However, as Yi Tianming's mind moved, 10 chaos divine swords appeared in unison, piercing through the void and floating in front of Yi Tianming. Go! Yi Tianming softly drank, and the 10 chaos divine swords seemed to have their own spirit, crazily weaving in and out of the center of the heavenly demon sect's disciples. As each chaotic divine sword chopped out, the heads of countless heavenly demon sect disciples would fall. Countless sword chi was released from the chaotic divine sword, and these heavenly demon sect disciples, under the sword chi, or strangled to death? Not even their souls could escape. Yi Tianming's gaze was cold. Yi Kuan and Bai Lingyan stood aside. There was no need for them to make a move at all. Master's strength. So terrifying. Bai Lingyan swallowed, a hint of fear showing in her eyes. Che, where is this going? The master is awesome. Yi Kuan skimmed his mouth and said, asshole. Who dares to trespass on my heavenly demon sect's territory? Chapter 19, The Sword Comes. Asshole. Who dares to trespass on my heavenly demon sect's territory? Suddenly, a deafening roar came out from inside, followed by a suffocating demonic aura that attacked and instantly enveloped Yi Tianmin. Yi Tianming's appearance had long since startled the heavenly demon sect powerhouses inside. They didn't take it to heart at first, but when they saw Yi Tianmin decapitating thousands of their heavenly demon sect disciples like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, that's when they couldn't sit still and immediately rushed out from inside. A heavenly demon cult elder with a face like a withered wood rushed out, his aura stirring and imposing. Peak of the limitless realm. Behind him, there were several other elders of the limitless realm, each with a demonic aura that was as if they were true demons. Within the heavenly demon sect, there were strict hierarchies, and besides the sect master who was a supreme being, there were also the 10 great protectors of the supreme being realm. Next, there were the 36 hall masters, which were all Yao Guang realm powerhouses. As for the elders of the limitless realm, there were countless more. There were at least hundreds of elders like this that existed within the heavenly demon sect. You're from the Green Cloud Sword sect. An elder immediately opened his mouth to inquire, but just as he was in mid-sentence, the fish gut sword, one of the 10 great chaos divine swords, arrived in front of him and chopped out with a single sword. Boom! In a flash of lightning, before this elder could react, he was churned apart by the harsh and violent sword chi, turning into broken flesh and falling from the air. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining heavenly demon sect elders in the arena changed. What kind of strong person was it that was able to decapitate a Wuji realm powerhouse just by manipulating a flying sword, but without waiting for them to react? In front of them, there was already a chaotic divine sword suspended in front of each of them. Looking at the chaotic divine sword in front of them, they sweated coldly and immediately retreated towards the back. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were already 1,000 feet away. However, this chaotic divine sword was even faster, and even appeared directly from the void, as if it had crossed space. Each chaotic divine sword erupted with powerful sword light, stirring up the heavenly demon sect elders in the field. In an instant, countless mists of blood fell from the air, dropping in front of the eyes of these heavenly demon sect disciples. The elders are dead. Dead? In an instant, the heavenly demon sect disciples collapsed and immediately fled. In their eyes, the invincible elder of the heavenly demon sect was unable to block a random sword from the other party. What kind of powerhouse is this? Could it be a supreme realm powerhouse coming? Run! I don't know who roared, but the disciples of the heavenly demon sect routed out. Earlier, they didn't flee because there was an elder of the heavenly demon sect, and they believed that as long as the elder made a move, Yi Tianming would definitely be swiftly beheaded. But now, the invincible existence in their eyes, the elder of the heavenly demon sect, was actually killed by the other party with a single sword, and the belief in their hearts instantly collapsed, fearing that if they ran slowly, they would become like this. Escape? Can you escape? Yi Tianming snorted coldly, and with a thought, 10 chaos divine swords flew up to the sky in unison, forming a sword formation. Immediately afterward, countless sword shadows appeared. Densely packed sword shadows descended from the sky as if they were raining down on the ground. In no time, all of these heavenly devil sect disciples were killed by Yi Tianming. Meanwhile, deep within the stronghold of the heavenly devil sect, the captured cultivators had all been decapitated by the heavenly devil sect's disciples, leaving only Yi Xiaoxiao alone. What? An elder at the peak of the limitless realm was killed in a single glance? What is this person's origin? Ji Boduan uttered in astonishment, his eyes revealing a wave of surprise. Saint's son. This person is a sword cultivator, able to control 10 flying swords at the same time. He looks like a strong person from the Qingyun sword sect. The heavenly demon sect disciples below hurriedly reported, their bodies still constantly shivering coldly, having just been frightened by Yi Tianming's methods. Green Cloud Sword Sect? The strong men of the Qingyun sword sect are known to this saint's son. Those who manipulate 10 flying swords at the same time don't just need to have a strong divine soul, they also need to have an extremely strong cultivation. And the Qingyun sword sect simply doesn't have any such strong men. Ji Boduan frowned. How could he not have imagined that the Qingyun sword sect had such a strong person? Manipulating 10 flying swords, that required an extremely strong divine soul. Cultivators manipulated flying swords and killed people with their swords, all of which required a divine soul. If the divine soul was weak, it would be easy to fail to grasp the flying swords when maneuvering them and injure himself. Normally, It was enough for a sword cultivator to maneuver one flying sword, and those who could maneuver two at the same time were already geniuses, and those who could manipulate 10 flying swords were enough to see how powerful their divine souls were. Lord Saint's son. It might be the hidden powerhouse of the Green Cloud Sword sect. These power clans, they don't put their bottom cards out in the open. A heavenly demon sect disciple whispered. Ji Budwan nodded and laughed. It seems that a big fish has been lured out. Follow the saint's son out to take a look. After saying that, he glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao. Count yourself lucky. When this saint's son finishes with the people outside, he will come back to kill you. Soon, Ji Budwan was walking out and saw Yi Tianmian standing not far away. At this moment, Yi Tianming, dressed in a black suit, hid his face, just for fear of being recognized. Are you from the Green Cloud Sword sect? Ji Budwan asked in a condensed voice, but before he could finish his words, he felt a killing intent, as if he was locked in. He hastily executed his secret technique and his body transformed into a puddle of blood, and in its place, one of the 10 great chaotic divine swords, the 7-star dragon abyss, plunged straight into the place where he had just stood. Ji Budwan reacted quickly, while the rest of the heavenly demon sect disciples who followed him out were miserable. They didn't even have time to react, and were directly pierced through by the remaining chaos divine swords, churning their souls and flesh into a bloody mist. You sneak attack! Ji Budwan cursed angrily. Who comes up to start a fight without saying a word? This is so unmartialized. Is it hard for me to tell you when I'm going to do it and how I'm going to do it? Yi Tianming snorted. This holy son of the heavenly demon sect. Is there something wrong with his brain? With this brain, how can he still become the holy son of the heavenly devil sect? You seek death. Ji Budwan roared and directly killed towards Yi Tianmai. Sword come! Yi Tianmian roared, and 10 chaos divine swords quickly flew in from all directions, surrounding Yi Tianmian. Chop! As Yi Tianming spat out a word, 10 chaos divine swords directly killed towards Ji Budwan. Ji Budwan's entire body's aura erupted. Surprisingly, he was at the Yaoguang realm's cultivation level. However, Yi Tianming was not afraid in the slightest, as the 10 chaos divine swords came out in unison, instantly suppressing Ji Budwan. These 10 chaotic divine swords, those were divine artifacts that surpassed the extreme imperial armaments and were born along with the heavens and earth. Yi Tianmian could only barely maneuver 10 chaos divine swords at the same time, but even so, Ji Budwan was simply no match for him, and several sword marks had already appeared on his body, with blood spraying. This was still the reason why Yi Tianming wanted to take him for practice. Otherwise, Yi Tianming could have killed him with a sword at any time. Chapter 20, A Sword Determines Life and Death. Ji Budwan resisted a few times, but his attacks, not to mention causing damage to Yi Tianmai, couldn't even touch Yi Tianmai, and were easily dissolved. You made me. Jibajuan was too overwhelmed to resist for a moment and roared in anger. If you die here, you've been planning all these years for nothing. He didn't care about the heavenly demon sect's unification of Taishan Prefecture. Demonization. As Ji Budwan roared, his entire body immediately became huge. The muscles on his body exploded, directly bursting the blood-colored robes on his body, and his entire body turned from the original 7 feet tall to a full 3 feet tall. Countless barbs appeared on his body, and each one of them was comparable to a lower-grade spirit weapon of the earth rank. His aura climbed crazily. At first he was still at the first level of the Yaoguang realm, but in the blink of an eye, he already had the full aura of the 5th level of the Yaoguang realm. What Ji Budwan was using right now was a secret magic art of the heavenly demon sect that had been passed down since ancient times, and was so powerful that only holy sons, palace masters and protectors could learn it. Using the secret technique could instantly raise the user's cultivation. However, the cost was also extremely great and would cause one's meridians to fear damage. If it is light, the cultivation will regress. If it is heavy, it will be reduced to an invalid, or even directly die. This saint's son was originally the next sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, but all because of you. This saint's son has no chance of being the heavenly demon sect leader. Today, this saint's son must kill you. I will kill you. I will make it impossible for you to live or die. Let you taste the pain of burning karma. Ji Budwan's gaze was fierce. After the use of this secret technique, he was definitely going to lag behind the rest of the holy sons of the heavenly demon sect by a large margin, and the competition for the position of the heavenly demon sect leader could be much more vicious than the competition for the position of the prince of the Dakian dynasty. As soon as Ji Budwan lagged behind a little, he would be pounced upon by the rest of the heavenly demon sect's holy sons, dividing them up and eating all the skin left. Looking at Ji Budwan's appearance, Yi Tianmian's face was expressionless, only to see the Regulus sword slowly appearing in his hand. The remaining 9 chaotic divine swords surrounded his body, forming a sword formation that protected him layer by layer. One sword determines life and death. Yi Tianmian shouted violently and killed towards Ji Budwan with a sword. This sword was a martial art that was previously rewarded by the system and had no grade. However, according to the system introduction, Yi Tianming was clear that this martial skill was not simply a sword technique. When this sword was thrust out, it was necessary to divide life and death with the enemy, and it was a true killing move. Either the enemy dies or you die. This sword was said to be extremely powerful as it could cut down great emperors upwards and kill mortals downwards. Clang! Hu! Yi Tianming's sword, condensing a faint golden dragon shadow, directly killed towards Ji Budwan. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the golden dragon instantly engulfed Ji Budwan. Boom! Explosions rang out as Ji Budwan's demonized body was directly chopped in half by Yi Tianmian. His body was like a deflated ball that instantly deflated. He looked at Yi Tianmian with an unbelievable face. Who was this? It's too strong, isn't it? He himself couldn't even catch a single move in his hands? In the end, Ji Budwan died under Yi Tianmian's sword with endless doubts and grievances. Master, have already probed clearly. All of the disciples of the Heavenly Devil sect here are dead. 9. There is still a female cultivator alive, so my subordinate brought her out. Bai Lingyan walked over from the shadows, with a young girl by her side. It was Yi Xiaoxiao. Just now, while Yi Tianming was killing the Heavenly Demon sect disciples, she and Yi Kuan had already infiltrated the interior of the Heavenly Demon sect, discovered Yi Xiaoxiao, and incidentally brought Yi Xiaoxiao out. Senior Yi Xiaoxiao, thank you senior for saving my life. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the corpses of the Heavenly Demon sect's disciples all over the ground and knew that it was the sword cultivator in front of him who had saved him, so he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Tianmian hurriedly picked up Yi Xiaoxiao and disguised his voice, turning out of vicissitude. No harm done. The Heavenly Demon cult is evil. My generation of cultivators should kill it. Senior, please also tell Senior's name. Senior will definitely repay Senior in the future. Yi Xiaoxiao continued. Cough cough. This seed is just a casual cultivator who happened to enter the Misty Trail Valley and discovered the traces of the Heavenly Demon sect. You don't need to repay. Yi Tianming coughed lightly. Naturally he would not tell Yi Xiaoxiao his true identity. Then, Yi Tianming told Bai Lingyan and Yi Kuan the route to leave, and he himself was going to search this Heavenly Devil cult stronghold to see if there were any treasures. This Misty Trail Valley might be difficult for others to walk out, but for Yi Tianming, who possessed heavy pupils, it was nothing more than a large-scale illusionary formation, which was nothing at all. Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to ask something more, but seeing that Yi Tianmian had been unwilling to reveal his identity, he could only leave in disappointment. Yi Tianming slowly walked into the middle of the stronghold of the Heavenly Devil sect, and his divine sense swept through, which really allowed him to find quite a few treasures. I didn't expect there to be quite a lot of fine wine here. Interesting. Yi Tianming looked at the wine jars placed in the corners and put them all away in the middle of his spatial ring. It turns out that this Misty Trail Valley is, in fact, a large-scale illusion formation, and the control center of this formation is right here. Yi Tianming very much looked at the formation pattern with spiritual power flowing under his feet, and with spiritual power running in his hands. He found out where the eye of the formation was in a matter of moments. For so many years, alchemy, array formation, talisman, and weaponry, the four arts of immortal cultivation, Yi Tianmian had dabbled in them, and his achievements were not low. Cracking an illusion formation was still easy for Yi Tianming. He only saw him take out the shadow-bearing sword, one of the 10 great chaotic divine swords, and inserted it in the middle of the formation. Boom! In an instant, the formation roared, and a bright and dazzling light flashed by. By the time the light passed away, the formations within the Sky Demon sect's stronghold were crumbling apart inch by inch. Meanwhile, inside the Lost Valley, the white mist of the Lost Valley is beginning to dissipate. Bai Lingyan, Yi Kuan and Yi Xiaoxiao, who were rushing along, were surprised to see the change in scenery around them. It must be the Master's doing. I didn't expect the ferociously famous Jedi to be solved by the Master today. Cluck cluck cluck. On the side, Yi Kuan hemmed and hawed, patting his horse's ass and couldn't help but growl. Not yet. Bai Lingyan glanced at Yi Kuan and led Yi Xiaoxiao to take the lead. Hey, okay. Yi Kuan hurriedly answered and bumbled behind Bai Lingyan. When they had just stepped out of the Misty Valley, they saw a black-robed figure already waiting. Master. Bai Lingyan and Yi Kuan hurriedly paid their respects. Yi Tianmian nodded slightly and glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao. The strong men from the Xianyu mansion and the Deqin dynasty will be coming over soon, so we'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Tianming took Bai Lingyan and Yi Kuan and directly disappeared in the same place. Seniors. Yi Xiaoxiao still wanted to say something, but Yi Tianmian's trio had already disappeared, so she could only bow her head helplessly. Are you alright, Princess 9? I hope the princess will forgive me for being late. In a short while, The strongmen of the Xianyu mansion and the Deqian dynasty rushed over, and seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao was unharmed, the strongmen of both sides breathed a sigh of relief. Master, General Chen, you guys are here. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the visitors and hurriedly smiled. Xiaoxiao, tell Master how you came out. The beautiful woman from the Xianyu mansion hugged Yi Xiaoxiao as she couldn't hold back her tears. Chapter 21, Master of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Yi Xiaoxiao told the Xianyu mansion and the powerhouses of the Deqian dynasty about what happened to her and how she was saved by Yi Tianming later on. A strong man with a sword and an old voice? Or 10 swords? The beautiful woman from the Xianyu mansion, also known as Yi Xiaoxiao's master, murmured softly, could it be the old monster from the Qingyun sword sect? Your Highness, could it be that strong person from the imperial tomb in the first place? According to our findings at the scene, the strong person who appeared at the imperial tomb back then should also be a sword cultivator. And he was able to strike under the eyes of the 9 ancestors. With such strength, safely entering and exiting the Misty Valley would not be a problem. At this time, General Chen spoke. Right, there's a big possibility. General Chen, let's quickly go back and report this matter to Father. Yi Xiaoxiao was instantly excited. Finally there was news of his benefactor. Having found him, he must thank him properly. Soon, the crowd came back to the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon sect within the Misty Valley. The Misty Trail Valley's illusion formation had already been destroyed by Yi Tianming, and there was no longer any danger. Looking at the devastation and the countless corpses of the Heavenly Demon sect's disciples, many powerful people sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is it, exactly, that's fighting here? With such a cultivation, how could it be a silent and nameless person? Just who is it that is harboring my Daqian dynasty? Soon, the strong man of the Deqian dynasty led Yi Xiaoxiao towards the capital city. And a doubt just appeared in the head of the strong man of the Deqian dynasty. If the strong person who rescued Yi Xiaoxiao this time was the same person as the strong person who had beheaded the Heavenly Demon sect spy at the Imperial Tomb last time, then it would be too much of a coincidence to say that it was a coincidence. The only possibility was that the other party was secretly harboring the Deqian dynasty. In Taishan Prefecture, a mountain range was shrouded in a dense fog. In the center of the mountain range, a huge and broken giant sword was plunged straight into the center of the mountain range. The giant sword was hundreds of feet in size, and after years of erosion, the surface had long been tattered. This place was one of the forbidden places in Taishan Prefecture, the Meteor Sword Abyss, but any cultivator who entered this place never came out alive. More than 300 years ago, there was a medium-sized clan that entered the Meteorite Sword Abyss as a whole, and the strongest person in the clan was even an overlord at the peak of the peak limitless realm. But on the second day, the soul lamps in this sect, actually all extinguished, a full 30,000 cultivators, none of them survived. Since then, no one dared to enter the Meteor Sword Abyss. Within the Meteor Sword Abyss, there was a blood pool surrounded by a dense demonic aura. A white-robed man was sitting cross-legged next to the blood pool, holding a fishing rod in his hand, fishing in the middle of the blood pool. But strangely enough, there was no bait on the rod, only a hook, and the hook was a finger's height above the surface of the blood pool. Just then, a blood-colored bloodfish leapt up from the surface of the blood pool and bit the hook. Seeing this, the man in white immediately put away his fishing rod and took the bloody fish in his hands, and in no time, the bloody fish turned into a puddle of blood, which was absorbed by the man in white. Sect leader, the stronghold of the Misty Trail Valley has been destroyed, and Saint Sun Ji is also dead. At this time, an old man slowly walked over and told the white-clothed man the news that the stronghold of the Misty Trail Valley had been destroyed. This white-robed man was clearly the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. Oh, what's going on? The Heavenly Demon sect master let out a light eep and asked. Seeing this, the old man didn't delay and hurriedly told the process of the destruction of the Misty Trail Valley in one breath. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Demon sect master said, "So, this time, the destruction of the stronghold has something to do with the Great Qin dynasty?" "Exactly." The old man nodded and continued. "We suspect that the sword cultivator who exterminated our Misty Trail Valley stronghold this time is the same person as the cultivator who killed us at the Deqian dynasty's imperial tomb last time." The Heavenly Demon sect master looked at the bloodfish that kept biting the hook and didn't know what he was pondering. Thousands of years ago, his father, the previous Heavenly Demon sect master, was suppressed in the imperial tomb of the Deqian dynasty. Over the past 1,000 years, the Heavenly Devil sect has been hiding in the east and recuperating, which has slowly restored some vitality. But all this time, the previous sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect had been suppressed in the imperial tomb, and if he could be rescued, then their Heavenly Demon sect would not be far from unifying the Taishan state. After all, 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Demon sect master was the #1 powerhouse in Taishan Prefecture. Even after 1,000 years, The current heavenly demon sect's congregation believed that their previous sect master was still the number one person in Taishan Prefecture. Among the 5 major forces in Taishan Prefecture, the Dakian dynasty is the strongest, and if we were to unify Taishan Prefecture, the first one we would overthrow would be the Dakian dynasty. So it seems like it's time to use the backhand that my father left behind in the beginning. The heavenly demon sect master softly commanded, "Command down. Let him strike." I, Godfather. Yi Tianming returned to the imperial tomb and immediately put away the doppelganger. During the time he had left, nothing had happened in the imperial tomb and no one had discovered the doppelganger Yi Tianming had left behind. Yi Tianmai was lying on the chair and Bai Lingyan came behind him in a very sensible manner and started rubbing Yi Tianmai's shoulders. Looked at the side of the Yi Koan envy. When? He can get rid of this laborious life? Big brother. Not long after, as expected by Yi Tianmian, Yi Xiaoxiao arrived at the imperial tomb. Are you okay? Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Tianmian pretended to look surprised and asked in a hurry. Hearing Father Emperor say that you've disappeared has made my brother anxious. Yi Tianming's face was full of worry and he put on a very anxious look. Alright big brother, don't worry. I didn't die in a big way thanks to the Sword Cultivator Senior's rescue. Yi Xiaoxiao held out her chest with a proud face. Big brother, you don't know. I met a Sword Cultivator Senior this time. If it wasn't for him, you would never see me again. Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao's appearance, Yi Tianmian dotingly rubbed her head and listened to her chattering about the stories of her Sword Cultivator predecessors. Big brother, what exactly do you think this Sword Cultivator Senior looks like? Listening to his voice, he should be older. Do you think that he could be that Sword Cultivator powerhouse that appeared in the Imperial Tomb a year ago? Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes full of admiration, Yi Tianming laughed lightly in his heart. If Yi Xiaoxiao were to know later that she was the Sword Cultivator Senior she was talking about, there was no telling what kind of expression she would have. Xiao, you must be careful during this time. Don't let anything happen to you. Afterwards, Yi Tianmian gave a few more instructions for Yi Xiaoxiao to be more careful, and Yi Xiaoxiao nodded her head in agreement. After sending Yi Xiaoxiao away, Yi Tianmian took out the fine wine he obtained from the heavenly demon sect. It was a pity that there were only a few jars of this fine wine. Not many. In addition to the fine wine, Yi Tianming also found some pills, spirit weapons and martial arts skills and whatnot from the space rings of Ji Buoduan and those few heavenly demon sect elders. Unfortunately, these were things that Yi Tianming could not even look at, and after briefly glancing at them for a few moments, he threw them into a corner. Yi Tianming had just opened the wine jar, and a smell of wine came to his nose. Only, it was different from all the wine he usually drank, and he didn't know if it was the result of being infested by demonic energy. But the flavor of the wine actually carried a scary aura. This wine won't poison you if you drink it, will it? Yi Tianming was slightly taken aback, but once he thought that even if he was poisoned, he had a lot of high-grade elixirs and pills here. He immediately drank freely. The wine burned his throat just as it hit his throat. After pouring a mouthful, Yi Tianmian yelled, "Good wine!" Then, he picked up the wine jar and drank. Chapter 22 Yaoguang Realm. Ding! The host tastes the underworld demon wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul-devouring compulsion. Soul-devouring compulsion, it can be planted on top of the cultivator's soul. And if the person who is planted with the compulsion dares to resist, his soul will be destroyed instantly. This stuff, it's kind of fun. Yi Tianming looked at the introduction of the soul-devouring compulsion. In the future, he would not have to worry about others betraying him. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Yi Xiaoxiao was rescued. During this month's time, Yi Tianming didn't go anywhere and had been cultivating in seclusion at the imperial tomb. After the battle with Ji Buoduan, Yi Tianmian had also gained some insights, and his realm had successfully broken through to the first level of the Yaoguang realm. In addition to Yi Tianmian's breakthrough to the first level of the Yaoguang realm, something else happened in Taishan Prefecture that shook the entire Taishan Prefecture cultivators. The Great Zhou dynasty, which was also one of the 5 major powers, had declared war on the Dechen dynasty. Millions of troops from the Great Zhou dynasty gathered at the borders of the Dechen dynasty and laid down 72 cities in a row in a single day. Emperor Qian summoned his army and ordered the 2 supreme realm powerhouses, King of Jinbei and King of Jindong, to personally lead his army to resist. On top of that, many of the sects and families that were dependent on the Dakian dynasty had also sent their disciples to the border. Even many of the ministers' sons within the Dakian dynasty and some of the royal princesses had all rushed to the border. One is for training, the other is for the crown prince position. Whoever excels in this great battle will surely be of immense help in taking over the throne. These royal princesses are not little cuties, and naturally can understand this. Even Yi Xiaoxiao rushed to the border, saying that she wanted to train herself. In order to prevent Yi Xiaoxiao from being in danger, Yi Tianming purposely left an avatar on her. If Yi Xiaoxiao encountered a life-threatening situation, Yi Tianming had to save Yi Xiaoxiao even if he exposed his identity. However, in this regard, Yi Tianming was not worried. Yaoguang Realm 1 now. You can go to the Demon Beast Mountain Range to collect the demonic beasts of the Yaoguang Realm. Yi Tianming grinned and immediately set off towards the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Master, up ahead is the territory of the Fire Thunder Tiger. This little cat just broke through to the first level of the Yaoguang Realm. Yi Koan led Yi Tianming and quickly walked to the territory of the Fire Thunder Tiger. Ever since Yi Tianming handed over the army of demonic beasts collected in the middle of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range to him to control, Yi Koan had often run into the middle of the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. Other than the territories of the three Supreme Realm Demon Kings, many areas had been mapped out by Yi Koan. Today, then, the target is on it. Yi Tianming let out a light laugh, and just as he stepped into the Fire Thunder Tiger's territory, he heard a low roar, only to see a fierce tiger that looked like a small mountain appear in front of him. It was none other than the Fire Thunder Tiger of the first level of the Yaoguang Realm. Seeing this Fire Thunder Tiger, the appearance of another tiger appeared in Yi Tianming's mind. It was the first demonic beast that he had just entered the Demon Beast Mountain Range and had taken in, the Red Flame Tiger. However, unlike the Red Flame Tiger, the Fire Thunder Tiger's skin had quite a few lightning patterns on it, and on these patterns, there were quite a few electric lights flowing. His forepaws and tail were instead burning with a blazing flame just like the Red Flame Tiger. Oh, interesting, the Demon Beast Mountain Range has actually intruded a human like you, really not knowing how to die. The Fire Thunder Tiger spoke faintly, his tone disdainful. Ahem. Yi Tianming coughed lightly and extended 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, submit to me. 2, get your ass kicked by me before submitting to me. Hearing Yi Tianming's unknowing words, the Fire Thunder Tiger instantly became furious. How dare you ask the seat to submit to you, human boy? You're really looking for death. He was at least a Yaoguang Realm demonic beast, and although he had just broken through to the Yaoguang Realm, he was a renowned existence in the Demonic Beast Mountain Range. And now here comes a human kid who doesn't know what's good for him and makes himself subservient to him? It seems that without giving him a little lesson, this human kid doesn't know that a tiger's tail can't be touched. I hope you can be that tough later. 2. Yi Tianming laughed. Seek death. The Fire Thunder Tiger spewed out a mouthful of flames, with lightning mixed in amongst the flames, and killed towards Yi Tianming. A moment later, Yi Tianming patted the Fire Thunder Tiger's tail and sat on its body. The Fire Thunder Tiger whimpered for a while, hanging its head and behaving itself. No matter how Yi Tianming touched its tail and patted its butt, he obediently squatted in place, not daring to resist. For one, still like the way you were just untamed. Listening to Yi Tianming's teasing, Fire Thunder Tiger's gaze was grim. Being unruly, that takes a life. Just now, in just one move, he lost in the hands of this human in front of him. Where would he still dare to be unruly? After subduing the Fire Thunder Tiger, Yi Tianming wandered around among the Demon Beast Mountain Range for a while longer before returning to the Imperial Tomb. As he left the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Yi Tianming looked at the mountain range stretching for 100,000 miles behind him, his eyes deep. There were still 3 years left before the outbreak of the Beast Tide, and he didn't know if he would be able to subdue the 3 great Supreme Realm Demon Kings among the Demon Beast Mountain Range in these 3 years. If the 3 great Supreme Realm Demon Kings could be subdued, they would naturally not have to worry about the Beast Tide at that time. Even if they couldn't be subdued, they still had to subdue the demonic beasts of the Yaoguang Realm as much as possible. At that time, there were only 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings left, and the Beast Tide would naturally be lifted. Returning to the Imperial Tomb, Yi Tianming picked up an altar of wine and began to drink it beautifully. Now he was well on his way to enjoying this leisure time. And so, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, the Deqin dynasty and the Dezhou dynasty had fought several times on the border, each winning and losing, and a number of major events had occurred. During that time, Emperor Qian had also sent people to negotiate peace, not because they couldn't defeat the Great Zhou dynasty. It just said that the heavily demon sect in Taishan Prefecture was now stupid and hoped that the Great Zhou dynasty would take the big picture into consideration. But the Great Zhou dynasty simply ignored it and insisted on going to war. Even the remaining 3 major powers had stepped in, hoping that the Great Zhou dynasty would take the big picture into consideration. But the Great Zhou dynasty still balked, with no choice but to go to war. The Daqian dynasty could only go to war. As a result, he didn't expect that in the midst of a great battle, the 5th Prince Yi Hongxue fell, and even the Qingyun sword sect's strongest person who was defending his path was also beheaded. The Green Cloud sword sect was furious, and 3,000 sword cultivators flew millions of miles with their swords, heading to the border of the Daqian dynasty to work together against it. Back to Yi Tianming. In these 2 years, his cultivation progression was also very rapid. and he had already reached the peak of the Yaoguang realm. Most of the countless demonic beasts in the middle of the Demon Beast mountain range, the Taiji realm, Wuji realm and Yaoguang realm demonic beasts had already been controlled by Yi Tianming with the beast mastery technique. As for the demonic beasts below the Taiji realm, their strength was too weak for Yi Tianming to look at. The three supreme realm demon kings above the Yaoguang realm, Yi Tianming was unable to control them with the beast mastery technique for the time being. However, since Yi Tianming's strength had reached the peak of the Yaoguang realm, his actions in the middle of the Demon Beast mountain range had also become bolder. Once, it even took Yi Kuan deep into the territory of those three supreme realm demon kings. It was good that Yi Tianming left in time and was not discovered by the supreme realm demon king. Chapter 23 Blood Demon Protector. The Great Qian dynasty had a vast territory of 10 million miles, occupying 1/20th of the entire Taishan prefecture. At the border of the Daqian dynasty, the bodies of countless cultivators were scattered around the battlefield, both from the Daqian dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty. Just now here, a great battle was breaking out, and the sudden attack of the Great Zhou dynasty caught the Dechen dynasty off guard. However, it was fortunate that the Dechen dynasty's side had the Qingyun sword sect joining them, and they quickly repelled the De Zhou dynasty. But even so, many cultivator disciples from both sides had fallen. Are you okay? Third Princess Yi Shuiyu walked over and handed Yi Xiaoxiao a fine elixir to take to heal her injuries. At this moment, Yi Shuiyu, her body was also stained with blood, and had long since ceased to be the image of the previous high cold and clear. Third sister, you used this elixir. You were injured last time and you are still not well. Yi Xiaoxiao returned the elixir to Yi Shuiyu, with a hint of despondency flashing in her eyes. Third sister, when do you think this war, in the end, will end? Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiyu bitterly smiled and shook his head. I don't know. The Great Zhou dynasty is determined to tear our faces apart this time. Unless the Great Zhou dynasty is exterminated, this war will not stop. Previously, the Daqian dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty had often erupted into small conflicts on the border, but they had never escalated into the appearance of a full-scale war. But now this look. The Great Zhou dynasty so want to iron-heartedly destroy the Great Qian dynasty, and even the tiger eyeing the Heavenly Devil sect do not care. As for the Daqian dynasty, in order to avoid the beast tide a year later, it was still necessary to have a number of strong men guarding the capital city, resulting in the battlefield having never made any substantial progress. Even the fifth prince, Yi Hongxue, was on the battlefield and fell. I'm really afraid that if this goes on, you, third sister, and the second, fourth, and sixth brothers. The thought of Yi Hongxue's fall, Yi Xiaoxiao just couldn't help but sob sadly. Xiaoxiao, this war, none of us wanted to happen, but we, as the imperial princesses of the Dechen dynasty, we have no choice. At this time, second Prince Yi Wushuang walked over. Xiaoxiao, if you're scared, go back to the capital city first, it's safe with Father Emperor. I don't want it. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately refused. Second brother, I'm also father's daughter. I want to join the battle too. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao was so insistent, Yi Wushuang did not say anything more, just nodded and left the place. At night, the moonlight poured over the battlefield, and the smell of blood was everywhere. Your Highness, the heavenly demon sect has come. In the middle of the deep mountains on the border of the Dechen dynasty, an old man slowly said respectfully to the brocade-clothed youth in front of him. This brocade-clothed youth was hidden in the darkness, and it was impossible to see his face. When the brocade-clothed youth turned around and saw the black-robed old man who had abruptly appeared in front of his eyes, he was surprised and said, I didn't expect that it would be the blood demon protector himself who would come. That's really surprising. This blood devil protector is one of the 10 great protectors of the heavenly devil sect, a supreme realm powerhouse, with an unfathomable strength. Quietly sneaking into the territory of the Daqian dynasty without being discovered is simply easy. The sect master has a secret order that today, the Great Zhou dynasty will raid the Dechen dynasty and the Qingyun sword sect together with the sacred sect, so I hope that your highness can cooperate. A gloomy voice came out from amongst his throat. No problem, but please don't commit to this, highness. It's been 2 years and yet only one Yi Hongxue has died. The brocade-clothed youth was very dissatisfied. 8 years ago, the heavenly demon sect master approached him, hoping that he could work with him and that the heavenly demon sect could help him become the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. And what he needed to do was to provide the heavenly demon sect with some necessary cultivation resources, and wait until the heavenly demon sect had unified the Taishan prefecture, and resolutely refrained from interfering with the Dechen dynasty. At that time, the brocade-clothed youth agreed without even thinking about it. Your highness, you also know that the rest of the major royal princesses have backers behind them. The holy sect killed a Yi Hongxue, and as a result, it attracted the entrance of the Qingyun sword sect, and if the Xian Yu Mansion and the White Feather sect join in again, the pressure on us will be great as well. Blood Demon Protector said, "This is the strength of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Fear of the rest of the forces? Then if that's the case, this highness shouldn't have cooperated with you," the brocade-clothed youth angrily rebuked. Seeing this, the Blood Demon Protector lightly laughed. "Don't worry, Your Highness. Tonight, we will first help Your Highness resolve Yi Shuayu, so that Your Highness can see our sincerity. And the sect master already has a plan. This time we won't kill Yi Shuayu. When the time comes, we will capture Yi Shuayu and refine him into a puppet." The Blood Demon Protector continued. "Your Highness only needs to stage a heroic rescue. Not only will it bring Your Highness closer to the throne of the Crown Prince, but you will also be able to obtain Yi Shuayu's puppet and use the opportunity to draw on the White Feather sect." "Good. Let's do it." The brocade-clothed youth was instantly delighted to hear this plan. As long as Yi Shuayu became a puppet, then wouldn't the White Feather sect behind Yi Shuayu be half of his own power? By then, of all the royal princesses, who would still be as powerful as yourself? The throne of the Crown Prince is bound to be his own. Your Highness, just wait for our news. After the Blood Demon Protector finished speaking, he let out a sardonic laugh and his figure transformed into countless crows and flew away. Only after the Blood Demon Protector left did the old man beside the brocade-clothed youth say, "Your Highness, cooperating with the Heavenly Demon Sect is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger." "Your Highness, enough. This Highness naturally knows. Do you really think that this Highness is unprepared?" the brocade-clothed youth said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Seeing this, the old man didn't say anything, but continued. "This time, apart from Yi Tianmian, all of His Highness's competitors are expected to be gotten rid of. Should we order someone to find a chance to kill Yi Tianmian? It doesn't matter. That royal brother of mine, he's just a waste of time who is addicted to alcohol. So what if my father favors him? It's hard to believe that father can really pass the crown prince position to him." The brocade-clothed youth was very disdainful as he looked at the night sky and faintly said, "Let's go. The Great Zhou dynasty and the Heavenly Demon sect will attack soon." In the Deqian dynasty, many soldiers of the Deqian dynasty and disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, as well as other cultivators, began to heal their wounds. Many of them were injured in the great battle during the day, but even so, they didn't dare to let their guard down. No one knew when the army of the Great Zhou dynasty would launch their next attack. To slack off on the battlefield is to play with your life. Yi Xiaoxiao was also with Yi Shuayu, and the two of them talked freely about the interesting things they did in the palace when they were young. "Third sister, I think big brother is definitely not a waste. Do you still remember? When we were little and we were together, I once fell into the pond in the back garden. The second brother and fourth brother, they didn't dare to go down. It was big brother alone who jumped and saved me." Yi Xiaoxiao laughed. "Well, last time at father's birthday banquet, the poem he made many powerful people are enlightened. If he is willing to cultivate properly, he may have some achievements. It's a pity." Yi Shuayu said this without saying anything else. In the past, she had also advised Yi Tianmeng to cultivate properly, but Yi Tianmeng didn't take her words to heart at all, and even said something about not deceiving the youth. He also said that when he had drunk enough wine, he was going to spread his wings and ride the wind, and lift himself up to 90,000 miles. Gradually, Yi Shuayu stopped advising Yi Tianmian about cultivation, and the relationship between the two became more and more rigid. "Wait for me to go back and persuade him," Yi Shuayu thought in her heart. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Right at this moment, several violent shouts came from the ground, and everyone stood up from the ground, staring outside with a serious expression. Chapter 24, Leaving the Imperial Tomb. In the next moment, one could only see countless artistic martial techniques coming from the distant skies, as the vast army of the Great Zhou dynasty began another round of attack. When Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuayu saw this, the two of them were shocked, and they already didn't care to say anything more and went straight to the battlefield. When two great dynasties were at war like this, there were different battlefields for powerhouses of different realms. Like a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm would sit in the center and stare at the opposite powerhouse of the Supreme Realm. It's also a tacit understanding that each person has their own way of doing things. Otherwise, a Supreme Realm powerhouse would launch into a frenzy and slaughter tens of thousands of low-level cultivators in the blink of an eye, which would be bad for both sides instead. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuayu, both of whom were at the Qi Tian realm cultivation level, were naturally both fighting on the battlefield where the Qi Tian realm cultivators were. "Xiao, be careful," Yi Shuayu instructed. The great battle rose up and he had no time to take care of Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, took out her longsword, and killed towards an enemy. Strange, why does it feel like the other Qi Tian realm cultivator is getting harder and harder to deal with? Yi Shuayu frowned slightly after killing a Qi Tian realm cultivator. As she continued to kill her opponents, more and more cultivators noticed her. Many enemies had approached towards Yi Shuiyu, and Yi Shuiyu couldn't think about it for a while. He could only swing his sword frantically, cutting down the enemies in front of him. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly felt a strong killing intent and hurriedly sped backward a distance of tens of feet. By the time she reacted, she suddenly realized that she was actually caught in the middle of the Great Zhou dynasty's siege. Many strong men surrounded her in the center, and even the air was locked by strong men. So even if she escaped in the air, she couldn't do so. Right now, there were no less than 10 strong people surrounding her. A God's Mansion realm powerhouse? Yi Shuiyu's face was cold, and he quickly found a strong person of the Divine Mansion realm among these cultivators. Although the battlefield for the Divine Mansion realm powerhouses was not on this side, in the middle of a great battle, there would be arrangements for powerhouses of a higher rank to enter the rest of the battlefield. For example, a Divine Mansion realm powerhouse entered the battlefield of a Qi Tian realm cultivator, and a Qi Tian realm cultivator entered the battlefield of a soul-shaping realm cultivator. In order to do so, it was to kill the opposing battlefield's difficult powerhouses of the same rank. But such a practice, though secretly done by all parties, will never be carried out on a large scale. If they were discovered, then the opposing Supreme Realm powerhouses would step in and instantly kill those low-ranked cultivators in a surprise attack. Yi Shuiyu cursed, not expecting to be so unlucky as to be targeted by the other Divine Mansion realm powerhouse. Just as she wanted to withdraw, the opposing Divine Mansion realm powerhouse made his move and killed directly towards Yi Shuiyu. Yi Shuiyu's strength was not weak, and she was already in existence at the peak of the Qi Tian realm. But when facing the Divine Mansion realm, even a powerful person at the first level of the Divine Mansion realm did not have the slightest solution at all. In just one move, Yi Shuiyu was defeated by his opponent. Just as the other party was about to take away Yi Shuiyu, a long sword killed out from a slant. The Divine Mansion realm powerhouse on the other side disdainfully slapped out his palm, and Yi Xiaoxiao instantly exposed his figure. Dash! Hurry up! Yi Shuiyu was shocked, not expecting Yi Xiaoxiao to come, but at this point, it was obviously too late. Take that! With that Divine Mansion realm powerhouse on the other side giving an order, a Divine Mansion realm powerhouse immediately took control of Yi Xiaoxiao. Third princess, ninth princess. Soon, some strong people discovered the change in this place, and immediately some strong people came to rescue them. Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao were both princesses of the Daqian dynasty with honorable identities. One was backed by the White Feather sect, which was one of the 5 major powers, and the other was the Xianyu Mansion, which was one of the 5 major powers. Nothing can happen to them. But even if the powerful men of the Daqian dynasty reacted, it was simply too late. Those few Divine Mansion realm powerhouses directly took the 2 of them and flew away. Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao were captured, and the army of the Great Zhou dynasty quickly retreated like a tidal wave. Seeing this sight, the remaining Daqian dynasty powerhouses had grave expressions on their faces. The king of Jinbei took a deep breath and said, "Immediately send someone to inform His Majesty and find a way to save the 2 princesses." The other party didn't behead the 2 princesses on the spot. There must be some kind of conspiracy. The king of Jinbei immediately reacted and hurriedly ordered the message to be sent back to the capital. At the same time, Yi Tianmeng, who was leisurely sipping a fine wine in the middle of the imperial tomb, suddenly looked stunned. "Master, what's wrong?" Bai Lingyan was puzzled. "Something happened to Dash. I need to go away for a while." Without saying a word, Yi Tianmeng's figure disappeared into thin air. When he had rescued Yi Xiaoxiao from the Misty Valley before, Yi Tianmian had left a divine thought on Yi Xiaoxiao's body. As long as Yi Xiaoxiao met a life and death crisis, this divine thought of his own would be triggered, and he had to save Yi Xiaoxiao even if he exposed his identity. However, this divine thought could also probe Yi Xiaoxiao's condition on weekdays. Now that Yi Xiaoxiao was in danger, Yi Tianmeng immediately sensed it. However, the good thing was that the divine idea hadn't triggered yet, which meant that Yi Xiaoxiao hadn't encountered any life and death crisis. Yi Tianmeng left the imperial tomb and looked in the direction of the border of the Daqian dynasty. In the next moment, he directly summoned the shadow-bearing sword, one of the 10 great chaotic divine swords. Then, Yi Tianmian stepped on top of the shadow-bearing sword and his body transformed into a long rainbow, quickly heading towards the border between the Daqian dynasty and the Dezhou dynasty, quickly disappearing into the margins. The borders of the Daqian dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty were tens of millions of miles away from the imperial tomb, and Yi Tianmian didn't dare to delay even for a moment. The long sword slashed across the sky, bringing up bursts of sonic booms, just as Yi Tianming left the imperial tomb and rushed to the border. Inside the palace, Emperor Qian also received the news that Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao had been captured. "Your Majesty, it should be someone who has secretly made a move." The Prime Minister looked at the message and frowned. "I understand. When Hong Shui fell, I already knew that it was someone who did it secretly," Emperor Qian faintly said. In fact, He also knew that several of his sons and daughters were using all means below for the crown prince's position, and all kinds of forces were pulling the strings, but he chose to turn a blind eye and didn't bother with that. Your Majesty, should we send someone? Let the Jinbei king find a way to save Shuiyu and Xiao Xiao. The fact that they didn't behead Shuiyu and Xiao Xiao right on the spot means that they want to negotiate with us. No matter what the other party's conditions are, they have to save Shuiyu and Xiao Xiao. Emperor Qian waved his hand inside longingly. Understood, the Prime Minister said respectfully. How's destiny doing these days? Immediately, he inquired about Yi Tianming. His Highness, Heaven's Mandate, has always stayed at the imperial tomb and has never left. The Prime Minister reported back. As long as there's nothing wrong with Heaven's Mandate, let them make as much trouble as they want. The historical battle for the throne has been built with countless blood. The Qian Emperor let out a long sigh. Once, when he sat on this throne, he also handily killed a few of his own brothers in order to become the emperor of the Dechen dynasty. Even if during his reign, the Dechen dynasty reached its peak and even became the strongest of the 5 major powers, it could not hide the fact that he had handily killed his own brother. So, he also chose to turn a blind eye to the rivalries of several of his sons and daughters. But only Yi Tianmian, he didn't want it to suffer a little bit of harm. Xinr, don't worry, I will definitely take care of Heaven's Mandate. Wait for me, I will definitely take you away. Emperor Qian murmured softly. In addition to the Dechen dynasty, the Xianyu Mansion and the White Feather sect also sent strong men to the border of the Dechen dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty at the first opportunity after they learned of Yi Shuiyu's and Yi Xiaoxiao's accident. Chapter 25, Zheguan Mountain. A day later, Yi Tianming arrived over the border of the Dechen dynasty. He hid his body so that no one could see through his true form. With Yi Tianmeng's current strength, he was already in the second echelon of Taishan Prefecture's powerhouses, and with all of his means, it was really impossible to penetrate his true body unless he was a powerful person of the 9 Tribulation realm. But right now, in the entire Taishan Prefecture, there weren't necessarily any strong people at the 9 Tribulation realm. So right now, no one could even see through Yi Tianmian's concealment. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead and his chest rose and fell slightly. In one day's time, having rushed a distance of tens of millions of miles, hell knows how much spiritual energy Yi Tianming had consumed. However, fortunately, Yi Tianming had quite a few elixirs that could quickly fill the gap in his spiritual energy. Whenever his spiritual energy was insufficient, he fed himself an elixir, instantly replenishing his spiritual energy to its peak state. In this way, he could be said to have gotten high along the way to be able to travel across tens of millions of miles in a single day to get to the border. Is it there? Yi Tianming felt his divine thoughts and immediately recognized the direction. Swish! With a movement of his body, he quickly transformed into a long rainbow, so fast that he disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Even a supreme realm powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to burst out with such speed. MT. Kakagaki? Is it there? Yi Tianming looked at a mountain range not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly and his figure disappeared in place. Boundary Wall Mountain is the dividing line between the Dechen dynasty and the Dezhou dynasty, with the Dechen dynasty in the north and the Dezhou dynasty in the south. Ever since the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Qian dynasty declared war, the two sides had fought hundreds of times in the northern part of the Boundary Wall Mountain. Now that the Boundary Wall Mountain was still in the back of the Great Zhou dynasty's military camp, Yi Xiaoxiao was brought there, and it could be said to be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, outside of Kagakiyama, the Blood Demon Protector looked at the brocade-clothed youth in front of him and faintly said, "Your Highness, this time, not only did you capture Yi Shuiyu, but even Yi Xiaoxiao. Look at it. Ha ha ha, well done." The brocade-clothed youth laughed loudly. Just labor to ask the Blood Demon Protector to help this Highness to help me, this ninth sister, also refined into a puppet. To that time, this Highness has got the support of the White Feather sect and the 2 major forces of the Xianyu house. Still worry about the throne, is not sure? The brocade-clothed youth laughed a raging laugh. Your Highness, do you want to meet Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao again? The Blood Demon Protector laughed sardonically. There's no need. It's best not to let them know about this Highness's identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'll be sad. The brocade-clothed youth said indifferently. The Blood Demon Protector nodded slightly. This kid is really cautious, and has never revealed a single crack in all these years. Even Emperor Qian didn't know that he had cooperated with the Heavenly Demon sect. However, the Blood Demon Protector did appreciate this brocade-clothed youth. It was because of his caution that the Heavenly Demon sect was able to stay hidden in the shadows and not be discovered by the people of the 5 major forces. Your Highness, wait until tomorrow so you can bring people to rescue the 2 princesses. The Blood Demon Protector gave an explanation and transformed into a flock of crows, flying into the depths of the Boundary Wall Mountain. Deep in the Kakagaki Mountains, Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao had been locked up here after they were captured. Xiao Xiao, Don't be afraid. Father and the others will definitely come to save us when they get the news. Yi Shuiyu comforted Yi Xiaoxiao, and Mother and the others. They will definitely have experts from the White Feather sect and the Xianyu mansion come as well. Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao. The two were not only princesses of the Dacian dynasty. One was the daughter of the previous holy maiden of the White Feather sect, and the other was a disciple of the Xianyu mansion with a heavenly background. If something happened to them, half of Taishan prefecture would have to be shaken. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Third sister. I'm not afraid, and I always have a feeling that the sword cultivator senior who saved me before will also come. At those words, Yi Shuiyu was stunned, then shook his head helplessly. After Yi Xiaoxiao was rescued by that mysterious sword cultivator last time, she often talked about the power of that sword cultivator in front of herself. He also said that he hoped that one day, he would be able to worship that sword cultivator powerhouse as his teacher. Yi Shuiyu was thus also curious about that sword cultivator powerhouse, but to say that this time, the other party would come to their rescue, Yi Shuiyu did not believe it. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? He, still want to wait for someone else to save you? If that sword cultivator really dares to come, then this protector will definitely let the other party know the consequences of offending my heavenly demon sect. At this time, the blood demon protector walked over and laughed. I'll be damned. You are nothing but a bunch of rats hiding in the dark corners. If you have the ability to come out brightly. Yi Xiaoxiao coldly snorted. Ninth princess. This nature of yours is quite unappealing. The blood demon protector choked Yi Xiaoxiao's neck and slurped with emotion. If it wasn't for the fact that someone told this protector to refine you into a puppet, this protector really wanted to taste your blood. This protector has never tasted the blood of a royal disciple of the great Qian dynasty. Refine into puppets? Who wants to refine us into puppets? Yi Shuiyu immediately asked. No comment. The blood demon protector sneered and clapped his hands, and behind him, several figures immediately appeared. These several silhouettes, both male and female, each with a cultivation level that was not weak. Only, they looked, but their expressions were very wooden and completely devoid of emotion. Two princesses, let me show you the masterpieces of this protector. These are the puppets that this protector has refined over the years. The blood demon protector's voice was a bit maniacal, and it was impossible to see his expression hidden under his black robe. In these puppets, there can be a number of strong people from your Dechen dynasty, and there are also a number of strong people from the Xianyu mansion and the White Feather sect. Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao both had grave expressions. Could it be that they were really going to become this inhuman, ghostly puppet? The blood demon protector seemed to enjoy their expressions like this as he continued. But two princesses, don't worry. In order for you to be of some use back there, this protector is using the strongest puppet technique of the holy sect. A trace of your souls will be left behind so that you can look like normal people, but you are being manipulated at all times. Hearing the words of the blood demon protector, both Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness rise throughout their bodies. Come on people, prepare to refine them into puppets. The blood demon protector shouted angrily, and immediately, some disciples of the heavenly demon sect stepped forward and began to prepare. At this moment, outside of the boundary wall mountain, Yi Tianmian had also searched over. Strange, why is there an aura of the heavenly demon sect here? Yi Tianmian's face was gloomy as he walked step by step towards the interior of the boundary wall mountain. Soon, he found a cave inside the boundary wall mountain. At the moment, the cave emanated a rich demonic aura, even more so than the demonic aura that Yi Tianming had seen in the Misty Valley before. There's a supreme realm powerhouse inside? Yi Tianming took a deep breath and felt an extremely strong and terrifying pressure. However, fortunately, the aura of that supreme realm powerhouse looked like it was only around the 5th level of the supreme realm, so he was completely able to deal with it himself. It seems like Dash should be in there. Yi Tianming murmured, looked at the few scattered heavenly demon sect disciples at the entrance of the cave and immediately walked towards the middle of the cave. The heavenly demon cult stronghold in Kai Gaki Mountain had always been where the blood demon protector was located. As one of the 10 great protectors of the heavenly demon sect, the blood demon protector was still a powerhouse of the supreme realm, and didn't need too many disciples at all. Coupled with the fact that the Dacian dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty were now at war, in order to avoid being discovered, the blood demon protector only left behind a handful of heavenly demon sect disciples, while the rest of the disciples all returned to the headquarters. Therefore, in the heavenly demon sect's cave in the boundary wall mountain, there were very few heavenly demon sect disciples, and it could even be said that no one could be seen. Chapter 26, Puppetry. What man? How dare? As soon as Yi Tianming appeared, a heavenly demon sect disciple immediately stopped him. But before this heavenly demon sect disciple could finish his words, he felt himself flying. Looking down, he saw a headless body that was gushing blood outward. Next to them, there were two of their own senior brothers, who were looking at the visitor with horrified faces. Strange, what's going on? A thought resounded in his mind, but immediately afterward, he couldn't see anything when his eyes went black. Watching Yi Tianming settle a heavenly demon sect disciple so neatly, the remaining two heavenly demon sect disciples looked horrified. Just as he was about to run inside, he was pierced through the chest by two flying swords. After casually resolving the three heavenly demon sect disciples, Yi Tianming stepped into the middle of the cave. At this moment, the blood demon protector had already prepared everything, only to see him take out two pitch-black pills and hold them in his hands. Two princesses, this is a fine soul-devouring pill. As long as you eat it, your divine souls will be stripped away one by one until only the last bit of your divine souls remain. Rest assured, the process will be very enjoyable, without a hint of pain. After saying that, he saw him take out the soul-devouring pill and was about to force-feed it to Yi Shuiyu and Yi Xiaoxiao. No, don't come over. Yi Xiaoxiao was so scared that she hastily backed up and hid behind Yi Shuiyu. Yi Shuiyu's gaze condensed. Your heavenly demon sect, sooner or later, will be destroyed by us. Ha ha ha, exterminated? 1,000 years ago, you didn't exterminate our sacred sect, and 1,000 years from now, it will be our turn to exterminate you. The blood demon protector looked extremely maniacal as he grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao over. How about letting the ninth princess enjoy this first elixir? Third princess, you can enjoy the expression on the ninth princess's face. Don't worry, it will soon be your turn. Damn you, let go of Dash. Yi Shuiyu roared out in anger. But the blood demon protector simply didn't care about her low roar and made a gesture to stuff the elixir into Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth. Bullying two women. Is this the heavenly devil sect? Just as the blood demon protector was about to stuff the soul-devouring pill into Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth, a cold voice rang out. What man? The blood demon protector's face changed and he immediately turned around with a grave tone. The cultivator who could break into this place silently and without being discovered by himself was definitely not below his own cultivation level. Senior sword cultivator. When Yi Xiaoxiao saw the visitor, her face showed great joy and she hurriedly shouted, Xiao, is he the sword cultivator senior who saved you earlier? Yi Shuiyu was surprised. That's right, third sister, it's senior sword cultivator. I told you he would definitely come to save us, right? Yi Xiaoxiao said triumphantly. On the side, Yi Shuiyu was also slightly surprised when he looked at Yi Tianmian who had concealed his breath and face. I didn't expect to let Yi Xiaoxiao get it right. Was it really such a coincidence? You're the sword cultivator who repeatedly badgered us? The blood demon protector lowered his voice in a serious tone. Previously, both of the heavenly demon sex plots had been sabotaged by Yi Tianmai, so they naturally noticed the strong man with the sword. As a result, no matter how the disciples sent out by the heavenly demon sect searched, they could not find a single trace of this sword cultivator, as if he had never appeared. In the end, the heavenly demon sect could only give up their search, not realizing that the other party had actually appeared at Mount Jiguan today. I suppose so. Yi Tianming nodded slightly, and 10 long swords emerged beside him, hovering around him, stirring up bursts of swordlight. Humph, this protector just happened to be looking for you, and I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. The blood demon protector snorted coldly, and beside him, several puppets slowly emerged, immediately surrounding Yi Tianmai in the center. Is this the puppet refined by the heavenly demon sect? Yi Tianming's divine sense swept through and instantly recognized it. He had once dabbled in puppetry, and the refined puppets, if they wanted to exert the strongest strength in life, had to require the other party to be willingly refined. And while it cannot be said that there are no such people, there are definitely too few and far between. If one were to forcibly refine a person into a puppet, it would be necessary to obliterate the other person's divine soul. In this way, the refined puppet is a dead thing, just like a spiritual weapon, unable to utilize the real strength of the opponent's life. In comparison, the method of refining puppets was not as good as the soul-devouring compass that Yi Tianming had once obtained. Therefore, Yi Tianming then gave up the puppet technique. Humph, count on you having some insight. The blood demon elder shouted coldly, only to see these puppets instantly charge towards Yi Tianming. The cultivation of these puppets was extremely strong. The weakest was at the peak of the Yao Guang realm, and there were also 2 puppets that were actually supreme realm puppets. However, it was only the first level of the supreme realm. Beside Yi Tianming, the sword formation surrounded him, and 10 chaos divine swords flew out in unison, heading straight for these puppets. Boom! Clang! In an instant, the entire boundary wall mountain let out a roaring sound as the earth crumbled. Yi Tianmeng's figure flickered and directly disappeared in place. By the time the blood demon protector's shadow came over, Yi Tianmian had already come to Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyu's side and sheltered the two of them. At the same time, The several puppets in the hands of the Blood Demon Protector had all been killed by Yi Tianming, and at this moment, in the entire Boundary Wall Mountain, only the Blood Demon Protector was left. Who the hell are you? The Blood Demon Protector roared. Over the past 1,000 years, their heavenly demon sect hadn't been idle, secretly investigating almost all of the strongest people in Taishan Prefecture. But there was absolutely no information on this sword cultivator, unless the other party was from the rest of the 3,000 great states that had entered Taishan Prefecture. However, Taishan Prefecture ranked at the bottom of the 3,000 great states, and its resources were far inferior to those great states at the front. So how could any strong person be willing to come to Taishan Prefecture? Kill your people. Yi Tianming spoke indifferently. 10 long swords in his hand came out in unison, heading straight for the Blood Demon Protector. The Blood Demon Protector was shocked and rushed to fend it off. He was a powerhouse at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, and he was a powerful person with a reputation in the entire Taishan Prefecture. However, he had just crossed paths with Yi Tianmian and was instantly suppressed. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A loud roar rang out, and dozens of miles in a radius were startled by this battle at Boundary Wall Mountain. The body of Kai Gaki Mountain crumbled, boulders rolled down, and the entire large mountain was covered with cracks, as if it might collapse at any moment. The great battle between the two had alarmed all the forces in the square circle. Dakian Dynasty. The Jinbei king sensed the engagement at Boundary Wall Mountain, and his face stared. Beside him, the Jindong king said in a condensed voice, looking at this aura, it's two supreme realm powerhouses engaging in battle. The Boundary Wall Mountain is now on the side of the Great Zhou Dynasty. How could there be a supreme realm powerhouse at war? King Jinbei was puzzled. Do you think it could be the 3rd princess and the 9th princess in them? The Jindong king guessed. It's possible. I'll go over immediately now. You sit here and prevent the Great Zhou Dynasty from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack the city. The king of Jinbei instructed and immediately darted in the direction of Mount Kaiwaki. Looking at the departing figure of the Jinbei king, the Jindong king also immediately went down to get ready. Of the 4 kings of the Dakian dynasty, the Jinbei king was the strongest, and thus the Jinbei king's right to speak was also the greatest. King Jindong did not have any objections to King Jinbei's arrangement. Not only the Jinbei king, but even the strong men from the White Feather sect and the Xianyu mansion who had rushed here had also noticed the movement in the Boundary Wall Mountain. After all, at their level, if they were determined to fight a great battle, it would be easy to turn over the mountains and burn the sky and boil the sea. Peak Master, there are Supreme Realm powerhouses fighting in front of us. Could it be related to 3rd Miss? On the White Feather sect side, a strong person asked. Next to him stood a middle-aged man with eyes like eagles. His name was Bai Jingyao, and he was the older brother of the previous sacred maiden of the White Feather sect, who was also a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm. According to seniority, he was Yi Shuiyu's uncle. Go check it out, Bai Jingyao said in a low voice, and immediately rushed to the Boundary Wall Mountain with the White Feather sect's strongest members. Xianyu Mansion. As soon as she heard that something had happened to Yi Xiaoxiao, the beautiful woman from the Xianyuefu who had appeared in the Misty Trail Valley earlier, that is, Yi Xiaoxiao's master, immediately brought the Xianyuefu's strongest men to the border. Yi Xiaoxiao's master's name was Wu Balian, one of the elders of the Xianyu Mansion, and he was also a high-powered existence in the Xianyu Mansion. When she saw the great battle that erupted at Boundary Wall Mountain, she went straight to Boundary Wall Mountain without waiting for the rest of the Xianyu Mansion's powerhouses to speak up. At the same time, in all directions, the strongest people from all sides converged towards Boundary Wall Mountain. Chapter 27, 10-Mile Sword God. You, who the hell are you? At this moment, in the Boundary Wall Mountain, the Blood Demon Protector was roaring madly in rage. His body had long been covered in bloodstains, and he was already at the point of running out of gas. You're not qualified to know. Yi Tianmian spoke indifferently, and the 10 long swords continuously clanked. Dash! Snow Feather! Right at this moment, the powerful men from the Daqian dynasty, Xianyu Mansion and White Feather sect had already rushed over. Seeing their own strong family members, Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyu were instantly relieved and hurriedly flew over. Shuiyu, are you alright? White Feather sect powerhouse. Bai Jingyao looked at Yi Shuiyu with a worried face. Uncle, I'm fine. Yi Shuiyu shook her head. Bai Jingyao had come and she was considered safe. Xiao, are you alright? The beautiful woman from the Xianyu Mansion, that is, Yi Xiaoxiao's master, Wu Balian, hurriedly asked. Master, I'm fine. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head and then said, thanks to Senior Sword Cultivator saving us. It was at this time that the crowd was seeing that in the center of the Boundary Wall Mountain, Yi Tianmian had completely suppressed the Blood Demon Protector. Seeing the Blood Demon Protector, many of the strongest people in the arena were startled. Surprisingly, it's the Blood Demon Protector of the Heavenly Demon Cult. There is actually a heavenly demon cult present in the boundary wall mountain. The king of Jinbei sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately had a guess in his heart. The rest of the powerhouses are not cuties. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuiyu were taken away when the Great Zhou dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty were at war. And now there is even a strong member of the Heavenly Devil sect. Does that not mean that there is collusion between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Heavenly Devil cult? At this moment, the Blood Demon Protector saw that many powerful people had already arrived, and he knew that it would be difficult for him to escape now. This is what you're forcing me to do. Right now, one was surrounded by major powerhouses, and the only way to escape was to fight to the death. As long as we break through the other side's encirclement, then everything has a chance. Immediately after that, the crowd saw the Blood Demon Protector's body rapidly expand. It was as if it was a balloon that was constantly getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding spiritual energy was constantly pouring in towards the Blood Demon Protector's body. Demonized? When Yi Tianmeng saw this scene, he immediately recognized it as the very secret method of the Heavenly Demon sect. Back then, when he had beheaded Ji Bo Duan, the other party had also executed this move. This secret method, not many people among the Heavenly Demon sect were qualified to practice it. But the Blood Demon Protector was one of the 10 great protectors of the Heavenly Demon sect, with an esteemed status, so naturally he would also know this secret method. Only the Blood Demon Protector's cultivation continued to grow and his aura continued to climb. Gentlemen, together! When the Jinbei king saw this scene, he shouted towards the rest of the powerhouses, and he swiftly killed towards the Blood Demon Protector. Whoosh! A cracking sound came out. One could only see a long spear, as if it was like a stream of light, cutting through the void from 10,000 miles away, heading straight for the boundary wall mountain. The king of Jinbei grabbed the lance and stabbed it towards the Blood Demon Protector. Seeing this, the rest of the powerhouses also stepped forward and killed towards the Blood Demon Protector. With you guys? You still want to kill this protector? The Blood Demon Protector let out a vicious laugh, and several flesh-winged, extremely terrifying monsters immediately appeared behind him. Each of them was 3 zhang tall. Their fleshy wings unfolded like they were covering the sky, and their claws were extremely sharp. These few monsters swiftly killed towards the several powerhouses, but as soon as they exchanged blows, many powerful people were shocked. These monsters summoned by the Blood Demon Protector, each one of them actually had the cultivation level of the Supreme Realm. Gentlemen, he won't be able to support himself for long. It's his lifespan that's being burned by summoning these demons out. Bai Jingyao seemed to have studied a bit and immediately reminded the rest of them. Upon hearing this, the many powerhouses no longer fought hard against these monsters, but began to maneuver, just waiting for the Blood Demon Protector's lifespan to run out. Seeing the many powerhouses being entangled, the Blood Demon Protector seized the opportunity and immediately tore an opening in the encirclement and quickly flew towards the outside. Yi Tianmeng frowned slightly when he saw this. The situation that occurred here seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations. Looks like it's time to settle for leaving. Yi Tianmeng's figure flashed and directly blocked in front of the Blood Demon Protector. Seek death. Seeing Yi Tianmeng, the Blood Demon Protector roared angrily and turned his palm into a claw, grabbing towards Yi Tianmeng. At this moment, he was still in the state of demonization. His aura was terrifying, and none of the strongest people in the arena dared to get tough with him. One sword determines life and death. Behind Yi Tianmeng, 10 long swords kept clanging and chopped towards the Blood Demon Protector in unison. When the 10 swords came out, either the Blood Demon Protector died or Yi Tian's life died. Clang! 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 Sword chirps continued as countless sword lights shrouded into a sword formation, instantly churning apart the Blood Demon Protector's attack. How can it be? The Blood Demon Protector was shocked at the sight. How could he still lose when he had already entered the state of demonization? But he didn't even have time to think. The 10 long swords had already nailed him to the void. His body was also like a deflated ball of leather in this instant, shrinking down at great speed. Around them, many strong people were shocked when they saw this scene. The demonized Blood Demon Protector was so easily decapitated by the other party? One must know that although the Blood Demon Protector was at the bottom of the top 10 protectors, he was also a powerful person at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. After demonization, how could it be comparable to a powerhouse of the 7th or 8th level of the Supreme Realm? None of the people present dared to say that they could easily defeat the Blood Demon Protector. As the Blood Demon Protector was nailed in the void by Yi Tianmeng, King Jinbei and the others also killed the monsters summoned by the Blood Demon Protector one after another. Sect leader, you will definitely not be spared. Boom! On the verge of death, the Blood Demon Protector roared out, immediately erupting into a loud booming sound. His body, unexpectedly, directly blew itself apart. The crowd was shocked and cast their spiritual power shields in front of them. A loud explosion rang out, and only when the dust and smoke cleared did the crowd emerge. Many of them, however, had bad faces. The might generated by a supreme realm powerhouse blowing himself up was definitely a heaven-destroying existence. Kaigaki Mountain had been completely destroyed at this moment under the Blood Demon Protector's self-destruction. Many thanks to Senior for saving the third princess and the ninth princess. At this time, King Jinbei hurriedly came to Yi Tianmian's side and respectfully said, the other party was able to kill the demonized Blood Demon Protector with a single sword, and his strength had most likely reached the peak of the Supreme Realm. Such a strong person should never be messed with. No harm done. Yi Tianming shook his head and put a ring into his arms. This was exactly the Blood Demon Protector's spatial ring that Yi Tianming had taken away at the last moment. Seeing this scene, the many powerhouses didn't say anything. After all, the Blood Demon Protector was killed by the other party, so this was naturally the other party's trophy. Since the matter here has been resolved, it's time for this seat to leave. Yi Tianmian said indifferently and was about to leave. Elder, wait. But right at this moment, King Jinbei hurriedly stopped Yi Tianmian. Senior has helped out many times. I don't know how to address Senior. Name calling? Yi Tianming was slightly stunned and laughed. This seat, 10-mile sword god. After saying that, he gave a spontaneous smile and quickly disappeared into the sky with his imperial sword. 10-mile sword god? Numerous powerful people silently memorized this name in their hearts. Gentlemen, I'm afraid that the Great Zhou dynasty is already inextricably linked to the Heavenly Demon sect, so we'd better hurry back and think about it in the long run, King Jinbei said. The many powerful people nodded their heads and immediately left. Not long after they left, a brocade-clothed young man appeared on the ruins of Mount Boundary Wall. Bunch of losers. The brocade-clothed youth looked at the ruins in front of him, cursed angrily, and quickly disappeared. He had already made preparations. As long as he cooperated with the Blood Demon Protector to put on a show, save Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Xueyu, and then behead a few Heavenly Demon sect disciples along the way, then one's reputation would be at its peak, and by then, wouldn't the position of the Crown Prince be a breeze? But now, it's been hardened and destroyed. Chapter 28, The Supreme Realm. After Yi Tianmian rescued Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Xueyu, the Jinbei king immediately joined forces with the rest of the several powerhouses to start investigating. As a result, this is not a surprise until you check. In the Great Zhou dynasty, countless strong people were surprisingly all under the control of the Heavenly Devil sect, refined into puppets by the Heavenly Devil sect. All the major powerhouses had spread this news back. Dacian dynasty, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, the strongest members of the Great Zhou dynasty are already puppets of the Heavenly Demon sect at this moment. We should quickly eliminate the Great Zhou dynasty. The Prime Minister of the Dacian dynasty immediately proposed. As soon as his words came out, countless powerful people in the court rose in agreement. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Demon sect is now eyeing us, and even the Great Zhou dynasty has fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Demon sect, so I hope that Your Majesty will make a quick decision. Your Majesty, the White Feather sect, the Xianyu Mansion, and the Qingyun Sword sect have already sent word that they are also willing to crusade against the Great Zhou dynasty and eliminate the Heavenly Demon sect. Emperor Qian sat on the throne, as if there was light flowing in his eyes, and said in a low voice, pass on the decree, ordering King Jinbei to lead a large army and unite with the White Feather sect, the Xianyu Mansion, and the Qingyun Sword sect to annihilate the Great Zhou dynasty. Everything related to the Heavenly Devil cult, not one of them will be left behind. As Emperor Qian's decree was sent out, the White Feather sect, the Xianyu Mansion, and the Qingyun Sword sect also had strong men traveling to the Great Zhou dynasty. For a time, all the major forces in Taishan Prefecture went to war. Fallen Sword Abyss. Sect leader. The Great Zhou dynasty is estimated to be destroyed. Do we need to make a move? An old man with a face like deadwood respectfully said to the white-robed man in front of him. The Heavenly Demon sect master waved his hand. The Great Zhou dynasty was originally a chess move that father casually made 1,000 years ago. So if it's lost, it's lost. Originally, I just wanted to borrow the Great Zhou dynasty and weaken the Dechen dynasty's qi. It seems that this Dechen dynasty, it's harder than I thought. Thousands of years ago, the lords of the five great powers joined forces and together they besieged the previous Heavenly Demon sect master. The previous Heavenly Devil sect master knew that the tide had turned and secretly fought to the death to plant the devil's seed in the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. After 1,000 years of containment, the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty had long been corrupted by the demonic seed. The Great Zhou dynasty's war against the Dechen dynasty was also secretly manipulated by the Heavenly Devil sect master, who did not expect the Great Zhou dynasty to destroy the Dechen dynasty. Sect leader. Then how do we cut off the Great Qian dynasty's qi? The old man asked. The Dacian dynasty's qi is flourishing, so either cut off the dragon vein or kill the person who carries the dynasty's qi. The Heavenly Demon sect master paused and then said, but no matter how this sect master does the math, he doesn't feel that Emperor Qian is the one who carries the dynasty's fortune. Sect leader. So what now? The old man asked again. I heard that this time, it's because of a sword cultivator called the 10-mile sword god, trying to find him and kill him first. This person has disrupted our plans 3 times and is a variable subordinate understands. The old man responded respectfully and retreated. When the old man left, the eyes of the heavenly demon sex lord suddenly turned blood red and pierced through the pool of blood in front of him. In the center of the blood pool, there was a bizarre blood egg. This blood egg was only as big as a person's head, but it was very bizarre, emitting a faint demonic aura. When the heavenly devil descends, no matter who you are, you will have to die, the heavenly demon sect master murmured. Meanwhile, the royal tomb. When Yi Tianming left from the boundary wall mountain, he continued to return to the imperial mausoleum and continued to live his little life leisurely. Big brother, you are not aware of the 10-mile sword god senior, a hand of swordsmanship that is out of this world. Even the demonized heavenly demon cult protector can't block a sword of the 10-mile sword god senior, that demonized heavenly demon sect protector. As I see it, I'm afraid that his strength has reached the 9th tribulation realm. Big brother, you say, this sword god senior, it can't be a Dao realm powerhouse, right? Even a Dao ancestor isn't out of the question. Dao ancestor, an honorific title for a peak Dao realm powerhouse. Such an existence had long since comprehended the great Dao and could dominate the lives of billions of living beings with a single thought of countless. Ahem. How is that possible? Yi Tiannian was amused by Yi Xiaoxiao's speculation and almost choked himself to death with a mouthful of wine. If this little girl knew that she was the 10-mile sword god, there was no telling what kind of expression she would have. Big brother, who exactly do you think senior sword god is? How come he didn't reveal his identity after saving me several times? Yi Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Maybe the sword god senior is guarding you by your side? Yi Tianming laughed. Is that so? Yi Xiaoxiao said doubtfully. Alright, quickly tell big brother what has happened outside recently. Yi Tianming said with a smile. Now that the 4 great powers have sent troops against the great Zhou dynasty, father has asked us all to return to the capital city, saying that it's dangerous out there, and that the heavenly demon sect is eyeing us and doesn't trust us. Yi Xiaoxiao said. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian laughed. Then Xiaoxiao, stay well in the capital city, don't go anywhere, and during this period of time, be careful. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded and left after chatting with Yi Tianmian for a few more moments. Half a year later, the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was beheaded in the capital of the Great Zhou kingdom by a joint effort of 4 powerful forces. It was said that in that battle, Emperor Qian had struck out from a distance of billions of miles, striking a palm and heavily wounding Emperor Zhou. As for Yi Tianmian, he had also managed to break through to the first level of the supreme realm in this half a year's time, and was considered to have barely reached the level of a top powerhouse. At the supreme realm, there was a huge gap at each realm, like a rift in the sky. Anyone who wanted to elevate their realm would have to go through countless hours of bitter cultivation before being able to raise one level. It's been a long time since I went to the Demon Beast mountain range. Counting the time, there's still half a year left before the beast tide. Let's see if we can subdue the 3 great beast kings this time. Yi Tianming stretched his waist, called out to Yi Kuan and Bai Lingyan, and headed towards the Demon Beast mountain range. At this moment, the Demon Beast mountain range. Miss, if we just sneak out like this, the master won't blame us, right? Deep within the Demon Beast mountain range, 2 women were walking and talking at the same time. Don't worry, I'm helping my sister to take a look at her future husband and inspect him in advance. The young girl in the lead hemmed and hawed. Her long hair reached her waist, her skin was like gelatin. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were like 2 precious stones. But I've heard that Missy's husband is a waste of space who is only addicted to alcohol, and his cultivation level is only at the soul-shaping realm, the maid at the side said. So that's why I came early, to make him look good. Can't let him hit his sister. The young girl waved her fist and grunted. But miss, we seem to be lost. I heard there are so many demonic beasts here. The maid trembled and hid behind the young girl. As soon as she heard this, the young girl also shivered a bit and swallowed. Xiao Chui, we'd better leave quickly. The maid known as Xiao Chui nodded her head in a hurry, and the 2 young girls unconsciously quickened their steps as they listened to the roars of the demonic beasts around them. Oh, 2 human chicks. How dare they trespass on my lord's territory? I don't know how long they had been walking, but a contemptuous laugh rang out, only to see a tiger, whose body was entwined with flames and lightning, stop in front of the 2 of them. Little miss, it's a shaking light realm demonic beast. Seeing the fire thunder tiger, Xiao Chui immediately shrieked in fear. It's just a shaking light realm demonic beast. Afraid of? Scared of what? The young girl braced herself for fear and said, yeah, what about adding us? Just then, in all directions, 4 or 5 more demonic beasts came out, surrounding the 2. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chui and the young girl froze in place in fear. Little miss, These demonic beasts, why are they together? Shouldn't they be in their own territory? Where do I know? The young girl swallowed, and her heart was also very confused. According to reason, the sense of territory amongst demonic beasts was extremely strong, and cases like this where 4 or 5 demonic beasts gathered together and did not offend each other were few and far between. Why don't you guys back off? Chapter 29, Ji Jiruo. Why don't you guys back off? Just as the two young girls were panicking, an angry shout came out from behind these demonic beasts. Upon hearing this voice, endless fear immediately flowed out from the eyes of the numerous demonic beasts, and they pushed away to both sides, making way for a path. Seeing this strange scene, Xiao Chui and the young girl were both slightly stunned. The two of them followed the line of sight of these demonic beasts, only to see a white-robed youth slowly walking in from the encirclement of demonic beasts. This youth had sword brows and starry eyes, and was extremely handsome and extraordinary. Beside the man, there was also a demonic beast that looked a bit dull, with a vertical center parting, that took on a human form. Master! 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 Seeing Yi Tianmai, the surrounding demonic beasts hurriedly bowed their heads with fear in their eyes. What are you guys doing? Bullying two weak women. What a disgrace to our great demonic beasts. Yi Kuan poo-pooed and hurriedly walked over to the two women. He looked at the two women, a glint in his eyes, his mouth watering. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianming couldn't help but kick him aside. It was too embarrassing. Who are you guys? This is the depths of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, and there are a whole lot of Yaoguang realm demonic beasts here. Yi Tianming looked at the two young girls with interest. He could tell at a glance that these two young girls, whose realm was only at the Qi Tian realm, were able to come here. Where they were now was 70,000 to 80,000 miles of the 100,000 miles Demon Beast Mountain Range. In this place, all of them were Yaoguang realm demonic beasts, and they were very close to the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings within the Taishan Prefecture. Other than those Supreme Realm powerhouses, very few cultivators went this deep. Even those Yaoguang realm powerhouses wouldn't dare to walk to this place. If one was not careful and was discovered by a Supreme Realm Demon King, then one could not even run away. As for Qi Tian realm cultivators, it was impossible for them to walk here, and they were found and finished off by the demonic beasts just as soon as they went deeper into the demonic beast mountain range. The two of them were able to walk here, and it was not known whether they were lucky or had other means. My name is Ji Jiruo. Her name is Xiao Chui. We accidentally got lost and came in by mistake. The young girl in the lead hurriedly said. By mistake? Yi Tianming was slightly surprised. Could it be that you guys haven't encountered any demonic beasts along the way? There is. Aren't you guys? Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming lamented in his heart. These two women. They were really lucky. Deep into the Demon Beast Mountain Range for 70,000 to 80,000 miles. He surprisingly didn't encounter the rest of the demonic beasts, and as soon as he encountered a demonic beast, he came to himself. This place is dangerous. You guys should leave. Seeing that there was nothing suspicious about the two of them, Yi Tianming faintly spoke. That. Xiao Chui swallowed her saliva and said, Senior, there are so many demonic beasts in this mountain range. It seems like we can't get out now. Hearing this, Yi Tianming nodded. The other party didn't meet any demonic beasts when they came in. It didn't mean that they couldn't meet any when they went out. One might as well be the good guy and send the other out. Yi Tianming looked at the Fire Thunder Tiger on the side. Send them out of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Understood, Master. The Fire Thunder Tiger let out a low roar and came forward, about to take Ji Jiruo and Xiao Chui away. Don't! Suddenly, Ji Jiruo hurriedly stopped it, then looked at Yi Tianming and said, Senior, I'm afraid of these demonic beasts. Can you send us out? Yi Tianming. Don't worry, with my orders, they won't dare do anything to you. Yi Tianming directly refused. He had come to the Demon Beast Mountain Range for something big. Sending people away from the Demon Beast Mountain Range, the small matter still needs to be done by oneself. Then what are these demon beasts that one has taken in? What are they for? However, when Ji Jiruo and Xiao Chui saw the ferocious gaze of the Fire Thunder Tiger, the two of them were still trembling a little in fear. Senior, can you let us follow you first? Whenever you leave the Demon Beast Mountain Range, just bring us along on your way. Xiao Chui hurriedly opened her mouth. Although he didn't know what Yi Tianming's identity was, but it didn't seem like he should be a bad guy now. Moreover, with so many Yaoguang realm demonic beasts submitting under him, their strength was definitely extremely strong. By following him, safety was definitely guaranteed in this Demon Beast Mountain Range. It was better than having a demonic beast that looked vicious and might eat them at any time. Follow whatever you guys want, but follow me. I don't care if you live or die. Yi Tianming looked the two men up and down. ignored the two men and started walking towards the depths of the Demon Beast mountain range. Seeing this, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui were delighted and hurriedly followed behind Yi Tianming carefully. That's Senior. All these demonic beasts were collected by you? Yes, Senior. Then what is your cultivation level to be able to take in such a strong demonic beast? It's at least at the supreme realm, right? Ji Zhirua grew her mouth full of surprise. One must know that although the human race and the demon race were not so much as to say that there was some kind of deep hatred and a situation of immortality, but to make the demon race submit to the human race, especially this kind of demon race in the wild, that was never possible. The human race used the demon race as its own whetstone, but how could the demon race not use the human race as its own pedal? The human race was taking the demon race to practice, and the demon race was also taking the human race to practice, and the youth in front of him had actually subdued a large number of Yaoguang realm demon race. Its strength, just how strong must it be? Senior, what's your name? Which power is it? Ji Zhirua was filled with curiosity about Yi Tianming and kept asking, don't you ever feel like you have a lot of questions? If you keep asking so many questions, do you believe I'll let them eat you? Yi Tianming said coldly, not forgetting to point at the demonic beasts behind him, causing Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui both to immediately shiver in fear. Elder, don't mind it, miss. She doesn't have any bad intentions. Xiao Chui hurriedly stood out and blocked in front of Ji Zhirua, as if she was truly afraid that Yi Tianming would order the demonic beasts behind her to eat Ji Zhirua. Seeing that the two had subsided, Yi Tianming then continued to go deeper towards the interior of the Demon Beast mountain range. By the way, Senior, do you know about the Deqian dynasty? After walking for not long, Ji Zhirua couldn't help but ask again. However, upon hearing her words, Yi Tianming was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at her. I won't ask. Seeing Yi Tianming's appearance, Ji Zhirua thought that the other party was angry and hurriedly closed her mouth. No. Yi Tianming nodded. Great. Seeing that the other party wasn't angry, Ji Zhirua added, we are traveling to the Deqian dynasty this time to look for my sister's fiancé, and I have to help my sister examine the situation in advance. But Senior, you may not know my sister's fiancé. I heard that. My sister's fiancé is a waste of space who can't cultivate and is not good in that area. I can't let my sister fall into his hands. Hearing Ji Zhirua's extremely low opinion of her sister's fiancé, Yi Tianming couldn't help but be curious. What kind of a tenfold asshole could have drawn such criticism from his mother's family? By the way, your sister's fiancé, what's his name? Which family's disciple? Make you guys hate him so much? Yi Tianming couldn't help but ask. Chapter 30, Submission. Oh, him, he's the great prince of the Great Qian dynasty. Seems to be called something like Yi Tianmian. Yi Tianmian, who was just walking in front, almost stumbled and fell when he heard Ji Zhirua's reply. Even the demonic beasts that followed behind were all dumbfounded in their eyes, suspecting that they had heard wrong. He's not. On the side, Yi Kuan just wanted to say something, but he was glared over by Yi Tianmian with a hard look. Frightened, Yi Kuan hastily covered his mouth. Seeing this scene, Ji Zhirua scratched her head and said with some confusion, What? Elder, you know him? Not recognizable. Yi Tianming gently smiled and shook his head. I knew it. How could someone as powerful as Senior know this loser? Ji Zhirua smiled and said, I heard that this Great Qian dynasty's great prince, or a wine-loving drunkard, especially likes to drink wine made from the blood of young girls. If I let this young lady see it, I must let him have a good taste of bitterness. Ji Zhirua was chattering away while Yi Tianming had long since fallen into deep thought. When did he, himself, have a fiancé? How is it that the person in question doesn't know about this? No, I have to ask father when I get back. As for what Ji Zhirua said about herself, rumor, absolute rumor. Who the hell made up that rumor? If he knew who was out there blindly spreading his reputation, he would not be spared. Which sect are you disciples of and how are you related to Yi Tianmian? Yi Tianming asked with a smile. We're from the Ji family. Ji Zhirua held her head high, as if she was extremely proud of being a disciple of the Ji family. Ji family? Yi Tianming frowned. It seemed like there was no such family in Taishan Prefecture. Senior, it's understandable that you don't know. Our Ji family isn't in the Taishan Prefecture. It's in the Kanglan Prefecture next door. Ji Zhirua explained. Kanglan Prefecture? Yi Tianming murmured in a low voice. He had heard of Kanglan Prefecture, which was right next to Taishan Prefecture, but he had no idea about the situation of the forces above Kanglan Prefecture. I don't know how my father got involved with the forces of Kanglan State. I have to go back and question them. Master, ahead is the territory of the three great demon kings. It wasn't long before the Fire Thunder Tiger came forward and reminded with a low growl. Yi Tianming looked at the three peaks in front of him and nodded slightly. These three peaks were the territories of the three supreme realm demon kings. It was like three giant swords, plunging straight into the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Yi Kuan, let's go. Yi Tianming entered the Demon Beast Mountain Range this time in order to subdue the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings. There was still half a year to go before the Beast Tide, and since he had subdued the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings, it was just as well that he had settled the Beast Tide ahead of time. This time, however, he only brought Yi Kuan over. Wait, Elder, I'll follow you. Ji Zhirua glanced at the many demonic beasts around her with fierce gazes and intense fury, and hurriedly opened her mouth. Seeing this, Yi Tianmeng just faintly said, "If something happens later, I won't have the time to take care of you." After saying that, he directly headed towards the territory where the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings were located. Ji Zhirua looked at it, clenched her teeth, and immediately followed. She would rather go on an adventure than be with these demonic beasts that could eat her at any time. "Miss, wait for me," Xiao Chui hurriedly shouted and followed Ji Zhirua. Soon, the 3 people and 1 demon stepped into the territory of the 3 major demon kings. A human broke in. The strongest is only the Qi Tian realm. This human, how can he come here? It seems like there's also the scent of a demon race. When Yi Tianming's few people stepped into the territory of the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings, the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings immediately noticed. His figure, floating above 10,000 miles of altitude, was coldly staring at Yi Tianming and several people below. What's wrong with the rest of the demon clans? Just let these people in? Thunder, one of the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings, was a bit dissatisfied. As the masters of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, they had always been the only ones to trespass into the human race's territory. But which human race had trespassed into their territory? In Thunder's opinion, the human race were all nothing more than rations for the demon race, and it would be fine if they let the strongest of the human race break in. But a bunch of human ants dare to barge in? It's just an ant. Just kill it. One of the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings, Spectre, spoke faintly. Don't act rashly yet. It might not be simple for them to come here. Blazing Flame spoke. Kill me? You guys aren't qualified. But just as they were about to make their move, an indifferent voice sounded in the middle of their minds. The 3 great demon kings instantly changed in color and stared dead at Yi Tianmian and the others below. He only saw that Yi Tianmeng was looking up at the sky, and the end of his gaze was exactly 10,000 miles up in the sky where the 3 great demon kings were. Who are you? Dare to break into the Demon Beast Mountain Range? Thunder was an acute person. Seeing that he had been discovered by Yi Tianming, he directly rushed towards the bottom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and in front of Yi Tianmeng and the others, a deep pit tens of feet in circumference was smashed out. In the middle of the deep pit, a man with lightning wrapped around his body and exploding muscles appeared. He was, indeed, the incarnation of Thunder, one of the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings. As Thunder appeared, Blazing Flame and Spectre also appeared in front of him instantly. The Spectre was a black-robed man in a black robe whose face could not be seen. Blaze, on the other hand, was a man with fiery red hair and eyes that glowed with fire. The demonic aura on the 3 of them was incredibly dense, and their pressure was terrifying. At this moment, emanating out, the entire Demon Beast Mountain Range was shrouded under the pressure of the 3. Outside, those demonic beasts felt the aura of the 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings, and many of them were scared to death. I believe that the 3 of you are the Blazing Flame Demon King, the Underworld Demon King, and the Thunder Demon King? When Yi Tianmeng saw the 3 of them, he smiled gently, not caring. But on the side, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui, when they saw the 3 people, oh no, the 3 demons, both of them couldn't help but shiver straight away. Where had they ever seen a demonic beast of the Supreme Realm? And these 3 demonic beasts, none of them looked like they were good to be messed with. Could the senior in front of him be the opponent's opponent? Who the hell are you to trespass on our territory? The Thunder Demon King roared, and in the sky, there was even thunder falling, like a heavenly punishment. Thunder! On the side, Blazing Flame stopped him and looked at Yi Tianmian. It is exactly us. I wonder if you have come. What is the reason for your visit? Compared to Thunder, Blaze was much more thoughtful. In the outside world of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, there were at least tens of thousands of demonic beasts. But the fact that the other party was able to come here unharmed meant that the other party was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The proper etiquette is still required. I still prefer the Blazing Flame Demon King. Knows his stuff, unlike the silly big guy next to him. Yi Tianming laughed when he saw the Blazing Flame Demon King. Asshole! What did you say? Thunder instantly fumed. Fellow Daoist, there's no need to beat around the bush. What's the matter here? Let's get right to the point. The Underworld Demon King opened his mouth. His voice could not be heard as male or female. It was very ethereal, as if it could take in the heart. I didn't expect the Demon King of the Underworld to be an open-minded person. Yi Tianming laughed. Then I won't beat around the bush. My purpose is simple. I'm here to make the three of you submit under me. If the three of you agree, the benefits will naturally be many. Speaking here, Yi Tiannian paused for a moment. If you don't agree, today, there will be no more Demon King in the Demon Beast mountain range. Yi Tiannian's words were very domineering, threatening the other party to submit as soon as he came up. If they don't submit, today is the day the three great Demon Kings die. This scared the side of Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui. Little heart cannot stop jumping out. They had thought that Yi Tiannian had just come over to negotiate with the three great Demon Kings, but they hadn't expected Yi Tiannian to want to subdue the three great Demon Kings. Was he really a match for the three great Demon Kings? It was fine if they were, but if they weren't, then they would have to become the dish of the three great Demon Kings. At this point, Ji Zhirua wanted to cry. She had known that this was the result. It would have been better to stay outside and follow those demonic beasts. Chapter 31, Lord Yekuan. I make you submit to me. Yi Tianming's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the ears of the three major demon kings. For a while, even they were frozen in place, wondering if they had heard wrong. Suddenly came a human race and then made the three of them submit to him. If you don't submit, you'll kill the three demons? Who on earth gave this human race so much courage? Even Emperor Qian didn't dare to make the three great demon kings submit. Who? In a moment, the Thunder Demon King roared, and the roar spread throughout the entire Demon Beast mountain range. The demonic beasts in the Demon Beast mountain range all trembled under this roar. Want this king to submit to you? How dare you? The Thunder Demon King was an acute person. His body's berserk pressure was released and instantly enveloped towards Yi Tianmai. Yi Tianming's gaze condensed, and with a wave of his hand, the pressure emanating from the Thunder Demon King was instantly dissipated into thin air. Seeing this scene, the three major demon kings' gazes stagnated. The other party's strength was not weaker than theirs. Fellow Daoist, we three are at least one party's hegemon. If you need our help for anything, we will definitely help you when we can. But the moment you come up here and make us submit, you're not putting us too much in your eyes, are you? Blaze's voice was low. He was not as impulsive as Thunder. The fact that the other party had easily dissolved Thunder's pressure meant that the other party was not weak, and Blaze was not willing to mess with a strong person of the same level as himself. However, as the king of the Demon Beast mountain range, even in the demon race, the three of them were not considered weak. Wanting to make yourself subservient to the human race, how could that be possible? Strong men have their dignity. If the rest of the demon race knew that the three of them had submitted to the human race, they would definitely attract the mocking ostracism of the rest of the demon race. Seeing that both sides were full of gunpowder, Ji Zhirua hurriedly pulled on Yi Tiannian's clothes and whispered, "Senior, why don't we leave first?" She was now afraid that the three major demon kings on the opposite side would storm out. At that time, even the aftermath of a battle between supreme realm powerhouses would be able to destroy her soul. Yi Tianming ignored her and instead said indifferently, "Don't worry, following me won't make you suffer." Yi Tianming let out a light laugh, his gaze looking towards Blazing Flame. "You have a trace of Qilin bloodline in you. Follow me and I guarantee that you will be able to completely awaken this trace of bloodline, and even a return of the bloodline to its ancestor is not unlikely." Hearing Yi Tiannian's promise, Blazing Flame ignored it. Awakening an ancient bloodline was almost impossible without the help of heaven-defying treasures, not to mention the even harder bloodline return. Bloodline rejuvenation was a way to bring Blazing Flame infinitely close to the Qilin bloodline. He didn't believe that the human race in front of him had this ability. "Blaze, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Could it be that the three of us were still no match for him?" Thunder was furious, and his voice spread throughout the entire Demon Beast mountain range, only to see countless demonic beasts in the Demon Beast mountain range rushing over from all directions. As the king of the Demon Beast mountain range, all the demonic beasts in the Demon Beast mountain range needed to come regularly to pay tribute and pay homage while responding to the call of the three great demon kings. Just now, Thunder was the one who summoned all the demonic beasts above the Taiji realm and the Demonic Beast mountain range, preparing to surround Yi Tiannian together. Looking at the dense, sky-covering demonic beasts in the sky, the corner of Yi Tianming's mouth curled slightly. "Do you think that they still take orders from you? What do you mean?" Thunder's eyes revealed a hint of doubt, but what happened in the next moment caused the three great demon kings' faces to change drastically. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master," only to see the demonic beasts roaming the sky, bowing respectfully to Yi Tianmai. Many of them stood behind Yi Tianmai with respectful eyes. "What? How? This is all the demonic beasts in the Demonic Beast mountain range above the Taiji realm, all of which you've taken in." The three great demon kings' faces were shocked beyond measure. This mountain range of demonic beasts has always been in their grasp. When were all these demonic beasts subdued by the human race in front of them? You guys dare to submit to the human race. Do you guys even give up the dignity of the demon race? The Thunder Demon King roared, and his pressure spread throughout the entire Demon Beast mountain range. Upon hearing this, the many demonic beasts in the arena had complex expressions. Lord Demon King, the master is amazingly talented. Following him, our lineage of demons will have a way out. Yes, Lord Demon King, not only us, even Lord Yi Koen, all submit to our master. At this time, a demonic beast in the field exited. Asshole, as a demon race, how dare you submit to the human race? The face of your ancestors has been disgraced. The Thunder Demon King was enraged. Lord Yekuan, however, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King discovered something strange in the mouth of this demon race. Anyone who can be called Lord must not be weak, and the three great demon kings must know that. But in their impression, there wasn't a demonic beast called Yi Koen. Cluck cluck cluck, my lord, it's Lord Yi Koen. On the side, as soon as Yi Koen heard his name, he realized that this was a good opportunity for him to pretend. He was seen transforming into a giant bird that covered the sky and appeared before the eyes of the demons. Yi Koen's figure was extremely large, with his wings spreading out, exceeding the size of 100 feet, and his body was not in the least bit smaller than that of the three great demon kings' main bodies. The aura of the ancient divine beast by Fawn emanated from Yi Koen's body, causing the surrounding demon clans to tremble under this aura. Even the three major demon kings such as Blazing Flame were forced to resist under this aura. It's you! Sensing this aura, Blazing Flame's face changed. This aura was clearly the aura of the mysterious demon race whose bloodline was extremely pure that he had felt earlier. Even the Underworld Demon King and the Thunder Demon King were staring at Yi Koen with horrified gazes at this moment. A demonic beast with such a strong bloodline. They had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. In front of Yi Koen, their hearts trembled immensely, and they couldn't even raise their minds to resist. Miss, what kind of demonic beast is this? On the side, Xiao Chui swallowed, her face full of horror. Ji Zhirua's body was also trembling slightly at the moment. When Yi Koen had taken human form before, she had thought it was an ordinary demonic beast. But when Yi Koen transformed into his original body, the pressure alone made her gasp for breath. Lord Demon King, Lord Yi Koen, as you can see, the bloodline is extremely strong. If such a strong person submits to his master, it's not wrong for us to submit to our master. At that moment, the demonic beast prostrated itself on the ground and said in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, the three great demon kings were also in deep thought. Together with Yi Koen, the three of them might not really be a match for each other. I'll give the three of you one last chance. Submission or death? Yi Tianming slowly spoke. Submission? If you want to make this king submit, then you have to show your skills. Don't think that you can make this king submit by relying on others. The Thunder Demon King roared. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning and quickly attacked towards Yi Tianming. As long as he killed Yi Tianming, he would still be the king of the Demon Beast mountain range. Thunder! Stop! On the side, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King's faces changed drastically. The Thunder Demon King's outburst was beyond their expectations. The Thunder Demon King was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Tianming. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, thunderclouds were densely covered, and a huge tree-thick lightning bolt fell from the surroundings with astonishing power. When the surrounding demonic beasts saw this scene, they retreated. The battles of Supreme Realm powerhouses were not something they could participate in. The body that Yi Koen had transformed into looked at the Thunder Demon King, unmoved. After his wings curled up Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui and protected them, his gaze was fixed on the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King, preventing them from joining the battlefield. It seems that today, the demon must be killed. Chapter 32, Subduing the Two Great Demon Kings. It seems that today, the demon must be killed. Yi Tianmian murmured, and 10 long swords emerged in the sky above the Demon Beast mountain range, forming a sword formation. The 10 long swords swiftly killed towards the Thunder Demon King, blocking all the routes the Thunder Demon King could take to escape. The speed of the long sword was extremely fast, and the Thunder Demon King didn't even react before the Xian Yuan sword was the first to pierce through his body. Boom! Boom! Rumble! 10 roars that resounded through the heavens and earth rang out, and the Thunder Demon King's body was nailed in the middle of the void by 10 divine swords in unison. How is that possible? The Thunder Demon King's eyes showed panic. He originally thought to try Yi Tianmian's strength. If he was unbeatable, then it would not be too late to submit. If Yi Tianmai was not his opponent, then he would take the opportunity to behead Yi Tianmai. But what he didn't expect was that in just one move, he had lost to Yi Tianming. Yi Koen! Yi Tianming whispered towards Yi Koen. Yi Koen immediately understood, only to see him open his huge beak and swallow the Thunder Demon King in one bite. This is a demonic beast of the Supreme Realm. Its entire body is a treasure, but it is a great tonic. Soon, the smoke cloud dissipated and Yi Tianming landed in front of the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king. His voice was disdainful. Both of you, do you also want to follow the example of the thunder demon king? The blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Do they have a choice now? Of the three major demon kings, the blazing flame demon king was the strongest, followed by the underworld demon king, and the thunder demon king was the weakest. But even if the thunder demon king was the weakest, the blazing flame demon king couldn't defeat the thunder demon king with a single move, or even decapitate the thunder demon king. Yi Tianmian, however, had done it, which meant that Yi Tianmian's strength was much stronger than his own. The blazing flame demon king understood that if he refused to submit, he was afraid that in the next moment, the 10 long swords suspended in the void would be able to instantly decapitate him. Only the blazing flame demon king stepped forward and said, "This king can submit, but this king has one condition. Say, this king is only willing to submit to Lord Yi Kuan." The blazing flame demon king said bitterly. Submitting to Yi Kuan and submitting to Yi Tianmian were two different concepts. Yi Tianming was of the human race, and to make them submit to the human race was a strange shame to a demon king of the supreme realm. But if they were to submit to Yi Kuan, who was also a demon race, it would be nothing. Just now, Blazing Flame had also discovered that not only was Yi Kuan's bloodline extremely rich, even his strength was extremely strong, and it was not a shame to submit to Yi Kuan. So is this king. The underworld demon king followed suit. In response, Yi Tianming did not have anything much to say. There was no difference between submitting to Yi Kuan and submitting to himself. Moreover, one had already had the intention of handing over the three great demon kings to Yi Kuan for management. He just didn't expect that the Thunder Demon King was unwilling to submit, so he could only kill him himself. Yi Tianming nodded and shot a stream of light towards the eyebrows of both the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King. This is the soul-devouring compulsion. As long as you don't have any dissenting thoughts, it won't harm you, and it can even enhance the power of your divine souls. And if you have any dissenting thoughts, it can instantly devour your divine souls. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King smiled bitterly. After doing this, Yi Tianmian let the rest of the demon race leave first, and Yi Kuan also transformed into his human form. Master, in the depths of the Demon Beast Mountain range, there is a sage's cave, but unfortunately, that sage's cave has a forbidden location that we can't break open. At this time, the Underworld Demon King said. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian was slightly stunned, not expecting that he would have this gain from this trip. Take me there. Yi Tianming came to be interested in this saint's cave and immediately ordered the Demon King of the Underworld to bring himself there. The Underworld Demon King did not hesitate and immediately led Yi Tianming towards the deeper parts of the Demon Beast Mountain range. As for the Blazing Flame Demon King, he stayed behind to clean up the mess. Master, this is that saint's cave. Soon, the Underworld Demon King brought Yi Tianming to a cave. This place was located in the deepest part of the Demon Beast Mountain range, and on weekdays, it was a forbidden place in the Demon Beast Mountain range. Other than the three great demon kings, the rest of the demonic beasts were not allowed to set foot in this place at all. At this moment, only outside the cave, there were bursts of spiritual power fluctuations, and although the cave was wide open, it was completely impervious to the situation inside. Yi Tianming looked at the scene in front of the cave door and his heavy pupils immediately opened. Soon, the flow of spiritual energy around him and the direction of the array pattern were all seen through by him. Dao rank formation. His eyes stared, not realizing that this was actually a Dao rank formation. His words also took the surrounding crowd by surprise. Dao rank formation, but it required a strong person of the Dao realm to lay it down. The cave in front of him, could it be that it was really a saint's cave? A saint. One must know that every saint was a top-tier powerhouse of the 3,000 great states. In this era where great emperors were not present, saints were the powerhouses that stood at the very top. Fortunately, this method has existed for an unknown number of years, and the spiritual power has been lost, so it should be able to break through. Yi Tianming murmured softly and began to look up for a way to break the formation. Over the years, apart from cultivation, Yi Tianming also had quite a few designs on the line of formations, and there were quite a few Dao ranked, saint ranked, and even emperor ranked formations in his system space. Sometimes, when Yi Tianming had nothing to do, he liked to crack these formations. For formations below the Dao rank, Yi Tianming would know how to break them just by taking a look at them. As for the Dao ranked formations, they were a bit troublesome, but fortunately, the Dao rank formation in front of this saint's cave was no longer as powerful as it was at the very beginning after an unknown number of years. Soon, Yi Tianming found the eye of this formation. Immediately afterward, Yi Tianmian was seen holding the Xian Yuan sword and stabbing at where the formation eye was. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to become furious, scattering in all directions. A burst of spiritual fluctuations came, and the formation in front of the cave was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. In an instant, this formation was cracked by Yi Tianming. Seeing this scene, the underworld demon king sucked in a mouthful of cold air, not expecting that the formation that had blocked their three major demon kings for thousands of years would be instantly broken open by Yi Tianming. In the spectral demon king's opinion, even if Yi Tianming was able to break the formation, it was estimated that it would take several years or even decades, but he didn't expect that it would take less than half an hour. For a time, the spectral demon king's eyes were complicated. "Come on, get in there," Yi Tianming said to Yi Koan and the others, slowly walking into the middle of the saint's cave. Meanwhile, the Dakian dynasty, the imperial palace. "Your Majesty, the commotion caused by the demon beast mountain range just now. It looks like those three supreme realm demon kings are making a move, and judging by the aura, it should be the Thunder Demon King." Unfortunately, the Thunder Demon King's aura only flickered. The Prime Minister of the Dechen dynasty reported, "There's still half a year before the beast tide, and now that such a commotion is happening in the demon beast mountain range, we'd better investigate it clearly, lest accidents happen at that time." Emperor Qian pondered for a moment and looked at the Prime Minister of the Great Qian dynasty. Seeing this, the Prime Minister immediately understood. "Your Majesty, I will now make a trip to the demon beast mountain range." When he said that, he saw his figure flash and disappear. Chapter 33, The Cave of the Saints. In the sky above the demon beast mountain range, a man in official uniform slowly took a step out of the void. With this step of his, the surrounding void seemed as if it was about to collapse. "Zhang Ju, what are you doing here?" As soon as the figure of Prime Minister Zhang Ju of the Dechen dynasty appeared, he was discovered by the Blazing Flame Demon King. An incomparably huge blazing flame Qilin silhouette slowly surfaced above the demonic beast mountain range. "He, fellow Daoist Blazing Flame. It's been a long time. I wonder how have fellow Daoist Underworld and fellow Daoist Thunder been doing lately?" Prime Minister Zhang Ju laughed. "Humph, what happened in the demon beast mountain range has nothing to do with your human race." The Blazing Flame Demon King coldly snorted. "Zhang Ju, if you don't stay in the Dechen dynasty and run to our demon beast mountain range, aren't you afraid that we'll join forces to kill you?" Right at this moment, the shadow of the Underworld Demon King also surfaced. "Fellow Daoist Underworld? I guess fellow Daoist Thunder is also in the vicinity?" Zhang Ju said smilingly. "In or out, it's none of your business," the Blazing Flame Demon King roared lowly. "If you speak any more nonsense, don't blame this king for striking out mercilessly." Seeing the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King pressing on, Zhang Ju gently smiled. "Fellow Daoists, there's no need to get angry. This seat will leave now." After saying that, Zhang Ju instantly disappeared from the spot. Only after he disappeared did the Blazing Flame Demon King frown and say, "It seems that the commotion between Thunder and his master just now has alarmed the Great Qian dynasty. What are you afraid of? Although the Dechen dynasty was able to suppress us in the past, it was only suppression, and now that we have our master, we have even less to fear from the Dechen dynasty," the Underworld Demon King said. When the Blazing Flame Demon King heard this, he felt that this was also the case, and his figure slowly disappeared in place. When Prime Minister Zhang Ju returned to the Great Qian dynasty, he told the Qian Emperor what had happened. "What do you think?" Emperor Qian asked. "Back to your Majesty, I found in the Demon Beast Mountain range that a great battle should have broken out there. It's just a pity that Thunder was killed by someone with a sword, and there is a residual sword intent there," Prime Minister Zhang Ju guessed. "As for why the Blazing Flame and the Underworld are unharmed, this is something my subordinates don't know? Kill a demonic beast of the Supreme Realm with a single sword?" Hearing this, Emperor Qian's gaze was heavy as a silhouette surfaced in his mind. "Who do you think? Could it be? Your Majesty, it's most likely the 10-mile sword god." 10-mile sword god? The first thing that came to Emperor Qian's mind was also the recently popular 10-mile sword god. Only what he couldn't understand was why the 10-mile sword god was going to the Demon Beast Mountain range. "What do you think? This 10-mile sword god, is he a friend or foe?" Emperor Qian then asked. "This 10-mile sword god, he's powerful, and judging from what he's done, the probability of him being an enemy is not high," Prime Minister Zhang Ju whispered. Emperor Qian sniffed and nodded without saying anything else. "Master, this cave looks to be tens of thousands of years old, and I don't know which sage's cave it is." The group walked inside the saint's cave, and Yi Koan surveyed the area and said, the arrangement within the cave was simple, and on the surrounding walls, there were quite a few spaces with a number of storage bags placed on them. Yi Tianming's divine sense swept through these storage bags, which were filled with some spirit stones, spirit pills, elixirs, martial arts and techniques. It was a pity that time had passed for far too long, and many of the things in here had lost their spirituality. and there were no particularly precious treasures. "Master, come and see." Suddenly, Yi Kuan let out a cry of surprise as Yi Tiannian figure quickly appeared next to him. Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui, too, hurriedly followed. Only on a futon, a skeleton emitting golden light was neatly placed there, still maintaining the appearance of meditating in life. The skeleton's bones were as if they were jade, crystal clear, and on the bones, there were some dense array patterns that emitted a glittering golden light. Even after countless years, this skeleton has been spotless. "Master, this should be the owner of this cave. A saint in life," Yi Kuan said. Seeing this, Yi Tiannian also took a deep breath as a trace of emotion flowed from his eyes. "If you don't become a great emperor, you won't be able to withstand the erosion of the years after all, and you will be turned into a shovelful of yellow earth." Yi Tianming waved at the jade bone and put this jade bone away. "No matter what, it is also a saint sitting left behind, a bone on the body, but also comparable to the saint-level spiritual weapon. Keep it in the future, there may be a great use." When this saint's jade bone was taken away, Yi Tianming again saw that in a corner of the cave, there was a jar of wine. Seeing this, Yi Tianming's eyes instantly lit up. He opened the altar of wine, and a rich fragrance of wine instantly hit his nose, causing Yi Kuan, who was on the side, to be somewhat intoxicated. After following Yi Tianming for so many years, Yi Kuan had also caught the habit of drinking. As soon as he smelled it, he knew that this wine wasn't simple. "Master, this wine is from a saint's cave, and it's been fermented for an unknown number of years, so it must be delicious." Yi Tianmian also heatedly smiled and put the wine altar away. "In my opinion, there is nothing in this saint's cave that compares to this altar of wine. Senior, this wine has been sitting for so many years, won't it go bad?" Ji Zhirua asked. "This wine, the longer you leave it, the more delicious it will be, and there's a prohibition on top of this wine that this sage senior put on it, so it won't go bad," Yi Tianming said. "Senior, you like to drink too?" Ji Zhirua asked again. In response, Yi Tianming nodded and then said, "In this saint's cave, there aren't many treasures left, let's go out." Soon after, Yi Tianmian left the sage cave with Yi Kuan and Ji Zhirua. When they left, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King walked over and told Yi Tianming about the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Deqian dynasty, Zhang Ju. "Just now, Master, there are still half a year to go before we stop the beast tide from attacking the Deqian dynasty. This time the spectre looked to Yi Tianmian for guidance. Originally, their 3 demon kings would break out in a beast tide every few years, mainly to plunder the cultivation resources of the human race. Their demon race also needed to cultivate. Where were the cultivation resources of the demon beast mountain range enough to support the cultivation of so many of their demon race? Yi Tianming glanced at them coldly. "If you guys dare to break out into a beast tide, don't blame me for not being polite." Definitely. The Underworld Demon King and the Blazing Flame Demon King snapped. Afterwards, Yi Tianming threw the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King a storage bag each. "In here are some cultivation resources. Enough for you guys." The 2 major demon kings received the storage bag and smiled bitterly. These cultivation resources, which was enough for them. However, when their divine sense probed into the storage bag and saw the mountains of spirit stones and pills inside, each of them were dumbfounded. These pills were basically heaven-ranked elixirs, and even some Dao-ranked treasures. They had been demon kings for so many years, and the treasures they had seen were not even a millionth of what was inside. They were filled with shock and looked at Yi Tianming with an unbelievable expression. "These are for them?" After so many years, the last thing Yi Tianming lacked was various cultivation resources, below the Dao rank. He put them all in the system space and didn't even care. In his opinion, treasures below the Dao rank are all trash. Now, it was the right time to give these cultivation resources to the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King so that they could use them first. After settling the matter of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Yi Tianmian brought Yi Kuan and left the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Outside the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Yi Tianming put down Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui both. "This is just out of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, so you guys should hurry up and leave," Yi Tianming said indifferently. "Senior, you saved us. Can you tell us your identity so we can repay Senior in the future?" Ji Zhirua hurriedly said. After this line of work, she could know that the one standing in front of her was a top-tier powerhouse, and such a powerhouse naturally had to be made friends with. "There's no need. We'll see each other if we're meant to." Yi Tianming gently smiled and stepped on the back of Yi Kuan, who spread his wings and immediately flew in the direction of the imperial tomb. "Miss, don't look. Senior has already left." After a long time, Xiao Chui then voiced a reminder. Looking at Yi Tianmian's departing back, Ji Zhirua was filled with disappointment and lack of interest. "Xiao Chui, let's go to the Deqian dynasty first. Let's see how this future brother-in-law of mine is." I guess he can't even compare to a single hair of his seniors. Chapter 34, The Void Realm. Yi Tianmian, who had returned to the imperial tomb, began to count up the gains of the past few days. In addition to subduing the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king of the demon beast mountain range, and resolving the beast tide of the Dechen dynasty, he also obtained some treasures within the sage's cave. The most important of these treasures was none other than the jade bone of a saint. In this lifetime, it was a real saint, with an unfathomable strength, raising one's hands and throwing one's feet, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and blowing up the stars. It was all a small matter. Lastly, there was the jar of fine wine obtained within that saint's cave. As for the rest of the treasures within the saint's cave, Yi Tianming did not look at anything. Hey, try this saint's drink. What's different from what I usually drink? Yi Tianming heatedly smiled, directly picked up the wine jar, and just gulped it down. Ding! The host tastes the wine of the saints. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small world. The Void Realm. Void Realm, a small broken world. The host can transform the Void Realm at will. The Void Realm? Seeing the reward this time, Yi Tianming's eyes widened. It was actually a small world? Go and see what's so special about this Void Realm. Yi Tianming pondered a little, and with a thought, he flashed into the middle of the Void Realm. When Yi Tianmian's figure slowly appeared in the Void Realm, what he saw in his eyes was a barren land. Even the sky above him was gray and dead, rather depressing. His divine sense swept through, and surprisingly, he realized that his divine sense couldn't even reach the boundary of the Void Realm. This Void Realm should be a deserted small world. It seems that if you want to revitalize him, you still have to take your time to set it up. Looking at a barren land and gray sky in the Void Realm, Yi Tianming lamented. He then wandered around the Void Realm for a while and realized that there were no living creatures within this Void Realm, but there was an abundance of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, as long as a cultivator had reached the Divine Mansion realm, they all possessed the ability to open up a secret realm, and the higher the realm, the greater the level and range of the secret realm. However, this Void Realm was a small world, not yet a secret realm. Generally speaking, spiritual energy within the secret area needed to be drawn from the outside world, and the avenues within it were imperfect and artificially opened up. This Void Realm, which was filled with spiritual energy and perfected by the Great Tao, was a naturally formed small world. If a cultivator wanted to cross a heavenly tribulation, he could not attract it at all within the secret territory, but within the Void Realm, he could attract a heavenly tribulation. At that time, we can let a group of demonic beasts from the Demon Beast Mountain range come in and properly transform and remodel the Void Realm. Yi Tianming thought and smiled. When he left the Void Realm, he casually scattered a large handful of the previously system-rewarded spirit medicine seeds, and he just stopped caring. In the following days, he went to the Demon Beast Mountain range to let some demonic beasts enter into the Void Realm, and gave them some spirit medicine seeds to properly transform and remodel the Void Realm. Right now, inside the Void Realm, there were quite a few demonic beasts moving around inside everywhere, and there were quite a few places that were planted with spiritual medicines that had begun to come to life. Yi Koan was also sent to the Void Realm by Yi Tianming to build the Void Realm. Half a month later, over at the palace, an imperial decree came. The content of the imperial decree was simple, allowing Yi Tianming to return to the palace to see Emperor Qian. As soon as he heard the holy decree, Yi Tianming suddenly remembered that he had met Jiji Ruo in the Demon Beast Mountain range before, and Jiji Ruo had generated her sister as his fiancée. Yi Tianming was still thinking of finding time to ask his father, but he didn't expect his father to summon him so soon. He simply packed up and headed straight for the palace. Daqian Dynasty, inside the imperial palace. Ji Ruo, I'll have someone call Heaven's mandate over. Emperor Qian looked at Ji Ruo and laughed. Ji Ruo, is your father in good health now? I and your father, counting the time, have not seen each other for hundreds of years. Uncle Yi, father's health has always been very good, and father often remembers Uncle Yi. Ji Ruo sat down and smiled. Ha ha ha, Ji Ruo, why don't you see your sister following you this time? Emperor Qian then asked. Your Majesty, this time, it was the young lady herself who sneaked out, saying that she wanted to inspect and examine His Highness the Heavenly Fate. Xiao Chui laughed at the side. Jade, talk too much. Ji Ruo glanced at Xiao Chui. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, my incompetent son. Although the cultivation is not good, but the character is not a problem, and also quite literate. Before on my birthday, made a poem, let me also have some insight. It won't be long. I'm afraid that we'll be able to step into the 9 robberies realm. Emperor Qian laughed. Oh, yeah. Upon hearing this, Ji Ruo came to have a hint of interest in this alcohol-obsessed Heaven's mandate highness. By the way, Uncle Yi, do you recognize a strong person who uses swords? One who harnesses 10 swords at the same time? Just then, Ji Zhirua suddenly thought of something and asked the Qian Emperor. He had come to the palace for a few days already, but before that, the Qian Emperor was busy with affairs because of the heavenly demon cult, so he arranged for Ji Zhirua to rest inside the palace and didn't receive Ji Zhirua. It wasn't until today that Emperor Qian received Ji Zhirua. Ji Zhirua also inquired about Emperor Qian in passing. Zhirua, are you talking about the 10-mile sword god? The Qian Emperor was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Ji Zhirua would know the 10-mile sword god. Uncle Yi, you really do know him. Do you know where senior sword god is now? Ji Zhirua was excited when she heard this and asked in a hurry. Seeing this, the Qian Emperor laughed. Zhirua, this sword god senior. I don't recognize him either. Why? Have you seen him? Hearing that even Emperor Qian didn't recognize the 10-mile sword god, Ji Zhirua instantly lost it. Then, she told Emperor Qian about what had happened in the Demon Beast Mountain range. You mean, senior 10-mile sword god, killed the Thunder Demon King with a single sword, and has subdued the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King? Emperor Qian's eyes widened. So it seemed that the disturbance he had sensed in the Demonic Beast Mountain range earlier was caused by the 10-mile sword god beheading the Thunder Demon King. And the 10-mile sword god has subdued the Demon King of the Demon Beast Mountain range? In that case, wouldn't the beast tide in half a year be solved? After Emperor Qian was informed of what had happened in the Demon Beast Mountain range, his heart had long been shocked beyond words, and his mood could not be calmed for a long time. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know now where Sword God Senior went. Ji Zhirua looked disappointed. Don't worry Zhirua. This Sword God Senior in Taishan State has made quite a few strikes, so I will definitely see it when I have the chance. Emperor Qian smiled and said. Just then, a eunuch came outside to report. Your Majesty, His Highness, the Heavenly Fate, has arrived outside the Great Hall. Good. Quickly let Heaven's Destiny in. Emperor Qian was overjoyed and hurriedly asked the eunuchs to go and announce Yi Tianming into the hall. Declare, Grand Imperial Prince Yi Tianming, enter the hall. As the eunuch tugged on his Cockney voice, a figure in a white robe slowly walked in from outside the hall. Even Ji Zhirua was stretching her neck, wanting to see just what this Heaven's Mandate Highness was. Chapter 35, The Marriage. Ha, Heaven's Destiny, you're finally here. Come. Father tells you a great joy. Emperor Qian laughed aloud. My son pays his respects to his father. Yi Tianming respectfully bowed, then slowly raised his head, revealing his handsome face. Little miss, it's him. On the side, Xiao Chui and Ji Zhirua froze in place after seeing Yi Tianming's face. Yi Tianming glanced at the other party and transmitted his voice. If you guys reveal my identity, then I can't guarantee that I won't meet demonic beasts in rebellion. Hearing Yi Tianming's threat, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui immediately shut their mouths in fear. How could they not expect that the rumored trashy prince who was addicted to alcohol was actually the senior who had saved them in the Demon Beast Mountain range back then? At this moment, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui's heart seemed to have set off waves that could not be calmed for a long time. Oh, Zhirua, you guys know Heaven's Mandate? Emperor Qian saw the reaction of the two and said strangely. But Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui, however, hadn't heard the Qian Emperor's words at all, and they were still frozen in place, digesting it all. It was really too shocking that the wasteful prince who was addicted to alcohol was a sword god of incomparable strength. Moreover, it looked like Emperor Qian was still unaware of Yi Tianming's true strength. For a while, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui even forgot to answer Emperor Qian's question. Miss Ji, why are you here? On the contrary, it was Yi Tianming, who smiled faintly and said respectfully to the Qian Emperor. Father, my son was buying wine within the capital city before, and happened to meet Miss Ji. At that time, my son forgot to bring the money for the wine, and it was Miss Ji who helped my son to pay for the wine. Yi Tianming's words pulled Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui, who were caught in the middle of shock, back to reality. When Ji Zhirua heard this, she also hurriedly said, Right, that's it. I didn't realize that Your Excellency was His Highness the Heavenly Fate. It's really fate. Ji Zhirua hurriedly replied, fearing that if she answered slowly, she would upset Yi Tianming and cause him to do something bad to her. Oh, so that's it. Emperor Qian laughed and didn't suspect anything. Heaven's Mandate. You buy wine without bringing money for it, and you even let Zhirua pay for it for you. Father, my son remembers. Yi Tianming laughed and then asked, Father, what is it that you're looking for me for this time? Yi Tianming's heart was naturally clear about what the Qian Emperor was looking for him to do, which was nothing more than to tell him about his marriage to sister Ji Zhirua. However, Yi Tianming could not show that he knew everything and still asked in a puzzled manner. It's like this. Father has prepared a marriage for you. The other party is from a big clan. I don't know what your kid thinks. Qian Emperor said smilingly. Marriage? Father, my son has no plans to start a family for the time being. It's not right, is it? Yi Tianming said with feigned surprise. What's wrong with that? The Qian emperor was instantly enraged. In the cultivation of a little heart is not on. Find a fiancé, properly supervise you, so that you do not hang around all day like. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian smiled sarcastically. Uncle Yi, I think Brother Heaven's destiny is so handsome, sister will definitely like it. To the side, Ji Zhirua suddenly opened her mouth. Yi Tianming glanced at Ji Zhirua, but realized that the other party had deliberately ignored him, which instantly made him annoyed. What are you doing? Quickly reject the engagement. Yi Tianming secretly transmitted his voice. Don't. If I have to refuse, I'll tell Uncle Yi your true identity. Ji Zhirua made a face at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianmian's teeth itched with anger. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? I've been following Uncle Yi. If you want to kill then go ahead. Ji Zhirua ignored Yi Tianming's threat in the slightest. She had already decided that no matter what, she would have to follow Emperor Qian in order to do so. This will keep you safe. On the side, although Yi Tianmian's face did not move, in his heart, his teeth were itching with anger. I didn't realize that I never suffered any losses, but as a result, I suffered a boring loss on Ji Zhirua today. Uncle Yi, why don't we let Brother Heavenly Fate and Sister meet before making a decision? Maybe Brother Heavenly Destiny will fall in love with Sister after meeting her? Ji Zhirua laughed. Once Emperor Qian heard this, he felt that it made sense and said, that's right, Heaven's mandate. You haven't even met Rushue. Go and meet her first before making a decision. Father, It's decided. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Qian didn't even give Yi Tianmai a chance to retort and directly agreed in his place. Ji Ruo, during this period of time, I'll have Heaven's destiny take you to have a good time in the Dechen dynasty first, and when some time passes, I'll bring him to your home to meet your sister. Emperor Qian said. Many thanks to Uncle Yi, Ji Zhirua said with a smile. With that, she raised an eyebrow at Yi Tianming with a smug look on her face. Let you threaten me? Ha! This lady is not afraid of you. Looking at Ji Zhirua's appearance, Yi Tianming gave a cold snort in his heart, then said in dissatisfaction. Father, then you have to let me know who the person I'm going to marry is, right? Heaven's mandate. Do you know about the Ji family of the ethereal state? Emperor Qian asked rhetorically. Misty Prefecture Ji family? Yi Tianming froze. Before, didn't Ji Zhirua give herself that the Ji family was in Sanlan state? How come father gave himself the word that it was in the netherworld? Misty State. Yi Tianming was aware of it. This was a great state that ranked very high in the 3,000 great states, and in the 3,000 great states, the netherworld state was able to rank in the top 10. There were countless strong people inside, and forces like the Dechen dynasty couldn't even be ranked in the netherworld state. It's true that there are as many supreme beings as dogs, and that the ninth tribulation is everywhere. That's right, the Misty State Ji family is one of the emperor clans, with an ancestor who once produced a great emperor named the Void Emperor, who was incomparably powerful, and ranked at the top of the list among all the great emperors. The Void Emperor conquered his entire life. He is the sage of my human race. When the forbidden areas rioted, it was the Void Emperor alone who stepped on the 9 forbidden areas and killed countless lords of the forbidden areas. Only then did he exchange it for the peace of my human race. As soon as he spoke of the Void Emperor, Emperor Qian seemed to hold him in very high esteem and spoke highly of him. And this was also the first time Yi Tianming heard a story about a great emperor, and he also listened very attentively. Back then, the Void Emperor alone occupied the 9 Forbidden Zone Lords and killed the 9 Forbidden Zone Lords, shaking the heavens and the worlds. And when the Void Emperor was around, none of the Forbidden Zones dared to rebel. For a time, Yi Tianmian also honored the Void Emperor beyond measure. Every great emperor was worthy of lifelong reverence, and every great emperor had left behind indelible achievements to guard the human race. Father, this marriage you're giving me, it's not the descendant of the Void Emperor, is it? Yi Tianming was surprised. If the other party to the marriage contract you found for me comes from such a great source, can the other party look at us? Dry Emperor, the marriage I found for you, the other party is indeed a descendant of the Void Emperor, but it's not the main family. Emperor Qian lightly glanced at Ji Zhirua. What's going on here? Zhirua should know better than my father. Chapter 36, The Ji Family. 10,000 years ago, a turmoil broke out in the Ji clan. I'm not too sure of the exact reason. Ji Zhirua continued with Emperor Qian's words. I only know that since then, our lineage has traveled far away from the Misty Prefecture to the Kanglan Prefecture, where we have lived. But the Kanglan Prefecture is after all inferior to the Misty Prefecture, and slowly, our lineage fell out of favor. Hearing Ji Zhirua's explanation, Yi Tianming then understood the reason. So your Ji family, Was unwanted by the Misty States Ji family. No wonder you had to come to us, the Dakian dynasty, for a marriage. Ji Jiru, Dry Emperor. Don't worry about that. The Kanglan Prefecture Ji family, which is from the imperial Ji family, is so powerful that even our Dakian dynasty is no match for it. Emperor Qian coughed lightly and continued. Back then, when my father traveled through the Sanded estate, he and the current Ji family head, who was also your future father-in-law, fell in love at first sight and became sworn brothers, thus setting up a baby marriage. Father, emotionally, you betrothed me before I was even born. Ha? Yi Tianming said helplessly. It's for your father's own good. Emperor Qian's gaze was serious. Right now, Taishan Prefecture is not peaceful. The forces of the heavenly demon cult are stirring. Even the great Zhou dynasty has been destroyed. Your cultivation is not very high. If you enter the Ji clan, only then will you have the ability to defend yourself in the future. Hearing the Qian Emperor's words, Yi Tianming took a deep breath, not realizing that the Qian Emperor had such a layer of intentions. It was a pity that what the Qian Emperor didn't know was that he was now capable of defending himself. Not to mention himself, the demonic beasts he had subdued would be able to occupy a place in Taishan Prefecture. By the way, father, the fiancée you found for me is, it's my elder sister, the current eldest miss of the Ji clan, Ji Rushue. Ji Jirua replied. My sister is the first genius of Kanglan Prefecture, and at a young age, she has, already in the divine mansion realm. Ji Jirua had wanted to show off in front of Yi Tianming, but when she thought of Yi Tianming's strength, she shriveled up. In front of Yi Tianming, was there really a genius that could be called a genius? Yi Tianming was also less than 30 years old this year, but he already had the strength to kill a supreme realm demon king. I'm afraid there's no cultivator in the entire 3,000 great states who can do that. Even for those emperor clans, I don't know if there are any geniuses who can do it. Maybe a teenage great emperor could be, but how many great emperors had come out of the 3,000 great states over countless eons? Every great emperor was a one in a billion existence, and only one could be born in countless years. That is indeed genius. Yi Tianming nodded and took a deep breath. A divine mansion realm in his 20s, right now in Taishan Prefecture. It seemed like there was no match for Ji Rushue. Yi Tianming also couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. The Emperor clan was the Emperor clan. Even if it was a branch lineage that had been gone for 10,000 years, the genius was still so strong. If he didn't have the system himself, he wouldn't know where he was struggling right now. Originally, Yi Tianmian was sentimental from the bottom of his heart, but in Ji Jirua's opinion, how Yi Tianmian looked like he was looking down on his sister, which made Ji Jirua furious. Alright, heaven's destiny, during this period of time, you will accompany Jirua, then change your addiction to alcohol, and when the time is almost up, you will follow Jirua to meet your fiancé. You're not allowed to bully Jirua. If I know that you're bullying Jirua, I'll make you kid look good. On the dragon chair, Emperor Qian said with a serious face. Below that, Yi Tianming also knew that his father was determined to let himself marry Ji Rushue, the eldest miss of the Ji family, and could only nod his head sardonically. The big deal was that when the time came, he would just pretend to be a bit of a loser, so that the Ji family's eldest miss wouldn't be able to look at himself, and then he would just let the Ji family's eldest miss withdraw from the marriage. Yi Tianming didn't believe that as the number one talent in Kanglan State, Ji Rushue would look at himself, a waste with a penchant for alcohol. After leaving the palace, Ji Jirua had been following Yi Tianming. What are you following me for? Yi Tianming looked at Ji Jirua and said with a helpless face. If it wasn't for Ji Jirua, he wouldn't have gotten himself into this mess. That won't do. Uncle Yi can say that he wants me to follow you well. Ji Jirua said proudly. Then follow if you wish. Yi Tianming blanked out and left the palace, going to the largest restaurant in his former capital of the Dechen dynasty, Drunken Moon Xian. Your Highness, heaven's mandate. You're here, please come inside. When the fellows of Drunken Moon Xian saw Yi Tianmian, they immediately entertained him warmly and hurriedly brought Yi Tianmian to the VIP box of Drunken Moon Xian. Ji Jirua also hurriedly followed. Brother Heaven's destiny, I heard that you like to drink, is this true? Ji Jirua looked at Yi Tianming with interest. After learning that the 10-mile sword god who had saved her life was Yi Tianmian, Ji Jirua also became unrestrained. He directly addressed Yi Tianmian as Brother Tianmian. Although their contact time was still short, Ji Jirua felt that Yi Tianmian was not a bad person. Exactly. Yi Tianming nodded and poured a bowl of wine before savoring it. Ding! The host tastes 10 years of fine wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-quality spirit stones X100. Yi Tianming looked at the system's rewards and ignored them, throwing these spirit stones into his system space. 100 top-grade spirit stones was not much to say, but it was definitely not small. This was equivalent to 100 medium-grade spirit stones. As the most common currency in the 3,000 great states, spirit stones could not only be used to purchase techniques, martial arts, pills, and so on, but could also be used for cultivation. Spirit stones are further categorized into lower-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, upper-grade spirit stones, and extreme-grade spirit stones. 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones equaled 1 middle-grade spirit stone, and 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones equaled 1 upper-grade spirit stone. As for the extremely high-quality spirit stones, very few people would trade them. They were all used for their own cultivation. Is this wine that good? I'll taste it. When Ji Zhihua saw how energetic Yi Tianming was drinking, she also couldn't help but pour a bowl of wine and slowly sip it. It's pretty good? Ji Zhihua had just taken a small sip and was attracted by the flavor of the wine and took a big gulp. Ahem. But soon, Ji Zhihua was choking and coughing continuously, her face reddening. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmian also couldn't help but laugh. Which one of you drinks like this? You have to slowly savor your drink. With that, he poured another bowl of wine for Ji Zhihua and picked up the bowl himself and drank. Looking at Ji Zhihua, Yi Tianming suddenly felt that it was indeed boring to drink alone on weekdays, and with Ji Zhihua around, there was just someone to drink with him. Although the 9 ancestors were also present within the imperial tomb, the 9 ancestors were in seclusion most of the time and could not accompany themselves to drink. As for Yi Kuan, that one bowl of goods, and his drinking is really not much fun. Previously, when he drank with Yi Kuan, he only took a sip, and then he fell to the ground and huffed and puffed, and even exposed his own body. If it wasn't for Yi Tianmian hiding in time, he would have really been seen by the 9 ancestors to see something. This tastes pretty good. Ji Zhihua followed Yi Tianming's example and slowly tasted a mouthful, suddenly realizing that it was indeed good. Again, he drank in quick succession. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianming also laughed lightly. When the two of them finished their drinks and it was getting late, Yi Tianming also returned to the imperial tomb, while Ji Zhihua went back to the palace. At the same time, a white-robed figure slowly descended in the middle of a mansion within the capital city of the Deqin dynasty. Chapter 37, The Conspiracy. The night was as dark as ink, and in addition to some soldiers patrolling the capital city of the Deqin dynasty, many cultivators had begun their seclusion. In the middle of a very prosperous mansion in the capital city of the Deqin dynasty, a man wearing a white robe slowly appeared in the sky above. His white clothes were like snow, and under the illumination of the moonlight, he looked like an exiled immortal, heavenly demon sect master. How dare you? How dare you show up alone in the imperial city? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by His Majesty? A cold cry rang out, and beside the man in white, a middle-aged man in armor slowly appeared. So what if I'm discovered? Even if this sect master is discovered, this sect master is still unafraid. The heavenly demon sect master laughed lightly, looking very confident. If you're discovered, this king won't help you when the time comes. The middle-aged man in armor coldly snorted. Jindong King, this time it was you who contacted this sect master. Why are you still afraid that this sect master will vault you out? The heavenly demon sect master let out a light laugh and revealed the identity of the visitor. Only the middle-aged man in armor was seen, revealing his face under the illumination of the moonlight. It was clearly the Jindong King, one of the 4 great princes of the Great Qian dynasty. Jindong King, do you know why you have the worst cultivation amongst the 4 great princes and are the least liked by the Qian emperor? The heavenly demon sect master spoke faintly. It's not because the Qian emperor is short-sighted. No. The heavenly demon sect master directly interrupted King Jindong's words and said indifferently, this person, Emperor Qian, is bold and strong. Even among the top-ranked great states of the 3,000 great states, he can still be considered a number 1 character. But the reason why you're not treated well by the Qian emperor is because you're timid as a mouse in everything you do, looking after your head. And not only are you not treated well, even your cultivation is the worst among the 4 kings. Hearing the heavenly demon sect master's words, the Jindong King snorted coldly and did not speak. What do you guys need from us this time? The Jindong King continued, but his expression, already somewhat displeased. The Qian emperor is burdened with the national fortune of the Deqin dynasty, so as long as we chop off the dragon vein of the Deqin dynasty, we will be able to deal with the Deqin dynasty at that time. And this sect master is going to ask you to find a way to allow our people to enter the imperial palace. The heavenly demon sect master said indifferently. He had come to the capital of the Deqin dynasty this time in order to find a way to get into the palace and sever the dragon vein underneath the Deqin dynasty. And this, naturally, needed the help of the Jindong King. After all, behind the Jindong King stood, but a prince, wanting to bring a few people inside the palace. It was simply easy. Upon hearing the heavenly demon sect master's request, King Jindong nodded after some slight contemplation. His Majesty wants to marry the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture. The marriage will be between Yi Tianmian and the eldest miss of the Ji family, Ji Ruxue. In a few days' time, His Majesty will hold a banquet within the imperial palace to announce this matter. And at that time, this king will think of a way to send your heavenly demon sex people in. The Kanglan Prefecture Ji family? It's a branch of a lineage of the Misty State's imperial family. The Ji family? Hearing this news, the heavenly demon sect leader was slightly surprised. This news, he really didn't know. However, immediately afterward, he laughed. I didn't expect that Emperor Qian was quite fond of this waste of a prince. The Kanglan Prefecture Ji family, although the strongest person within it right now was only at the peak of the supreme realm. It was, after all, a branch of the Ji family of the imperial clan. The forces of the surrounding states all knew something about the Ji family of Kanglan state, and were not too willing to start any conflicts with the Ji family. 10,000 years ago, although the Kanglan Prefecture Ji family had severed their relationship with the imperial race Ji family, in their bodies, after all, the bloodline of the imperial race Ji family flowed. Who knows that after making a move against the Kanglan Prefecture Ji clan, the imperial clan Ji clan will come after you? You know, that's the imperial clan there, the true master of the 3,000 states. Even the weakest of the emperor clans had the strength to fight against a state's land, and for a great state like Taishan Prefecture, which ranked at the bottom of the 3,000 great states, it simply wouldn't be too easy for the emperor clans to want to overthrow Taishan Prefecture. So what if it's a favor? How can the throne not fall to Yi Tianmian? The Jindong king snorted coldly. Aren't you guys afraid that, after Yi Tianming really joins hands with the Ji family, he will use the Ji family's power to become the crown prince of the Dacian dynasty? The heavenly demon sect master teased. Upon hearing this, Jindong Wang was also stunned. But soon his face was gloomy. His Majesty's favor towards Yi Tianmian exceeds everyone's imagination. When he framed Yi Tianmian before, who knew that the Qian emperor didn't dispose of him, but only allowed him to guard the imperial tomb? And in the eyes of the 9 ancestors, it is instead more difficult to deal with him. And last time, His Majesty was already displeased and secretly killed many people. His Highness has decided to deal with the rest first. Speaking of which, the Jindong king was also very helpless. Compared to the rest of the emperors, Yi Tianmian did not have any power behind him and was not strong himself, so it was reasonably the easiest to deal with. But who would have thought that there was a king of the Dacian dynasty standing behind Yi Tianming? But instead, he was the most difficult to deal with. Go back and get your people ready. When the time comes, this king will take you inside the palace. Good. The heavenly demon sect master nodded slightly. Then he took one step and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he appeared again, he was already 1,000 feet away, leaving the capital city of the Dacian dynasty. In the next few days, Ji Zhirua would go to the imperial tomb every day to look for Yi Tianmeng. Ever since the last time Yi Tianmeng brought her to drink, she fell in love with the feeling and tugged at Yi Tianmeng to drink with her every day. Yi Tianming was also happy to have someone to drink with him, so he gladly accepted. Only, Ji Zhirua's drinking capacity was naturally not comparable to Yi Tianming's, and she got drunk every time. And she still didn't admit defeat. She had to drink Yi Tianming down. On top of that, the matter of Yi Tianmian's marriage with Ji Ruxue of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture had also spread within the Dacian dynasty, and many people were incredulous. According to reason, if one wanted to marry the Ji family, Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuzhu, which one was more suitable than Yi Tianmian? But in the end, it was Yi Tianmian's turn. However, once they thought of Emperor Qian's favor towards Yi Tianmian, many people were relieved. There were even quite a few people who guessed if it was because the Qian emperor wanted to make Yi Tianmian the crown prince, and that's why he found a superpower for Yi Tianmian to use as a backer. At the same time, Emperor Qian also announced that a banquet would be held at the palace to receive Ji Zhirua. For a time, the entire capital of the Dacian dynasty was bustling with activity. Soon, it was the day when the banquet began. This time, the banquet was mainly for the civil and military ministers of the Dacian dynasty. Emperor Qian ordered people to set up a banquet in the palace, and the entire palace, at the moment, was bustling with people coming and going. Yi Tianming had been brought over from the imperial tomb by Qian emperor's order early in the morning, and was currently standing at the entrance of the palace, greeting the crowd. Big brother, I didn't realize that father had found you a marriage. He. Is it true that I'll have a sister-in-law in the future? Yi Xiaoxiao looked excited. It's a pity that I heard that sister-in-law didn't come. This banquet is still mainly for Sister Zirua to receive her. During this time, Yi Xiaoxiao had long since met Ji Zhirua. The two were not too far apart in age, and both were cultivation geniuses, so they naturally had endless topics to talk about, and their relationship was excellent. You little girl, don't go in yet. Yi Tianmian knocked towards Yi Xiaoxiao's head and said in a good-natured manner. Slightly, Yi Xiaoxiao made a face and ran inside in a huff. Imperial brother, Congratulations! Right at this moment, a car chauffeur stopped in front of the door, and a young man wearing a python robe walked down from amongst the car chauffeur. Chapter 38. This man wore an 8-clawed python robe and had an incredibly noble aura. In the Dakian dynasty, except for the Qian emperor who wore a dragon robe, all the various imperial sons wore python robes. The person in front of him was the 6th prince of the great Qian dynasty, Yi Xiuzhu. Although Yi Xiuzhu was the youngest of Yi Tianmian's brothers, his talent was extremely high. At a young age, he was now a powerful person of the first level of the divine mansion realm, and behind him, there was also the support of most of the ministers within the Qian dynasty. The chances of being able to become the crown prince are instead high. Imperial brother, I didn't expect that father would let you marry the Ji family. I'm really envious of my younger brother. This Ji family, but it's related to the Ji family, the imperial family of the Misty Prefecture. Imperial brother should seize this opportunity. Yi Xiuzhu laughed a few times and stepped forward, holding onto Yi Tianmian. In the eyes of outsiders, the two brothers have a close relationship, almost like brothers, but only Yi Tianming knew that when Yi Xiuzhu held himself, an extremely difficult to detect spiritual energy flowed into his body. How dare this kid try to probe his own cultivation? Yi Tianming let out a light laugh. He didn't think that even though he had hidden himself like this, he still made Yi Xiuzhu uneasy. However, with Yi Xiuzhu's means, trying to detect Yi Tianmian's true cultivation was simply a pie in the sky. When Yi Xiuzhu realized that Yi Tianmian had only just stepped into the cultivation level of the soul-shaping realm as well, his heart then secretly let out a sigh of relief. He then waved his hand, and a few underlings carried over a few jars of wine. Imperial brother, knowing that you like to drink, I specially ordered someone to prepare this. How is it? Yi Xiuzhu laughed. Ha ha, then thank you. 6th brother. Yi Tianmian smiled gently, then looked at Yi Koan. Put these things away first. Imperial brother, you don't need to entertain me first. I see that there are quite a few more people coming, so I'll go in first to see father. Yi Xiuzhu lightly laughed. Yi Tianming nodded, and then continued to entertain the rest of the people. In the inner hall of the palace, Emperor Qian was pulling Ji Zhirua to ask questions and pull some words about parents. Zhirua, what do you think of Heaven's mandate after you've been in contact with it for the past few days? Emperor Qian asked with a smile. Uncle Yi, apart from the fact that brother Heavenly Fate likes to drink, he is quite a nice person. I think that when the time comes for brother Heavenly Fate and sister to get to know each other, sister will definitely fall in love with brother Heavenly Fate. Ji Zhirua patted her chest and assured her. Ha ha ha, that's good. That's good. Emperor Qian laughed out loud. Zhirua, when the time comes, you have to put in a few more good words in front of your sister. Heaven's mandate was able to marry Ruxue, and I don't know what kind of great luck I've had. Don't worry Uncle Yi, I'll take care of it. Ji Zhirua nodded her head repeatedly. This was also because Emperor Qian didn't know Yi Tianming's strength. If Emperor Qian knew about Yi Tianmai's strength, it was estimated that the women who wanted to marry Yi Tianmai would have to be lined up from Taishan Prefecture to Kanglin Prefecture. Ji Zhirua had already thought that no matter what, she had to let Yi Tianmai into their Ji family. Such a genius can't be cheapened. Sister Zhirua. Then at that time, big brother will have to rely on sister-in-law. Yi Xiaoxiao also laughed at the side. Don't worry, my sister will definitely clean up brother Heaven's destiny in a convincing manner. Ji Zhirua laughed. Uncle Yi, let me call brother Tianmai over first. Ji Zhirua then looked around and realized that Yi Tianmian was still outside entertaining others. So she said. Emperor Qian also nodded. Alright, just in time for him to come over. Ji Zhirua hurriedly headed towards the entrance of the palace, ready to call Yi Tianming over. The palace of the Dakian dynasty was huge, and everywhere was peaceful. Ji Zhirua was also heading towards the entrance of the palace while surveying the surrounding scene. What man? But right at this moment, Ji Zhirua was suddenly aware of a black shadow flashing past her and disappearing around the corner. With a stony face, she looked around the corner and was just about to leave this place to tell Emperor Qian, but then she suddenly realized that a ripple like a lake suddenly appeared where she was. It was as if he was in a place of isolation, and no matter how much he cried out, his voice could not be heard. Ji Zhirua instantly understood that she was caught in the middle of a prohibition, but in the middle of the palace, what kind of person was able to lay down a ban? Just then, around her, several black-robed men appeared. The moment these black-robed men appeared, a vast pressure instantly enveloped Ji Zhirua. Yaoguang realm. Ji Zhirua's face changed when she felt the pressure. How could a powerful person of the Yaoguang realm be mixed in the palace? Rubbish. This can be discovered. What are you doing? The black-robed man at the head cursed lowly. Hall Master. What now? Should we kill her? The remaining few black-robed men hurriedly lowered their heads, not realizing that the prohibition would slip up. This concealment prohibition was bestowed upon them by the heavenly demon sect master. so the manipulation was not very skillful. I didn't expect that just such a momentary lapse would be bumped into by Ji Jiruo. No, she's from the Ji family, killing her won't be of much use. We're only here this time to chop off the dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty. Keep her for now. The black-robed man at the head shook his head. Killing Ji Jiruo now would also potentially alert the snakes. If Ji Jiruo was kept, she might even be able to threaten the Dakian dynasty when the time came. Even if it's really not possible, it's not too late to kill it then. Who the hell are you people? Ji Jiruo snapped. This is the Great Qian Palace. It's not a place where you can be reckless. Humph. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you're from the Ji family. The black-robed man at the head let out a cold snort, and a devilish claw instantly slapped down towards Ji Jiruo. Feeling the oppression of the Yao Guang realm powerhouse, Ji Jiruo passed out without the slightest resistance. Seeing this, the heavenly demon sect powerhouse grabbed Ji Jiruo with his demonic claws and quickly headed towards the land of the dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty. Mandate of heaven, how come Jiruo didn't come back with you? In the middle of the great hall, looking at Yi Tianmian who had returned alone, Emperor Qian was puzzled. Jiruo? Isn't she always with you guys? Yi Tianming frowned, a bad feeling suddenly surging in his heart. She said she was going to look for you, and you didn't see her? Emperor Qian was surprised. No. Yi Tianmian shook his head, instantly realizing that something was wrong, and hurriedly ran towards the outside of the great hall. At this moment, Emperor Qian also realized that something was wrong and his face turned cold. Everyone, close the palace and open the great formation. With Emperor Qian's order, there was a commotion from everyone, and many of the soldiers responsible for guarding the palace were all mobilized. Emperor Qian's divine sense instantly enveloped the palace, but in an instant, his face was gloomy. Throughout the palace, there was no figure of Ji Jiruo. Missing. A bad thought flashed through Emperor Qian's mind. Something had most likely happened to Ji Jiruo, but where could she go in the blink of an eye? The other party can sneak into the palace silently. Surely they also have the means to leave. It's probably gone by now. Then look at Yi Tianmian. He left the great hall at the first opportunity, and his divine sense immediately enveloped the entire palace, and even the entire capital city. To the land of the dragon vein? Yi Tianming's divine sense was incomparably powerful, and he quickly scouted out Ji Jiruo's location. Even if they had the prohibition of concealing their forms bestowed by the heavenly demon sect master, they couldn't escape the probing of Yi Tianming's divine sense. This prohibition can't be discovered even by a peak supreme realm powerhouse, but it's a pity that it met me. He instantly discovered Ji Jiruo, who was imprisoned by the devil's claws, and after realizing that Ji Jiruo was only unconscious, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Afterward, he left an avatar in place, and with a flash of his body, he instantly headed towards the land of the dragon vein. Chapter 39, Chopping the Dragon Vein. Hall Master. This is the dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty. Below the palace, an immense and incomparable spirit vein ran through the entire capital city of the Dechen dynasty. Here, the spiritual energy was extremely dense, as much as 10 times that of the outside world. Moreover, there was even some hidden breath of the great Tao remaining here. So if one were to cultivate here, the speed would definitely be more than several times faster than the outside world. This is where the dragon vein of the Dakian dynasty is located, carrying the chi of the Dakian dynasty. As long as the dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty was severed, then the Dechen dynasty would decline more and more, and after a number of years, it would completely disappear from Taishan state. It didn't even need the heavenly devil sect to do anything. I didn't expect this Dechen dynasty palace to be easy for us to come in. As long as this dragon vein is severed, the national fortune of the Dechen dynasty will fall, and by destroying the Dechen dynasty, our divine religion will be able to unify Taishan prefecture. The black-robed man at the head gave a sardonic laugh, and a strange sound came out of his mouth. Soon, only an immense and incomparable devil blade was seen manifesting behind him, tens of feet long. If this blade went down, the entire dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty was going to be destroyed. Swish! Soon, a gust of wind-breaking sound rang out, and the demonic blade was instantly about to chop on top of the dragon vein. However, just at the moment when this demonic blade was about to touch the dragon vein, the demonic blade collapsed inch by inch, transforming into a wisp of demonic chi that dissipated into the air. What's the situation? I can't believe a few bugs got mixed in. Just as these few black-robed men were in disbelief, a cold cry suddenly came out. When they looked again, they only saw a white-clothed Yi Tianmian standing on top of the dragon vein, looking at them with a look of contempt. Yi Tianmian? Seeing the visitor, the gaze of the black-robed man at the head stared. You are not. I get it. You've been hiding. The moment he saw Yi Tianmian, he was still wondering how the other party, a waste of a royal prince, had found his way here. But when he realized that he couldn't even sense Yi Tianmai's aura, he knew that Yi Tianmai's strength was definitely not weak, and that the other party had been hiding himself for so many years. That would be none of your business. Yi Tianming reached out his hand and Ji Zhirua immediately appeared at his side, and with that, he slowly awoke. Brother Heaven's destiny, you're finally here. When Ji Zhirua saw Yi Tianming, she hurriedly hugged Yi Tianming, very aggrieved. It's fine. If they dare to make a move against my great Qin dynasty's dragon vein, I will definitely not let them go. Yi Tianming snorted coldly, and several flying swords emanated directly from behind him, piercing through the void and heading directly towards these several black-robed men. With you, you're not our yet. LOL. Put. Before the leader of the black-robed man could finish his sentence, he was directly pierced through the throat by a flying sword, and a cackling sound came out from his throat. In an instant, his divine soul was annihilated by Yi Tianming. The rest of the black-robed men saw this. Their faces were so shocked that they could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly fled towards the outside. From the time Yi Tianmian appeared to the time he killed the leading Yao Guang realm powerhouse, it still took less than 10 breaths. And this Yao Guang realm powerhouse was one of the Heavenly Demon Sect's 36 Hall Masters, second only to the Heavenly Demon Sect's Sect Master, Protector and Holy Son. Yi Tianming could easily kill the Heavenly Demon Sect's Hall Master, not to mention their ordinary Heavenly Demon Sect disciples. These black-robed men, who had originally been disdainful of Yi Tianmai, could not even raise a trace of resistance at this moment, and fled towards the outside. Now that the outside has been completely blocked, it's a dead end for them to go out. But if you stay here, you will only die faster, so you might as well go out and fight, and take the opportunity to kill a bloody road. Their thoughts were good, but how could their speed compare to Yi Tianmian? Only a few flying swords were shot out, and these black-robed men were instantly come to blows. In just less than 10 breaths of time, these black-robed men who came were resolved by Yi Tianmian, and they hadn't even had time to fight back. Looking at the corpses of these Heavenly Demon Sect powerhouses, Yi Tianming glanced at the dragon vein next to him before taking a deep breath. Luckily, he came in time, or else this dragon vein would have really been destroyed by the Heavenly Devil Sect. By then the entire Dacian dynasty will be in trouble. Ji Ruo, are you okay? It was at this point that Yi Tianming looked at Ji Zhirua and inquired. It's okay. Ji Zhirua shook her head. There was still a divine thought of her own father in her body that would shelter her when she met a life and death crisis. It was also fortunate that these black-robed men had not moved to kill themselves just now, or else they would have been instantly decapitated by the divine thoughts their father had left for them just now. Seeing that Ji Zhirua was fine, Yi Tianming breathed a sigh of relief and then pondered. How on earth did this Heavenly Demon Sect powerhouse get mixed in? After thinking for a moment, he had no thoughts and shook his head. I have to leave. Later father and the others should be looking for me. You should know what to say. Aha! It was Senior 10-Mile Sword God who saved me. But Senior 10-Mile Sword God has already left. Ji Zhirua nodded her head in a hurry. Seeing Ji Zhirua being so uptight, Yi Tianming also smiled and immediately dodged and disappeared in place. As expected, by the time Yi Tianming had gone for a short while, the figures of Emperor Qian and many other powerful people appeared. As for Yi Tianmian, naturally, he was also inside. To the rest of the people, it seemed that Yi Tianming was looking for Ji Zhirua in the neighborhood after he left the Great Hall. And then it didn't take a while for the Qian Emperor to discover Ji Zhirua. Yi Tianming also followed the Qian Emperor and came here. From the beginning to the end, Yi Tianming was under the eyes of the Qian Emperor, and no one bothered to suspect that it was Yi Tianming who saved Ji Zhirua. After all, the system's ability to hide the breath was just too strong, and Yi Tianming's own strength was also among the top group. Together with the various divine martial arts techniques to hide the breath, it was just too difficult to be discovered. Ji Ruo, are you okay? Seeing that Ji Zhirua was fine, Emperor Qian was relieved. Uncle Yi, I'm fine. Ji Zhirua shook her head and then said, thanks to Senior 10-Mile Sword God, if it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that this dragon vein would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Demon Sect's powerhouses. 10-Mile Sword God? Emperor Qian was slightly stunned as he looked around at the corpses of several Heavenly Demon Sect powerhouses. At this time, Ji Zhirua also told the story. Only, it replaced Yi Tianmian with the 10-Mile Sword God. Senior 10-Mile Sword God left this place after killing these several Heavenly Demon Sect powerhouses. Ji Zhirua said. Surprisingly, not a single movement was emitted. It seems that this 10-Mile Sword God's strength is at least at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Emperor Qian murmured softly after checking out these corpses. These Heavenly Demon Sect powerhouses were not weak. 1 peak Yaoguang realm and 4 powerhouses above the 6th level of the Yaoguang realm. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, sneaking into the land of the dragon vein and chopping it off was really not easy to be discovered. At present, it seems that this 10-Mile Sword God should not be an enemy. Only, how did he sneak into the palace? This 10-mile sword god. Just what kind of god is he? Emperor Qian constantly pondered over these questions. No matter how much he thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that this 10-mile sword god would be Yi Tianming. After settling the matter of these few heavenly demon sect powerhouses, Emperor Qian had his people tighten their defense to prevent any other heavenly demon sect powerhouses from mixing in. The entire palace's grand formation opened up, and the banquet, as a result, ended hastily. Everyone leaving the banquet was scrutinized to prevent any spies from the heavenly devil cult. Only after everyone had left did Emperor Qian narrow his eyes and ask, "Who do you think colluded with the heavenly demon sect?" The heavenly devil cult was able to sneak into the palace, so someone must have secretly moved. This was something that Emperor Qian thought of in the first place. I don't know, but a few of the princes vying for the throne, and the third princess, are all possibilities. Prime Minister Zhang Ju said, "What about this 10-mile sword god?" Emperor Qian then asked, 10-mile sword god. It seems that the purpose is unknown at the moment, but it shouldn't be an enemy. Prime Minister Zhang Ju replied after pondering for a moment. Don't let me know who colluded with the heavenly devil cult, or else, I'll be sure to chop them off without mercy. Emperor Qian snorted coldly and his figure disappeared into thin air. In the back hall of the Great Qian dynasty, Emperor Qian called Yi Tianming and Ji Zhirua over. Chapter 40, Ancestral Origin Blood Demon Pill. Heaven's Mandate. My father originally wanted you to go to the Ji clan later, but after what happened today, it's better for you to go to the Ji clan earlier. Emperor Qian was filled with worry. What happened today made him feel that the heavenly demon sect was expected to make a move soon, and Taishan Prefecture was no longer safe. If Yi Tianming continued to stay in Taishan Prefecture, there was no guarantee that something would happen at some point. Father, this heavenly demon sect was defeated 1,000 years ago. Now could it be that even if we join forces with the remaining few powers, we are still no match for the other side? Yi Tianming frowned and said, "Over the years, our four forces have been searching for the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect in Taishan Prefecture, but we have never found it." Emperor Qian sighed, and there was helplessness in his eyes. Originally, of the 5 major powers in Taishan State, the Great Zhou dynasty was controlled by the heavenly devil cult, with many powerful people becoming puppets, and the Great Qian dynasty had no choice but to join forces with the remaining 3 major powers to annihilate the Great Zhou dynasty. This caused the forces of Taishan Prefecture to suffer a great deal of vitality. For so many years, they had never stopped searching for the heavenly demon sect, but they had only destroyed some of its strongholds, and there was not a single piece of news from the headquarters. Instead, the 4 major forces had suffered heavy losses in the past few years. The Green Cloud Sword sect even had a Supreme Realm powerhouse fall. After 1,000 years of hibernation, no one knows at all what level of strength the heavenly demon sect has reached now, but judging from the fact that he was able to secretly destroy the Great Zhou dynasty, he's already the number 1 power in Taishan Prefecture. Emperor Qian continued, "Only, right now, he hasn't made a move yet, and he's probably waiting for some kind of timing. It's a pity that we don't know the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect." Yi Tianming inwardly let out a long sigh. Although he was only in the first level of the Supreme Realm right now, but with all his cards, he was strong enough to be comparable to a peak Supreme Realm powerhouse. If one knew where the headquarters of the heavenly demon sect was located, it would be possible to find a way to eradicate the heavenly demon sect. When Emperor Qian saw Yi Tianmai frowning, he thought that Yi Tianmai was worried about his safety and laughed lightly. "Tianmai, you don't have to worry too much. No matter what, my father will keep you safe." Seeing Emperor Qian like this, Yi Tianming also smiled. He was an orphan in his last life, and although he didn't experience a mother's love in this life, his father's love was much more than his siblings. The Qian Emperor didn't mind that he was addicted to alcohol and didn't want to make progress, but instead thought of himself in every way. This warmed Yi Tianming's heart. It seems that the kind of cold and unfeeling royals in novels aren't always true. Alright, Heaven's Mandate. Go get ready and get ready. In a month's time, I'll send someone to send you guys to the Ji family. After explaining a few more things to Yi Tianming and Ji Zhirua, Emperor Qian set the time. In this regard, Yi Tianming didn't have much of an opinion. Taishan Prefecture. Meteor Sword Abyss. Heavenly Demon Sect's Forbidden Land. Sect Leader. Temple Master Wu is dead, and the dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty has not been severed. A strong member of the Heavenly Demon Sect reported to the Heavenly Demon Sect Master about everything that had happened recently. "I know." The Heavenly Demon Sect Master, who was dressed in white, opened his mouth indifferently, and no joy or sadness could be heard in his tone. According to the rumors, it was the 10-mile sword god who stepped in and killed them. The Heavenly Demon Sect powerhouse continued. "Him again? Who exactly is this person? Repeatedly sabotaging our plans." It was at this moment, upon hearing the name of the 10-mile sword god, that the Heavenly Demon Sect Master's emotions fluctuated for a moment. his eyes deep as he stared at the pool of blood in front of him. Sect leader. This 10-mile sword god seems to be a casual cultivator, and we have sent people to spy on his identity many times, but there has been no luck. It's as if this person has never appeared. This heavenly demon sect powerhouse was also puzzled and couldn't figure out the 10-mile sword god's true identity even if he thought about it. I know. After a long time, the heavenly demon sect master took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. Seeing this, that heavenly demon sect powerhouse did not say anything more and slowly retreated. It wasn't until only the heavenly demon sect master was left in this place that he softly murmured, 10-mile sword god? Who exactly are you? In the next month, Yi Tianming then started to pack up. The various treasures inside his hut were collected into the system space, lest after he left, if someone suddenly discovered that there were countless heavenly treasures in the place where he lived, what would happen? This system space, which came with Yi Tianming's system, was nothing special except that it was much larger than a space ring. Other than that, Yi Tianming also went to the Demon Beast mountain range. Order the Underworld Demon King and the Blazing Flame Demon King to keep an eye on the movements of the Heavenly Demon Sect and help the Dacian dynasty if necessary. Yi Tianming also gave the Underworld Demon King and Blazing Flame Demon King quite a few treasures to help them cultivate. The preparations, are they all ready? In the middle of the Demon Beast mountain range, Yi Tianming looked at the Blazing Flame Demon King. Master, it's all ready. The Blazing Flame Demon King nodded and took out a large pile of heavenly treasures. Although the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King were said to be submissive to Yi Koan, Yi Koan had always called Yi Tianming master. Moreover, Yi Koan had asked the two major demon kings to call it so, and the two major demon kings could only agree. Looking at the ground full of heavenly treasures, Yi Tianming also took out some heavenly treasures from inside the system space. Your Qilin bloodline is only 1 in 10,000, and it's not known how many generations have passed. So how much of this trace of Qilin bloodline will be awakened by you in the end can only depend on your destiny. The Blazing Flame Demon King nodded his head practically. Don't worry master. I'm ready. In the Blazing Flame Demon King's heart, as long as he could make his Qilin bloodline go one step further, even if it was to awaken 1/10,000th of it again, that would make his strength increase greatly. Yi Tianming did not say anything more and directly pinched his hand. Instantly, the heavenly materials on the ground instantly levitated, and in Yi Tianming's right hand, a hot flame instantly rose up. When this flame just appeared, even the surrounding space became illusory and scorching hot. Other than the Blazing Flame Demon King, the rest of the demon clans in the field retreated back and forth. The temperature, it was almost going to cook them. For so many years, Yi Tianming had naturally studied alchemy. Alchemists are categorized into the 7 levels of Huangxian Di Tian Dao Sheng Di. As long as one successfully concocts 3 yellow rank pills, one is a yellow rank alchemist. If one refined 3 Xian rank pills, he was naturally a Xian rank alchemist. Yi Tianming had once refined quite a few heavenly rank pills and had long since become a heavenly rank alchemist. As for the grades above the heavenly rank, not only did it require exquisite alchemy, it also required a sense of the great Tao. And right now Yi Tianming was naturally unable to refine pills above the Tao rank. The pill that Yi Tianming had refined was called the Ancestral Origin Demon Blood Pill, and it was a top-grade pill of the heavenly rank. The main use was to stimulate the bloodline within the demonic beast. Although the Blazing Flame Demon King only had 1/10,000th of the Qilin bloodline in his body, he didn't know how many generations he had gone through, and relying on himself was simply unable to activate the Qilin bloodline. Unlike Yi Kuan, who was a pure blood by Feng, he didn't need pills to activate his bloodline at all. He just needed to keep growing, and the bloodline in his body would metamorphose on its own. The surrounding spiritual energy began to crazily pour in towards Yi Tianming's hands, and all sorts of precious and incomparable spiritual medicines were mixed together. And under the forging of the blazing fire, a pill began to take shape. The Blazing Flame Demon King stared at the process of Yi Tianming's alchemy, not daring to blink his eyes for fear of a single mistake and a failure in refining. In order to refine this Ancestral Origin Demon Blood Pill, he had taken out all of his family's assets. During this period of time, he had suffered a great deal in order to collect the spirit medicine for refining the Ancestral Origin Demon Blood Pill. It was only then that he managed to find a single copy of the Ancestral Origin Demon Blood Pill's refined spirit medicine. If he failed, then his efforts for so long would truly be in vain. Dan Chang. It was unknown how long it had been. As Yi Tianming let out an explosive cry, a blood-red elixir appeared in his hand. The elixir was as dazzling as a flame, and had a head of Qilin engraved on it, emitting a rich spiritual energy. Fine beads of sweat dipped out from Yi Tianming's forehead. He had consumed quite a bit of energy in order to refine this elixir. He hurriedly took out his wine gourd and filled it with a large mouthful of wine before throwing the elixir to the Blazing Flame Demon King. There is only this Ancestral Origin Demon Blood Pill. The rest is up to you. The blazing flame demon king received the elixir and was instantly overjoyed, hastily bowing his head. Many thanks, Master. Chapter 41 100% of the Qilin bloodline. After the blazing flame demon king received the elixir, he directly treated it like a treasure and swallowed this ancestral origin demon blood elixir in one gulp. In an instant, the 100,000-mile demon beast mountain range was instantly filled with lightning and thunder, dark clouds, and the spiritual energy became furious. Who? The blazing flame demon king roared and manifested his main body, the blazing flame Qilin. He shot straight up into the clouds, his huge body towering like a mountain range. A fiery energy surged out from amongst the blazing flame demon king's body, like a rushing river, surging and surging. He raised his voice to the sky, and the 100,000-mile demon beast mountain range echoed with the roar of the blazing flame demon king. As the medicinal power of the ancestral source blood pill was stimulated, the scales on the blazing flame demon king's body flickered with a strange light, and the flames on his body grew hotter and hotter, and the space was flooded with layers of ripples. For a while, looking from afar, one could see an incomparably huge blazing flame Qilin, head held high, standing in the middle of the 100,000 miles of demonic beast mountain range. An air of disdain permeated his body. Daqian Dynasty, the national capital. The commotion caused by the blazing flame demon king naturally attracted the attention of the strongest members of the Daqian dynasty, and many of them took to the air and looked in the direction of the demon beast mountain range. Your Majesty, I didn't expect this blazing flame demon king to be able to stimulate the bloodline in his body. Looking at the aura, I'm afraid that in his body, he's already able to reach 1% of the Qilin bloodline. Above the 10,000 miles of altitude, Prime Minister Zhang Ju stood in the void, gazing in the direction of the demonic beast mountain range with a grave expression on his face. Although the beast tide crisis was lifted by the 10-mile sword god, they didn't dare to guarantee when the other side would erupt in another beast tide. The stronger the strength of the demonic beasts in the demon beast mountain range, the greater the threat to the Daqian dynasty. I don't know what kind of heaven-defying chance this blazing flame demon king has obtained. Zhang Ju couldn't help but lament. This isn't the blazing flame demon king's chance. It should be related to the 10-mile sword god. Emperor Qian looked in the direction of the demon beast mountain range and faintly said, something to do with the 10-mile sword god? Zhang Ju was slightly stunned. You said that this blazing flame demon king hadn't seen any movement in his bloodline for hundreds of years. So why was he able to activate his bloodline after being taken in by the 10-mile sword god? Emperor Qian explained. Hearing the Qian emperor's words, Zhang Ju's gaze was grave. Your Majesty, this 10-mile sword god is top-notch in strength and was able to silently blend into the palace. And now he's helping the blazing flame demon king awaken his bloodline. So we have to be on guard. Currently, the 10-mile sword god has no hostility towards us. So we just need to pay attention to one thing. There is no need to probe the other party, which would cause trouble instead. Understood. Looking at the blazing flame demon king whose aura was getting stronger and stronger in the void, the underworld demon king was salivating a little. Unfortunately, he is just an ordinary demonic beast, and there is nothing in his ancestors' heaven-defying bloodline, so this kind of chance is destined to have nothing to do with himself. The underworld demon king sighed softly, his eyes filled with regret. Underworld, I have a martial art here that you can try cultivating. It suits you. On the side, Yi Tianmian also saw the mind of the demon king of the underworld and took out a martial art from amongst his spatial ring. Thank you, Master. When the underworld demon king heard this, he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yi Tianmeng, received the martial skill, and sensitized it. 9 shadow splitting technique? The underworld demon king could sense the power of this martial skill with just a glance, and his heart was overjoyed. It seems that this master is not really mistaken. This 9 shadow splitting technique is an upper grade of the Dao rank, and when cultivated to the 9th level, it can summon 9 split bodies, each of which has the same strength as the main body. Yi Tianming faintly said. This martial skill, naturally, was also obtained by Yi Tianming from the system. Moreover, Yi Tianmeng had almost finished learning, so he passed it on to the demon king of the underworld. After all, he had taken them in, and he should give them some sweet dates in due course. Hearing Yi Tianmai's explanation, the eyes of the underworld demon king immediately became hot. Creating martial arts and making spiritual weapons are techniques that the demon race is inherently inferior to the human race. Even the strongest martial skill of the demon king of the underworld right now was only a middle grade heavenly rank martial skill, but Yi Tianming's outburst was a Dao rank upper grade martial skill. How could the underworld demon king not be excited? Just then, the blazing flame demon king in the void had also activated and completed his bloodline. He once again took human form and landed in front of Yi Tianmian. The blazing flame demon king was all smiles. Many thanks, Master. After taking this ancestral origin demon blood pill, the bloodline has been activated to 1%. 100% of the Qilin bloodline. It didn't look like much, but it was actually quite heaven-defying. This was enough to make the Blazing Flame Demon King's strength rise by a large margin. Not bad. During this period of time I'm going to leave Taishan Prefecture for a period of time, so you guys do a good job of shutting down and improving your strength, and when appropriate, step in and help the Deqin dynasty, Yi Tianming commanded. Don't worry master, with us here, absolutely nothing will happen to the Deqin dynasty, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King said in unison. Yi Tianming nodded slightly as he heard this. Both the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King were both peak Supreme Realm demonic beasts, together with the rest of the demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range in the Taiji realm, Wuji realm, and Yaoguang realm. Unless the rest of the forces in the Taishan state join forces with the Heavenly Devil sect to attack the Dakian dynasty together. Otherwise, it would definitely not be a match for the Dakian dynasty. After explaining about the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King, Yi Tianming brought all the demonic beasts below the Taiji realm of the Demonic Beast Mountain range into the Void realm. If there was a real crisis in the Dakian dynasty, demonic beasts below the Taiji realm wouldn't be able to play much of a role, and it wouldn't matter if they brought themselves with them or not. In the Void realm, there were already quite a few demonic beasts diligently reclaiming this broken little world. When they saw Yi Tianming descending, they all bowed down to him. These demonic beasts, Yi Tianming did not use the beast mastery technique or soul devouring compass to control them. It's really not necessary. Many of these demonic beasts had also developed spiritual intelligence, knowing that the human race in front of them was incomparably powerful, and did not dare to have any dissenting thoughts. Moreover, their king had already submitted to the human race in front of them, and there was no reason for them not to submit to the human race in front of them. Just as Yi Tianming was watching the demon race below reclaiming the Void realm, a huge crane-like demonic beast flew in from the distance, and there was a constant cackle coming out of his mouth. This white crane, naturally, was Yi Kuan. As he watched Yi Kuan quickly fly in front of him, Yi Tianming was helpless. I don't know if Ye Kuan likes to cackle or if Bifang's voice is supposed to sound like that. Master, what brings you here? Yi Kuan flew to Yi Tianming's proximity and hurriedly fawned and smiled. Ever since there was a Void realm, Yi Tianming threw Yi Kuan here and ordered him to be responsible for leading the demonic beasts to reclaim the Void realm. Look, Yi Tianming faintly said, his divine sense sweeping across the Void realm. In the Void realm, quite a few places had already been planted with spirit medicines, and spirit rivers, spirit fields, and spirit veins had also been reclaimed in a vibrant manner. This world, however, still could not be explored to its end, and it was unknown how big it was. Soon, Yi Tianming finished exploring the Void realm and said to Yi Kuan, this place is managed quite well. Hearing this, Yi Kuan immediately said proudly, that's for sure, with me here. Don't worry master. Yi Tianming didn't say anything more, and after looking around, he left the Void realm and returned to the middle of the imperial tomb. After arranging everything, Yi Tianming then removed the formation that hid the compound where he lived and restored the place to its original state. The next step is to wait for a month to pass and head to the Ji family in Kanglin Prefecture. Chapter 42 Traveling to Kanglin Prefecture. Recently, this heavenly demon sect has been acting foolishly. The entire Taishan Prefecture is not peaceful anymore, isn't it? I heard that a city of 3 million cultivators became a ghost city overnight, with corpses and bones all over the place and rivers of blood flowing. Truly a hell on earth. Even the great Zhou dynasty was secretly overthrown by the heavenly demon sect, and I don't know what countermeasures the great Qin dynasty, the White Feathers sect, the Xianyu mansion, and the Qingyun sword sect have in store. What countermeasures could they have? If they really had any countermeasures, they would have settled the heavenly demon cult long ago. In the middle of a city, the restaurant was abuzz with people, and many people were discussing some of the major events that had happened recently. Among them, the most discussed ones were naturally related to the heavenly devil sect. What power was destroyed by the heavenly devil cult? Which city was massacred by the heavenly devil cult? And so on. I didn't expect that quite a few forces in Taishan Prefecture would have been exterminated by the heavenly demon sect. At a table in the restaurant, there were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, sitting around. These 4 people, naturally, were the 4 people, Yi Tianming, Ji Zhiruo, Yi Kuan and Xiao Chui. They were precisely preparing to head to the Ji family in Kanglin Prefecture to discuss the marriage between Ji Ruxue and Yi Tianming. Originally, Emperor Qian was prepared to send a large army to escort Yi Tianming to the Ji family in Kanglin Prefecture, but he was stopped by Yi Tianming, claiming that now that the heavenly devil sect was watching intently, if he traveled with great fanfare, he would instead attract the attention of the heavenly devil sect. At that time, if the heavenly devil sect wanted to make a move, it would be a much bigger target and instead more dangerous. The Qian emperor thought about it carefully, and it seemed like it was indeed such a reason. So he let Yi Tianming and Ji Zhirua make their own arrangements to travel to the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Brother Heaven's Destiny, do you think we'll meet someone from the Heavenly Demon sect along the way? At the wine table, Ji Zhirua asked with a curious face. What? You're still eager to meet someone from the Heavenly Demon sect? Yi Tianming picked up his wine cup and took a drink, glancing at her. Last time, the people from the Heavenly Demon sect dared to capture this young lady. If I let this young lady meet them again, I will definitely teach them a good lesson. Ji Zhiru waved her fist and said, if she was to be left alone to deal with the strong men of the Heavenly Demon sect, Ji Zhirua would definitely be no match. But naturally, by her side, there was Yi Tianming, a supreme powerhouse, and Ji Zhirua felt that no matter how many people came from the Heavenly Devil sect, they would not be Yi Tianming's opponent. Don't worry, if you really encounter someone from the Heavenly Demon sect, you don't need us to make a move. Yi Tianming smiled helplessly. Then his gaze went to the other two wine tables not far from his table. There were like 10 people sitting at those two tables. Yi Tianming and Ji Zhirua had just entered this restaurant when these people came one after the other. For these 10 people, there were only a few plates of peanuts and rice on the table, and they didn't order any alcohol or food. The store assistant had wanted to drive the few people away before, worried that they were affecting the business of the restaurant. But the other party directly threw out a large bag of spirit stones to send away the store assistant. When the store assistant saw that he had spirit stones for nothing, and that he didn't have to serve food and pour wine for these people, he was naturally happy to do so, and didn't bother with these people. Master, these people have 2 Yaoguang realm cultivators and 8 Wuji realm cultivators. It's a bit suspicious. Yi Kuan gently reminded. What? A powerful person of the Yaoguang realm? Could it be someone from the Heavenly Demon sect? As soon as Ji Zhirua heard Yi Kuan say that, she immediately felt that those people were not good people. There's no harm. They were sent by father and have followed us all the way, Yi Tianming explained. Although Emperor Qian promised not to send a large army to escort Yi Tianmian, and that he would let Yi Tianmian travel to Kanglan Prefecture on his own, however, he still couldn't rest assured about Yi Tianmai in his heart, so he secretly sent 10 strong men to follow behind Yi Tianmai, protecting him along the way. It was a pity that these 10 people were discovered by Yi Tianming just as they left the capital city. In response to this, Yi Tianming did not bother to break them up, but pretended not to know as he traveled towards the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture while swimming in the mountains. Hearing Yi Tianming's explanation, several people also immediately understood. Subsequently, after listening to some more things about the Heavenly Demon sect in Taishan Prefecture at the restaurant, they dropped a bag of spirit stones on the table and headed outside. Yi Tianming's few people had just left, and the few people who had just sat at a table not far away also quickly followed behind. When they left the restaurant, they quickly hid their forms and flew into the air one by one. As for Yi Tianming's few people, they were riding in a carriage and continued to head towards Kanglan Prefecture. Because Yi Tianming's current exposed cultivation was only at the soul-shaping realm, he wasn't able to fly in the air, so he could only take the carriage. However, the carriage he was riding in was no ordinary carriage. There were enough 2 Qi Tian realm demonic beasts pulling the carriage, and the carriage was also surrounded by various defense formations that could block the full force of a supreme realm strike. Moreover, the speed of this carriage was extremely fast. Traveling 1,000,000 miles a day was completely easy. The carriage looked like nothing more than an ordinary carriage from the outside, but its interior space was immense, similar to any guest room in a tavern. However, although Kanglan State and Taishan State were right next to each other, they were also extremely far apart, and at this speed, if one wanted to reach the Ji family in Kanglan State, it would take at least a month. Luckily, Yi Tianming was not in a hurry, and while touring the mountains, he slowly headed towards the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. The carriage traveled through the air, leaving behind 2 trails of white smoke. Inside the carriage, Yi Tianming was sitting on a chair, drinking while Bai Lingyan rubbed his shoulders, while Yi Kuan was outside setting up the carriage. Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui were both a little drowsy. Master, what's wrong? Suddenly, Yi Tianmian's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, snapped open, causing Bai Lingyan, who was massaging him, to be startled. Someone's coming. Yi Tianming's face turned cold as his figure flashed and immediately appeared outside the carriage. Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui were also awakened by Yi Tianming and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the carriage. However, when they walked outside the carriage, they saw that not far away, a silhouette with its hands behind its back was standing in the void with its back to them. Master, someone is blocking the road. When Yi Kuan saw Yi Tianming come out, he hurriedly opened his mouth. Brother Heaven's Destiny, what happened? Ji Zhirua also asked in a hurry. The man who killed me is coming. Looking at this back, Yi Tianming gently laughed. With that, he opened his mouth and shouted, I wonder what the Zhendong King has come for. As soon as Yi Tianming's words fell, the silhouette in front of him slowly turned around with an arrogant look on his face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your highness heavenly fate to recognize this king. It's really flattering to this king. The Jindong king laughed a few times, but his figure did not move. Jindong king, you have come from a long distance. It can't be that you came to see his highness, right? Yi Tianming asked with a smile. Your highness heaven's destiny. As you know, his majesty favors you, and for the sake of the throne, this king had to kill you. The Jindong king sneered as he slowly walked step by step towards the carriage that Yi Tianmian was traveling in. Every step he took, stepping in the air, seemed to stir up the spiritual energy of this place, like waves, scattering towards the surroundings. Jindong king, aren't you afraid that if you kill me, father will kill you? Yi Tianming said. Your highness the heavenly fate. As long as this king kills you all, how would his majesty he know about it? The Jindong king then said, your highness, heaven's destiny. You are waiting for them to come and save you, aren't you? After saying that, the Jindong king waved his hand, and immediately 10 black shadows flew out from his body. A few people fixed their eyes on it, and it was the heads of the 10 people they had met in the restaurant earlier. Chapter 43, Beheading the Jindong King. Your highness, heaven's destiny. Now, there's no one who can save you. The Jindong king shouted angrily as his body flashed and rushed towards Yi Tianmian. In an instant, the surroundings were instantly shrouded in darkness, wrapping Yi Tianming and the others in darkness. For a moment, the entire space was as if it had been separated from the main world, plunging into endless darkness. Ha ha ha, as long as this king kills you all in the middle of the black domain, no matter who it is, no one will be able to detect it. King Jindong's figure disappeared in the middle of the black domain, and his voice came from all directions as if it was everywhere. He had purposely asked for the black domain from the heavenly demon sect leader's side in order to kill Yi Tianming. This black domain was a space-type supreme treasure that could cut off connections. As long as one enters the middle of the black domain, all causes and effects will become disorganized, and no one will be able to project what is happening in the black domain. Moreover, in the midst of the black domain, the avatars left behind by the powerful could not be triggered. King Jindong was the one who wanted to come to the black domain in order to prevent Emperor Qian from leaving behind an avatar to protect Yi Tianmai and his body. King Jindong, can you tell his highness which sibling, before he dies, is trying to kill me? Yi Tianming looked at the black domain enveloping his surroundings and said without panic, your highness, heavenly destiny, a dead man, doesn't need to know so much. Jindong Wang snorted coldly. His figure manifested from all sides of the black domain, coming straight at Yi Tianming. Seeing that the Jindong king did not say anything, Yi Tianming did not ask any more questions, and he did not expect the Jindong king to say anything. Instead of doing that, we should just search our souls when the time comes. Looking at the approaching Jindong king, Yi Tianmian stood still and slowly raised his head. Seeing this scene, King Jindong thought that Yi Tianmian had been scared silly by himself, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. But the next moment, Yi Tianmian moved. Only 10 flying swords were seen flying out from behind Yi Tianmian, carrying brilliant sword chi that dazzled the eyes. Clang, dang, buzz. The sound of the sword continued to stir, and the sword emitted a stern and incomparable sword chi, directly chopping at the 4 sides of the black domain. Boom, boom, rumble. In an instant, the entire black domain erupted with a deafening sound, like a spider's web, and the surrounding space was covered with cracks. A ray of light, from the crack, shot into the middle of the black domain. Boom! In the next moment, the black domain directly shattered, and Yi Tianming and the others, once again, appeared in the original place. Beside him, 10 flying swords hovered and stood, their swords clanging and sword chi stirring. What? Upon seeing this scene, King Jindong's face changed wildly, an unbelievable expression appearing in his eyes. After he saw the 10 flying swords hovering behind Yi Tianming, he instantly figured everything out. The 10-mile sword god isn't anyone else at all, but you, Yi Tianmian. The Jindong king was shocked. How could he not expect that the 10-mile sword god would be the one that everyone in the Dechen dynasty didn't care about? The big prince who was addicted to alcohol. Exactly. Yi Tianmian laughed softly and coldly as he slowly stepped towards the Jindong king. 10 chaos divine swords, including the Xian Yuan sword, Zhanlu sword, and Red Sky sword, instantly formed a sword formation, enveloping the Jindong king within it. When the Jindong king saw this, his face changed drastically and he tried to escape, but all around him, he was already locked. At this moment, his heart has long set off a shocking wave. All their arrangements, originally flawless, in the middle of the black domain, killing Yi Tianmian and the others. Even if it was Emperor Qian, he couldn't find out that he had killed them. But how could he not expect that Yi Tianmian was the legendary 10-mile sword god? As the Jindong king of the Dakian dynasty, he had been hearing about the 10-mile sword god's great name for some time now, and how could he not know about the 10-mile sword god's power? Looking at Yi Tianmian who was approaching step by step, King Jindong's eyes flashed and a long sword appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight to the death, only to see him waving his long blade. A fierce tiger silhouette that was hundreds of feet in size emerged, and as King Jindong slashed his blade, the fierce tiger silhouette directly swooped over towards Yi Tianming. The tiger came down from the mountain, and the momentum was strong. However, Yi Tianming was not afraid, and waved the long sword in his hand, and the powerful sword light chopped on top of the fierce tiger's shadow. In an instant, King Jindong's body shook tremendously, and he retreated in defeat under Yi Tianmian's powerful sword light. Swish! Right at this moment, the fierce tiger's shadow was obliterated by Yi Tianming's sword and dissipated into the void, and the 10 chaos divine swords locked the Jindong king's aura. Heaven! Your Highness! Heavenly fate! Please, please, spare me! Looking at the fact that he couldn't even make it through a single move in Yi Tianmian's hands, Jindong king hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. At this moment, his heart had long since set off waves of shock. The strength Yi Tianmian had displayed was actually no worse than that of a strong person at the peak of the supreme realm. There's even more to it than that. Say, who sent you to kill me? Yi Tianmian snorted coldly and pointed his sword at King Jindong. Yes, it's... The Jindong king was just about to say the mastermind behind it, but suddenly, his eyes bulged violently and a mouthful of black blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Demon Sect Master, how dare you? Boom! After saying these words, King Jindong's body directly exploded in place, and even his divine soul was obliterated in the explosion. Obviously, a prohibition had been placed on his body, and as long as he revealed the identity of the mastermind behind the scene, this prohibition would erupt and completely obliterate the Jindong king. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianmian could not help but sigh, not realizing that the person behind the Jindong king was so cautious. One must know that a powerhouse at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm could be considered a first-tier powerhouse in the Taishan Prefecture. Basically, no one would be a match for a 7th level powerhouse of the Supreme Realm. However, the other party still placed a prohibition within the Jindong king, obviously fearing that the Jindong king would fail at some point and confess the identity of the other party. Just how strong is this Heavenly Demon Sect Master? To be able to silently place a restriction inside a 7th level Supreme Realm powerhouse, Yi Tianming took a deep breath. It seemed that he had still underestimated the Heavenly Demon Sect Master. One would have thought that the Heavenly Demon Sect Master's strength should only be at the peak of the Supreme Realm, but now it seemed that the Heavenly Demon Sect Master should have already reached the 9th Tribulation Realm. And not only the Jindong king, Yi Tianmian to this day had not forgotten the ambush that he had met years ago when he was returning to the imperial tomb from the capital city. Those assassins still had the King of Jinnan's token on them. Although he went to the Jinnan king's residence afterwards to investigate, there is no guarantee that the Jinnan king is clean. For the sake of this throne, within the Dakian dynasty, it's really deep-rooted and chaotic. Yi Tianming sighed in his heart. Master, there were a few heavenly demon cult cultivators nearby, and they've already been taken out. Just then, Yi Koan also arrived in front of Yi Tianmian. Just as the black domain was chopped open by Yi Tianming, Yi Koan immediately locked onto a few nearby heavenly demon sect powerhouses and instantly killed them. Yi Koan had been following Yi Tianming for many years and his cultivation had reached the supreme realm. Killing a few heavenly devil cultivators was simply a trivial matter. Yi Tianming sniffed, nodded slightly, and returned to the middle of the carriage. Keep on the road. A light word came out from within the carriage. Soon, Yi Koan was driving the carriage and continued to drive towards the place where the Ji family was located in Kanglan Prefecture. Chapter 44, The Ninth Tribulation is everywhere, and there are as many supreme beings as dogs. Brother Heaven's destiny. After we pass Beichuan City, we'll be at the boundaries of Kanglan Prefecture, 10,000 feet in the air. A carriage pulled by a demonic beast was speeding along quickly. Inside the carriage, Yi Tianming was drinking a small wine while lying on a chair and enjoying Bai Lingyan's massage. Little more than half a month had passed since the beheading of the Jindong king, and during this half a month, Yi Tianming and the others had also arrived at the junction of Taishan and Kanglan prefectures. As for the fact that he had beheaded the Jindong king, Yi Tianming was too lazy to bother about it. Ji Ruo, your Ji clan. Is it true that there is no connection with the imperial clan's Ji clan now? I'm kinda curious. Suddenly, Yi Tianmian curiously said, you guys can dominate Kanglan prefecture, so you're considered a not-so-small power. The Ji clan of the Netherworld prefecture shouldn't mind having a few more supreme realm powerhouses even if they're an imperial clan. Right? Upon hearing this, Ji Zhirua suddenly revealed a bitter smile and said, in fact, don't look at us as being able to occupy the entirety of Kanglan Prefecture, but in front of the Emperor clan, It's no different than a mole cricket. Hearing Ji Zhiruo's words, Yi Tianmeng was slightly stunned. Ji Zhiruo's lineage, at least, had occupied the entire Kanglan prefecture. Was it really worthless in front of the emperor clan? But next, Ji Zhiruo's words shocked Yi Tianmeng once again. Brother Heaven's destiny. You should know that this continent of ours is actually a full 3,000 states, and each state is vast, even if it is a supreme realm powerhouse. Wanting to travel across a state, it would take several months. Yi Tianmeng nodded slightly as he heard this, which was the consensus of all cultivators in the 3,000 great states. But do you know that in these 3,000 great states, there is actually still a huge gap in strength? And some of the strongest people in the great states that are ranked at the back of the list are actually ordinary cultivators when they go to the great states that are ranked at the front of the list, like Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture. They are all large states ranked in the bottom 100. Such places are no different from the countryside inside those large states ranked at the top. Ji Zhiruo came from the Ji family, and it was also a lineage of the imperial Ji family. Although it was now in decline, she knew much more than Yi Tianmeng. We in Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture, we don't know if there are still any living Ninth Tribulation Realm powerhouses, but Ninth Tribulation Realm powerhouses are just stronger cultivators among the top-ranked great states. Hearing Ji Zhiruo's words, a hint of surprise appeared in Yi Tianmeng's eyes. Then he asked, those big states that ranked high, so there are strong people of the Dao Realm and Saint Realm? Upon hearing this, Ji Zhiruo pondered for a moment and faintly said, the great states that rank in the top 1,000 definitely have Dao Realm powerhouses, and there are quite a few of them. There are quite a few of the great states that rank in the top 2,000 that have Dao Realm powerhouses, but in terms of numbers, it's probably a lot less. As for those ranked after 2,000, there are some large states that will have Dao Realm powerhouses in seclusion, usually dominated by 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, which a power like the Imperial Clan Ji family would have how many Dao Realm and Saint Realm powerhouses? When Yi Tianmeng heard Ji Zhiruo say this, he seemed to have some understanding of why the Imperial Clan Ji family couldn't see Ji Zhiruo's lineage. I'm afraid that within the Imperial Clan, a powerhouse of the Ninth Tribulation Realm was nothing, let alone the Kanglan Prefecture Ji Clan, which only had powerhouses of the Supreme Realm. The exact number is anyone's guess, but from what my father said, as long as one is in the Imperial Clan, there are Saint Realm powerhouses alive. After listening to Ji Zhiruo's explanation, Yi Tianmeng couldn't help but sigh. He had thought that even if there were still Dao Realm and Saint Realm powerhouses existing in the 3,000 great prefectures, there shouldn't be many of them. As it turned out, there were actually quite a few strong people in the Dao Realm and Saint Realm. Presumably, previously, Yi Tianmeng had thought that a Supreme Realm powerhouse was already considered a hegemon in the 3,000 great states. However, if one were to arrive at the top-ranked great states, it would probably be the Ninth Tribulation all over the place, and there would be as many supreme beings as dogs. But Brother Heaven's destiny, I believe that with your natural strength, there will definitely be no problem for you to become a saint in the future. Ji Zhiruo guffawed. In response, Yi Tianmeng did not comment on this. With the system added to himself, as long as he didn't fall under the 9 heavenly tribulations of the 9 tribulations realm, it was probably just a matter of time before he became the Dao Realm and the Saint Realm at that time. Just as Yi Tianmeng was heading towards the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture, within the Daqian dynasty, Emperor Qian also received the news that Yi Tianmeng had been ambushed. Your Majesty, the people we sent out, the life soul lamps are all extinguished. Prime Minister Zhang Ju walked in from outside the palace with an ugly face, and with a wave of his hand, 10 oil lamps appeared in front of Emperor Qian. Only these 10 oil lamps, now the fire on them had gone out, and cracks like spider webs had appeared on them, densely packed, as if they would break at any time. These 10 oil lamps were left behind by the people sent out by Emperor Qian, with a trace of their divine souls left on them. As soon as the oil lamps went out, it meant that their divine souls had died out. And the obliteration of the divine soul represents naturally its fall. What? If the Supreme Realm doesn't make a move, who will be their opponent? Emperor Qian was instantly shocked. The one he had sent to protect Yi Tianmeng was a strong person at the peak of the Yaoguang realm. In Taishan Prefecture, as long as a Supreme Realm powerhouse didn't come out, he was definitely in existence that could walk sideways. How is the mandate of heaven now? Emperor Qian's gaze was a bit gloomy as he began to worry about Yi Tianmen's safety. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Heaven's destiny should be fine now, and I have already gone to look for him. Hearing that Yi Tianmai was safe and sound, Emperor Qian was slightly relieved, but he was still 10,000% nervous. Quickly, what have you found out? Prime Minister Zhang Ju spoke up. The people we sent out earlier would periodically send back the route that His Highness the Heavenly Mandate traveled, and I followed the route to find it, and discovered the Jindong King's trail. King of Jindong? That's right, it's him. According to my humble guess, It should be the Jindong king who struck out, only to be stopped by the 10-mile sword god and save his highness the heavenly fate and the others. 10-mile sword god? It's him again. What exactly are his intentions? Emperor Qian suddenly fell into deep thought, but soon, he didn't bother about the 10-mile sword god. Instead, his gaze was grim. No matter how they fought for the throne, I turned a blind eye to it, but they took on the mandate of heaven. The Qian emperor was not ignorant of the bright struggles that occurred in the courtroom, but he knew very well. The Qian emperor probably had a number in his mind as to which people stood behind which imperial princess. Even the 4 kings, who had previously stayed out of the factional struggle, had begun to take sides. Not only that, the White Feather sect, the Xianyu mansion, and the Qingyun sword sect, were also behind it. The Qian emperor didn't say anything about these things because that was how he ascended to the throne before. But now, someone had dared to make a move against Yi Tianmian, which had already violated Emperor Qian's reverse scale, pass on the decree to execute the entire house of the Jindong king, and the gods and souls will be destroyed. In addition, let all the royal princes and princesses except Xiao Xiao stay in their own mansions for a year, and cut their cultivation resources for a year. The Qian emperor's 2 words were all it took to decide the fate of countless people. Then, he added, I'm going to start my seclusion, and I'll leave the matters of the Qin dynasty behind me to you. When Zhang Ju heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his gaze as he looked into the Qian emperor's deep eyes. Don't worry, your majesty, everything is in the hands of the micro-ministers. Emperor Qian nodded and waved his hand to signal Zhang Ju to retire. When Zhang Ju left, a burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly came from beside Emperor Qian. Only a woman, who appeared behind the Qian emperor, faintly said, Yi Tianmian, is that the child of you and your sister? Emperor Qian nodded slightly and suddenly choked a little. Xin, is she alright? Sister is grounded by the family and has been missing you, the woman said. Hearing this, Emperor Qian did not say anything more and turned to leave. Chapter 45, Kitagawa Castle. Kitagawa City. This city was the junction of Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture, and did not belong to either power. There were millions of cultivators in the city, and the city lord had even reached the peak cultivation of the Yaoguang realm, and his strength was incomparably powerful. But at this moment, the originally lofty and magnificent Beichuan city had already been full of corpses and bones, and blood had flowed into the river, and even the city walls had already been stained with the color of blood. Beichuan city's formation was even more shaky, and was at risk of being broken open at any time. City lord, we need to flee first. The heavenly demon sect's attack is getting more and more fierce. Our formation, it's already hard to withstand the heavenly demon sect's attack. The city lord of Beixiang City, a woman named Beichuan Yun, had an emaciated face at the moment, and her body was even stained red with blood. Must not. If we leave, what about the rest of the people in Beixiang City? Do we really want to watch them be blood sacrificed alive by the heavenly demon sect? Beichuan Yun angrily stopped the strong man who had just spoken and said, I've already called for help from the Qingyun sword sect. They're heading this way. It won't be long before they arrive. Tell the rest of the people to hold on a little longer. The cultivator who had proposed to leave heard this and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, so he could only grit his teeth and leave. Beichuan Yun stood on the city wall, looking out at the endless heavenly demon cult cultivators. A hint of despair rose in her heart. This time, the heavenly devil cult was led by the 5 great hall masters, hundreds of thousands of heavenly devil cult cultivators, who came to attack Beichuan City. The purpose was to blood sacrifice millions of cultivators in Beichuan City to enhance their strength. Ever since the last time the 4 major powers of Taishan Prefecture had joined forces to annihilate the Great Zhou dynasty, the heavenly demon sect's supreme realm powerhouses had begun to vanish into obscurity. However, the powerhouses below the supreme realm became more and more active, and many of the cities and sect clans in Taishan Prefecture were slaughtered cleanly. Although the number of cultivators in Beichuan City was quite a bit more than the heavenly devil cult, many of them were low-ranking cultivators, and they could only give away their heads if they went out. The number of cultivators who could actually go to war was actually not as many as the cultivators of the heavenly demon sect. If it wasn't for the protective formation of Beichuan City would have long been overrun by the heavenly demon sect. But even so, Beichuan City's city guard formation had reached its final moment and was about to collapse. Sister, it's bad. The heavenly demon sect has launched another attack. Suddenly, Kitagawa Yun's younger brother, Kitagawa Lei, flew to her side and said with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Beichuan Yun hurriedly looked outside the city, only to see 5 monstrous demonic auras rising, and 5 figures appearing outside Beichuan City. These 5 people, 2 men, 1 woman, 1 old man and 1 crone, their faces were covered with horrifying runes, and their bodies were filled with demonic aura, and within a 10,000 mile radius, all of them were enveloped by their demonic aura. They, indeed, were the 5 of the 36 hall masters of the heavenly demon sect. Beichuan Yun. This hall master advises you to surrender earlier. With your strength, you can fully serve as the head of a hall amongst my sacred sect, or else on the day the city breaks down, these millions of cultivators will be buried with you. The heavenly demon sect hall master at the head was an old man whose figure was covered by a black robe, making it impossible to see his face, and only a low voice could be heard. Unbridled, Beichuan Yun shouted angrily, "If you want this city lord to surrender, you can't do so unless you step over the body of the city lord." Although she was a woman, her battle intent at this time was no less than a man's, and even more than ever. You heavenly demon sect has done so much evil, sooner or later, you will be retaliated against. Stubborn, the old crone, one of the 5 hall masters of the heavenly devil cult, snorted coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, then I won't blame us for massacring millions of cultivators after we break the city." After saying that, he only saw this old woman reach out and wave her hand, and a skeleton palm shrouded in a dense demonic aura, the size of Beichuan City, reached out from the clouds. This palm covered the sky and was horrifyingly powerful. As soon as it appeared, the entire Beichuan City was enveloped under the palm of his hand. If this palm went down, the entire Beichuan City would definitely be slapped into ruins. Beichuan Yun's face was horrified when she saw the scene, but she was pleasantly unafraid, and she also slapped her palm out, a golden palm rising up into the air. However, compared to the heavenly demon sect's demonic palm, this golden palm was somewhat insignificant, only half its size. Shun. As the old woman slowly spat out a word from her mouth, this palm entwined with demonic aura instantly slapped down towards Beichuan City. Boom! Boom! Rumble! With that, there was a loud roaring sound as the golden palm and the demonic palm intersected, and an explosion resounded continuously. Facing this devil palm that covered the sky, Beichuan Yun's face was unsightly to the extreme as she struggled to resist it, a mouthful of fresh blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. "Sister, I'll help you. City Lord, we've come to your aid." Beichuan City, countless cultivators saw this scene, have urged their own spiritual energy, all poured into the void above the body of Beichuan Yun. Beichuan Yun was the #1 strongest person in Beichuan City. Once Beichuan Yun lost, Beichuan City would only be slaughtered. Anyone can die in Kitagawa Castle, except Kitagawa Yun, only to see thousands of spiritual energy, transformed into a silk thread, passed into Beichuan Yun's body, which allowed Beichuan Yun, who had been suppressed all this time, to finally have a chance to take a breather. Humph. Negative. Right at this moment, the old man in the lead let out a cold snort, and a black light coalesced in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, it was transformed into the silhouette of a long spear. This long lance shadow, very solid, exuded a rich devilish aura, and the violent spiritual energy slowly surged towards this long lance. Break! As the old man let out a low shout, the lance seemed to have pierced through space as if it had stabbed onto the Beichuan City city guard formation. Buzz! Instantly, space shook and the entire Beichuan City shook violently. Ka-ching! In the next moment, cracks like spider webs immediately appeared on Beichuan City's city guard formation, as if it could break at any time. In the void, the people who were still fighting with the old crone saw this scene, and each of them showed fear, but they were entangled by the old crone, and they simply could not free their hands to defend against this shot from the old man. Bang! Instantly, a roaring sound rang out, and the Beichuan City array formation shattered open. The black lance, as if it had pierced through the void, shot directly towards Beichuan Yun. Beichuan Yun's face changed drastically, and with a clench of her teeth, she even directly gave up her defense, and instead, she slapped with all her might, shattering the old woman's demonic palm. This shot targeted only Beichuan Yun alone, but the old woman's magic palm targeted the entire Beichuan City, and Kitagawa Yun could only resist one person. Weighing the pros and cons, she all but gave up resisting the old man's lance. Boom! A violent rumbling sound rang out, and Kitagawa Yun was directly pierced through her body by the black lance, and the void where she originally stood directly exploded violently. Sister! City Lord! Below, Beichuan Lei and the others watched this scene, their eyes glazed over, each one gritting their teeth and staring angrily at the heavenly demon sex crowd. Put! In the next moment, Kitagawa Yun's body fell from the air to the head of the city. She was covered in blood, a transparent bloody hole appeared in her chest, and there was still demonic chi constantly eroding her body. City Lord Kitagawa, why bother? For the sake of this city's griffin, do you need to take your own life? The old man from the heavenly demon sect looked at the already shattered city guard formation and looked towards the millions of cultivators in the city who were filled with panic. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a painful feeling rose in his heart. You heavenly demon sect has done a lot of evil. Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. Beichuan Yun stared angrily at the 5 heavenly demon sect hall masters above him, his eyes filled with anger. Beside her were the thousands of cultivators of Beichuan City, each with injuries on their bodies, all staring angrily. A bunch of mole crickets, how dare they mayfly shake the tree. The heavenly demon sect old man was very disdainful. At this moment, Beichuan City was already in their possession of the heavenly devil sect. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with them? Why don't you hurry up and blood sacrifice Beichuan City before you jeopardize the sect master's big event? At this time, the female hall master among the 5 hall masters opened her mouth. Her voice was like a snake and scorpion, and she didn't have the slightest regard for the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City. Then start preparing. The old man nodded slightly and said to the rest, "Oh, I didn't expect to meet someone from the heavenly demon sect here." But just as they were about to make their move to blood sacrifice the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City, a light laughter came from the sky. Only a carriage pulled by 2 Chi-Tian realm demonic beasts slowly appeared from the sky. Chapter 46, One Sword. All things perish. I didn't expect to meet someone from the heavenly demon sect here. When this voice came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the arena, only to see them look up. The carriage pulled by 2 Chi-Tian realm demonic beasts slowly appeared from the sky, coming over Beichuan City. What man? The old man at the head of the heavenly demon sect shouted angrily and instantly locked onto this carriage. The rest of the 4 great heavenly demon sect powerhouses also focused their attention on it. People of the heavenly demon sect? This Highness was worried that I wouldn't be able to find your den, but I didn't expect you to send yourselves to the door. Yi Tianmeng let out a cold smile and slowly stepped out from the middle of the carriage, looking disdainfully at these heavenly demon sect powerhouses. He heard Ji Zhiruo say that once he passed Beichuan City, he would be at the boundary of Kanglan Prefecture. I was thinking of resting for one night in Beichuan City before setting off, but I didn't expect to meet the heavenly devil sect besieging Beichuan City. Yi Tianming's divine sense swept through. The heavenly devil cult cultivators that were besieging Beichuan City were more than 200,000, but the strongest ones were the 5 Yaoguang realm powerhouses at the head. As for the powerhouses of the supreme realm, Yi Tianming did not find any traces of them. But thinking about it, a small Beichuan City, if it still needed a supreme realm powerhouse to make a move, that heavenly demon sect would be a bit too wasteful. How dare you know that we are from the heavenly demon sect? Don't get out of the way. At this moment, that heavenly demon sect's Yaoguang realm old man shouted angrily. Although the demonic beasts and the human race were not to the point of life and death enemies, their relationship was definitely not any better. For the other party to have 2 Yaoguang realm demonic beasts pulling the cart, their status must be extraordinary, and they might have a strong protector behind them. Now was just the right time for them to break through Beichuan City, so they must not let a small matter cause them to lose their efforts. But although the old man thought so, the other man of the heavenly demon sect did not think so. Heaven's fury! When did you become so timid and afraid of a tiny mole? Or the temple master of my sacred sect? The man snorted coldly and looked at Yi Tianmian. Those who can make a Chi-Tian realm demonic beast pull a cart must not have a low status. To have it sent to their door, that would be a bargain for this palace master. GGG. Saying so, he let out a strange laugh from his mouth and rushed towards Yi Tianmian's carriage. From the time Yi Tianmeng appeared until now, he had been hiding his cultivation, and these heavenly demon sect powerhouses did not see through Yi Tianmeng's cultivation. Moreover, in their opinion, if Yi Tianmeng was really some kind of supreme expert, why would he talk nonsense with them? You people of the heavenly demon sect are really looking for death. Yi Tianmeng smiled contemptuously and slowly raised his palm. Fellow Daoist, be careful. Below Kitagawa Castle, Kitagawa Yun hastily reminded when he saw the scene. No matter who the visitors were, but looking at them, they also wanted to help Kitagawa Castle, and that was their friend. But right at this moment, a blazing light suddenly shot out from Yi Tianming's palm, as if it had cut through the sky, and shot directly towards this heavenly devil cult man. Put! In just an instant, the eyes of this heavenly demon cult man suddenly became hollow when he was still tens of feet away from Yi Tianmeng. In the next moment, he was like the kite that had broken its strings, falling straight towards the ground. At the center of his brow, a tiny, invisible wound appeared, and along with it, his divine soul was directly obliterated. What? How is that possible? What just happened? A powerful person at the peak of the Yaoguang realm was killed by the other party with a single move before they even got close. After a few breaths, both the cultivators of Beichuan City and the powerhouses of the heavenly demon sect all reacted, and there was an outcry. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stared at Yi Tianmian dead in the face. The scene that had just happened was just too unbelievable and shocking. A peak Yaoguang realm powerhouse, who hadn't even gotten close, had died in the hands of the other party just like that? Supreme realm powerhouse. Everyone's mind roared. Only a supreme realm powerhouse, with the lift of a hand. would be able to resolve a peak Yaoguang realm powerhouse so easily. Escape! 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 At some point, that old man from the heavenly demon sect was the first to react and immediately roared. Facing a supreme realm powerhouse, he couldn't rise a single thought of resistance. The gap between the supreme realm and the Yaoguang realm simply could not be bridged by numbers. Even if all of the heavenly demon sect's Yaoguang realm powerhouses were present, they wouldn't be a match for a supreme realm powerhouse. For a while, the heavenly demon sect cultivators outside Beichuan City fled in all directions. Want to escape? Can you escape? Yi Tianming murmured softly, only to see that behind him, 10 flying swords instantly flew out and inserted themselves in all directions of Beichuan City. In just an instant, the 10 chaotic divine swords formed a huge sword formation, encircling Beichuan City for 100 miles in every direction. At a distance of 100 miles, countless flying sword shadows surrounded the area. The scene was breathtaking. Their fast-running heavenly devil sect disciples just touched the sword formation formed by the 10 chaotic divine swords, and their fleshly bodies were instantly strangled, and their souls were all crushed. Seeing this scene, the old man of the heavenly demon sect screamed in his heart. How could he be so unlucky? When he had just received the order to blood sacrifice Beichuan City, he had thought that it would be a beautiful thing. But it turned out that he had not expected that he would end up being attacked by a mysterious supreme realm powerhouse. The rest of the heavenly devil cult cultivators also share the same thought as the old man. It is not just a blood sacrifice of Beichuan City? When the time comes to break through Beichuan City, won't that leave them to their own devices? And now what? When they came here, they were all smiles. But as for going back, can't seem to go back. Senior, can you tell us your name, so that we can die with understanding? The 4 remaining Yaoguang realm powerhouses of the heavenly demon sect turned to look at the slowly approaching Yi Tianming, and the old man at the head took a deep breath and asked. The explicit supreme realm powerhouses in Taishan Prefecture were backed up within the heavenly demon sect, and he was certain that there was no such person as Yi Tianmian, but it couldn't be said. After all, many supreme realm powerhouses preferred to live in seclusion, and it was normal for the heavenly demon sect not to know about it. Me? Yi Tianming laughed lightly and said indifferently. You don't deserve to know my name yet. After saying that, only Yi Tianmian slowly reached out his hand, and behind him, 4 huge flying sword silhouettes slowly emerged. These 4 flying sword shadows instantly locked onto the remaining 4 Yaoguang realm powerhouses of the heavenly demon sect. Each flying sword silhouette was 100 feet in size, emitting a bright golden aura that was incomparably powerful. Chop! Yi Tianming lightly shouted, and these 4 flying sword shadows directly chopped down towards the 4 people. Boom! 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 A series of 4 loud explosions boomed out, and those 4 Yaoguang realm heavenly demon sect powerhouses were directly destroyed under the giant sword's shadow. Not even dregs were left. After resolving the strong man at the head of the group, Yi Tianming looked down at the more than 200,000 heavenly demon sect disciples below. These people, who were still continuously impacting the sword formation formed by the 10 great chaotic divine swords, more and more disciples of the heavenly demon sect, died under the sword formation. Seeing this, Yi Tianmian directly reached out and pointed, and beside him, the void seemed to be torn open. Immediately afterward, the arm of a thick and huge demonic beast reached out from the void. Master, this great king is here. Chapter 47, please save my Kitagawa castle. Senior, Master, this great king is here. Only the red flame tiger that was previously subdued by Yi Tianming in the demon beast mountain range was seen. By the time he climbed out of the crack, there were quite a few terrifyingly powerful auras behind him, emanating from the crack. Dead tiger, what are you doing blocking the door? Dead tiger, get out of the way. When you come back, I'll make you look good. As soon as he heard the sounds of other demonic beasts roaring from behind the crack, the red flame tiger shivered and hurriedly made way. In a short while, behind Yi Tianming, there was an army of thousands of demonic beasts standing. Ever since Yi Tianming obtained the Void Realm, he had taken most of the demonic beasts in the demonic beast mountain range all into the Void Realm. I was thinking of letting them properly remodel the Void Realm, but I didn't think that there would be a time to use them today. Kill all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect down there. Not a single one of them. Yi Tianming commanded in a cold voice. He could naturally also kill all of the heavenly demon sect disciples below, but it would still take some time, so it would be better to let the red flame tiger and the others take care of it. As soon as they heard these words, the demonic beast army behind Yi Tianming's back all had glowing eyes. Ever since submitting to Yi Tianmian, they had rarely struck out against humans. It was just too much of a handful. Now that there were human cultivators, they could not wait. Don't worry, master. It's on us. The red flame tiger let out a long whistle to the sky. Brothers, kill with this king. Without waiting for the red flame tiger to finish speaking, The army of thousands of demonic beasts behind him was swooping down on the heavenly demon sect disciples below. The 5 Yao Guang realm powerhouses of the heavenly devil sect who were at the head of the sect were killed by Yi Tianming, and the rest of the disciples were firstly not strong enough, and secondly, they had long been scared out of their wits. Now that they saw so many demonic beasts, each one of them was even more terrified. In a short while, the field was filled with wailing and screams. Yi Tianming didn't bother with this, but instead came to the walls of Beichuan City. At this moment, Ji Zhirua and Xiao Chui also walked out, and Yi Kuan howled a few times in excitement and joined the battlefield. Evening. Late Beichuan City Master Beichuan Yun. I pay my respects to former senior. We worship the senior. When Beichuan Yun saw Yi Tianming, he hurriedly led the many cultivators of Beichuan City who had been frozen for a long time to pay their respects to Yi Tianming. The Dao friend in her original mouth also turned into a senior at this moment. This made Yi Tianming laugh in his heart. Don't look at the extreme division of realms in the cultivation path, but in reality there are only 3 realms: seniors, Taoists, and griffins. However, Yi Tianming didn't bother about this and waved his hand with a smile. No harm done. The heavenly devil cult has been plaguing Taishan Prefecture for a long time. My generation of cultivators, when we meet the heavenly devil cult cultivators, we should help each other out. Elders Great Righteousness. The group of cultivators from Beichuan City hurriedly paid their respects. Senior, are you Senior 10-mile sword god? Kitagawa Ru then opened her mouth and asked. Yi Tianming slightly froze and looked at Kitagawa Yun. You know me? Upon hearing that Yi Tianming was really the 10-mile sword god, Beichuan Yun was thrilled and hurriedly said, Senior doesn't know. Senior's deeds during this period of time have long been spread throughout the entire Taishan state, and even the rest of the nearby states know Senior's name. And just now, the late generation saw that the formation that Senior had formed was incredibly subtle and exquisite, and thus guessed that Senior was the 10-mile sword god. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming nodded slightly, not expecting Beichuan Yun to be quite smart. Master, it's all been taken care of. At this time, Yi Kuan flew up to the top of the city, with a smug face and a look of inviting credit. Yi Tianming turned his head to look, only to see that more than 200,000 heavenly devil sect disciples had all died, and the lower part of Beichuan City was full of broken limbs. Not even a single intact body was left behind. Those demonic beasts, the red flame tiger, from time to time even grabbed the corpses of the heavenly demon sect disciples and stuffed them into their mouths for a full meal. Quite a few demonic beasts leaned together, their stomachs eating a big circle. Yi Tianming nodded slightly and opened the entrance to the void realm. Those demonic beasts saw this, and one by one, they also walked into the middle of the void realm, and there were also some demonic beasts that even packed some corpses, preparing to keep them to go back and eat. Elder, this, no harm done. Some little pets I collected as I went along with nothing. Seeing this scene, the people of Beichuan City swallowed their saliva, and one after another, they were confused in the wind. These demonic beasts, they can feel several breaths inside that are no less than Beichuan Yun's Yaoguang realm demonic beasts. If these demonic beasts attacked the city, I'm afraid Beichuan City wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. And these demonic beasts, surprisingly, all obeyed Yi Tianmu, which made the people of Beichuan City froze up. After all the demonic beasts had entered the void realm, Yi Tianming then asked, Heavenly Demon Sect, how did they attack Beichuan City? Senior doesn't know. During this period of time, the Heavenly Demon Sect has been burning and looting everywhere in Taishan Prefecture, and many cities and sect forces have been looted by the Heavenly Demon Sect. As for Beichuan City, they seem to have a stronghold nearby, and it's said that they want to blood sacrifice the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City. Beichuan Yun took a deep breath and hurriedly told Yi Tianming everything he knew. Blood sacrifice? Yi Tianming froze at his words and then frowned. It's a method that relies on killing others to raise their cultivation. The more people you kill, the better the effect. The fact that the Heavenly Demon Sect can grow rapidly is also related to blood sacrifice, Beichuan Yun explained. At this time, Beichuan Yun looked at Yi Tianming and suddenly bit her lips as if she had made up her mind about something. She suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Tianming. Please also ask Senior to eliminate the stronghold of the Heavenly Devil Cult here and return a clear sky to my Taishan Prefecture. Senior, the Heavenly Devil Cult has been doing a lot of evil. My Taishan Prefecture has been deeply victimized by it, and now it's even preparing to blood sacrifice millions of cultivators in Beichuan City. So I hope that Senior will have mercy on the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City and help us eliminate the Heavenly Devil Cult strongholds in this place. Beichuan Yun grew up living in Beichuan City. Their Beichuan family, but also the first big family of Beichuan City. Leaving Beichuan City, city masters all emerged from the Beichuan family. Within the city of Beichuan, there is her family, close friends. Now that Beichuan City had suffered a great calamity, and it was so hard to meet the 10-mile sword god. She didn't want to give up this opportunity. Although Yi Tianming had killed countless heavenly demon sect powerhouses, once Yi Tianming left, the heavenly demon sect would still come. When the time came, Kitagawa Castle would still not be able to escape the fate of destruction. She didn't want to see her friends and family, her own family, die at the hands of the heavenly devil cult. Please, Senior, save the lives of the millions of cultivators in my Beichuan city. Please, Senior, save the lives of the millions of cultivators in my Beichuan city. Please, Senior, save the lives of the millions of cultivators in my Beichuan city. Inside Beichuan city, millions of cultivators knelt down in unison, pleading in unison, hoping that Yi Tianmian would be able to save them and save Beichuan city. Looking at the millions of cultivators, Yi Tianming had a mixed feeling in his heart for a while. He had wanted to live on until the end of days, but he had never thought that in the blink of an eye, he would also become a strong person in the eyes of the rest of the cultivators. Senior, afterward, I, Beichuan city, am willing to offer all my treasures, all of them, to Senior. Please Senior save my Beichuan city. Please, Senior, save my Kitagawa castle. Chapter 48 Stronger members of the Blue Sword sect. Please, Senior, save my Kitagawa castle. The voices of the millions of cultivators in Beichuan city shook the heavens, and all of their faces showed a look of resilience. Seeing this, Yi Tianmian let out a light sigh and said, I promise you that I will help you with the remaining members of the heavenly demon sect in this place. Hearing Yi Tianmai agree to do so, Beichuan Yun and the other group of Beichuan city cultivators all had glowing eyes and showed great joy. Thank you, Elder. Kitagawa Ru hurriedly thanked him. I'll order my men to prepare Beichuan city's treasures and offer them to Senior. There is no need to prepare these. Yi Tianming stopped Beichuan Yun. Beichuan city's treasures he still can't see. Even if he gave it to himself, it would be thrown in the middle of the spatial ring like garbage. I've heard that there is a spring in Beichuan city called the 10 Extremities Immortal Spring, and the 10 Extremities Immortal wine made from the 10 Extremities Immortal Spring is famous. So prepare the 10 Extremities Immortal wine and wait for me to come back. Yi Tianming spoke faintly. Hearing Yi Tianming's request, Beichuan Yun was stunned in her heart, but then she was overjoyed and immediately ordered someone to go and prepare. The 10 Extreme Immortal wine was indeed a specialty of Beichuan city, and it was extremely rare. Along with some spirit medicines, it would only produce 10 jars every 100 years. However, although the 10 Extreme Immortal wine was precious and rare, there were still a lot of them in Beichuan city. Even if all of them were given to Yi Tianmian, in Beichuan Yun's opinion, it was definitely a 10,000,000 profit deal. What she didn't know was that Yi Tianming had also heard from Ji Zhirua that Beichuan city's 10 Extreme Immortal wine was extremely famous. I thought of coming to Beichuan city to find a chance to taste this 10 Jade Immortal wine, but I didn't expect to encounter the heavenly devil sect's attack on the city. Soon, someone went down to get ready. As for Beichuan Yun, he had originally thought to wait for Yi Tianming to rest for a while before going to overthrow the stronghold of the heavenly devil sect, but he didn't expect Yi Tianming to directly ask Beichuan Yun to bring himself there. Beichuan Yun could only obey the order and let his younger brother Beichuan Lei and the strong men in Beichuan city prepare for the follow-up matters. Yi Tianming also left Ji Zhirua and Xiaochui in Beichuan city, and himself and Beichuan Yun headed towards the direction where the stronghold of the heavenly devil sect was located. Not long after the two had left, not far away, dozens of figures with powerful breaths came speeding from the sky. At the head of the group was an old man with eyes like an eagle's falcon, with a flying sword at his feet, while dozens of powerful sword cultivators followed behind him. These sword cultivators, their strength was at the minimum of the Wuji realm, and the few at the head had even reached the Yaoguang realm. They were, in fact, the strongest members of the Green Cloud Sword sect. After receiving the request for help from Beichuan city, they immediately rushed towards Beichuan city. Senior uncle, Beichuan city is just ahead. Why don't we see any people from the heavenly demon sect? The city also did not sense Kitagawa Yun's breath. It is difficult to. The several people at the head of the group were shaken and their expressions immediately became grave. Under Beichuan city is full of mutilated limbs and broken arms, and blood flows into the river. I am afraid that Beichuan city has already been lost. The old man looked at the miserable state of Beichuan city, took a deep breath, and let out a light sigh. At this moment, the lower part of Beichuan city was filled with broken limbs and arms, and the blood flowed into a river with a foul odor. These, originally, were the corpses of the heavenly demon sect cultivators, but most of them were eaten by the red flame tiger, and many of the heavenly demon sect cultivators' corpses were packed away by them. For a moment, these sword cultivator powerhouses did not recognize these as the corpses of the heavenly demon sect, instead thinking that they were the corpses of the Beichuan city cultivators. Kitagawa Lei leads Kitagawa Castle to welcome the arrival of all seniors. Right at this moment, a long whistle rang out from within Beichuan City, immediately attracting the attention of the powerful people outside the city. Immediately afterward, Beichuan Lei was leading a group of cultivators from Beichuan City to a place not far from the Qingyun Sword Sect's powerhouse. Kitagawa Lei is still alive? Kitagawa Castle is still not broken? Immediately, a strong man was shocked. Didn't they say that Beichuan City is very critical and will soon be blood sacrificed? Where's Beichuan Yun, the city lord of Beichuan City? How come it's Beichuan Lei? Regarding Kitagawa City, as well as the Kitagawa family, these powerhouses were all aware of it. At this moment when they didn't see Kitagawa Yun, they seemed to have thought of something, and one by one, a look of sadness appeared in their eyes. One of the strongest members of the Green Cloud Sword sect came to Beichuan Lei's side, reached out and gently patted his shoulder, letting out a long sigh. Condolences. Condolences. The rest of the Green Cloud Sword sect's powerhouses also clasped their fists, their faces filled with regret. Earlier, they had received a request for help from Beichuan City and rushed over somehow, and the Heavenly Demon Sect cultivators had already disappeared. But what greeted them was not Beichuan Yun, but Beichuan Lei, which made them subconsciously feel that Beichuan Yun should have fallen in the middle of the battle with the Heavenly Demon Sect's strongest person. But Kitagawa Lei, who was on the side, immediately froze in place after hearing the words of condolence from their mouths, his smile frozen on his face. Nima, that's cursing your own sister. These are late. Even if they are late, why do they have to curse them? However, Kitagawa Rei forced the urge to curse down and explained instead. Gentlemen, the reason why my sister isn't here is because my sister and senior 10-mile sword god went ahead to exterminate the heavenly demon cult, and my sister is still alive and well. What? Your sister isn't dead? How come your sister isn't dead? Immediately, a strong person cried out in shock. However, his words caused Beichuan Lei and a group of Beichuan City's powerhouses to freeze in place once again. What? You seem upset that my sister didn't die? 10-mile sword god? The annihilation of the heavenly demon cult? What does this have to do with the 10-mile sword god? For a while, a group of powerful people from the Green Cloud Sword sect began to talk. Can it be that the 10-mile sword god has taken a fancy to City Lord Beichuan Yun? You don't say. You don't say. Hearing the burst of blind analysis from these Qingyun Sword sect powerhouses, the corners of Beichuan Lei's mouth twitched. Can you guys stop guessing if you don't know? He couldn't even resist doing it, but in the end, he held back. Who let themselves? Can't beat them? Okay, Kitagawa Rei, why don't you tell us exactly what happened? It wasn't until the very end that the old sword cultivator at the head of the Qingyun Sword sect stopped the rest of them and turned to ask Beichuan Lei. Only then did Kitagawa Lei open his mouth and tell the whole story. So, the 10-mile sword god has subdued thousands of demonic beasts and, with his own strength, exterminated hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon sect cultivators? Those 5 Yaguang realm heavenly demon sect powerhouses were seconded by the 10-mile sword god in a single move? Upon hearing Yi Tianmian's battle record, the crowd of the Qingyun Sword sect opened their mouths wide, an unbelievable look on each of their faces. That's right, Kitagawa Rei nodded. This 10-mile sword god, what kind of god is he that he's so powerful? Many of the strongest members of the Green Cloud Sword sect had scat and wondered. You mean, now the 10-mile sword god, and your sister have gone to exterminate the stronghold of the heavenly demon sect? At that moment, the sword cultivator old man from the Green Cloud Sword sect then asked. That's right, go, let's go and take a look as well. Go and see what this 10-mile sword god really is. The Qingyun Sword sect's sword cultivator old man immediately gave the order and led the Qingyun Sword sect's sword cultivators behind him straight to the direction that Beichuan Lei was pointing at. Seeing them leave, Beichuan Lei then let out a light sigh, turned around and returned to Beichuan City, continuing to prepare. Besides, Yi Tianming and Beichuan Yun. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived in the middle of a mountain range. Senior, this is the location where the heavenly demon sect stronghold is located. Kitagawa Yun pointed her finger at the mountain range below that was emitting a black aura, black and purple, and said in a low voice. Chapter 49 Niayuanliang. Yi Tianming looked down and saw tens of thousands of miles of mountain ranges, the fury rushing up to the sky, shrouded by a black mist, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. This mountain is called Chengyuan Mountain, and was originally the border between our Taishan Prefecture and Songlan Prefecture. It is sparsely populated on weekdays and very few cultivators come here. Just a month ago, it was suddenly enveloped by a demonic aura, and the heavenly demon cult appeared here, Kitagawa Ru explained. Hearing Beichuan Yun's words, Yi Tianming just said indifferently, let's go in and take a look. After saying that, the two of them transformed into a stream of light, not hiding their traces in the slightest, and pulsed out towards the lower mountain. Holy sun, it's not good. Something big has happened. In the middle of Qingyuan Mountain, A disciple of the heavenly devil sect ran in panic and shouted at a man in front of him in a hurry. This man, Nya Yuanliang, one of the 9 holy sons of the heavenly demon sect, was just under 1,000 years old, yet he was already at the peak of the Yaoguang realm. This time, he had come to Qing Yuan Mountain in order to blood sacrifice all the cultivators in the vicinity, and thus break through to the supreme realm to compete for the position of the next heavenly demon sect master. What's the panic? Nya Yuanliang frowned slightly, holding in his hands a wine cup made of a human skull, in which was bright red blood. As one of the holy sons of the heavenly devil sect, Nya Yuanliang's favorite thing was to use wine cups made from the skulls of untouched young girls and drink their blood, and the freshest batch. Therefore, every day, Nya Yuanliang would capture a large number of young girls and kill them to drink their blood. Outside, there are 2 strong men coming from outside. Looking at their auras, they should be strong men of the Yaoguang realm. That heavenly demon sect disciple panicked. Oh, a mere Yaoguang realm and you dare to come to trouble this saint's son? Nya Yuanliang finished drinking the blood in his hand and let out a light laugh. Let Heavenly Slayer and the others go and kill these 2. Understood. This heavenly demon sect disciple nodded his head repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yi Tianmeng and Bei Chuanyun had already arrived in the middle of Qing Yuan Mountain. In front of them were 2 peak Yaoguang realm heavenly demon sect hall masters. Bei Chuanyun? Didn't the heavenly fury and the others go to blood sacrifice your Beichuan city? How did you appear here? The heavenly slayer hall master, one of the 36 hall masters of the heavenly demon sect, lightly eeped out when he saw Bei Chuanyun's figure. Right now, there weren't many heavenly demon sect disciples within the entire Green Cloud Mountain, and the only ones at the top were him and the other hall master. The rest of the disciples and hall masters were all sent out by Nya Yuanliang to kill disciples from other forces in preparation for Nya Yuanliang's breakthrough to the supreme realm. The people you sent out have long been killed by us. Today, it is to settle the score with your heavenly demon sect. Bei Chuanyun coldly grunted. I will seek justice for my fellow soldiers who died in battle in Beichuan City. Your days of the heavenly demon sect's evil are over. What did you say? Sky Fury and the others are dead? The heavenly slayer hall master was stunned, but then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Bei Chuanyun. I'm afraid that your Beichuan City has been exterminated, and you're the only one left to escape, right? Just by you. You dare to trespass into my heavenly demon sect. After the heavenly slayer hallmaster looked around him except for Bei Chuanyun and an unknown realm Yi Tianming, he immediately laughed out coldly. If the hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon sect's army had really been destroyed, how could Bei Chuanyun have come alone? Mustn't you bring the strongest men of Beichuan City along? In his opinion, Beichuan City had already been breached, and Bei Chuanyun merely happened to escape and came to Qing Yuan Mountain. You even escaped? And instead of hiding properly, you dare to trespass here. This palace master will definitely make you regret it. The heavenly slayer hall master let out a sardonic smile and licked his lips as he slowly approached towards Bei Chuanyun. Jia. What Lord Saint's son likes the most is women like you who still have their yuan with your skull made into a wine cup. The blood is absolutely fresh and delicious. The aura of the heavenly slayer hall master and the other hall master of the heavenly demon sect instantly locked onto the 2 of them, with an appalling might, like 2 huge mountains, coming towards Yi Tianmeng and Ji Jiruo. Noisy. But just as this pressure had just appeared, Yi Tianmian let out a cold snort, and an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body, directly shattering the 2 men's pressure. What? Seeing this scene, the 2 heavenly demon sect hallmasters' faces changed as they looked at Yi Tianmeng with a shocked expression. Who is your honor? The heavenly slayer hallmaster's face was grave as he stared at Yi Tianmian dead in the face. Just now, he had thought that Yi Tianmian was only at the Yaoguang realm, but at this moment, he realized that Yi Tianmian didn't seem simple. Soon, he thought of what Kitagawa Yun had said earlier, and his heart was shaken. It's hard not to. You don't deserve to know my name. Yi Tianmian snorted coldly and pointed a finger towards the 2. In an instant, a sword blade shot out from between his index and middle fingers, heading straight for the 2. Bang! Clang! Immediately afterward, there were 2 muffled grunts, and the heavenly slayer hallmaster and the other hallmaster of the heavenly demon sect, their bodies flew directly backwards. Put. The 2 of them kept coughing up blood from their mouths and looked at Yi Tianmeng with a horrified expression. A move? Just one move. Just beat them to death. It's hard to believe that all of them are really dead. Sky Fury? Once they thought of this, a look of horror and fear appeared in the eyes of the 2. On the side, many of the heavenly demon sect disciples who had originally surrounded Yi Tianmeng and Bei Chuanyun kept retreating in fear after seeing this scene. Originally, the hall master, who was as high as a god in their eyes, could not even team up to block a single move from the other party? Who exactly is your excellency? This is the territory of the heavenly demon sect. Even if your excellency is powerful, you still have to weigh whether or not you're an opponent of the heavenly demon sect. The Heavenly Slayer Hall Master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and when he saw Yi Tianmai continuously approaching, he had a horrified look in his eyes and hurriedly opened his mouth to threaten. He realized that the hundreds of thousands of heavenly devil cult cultivators that he had sent out were all planted in the hands of the person in front of him. Now with just them, where would they be a match for the other side? Heavenly Demon Sect? Sooner or later, I will find your Heavenly Demon Sect's lair and destroy it with a single sword. Yi Tianmian snorted coldly as a long sword slowly emerged in his hand. Two losers, can't even do this little thing right. Just as Yi Tianming was about to behead the Heavenly Slayer Hallmaster and the other Hallmaster of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a cold snort came from the distance. Only a demonic young man holding a wine cup made of skulls and filled with blood slowly walked out from the middle of the darkness. He was clearly one of the Heavenly Demon Sect's holy sons. Nya Yuanliang, Holy Son, save us. When the Heavenly Slayer Hallmaster saw Nya Yuanliang appear, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw as he hurriedly crawled towards Nya Yuanliang's side. Two losers. When Nya Yuanliang saw the two of them, he let out a cold snort and crushed the wine cup in his hand, blood flowing amongst his palms. Immediately after, he looked at Yi Tianmeng, his eyes cold as if he was looking at a dead person. Who you are, this saint's son does not care. This saint's son only knows that you are going to die. Chapter 50, Blood Sacrifice. Holy Son? Yi Tianmeng looked at the demonic youth in front of him, and with a slight blink, asked, if I remember correctly, your Heavenly Demon Sect also had a holy son, who once died in my hands. This was already a long time ago, and at that time, Yi Tianmian was only at the limitless realm. You're the 10-mile sword god? However, Yi Tianmai's words, when they fell on Nya Yuanliang's ears, caused him to tremble and stare at Yi Tianmai with a face full of shock. Over the years, of the 9 saint sons of the Heavenly Demon Sect, only Ji Boduan had fallen. If what Yi Tianmian said is true, then the identity of this person. Exactly. Yi Tianmeng Jinsho, looking towards Nya Yuanliang. What? He's the 10-mile sword god? How? On the side, the two Heavenly Slayer Hall Masters who had been seriously injured immediately stared at Yi Tianmeng with wide eyes. Unbelievably, if one were to say who knew the most about the 10-mile sword god's fame, it would naturally be the Heavenly Demon Sect. For so many years, the 10-mile sword god had destroyed one great event of their Heavenly Demon Sect. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master had even issued an order that whoever could provide information about the 10-mile sword god would at least become a Heavenly Demon Sect top 10 protector level figure. If you can kill the 10-mile sword god, whoever it is will be the vice sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. Among the holy sons of the Heavenly Demon Sect, if someone killed the 10-mile sword god, that would be the next Heavenly Demon Sect sect master. Thus, the 10-mile sword god's name was like thunder to their Heavenly Demon Sect's cultivators. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the 10-mile sword god's name, Nya Yuanliang suddenly laughed. This saint's son originally thought that it would be too much trouble to slowly deal with the remaining few. But I didn't expect you to personally come to my door. This saint's son is not a waste like Jibudwan. Saint's son. This person is likely to be a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm. We still. On the side, the Heavenly Slayer Hallmaster swallowed and hurriedly advised. Here, there was no Heavenly Demon Sect Supreme Realm Protector present. How could a group of them, a group of Yaoguang Realm cultivators, be a match for a Supreme Realm powerhouse? Humph. So what if it's the Supreme Realm? This saint's son will chop you up today. Nya Yuanliang let out a violent shout, only to see the breath of the 10,000 miles in a radius all pouring in towards his body. Blood sacrifice. Nya Yuanliang roared, and the eyes of those Heavenly Demon Sect disciples around him suddenly glazed over. The blood in each of their bodies was actually uncontrollable, turning into a line of blood that flowed from their bodies to Nya Yuanliang's body. On the contrary, as Nya Yuanliang, with countless qi and blood entering his body, his aura continuously began to climb up, and surprisingly began to infinitely approach the Supreme Realm. This is, on the side, the Heaven Killer Hallmaster saw this scene and stared dead in the face. The blood sacrifice secret method, the secret method that absorbs their qi and blood and raises one's own strength. Another Hallmaster lowered his voice, a hint of panic in his eyes, and more, excitement. Lord Saint's son was originally at the peak of the Yaoguang realm, just one step short of stepping into the Supreme Realm, and now that he's absorbed the qi and blood of so many Heavenly Demon Sect disciples, he'll definitely be able to step into the Supreme Realm. At that time, the 10-mile sword god will definitely be no match for Lord Saint's son. Elder. This. On the other side, Bei Chuanyun's face turned ugly when she saw that Nya Yuanliang had not even spared the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. All knew that the devil cultivator's methods were cruel, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be this cruel. Not only did they blood sacrifice the rest of the cultivators, even the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were the targets of their blood sacrifice. Senior, if we don't do something, I'm afraid he'll break through to the Supreme Realm. Bei Chuanyun had a worried face as the spiritual energy within her body began to rapidly condense. No harm done. Yi Tianming held down Bei Chuanyun, who was ready to make a move. He also wanted to see to what level this Nia Yuanliang's strength could be raised to after absorbing so many heavenly demon sect disciples. A few moments later, all of the heavenly demon sect disciples on Qingyuan Mountain were all turned into dried corpses, and Nia Yuanliang finished absorbing their qi and blood. At this moment, Nia Yuanliang licked his lips. Is this the Supreme Realm? It's truly wonderful. After he said that, his whole body's aura shook, and 10,000 miles in a radius was instantly leveled by him, and there were deep pits of rubble everywhere. His aura was horrifying. At the same time, in the sky that was still some distance away from Qingyuan Mountain, the strongest members of the Green Cloud Sword sect were rushing towards this side with their swords. Senior uncle, what a strong aura. Damn it. It looks like the 10-mile sword god is no match for the heavenly demon sect. Let's quickly go and help. The Qingyan sword sect's old man said in a low voice. His speed accelerated, and his entire person flew out like a sharp sword. Seeing this, those Qingyan sword sect powerhouses behind him, one by one, also quickly rushed towards Qingyuan Mountain. Oh, is this your strongest strength? Yi Tianming looked at Nia Yuanliang and was surprised. Just now, he was still at the peak of the Yaoguang realm, but he didn't expect to instantly break through to the Supreme Realm, and his aura wasn't the least bit weak, and he was already comparable to a powerhouse around the third level of the Supreme Realm. Devilish tactics, really powerful. However, Yi Tianmian could also tell at a glance that Nia Yuanliang's state was very unstable, and there was a risk of going mad at any time. Is this the heavenly devil cult? Yi Tianming murmured in a low voice, having a clearer perception of the heavenly devil sect. 10-mile sword god, if you are willing to submit to this saint's son, this saint's son can still consider sparing your life. If not, I will behead you. Nia Yuanliang stood in the middle of the void with disdainful eyes, looking down on Yi Tianmian with an invincible stance. The two heavenly demon sect hall masters below saw this, their eyes agitated. That's great. The Holy Sun has broken through. They don't have to die. Unfortunately, it's not your power after all. Yi Tianmian let out a light laugh as 10 chaos divine swords emerged beside his body and swiftly killed towards Nia Yuanliang. After waiting for so long, he had pretty much learned what he wanted to know, and it was time to behead Nia Yuanliang. Seek death. When Nia Yuanliang saw that Yi Tianmian had actually killed towards him, he was furious, and a huge demonic palm appeared behind him and slapped towards Yi Tianmian. Heaven-transforming demon palm. Your Highness, the Holy Sun's heaven-transforming demon palm has actually become a great success. Great. This 10-mile sword god. Definitely not. Below, the two hall masters were overjoyed when they saw Nia Yuanliang's move. They were well aware of the power of this move. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm would not necessarily be able to resist it. But before they could finish their words, that heaven-transforming demon palm suddenly dissipated into the sky. Immediately after that, Nia Yuanliang's head was chopped off by Yi Tianmian's sword and rolled to the side of the two of them. What? How is this possible? Below, the two men were stunned and had long been shocked beyond words. He had thought that Nia Yuanliang had absorbed the qi and blood of countless heavenly demon sect disciples and had broken through to the Supreme Realm, and would be able to fight Yi Tianmian. I didn't realize it would end like this. The saint's son, who was actually invincible just now, died just like that? The two hall masters couldn't believe their eyes. No, this is absolutely not true. No way. The heavenly slayer hall master roared angrily while frantically retreating backward. Soon, Yi Tianmian came to the side of these two living hall masters, and the Xian Yuan sword and the 7-star dragon abyss sword appeared beside him, making a gesture to behead the two of them. Senior sword god, we have come to assist you. Senior sword god, I'll help you. But right at this moment, a long whistle came from the distant sky, only to see dozens of figures rushing over to this side in the blink of an eye. Chapter 51, 10 Great Divine Flames. When the arrivals stopped, it was clearly a strong person from the Green Cloud Sword sect. You're the 10-mile sword god senior? The sword sect elder in the lead hurriedly looked at Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming nodded. Someone from the Qingyun sword sect? Greetings to senior sword god. I am. Elder. This person is the 7th sword servant elder of the Green Cloud Sword sect, Elder Zhang Yuanhua Zhang, who came to support Beichuan City after receiving my request for assistance. At this time, Kitagawa Yun interjected, introducing himself to Yi Tianmu. The Green Cloud Sword sect had 7 elders other than the Patriarch, all of whom were Supreme Realm powerhouses. Further down, there were the 9 sword servant elders, all of whom were Peak Yao Guang Realm powerhouses, the top echelons of the Qingyun sword sect. Now that the Supreme Realm powerhouses of the various forces in Taishan Prefecture had begun to hibernate, the fact that the Qingyun sword sect was able to send a Peak Yaoguang realm powerhouse to come was enough to see the importance it placed on Beichuan City. Elder Zhang, This senior is Senior 10-Mile Sword God. Beichuan City is safe and sound thanks to Senior 10-Mile Sword God. Hearing Beichuan Yun's introduction, the crowd of the Qing Yin Sword sect respectfully saluted Yi Tianming. Before they arrived, they had heard Kitagawa Lei make the ins and outs clear. This time, thanks to Senior Sword God. Senior Sword God is very famous. We are very much admirers of Senior Sword God. Originally, we thought of coming to help Senior, but we didn't expect to be late. Zhang Yuanhua hurriedly laughed. The person in front of him was a supreme realm powerhouse. He couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing this, Yi Tianmeng laughed. What the heavenly demon cult has done is infuriating to both God and man. I believe that whoever sees the heavenly demon cult will kill them all. Senior Sword God, Elder Zhang. Since everyone is here, why don't you come to my Beichuan City for a catch-up? I have already ordered people to prepare a banquet to entertain you all. Beichuan Yun proposed. Ha ha ha, yes. Zhang Yuanhua laughed aloud. I've been craving for Beichuan City's 10 Perfection Immortal Wine for a long time, so I must have a good drink today. After the group finished exchanging pleasantries, they headed straight to Beichuan City. As for the two Heavenly Slayer Hall Masters, they were naturally killed with a single sword strike by the strongest members of the Qing Yin Sword sect who had rushed over. This also allowed the Qing Yin Sword sect powerhouses to finally have a hint of participation. He came from a long way, but he didn't see a single Heavenly Devil cultivator. So who can he reason with? No matter what, it was necessary to kill two Heavenly Demon sect cultivators to help the fun. By the time the people returned to Beichuan City, Beichuan Lei had already prepared everything. The corpses outside Beichuan City had also been sent to clean up, and there were still quite a few cultivators repairing Beichuan City's city walls and protective formations. At the banquet, no matter if it was the cultivators from the Qing Yin Sword sect or Beichuan City, they were all extremely respectful towards Yi Tianming. Senior Sword God, if it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid that the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City would have already been blood sacrificed by the Heavenly Devil cult. Beichuan City's millions of cultivators. Oh Sword God Senior alive. And in the future, if Sword God Senior has any use for you, feel free to command. Beichuan Yin raised her wine cup high and was in a good mood. Senior Sword God, this cup of wine, on behalf of the millions of cultivators in Beichuan City, I would like to toast Senior Sword God. After saying that, Beichuan Yun led the many cultivators of Beichuan City and bowed respectfully to Yi Tianming. We toast Senior Sword God. We toast Senior Sword God. We toast Senior Sword God. The many cultivators of Beichuan City shouted in unison, and each one of them was openly drinking. Seeing this, Yi Tianmeng also laughed, picked up the wine cup, and drank it all in one go. Ding! The host tastes the 10 Extreme Immortal Wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 10 Great Divine Flames, the Purple Violet Heavenly Flame. Soon, the system's rewards were ringing in Yi Tianming's mind. The 10 Great Divine Flames? Purple Violet Heavenly Flame? What is this? Yi Tianming wondered in his heart. However, soon after, he began to check up on the information of the 10 Great Divine Flames. Purple Violet Sky Flame, one of the 10 Great Divine Flames, also known as the Star Origin Flame. A top-ranking flame formed by condensing the power of the 7 stars, possessing destructive level killing power, and underneath the starry sky, the damage is skyrocketed. Note, the world's flames are divided into fire, 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 fire. Fire is the king of fire. Fire, chaos in the beginning of the fire. Each kind of divine fire has the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and the collection of the 10 divine fires can ignite the heavens and the world. Immediately afterward, an image appeared in front of Yi Tianming's eyes. Only Yi Tianming was in the middle of the pale starry sky, and a silhouette glittering with golden light appeared underneath the starry sky. He had his back to the beings and couldn't see his face, but his entire body revealed an extremely terrifying pressure. And around him was the flow of the great Tao and the sound of the Tao. With just one glance, the urge to submit a person could not help but arise. Immediately afterward, one could only see a ball of flame suddenly appear in this person's hand, instantly heading towards a star. In an instant, the star is burning up a blazing fire. Not long, this huge incomparable star is disappeared in the vast starry sky, and this flame was clearly the purple violet sky flame, one of the 10 great divine flames that Yi Tianming had just obtained. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Seeing the introduction about the 10 great divine flames and the purple violet heavenly flame, Yi Tianming immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Judging from the images just now, these 10 great divine flames were completely on the same level as one's own 10 great chaotic divine swords. Moreover, gathering the 10 divine flames can ignite all the heavens and all the worlds, and I am afraid that even the Emperor's soldiers can't stop the forging of the 10 divine flames. Only, with Yi Tianming's current strength, It was estimated that he couldn't do the same as the man in the picture just now, controlling the purple-violet heavenly flame to burn up the stars, the 10 great divine flames, terrifying as they are. Yi Tianming took a long breath. The system hadn't rewarded himself with any very powerful treasures for a long time. I didn't expect that this time, it would directly reward one of the 10 great divine flames, the purple-violet heavenly flame. Since awakening the system, Yi Tianming basically drank all the fine wines he could in the Dechen dynasty. Gradually, the system's rewards were getting less and less, and the only way to get better system rewards was to go for the rest of the wine. But Yi Tianming often stayed in the Dechen dynasty, and it wasn't really an easy thing to drink fine wine from other places. Now that he had drunk the 10 extreme immortal wine, which he had never drunk before, he didn't expect that the system would directly reward him with the 10 great divine flames. Yi Tianming also couldn't help but feel emotional. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine and the banquet was over, Yi Tianmian was bidding farewell to Beichuan Yun and the powerhouses of the Qingyun sword sect. As they were leaving, the many cultivators of Beichuan City were still expressing their gratitude to Yi Tianmian. Elder, if there are any commands in the future, the millions of cultivators of my Beichuan City will absolutely go through fire and water for Elder. Go through fire and water for Senior. Go through fire and water for Senior. The millions of cultivators in Beichuan City shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the heavens and earth, even causing the great Tao to vibrate. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianming smiled faintly and walked into the middle of the carriage. Then, the carriage was lifted up in the air and disappeared into Beichuan City. After looking at Yi Tianmian disappearing, the Qingyun sword sect also said their goodbyes and left Beichuan City. Brother Heaven's destiny, the Kanglan prefecture is up ahead, and once we enter the Kanglan prefecture, we'll be in our Ji clan's territory. In the carriage, Ji Zhiruo said to Yi Tianming. Good. Yi Tianming nodded slightly, not expecting that so soon he would be arriving in Kanglan prefecture, but he didn't notice that Ji Zhiruo's expression, as if she was a bit unhappy. Miss, what's wrong with you? On the side, looking at Ji Zhiruo's appearance, Xiao Chui couldn't help but quietly transmit her voice and ask. Chapter 52 Ji Rushue. Miss, what's wrong with you? Hearing Xiao Chui's voice, Ji Zhiruo turned her head to look at her, and the despondency in her expression flickered away. It's okay, I don't know what's going on. The thought that he's going to go to the family soon, and marry his sister, makes me feel a little bad in my heart. Ji Zhiruo shook her head. This was the first time she had ever encountered this kind of emotion, and even she didn't know what was going on. Before she met Yi Tianmian, she was quite disgusted with him, thinking that he was uneducated and addicted to alcohol, and was not worthy of her sister at all. But after being in contact with Yi Tianmian for a period of time, she instead felt that it was her sister who was not worthy of Yi Tianmian. Hearing Ji Zhiruo's reply, Xiao Chui couldn't help but laugh. Miss, you don't think you're in love with Mr. Yi, do you? How is that possible? Ji Zhiruo let out a pout, her cheeks slightly red, and secretly glanced at Yi Tianming, who was lying on the side of the chair enjoying Bai Lingyan's massage. Do you like him yourself? Since when? Was it from the first time he met Yi Tianming, or from the time he saved himself from the heavenly devil sect? No way. Absolutely not. How could one fall for one's sister's fiancé? Miss, even if you really like Duke Yi, I don't think there's any problem. It's not like Missy will necessarily like Duke Yi. When the time comes, Miss, you can then consummate your marriage with Duke Yi and it won't be a problem. Xiao Chui laughed and transmitted her voice to Ji Zhiruo and began to strategize. Jade, don't talk nonsense. Ji Zhiruo let out a pout and glanced at Xiao Chui. Miss, I'm not making this up. Xiao Chui smiled cheekily and made a mischievous expression towards Ji Zhiruo. Then if sister looks at brother Heaven's destiny, what about this? Ji Zhiruo asked in a voice transmission. I think it's unlikely. Missy is the first genius of Kanglan prefecture. She doesn't know about Mr. Ye's talent yet, and might still think that Mr. Yi is just a person who is addicted to alcohol. Xiao Chui continued. And I see, Mr. Yi doesn't have much of a heart for Missy. Is that so? Ji Zhiruo murmured softly in her heart. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Yi Tianmian opened his eyes and opened his mouth, causing Ji Zhiruo and Xiao Chui both to be startled, thinking that the voice transmission behind their back had been discovered by Yi Tianmian. Brother Heaven's destiny, are the heavenly demon sex people chasing after us? Ji Zhiruo asked with a face full of worry. Just get out there and find out. Yi Tianming shook his head and brought Ji Zhiruo to step out of the carriage. At this moment, not far away from each other, a huge warship rested in the middle of the void. This warship was immense, as if it was a monstrous beast. The entire body of the warship was covered with all sorts of formation patterns, faintly emitting light and amazing defense. On the warship, standing full of figures, A large flag was planted on the warship fluttering in the wind. On the flag, the word G glows in gilt. Second uncle. What are you guys doing here? When she saw the silhouette standing on the warship, Ji Jiruo immediately became excited. The person who came was no one else but the strongest member of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture. Ji Jiruo's second uncle. Ji Yuanwu. Ha ha ha, Jiruo. This time when you sneak out, big brother and sister-in-law are worried about you. You have to be careful. Ji Yuanwu laughed aloud and flew to the front of Yi Tianmian's carriage. He looked at Yi Tianmian and smiled. I believe this is His Highness Tianmian of the Great Qian Dynasty. Late generation Yi Tianmian. Meet Senior. Yi Tianming smiled faintly and nodded slightly to Ji Yuanwu. Second uncle. You don't know. Along the way. But thanks to the Heavenly Life Brother. If not the Heavenly Life Brother. Ahem. Ji Jiruo was so excited after seeing Ji Yuanwu that she almost shook out all of Yi Tianmian's affairs in one bone. If it wasn't for Yi Tianmian's light coughing reminder at the end, I'm afraid that by now, Ji Jiruo would have already told Ji Yuanwu the secret that Yi Tianmian was the 10-mile sword god. If it's not His Divine Highness, what's wrong? It's okay, second uncle. We'd better go back quickly. Ji Jiruo froze for a moment and quickly changed the subject. It's been a long time since I've seen my father, mother and sister. Let's go. When Ji Yuanwu saw Ji Jiruo's appearance, he was a bit puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and laughed aloud. Go! Saying so, he looked towards Yi Tianmian and smiled. Your Highness Tianmian, this way please. Yi Tianming nodded slightly and also followed Ji Jiruo to step on top of the warship. Master, this Ji family is really powerful. It was able to find out our location. Getting on the warship, Yi Koan said on the side. Jiruo should have divine thoughts left behind by a strong member of the Ji clan on her body that can sense Jiruo's approximate location. Yi Tianming faintly said. So, Master, who are you? You think they'll find out about my tactics? Yi Tianming glanced at Yi Koan. This kid didn't believe in himself? Cluck 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 cluck. That's true. Master's means are through and through. How could it be discovered by a tiny supreme realm mole cricket? Yi Koan hastily patted his ass. Your Highness Heaven's mandate. During this period of time, thanks to you taking care of Jiruo, otherwise we really wouldn't feel at ease with her going out on her own. Ji Yuanwu walked up at this time and said with a smile, Elder is overstated. Father and Jiruo's father is a close friend. Jiruo is my sister. As an elder brother, Jiagui's sister, this is rightfully so. Yi Tianming smiled and replied. Ha ha ha, big brother and sister-in-law have wanted to meet you for a long time. You and Ru Shue's marriage. If you ask me, let's settle it this time. And when we pick a good day, the two of you will be married. This, oh heaven's mandate. This marriage. But your father and my elder brother personally set it up. You mustn't excuse yourself. Ji Yuanwu laughed, and then ordered his men to pilot the warship and accelerate to the Ji clan. Seeing this, Yi Tianming gave a bitter smile and could only wait until he went to the Ji family. Kanglan Prefecture. Ji family, Back Mountain. Miss, second miss has returned with that trashy prince of the Dechen dynasty. A maid hurriedly ran into the middle of a courtyard at the top of the Back Mountain. This courtyard, located at the top of the Ji family's Back Mountain, was the place where Ji Rushue, the eldest miss of the Ji family, lived and practiced. On weekdays, only Ji Rushue and a maid resided here. And other than Ji Rushue's parents and Ji Jiruo, the rest of Ji's family members who wanted to come here had to be informed before they could do so. At this moment, a woman with white hair like a waterfall and an erect nose was playing the guqin. The woman's eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows revealed a valiant aura. She was wearing a long purple dress. Her snow-white legs were hidden, slender and long, just like a fairy on the ground. The woman was none other than the first genius of Kanglan Prefecture, the eldest miss of the Ji family, Ji Rushue. Oh, Jiruo and Yi Tianming came together? Ji Rushue stopped playing in her hands and her vermilion lips slightly opened. Yeah, and it looks like, well, there's a lot of talking and laughing going on. The maid wondered. Miss, this time this waste of a prince has come to consummate his marriage with you. Do you want to leave for a while first? The maid asked. Waste of a prince? Ji Rushue let out a light laugh and said. He's not some trashy prince. Ha? The maid was stunned at his words and said in confusion. Miss, what do you mean by that? Chapter 53, Ji Rushue's attitude. It's not much fun. Let's go and check out this waste of a prince. Miss, you can't even look at the young talents of our Kanglan Prefecture. Why are you interested in such a trashy prince? The maid laughed. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue just smiled and shook her head as she took a step out and reappeared. Already at the foot of the mountain, outside the door of the Ji family, Yi Tianming looked at the incomparably brilliant Ji family and smacked his lips in his heart. Just one of the Ji family's mansions alone was not in the least bit smaller than the capital city of the Dechen dynasty. It was dense and full of spiritual energy, and one could even see many cranes traveling among the clouds. In the distance, several towering peaks could still be seen, with a number of buildings on them. This Ji family, worthy of being the number one family in Kanglan Prefecture. The concentration of spiritual energy inside is as much as 5 or 6 times that of the outside world. Yi Tianming lamented. That's right, and my Ji family also has a specialized cultivation room, where the concentration of spiritual energy is fully 10 times that of the outside world. So cultivating inside will definitely get twice the results with half the effort. Ji Yuanwu had a proud face. Soon, Ji Yuanwu led Yi Tianming and the others towards the interior of the Ji clan. Along the way, Yi Tianming was also observing everything in the Ji family and found quite a few Ji family disciples who were practicing. His divine sense swept through, and there were at least tens of thousands of people in the entire Ji clan. Moreover, there were quite a few strong people inside, and this was only a fallen lineage of the imperial Ji family. If it was the real imperial Ji family, I don't know how terrifying it would be. As Yi Tianming lamented, Ji Yuanwu brought him to the middle of the Ji family's great hall. At the top of the great hall, a majestic and extraordinary middle-aged man sat at the top. His aura was extremely strong, like a god, guarding the entire Ji family. This person was none other than the contemporary head of the Ji family, the father of Ji Ruxue and Ji Jiruo, a peak supreme realm powerhouse, Ji Yuanwu. Beside Ji Yuanwu, there was a beautiful woman sitting in a graceful manner. The beautiful woman's name was Xin Muxin, the mother of Ji Ruxue and Ji Jiruo. Big brother, sister-in-law, this is His Highness, Heavenly Fate. Ji Yuanwu had just stepped into the great hall. He smiled aloud and introduced Yi Tianming to Ji Yuanming and Xin Muxin. Ha ha ha, your heaven's mandate? I've often heard your father mention you. I didn't realize you were so old. When Ji Yuanming saw Yi Tianming, he immediately smiled, without a trace of majesty, as if an elder was looking at a junior. Late generation Yi Tianmian, meet uncle, auntie. Yi Tianmian bowed respectfully to the two men. Ji Yuanmingshi, his father's closest friend, that is, his elder. That bit of etiquette, naturally, is still there. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. Ji Yuanming laughed a few times and came to Yi Tianming, reaching out to pat Yi Tianming's shoulder with slight emotion. Your father and I haven't seen each other for many years. I've heard that the heavenly demon sect in Taishan Prefecture is now eyeing us. I don't know if your father is alright? All is well with father. I'm sorry for uncle's concern. Yi Tianming said. That's good. Your father has outstanding talent and is the strongest person in our generation. Your father is in the Taishan Prefecture. A small heavenly demon sect can't make any waves at all. Ji Yuanming looked very worshipful towards Emperor Qian, which was something that Yi Tianming had not even expected. Then, Ji Yuanming was asking about some family matters, just like an elder caring about his juniors. To this, Yi Tianming also answered one by one. Oh heaven's mandate, did your father give you a word about your engagement to Ruxue? At this moment, Ji Yuanming suddenly opened his mouth tentatively and asked. Father has already told all of them to the late generation, and the late generation has come here for this marriage contract. Yi Tianming said. Ha ha ha, so very good. Ji Yuanming smiled, then looked at Xin Muxin on the side. Why isn't Ruxue here yet? Didn't she tell her that today is the day when heaven's mandate comes? I'll send someone to rush her. Xin Muxin guffawed and immediately prepared to order her subordinates to go forward. Heaven's destiny. Before you came, I also received a letter from your father. This time, you and Ruxue will meet first. We will not force you to complete the marriage contract. Everything is based on you young people. Ji Yuanming smiled. Hearing this, Yi Tianmian was relieved. However, how could he know that Ji Yuanming had also heard something about his reputation? Ji Ruxue's character. Ji Yuanming naturally knew everything. Even those young talents in Kanglan State couldn't look at them. How could they look at a royal son who was addicted to alcohol? Although he approved of this marriage contract in his heart, more or less, he had to consider his own daughter. But right at this moment, a beautiful figure walked in from outside the hall, and as soon as she stepped into the hall, she attracted everyone's attention. Sister, you're finally here. Seeing the visitor, Ji Jiruo was instantly excited and came to Ji Ruxue's side. After Ji Ruxue saluted the elders in the field, she then looked at Yi Tianmian. You are Yi Tianmian? Exactly. Yi Tianming was not humble and arched his hand at Ji Ruxue, and his heart was secretly in shock. This Ji Ruxue, the face is absolutely beautiful, and the body is a dusty temperament. They have seen among the women, no one compared to Ji Ruxue. At the first glance, even Yi Tianmian was a bit disoriented. If he could really marry Ji Ruxue as his wife, it might not be bad, Yi Tianming secretly thought in his heart. However, once he thought about it, how could Ji Ruxue, such a proud daughter of heaven. Look at himself? Unless he exposed his cultivation, which conflicted with Yi Tianmian's intentions. After exposing his cultivation, he would surely be in constant trouble in the future, and he was purely making himself suffer. Rushua, take a look. What do you think of heaven's mandate? Ji Yuanming smiled and greeted Ji Rushua to his side. Ji Rushua glanced at Yi Tianming and smiled. Mr. Yi is a talented man. He can be a dragon and phoenix among men. Hearing this, Yi Tianming couldn't help but touch his nose. Cultivators were generally not ugly in appearance as their cultivation deepened, but Yi Wuxuan did count himself as a very handsome one. How else would such a thing as being reborn fall into his lap? These days, it's impossible for ugly-looking people to cross over. It will affect the reader's sense of immersion greatly. Hearing Ji Rushua's praise of Yi Tian, Ji Yuanming was all smiles. The marriage contract between you and Tian, but it's been set since childhood, and now the two of you have reached the day when you should get married. You see. With that, Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin were looking at Ji Rushua with an expectant face. On the side, Ji Zhirua was also wide-eyed, wanting to see her sister's answer. However, unlike Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin, Ji Zhirua wanted Ji Rushua to refuse. Chapter 54 Aphrodisiac Pills. I have an engagement with Lord Yi and would like to talk to him alone. Ji Rushua smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ji Yuanming slapped his thighs and immediately agreed. No problem. You young people's matters, you make your own decisions. However, Ji Zhirua and Yi Tianmian, who were on the side, were wide-eyed after hearing this reply. That's not right, is it? According to Yi Tianming and Ji Zhirua's assumptions, Ji Rushua must have known that Yi Tianming was a wasteful prince who was addicted to alcohol. As the number one talent of Kanglan Prefecture, how was it possible for her to marry a trashy prince? After meeting Yi Tianming, he definitely disagreed. At that time, Yi Tianmian would be able to pat himself on the back and walk away. And what Ji Zhirua was thinking in her mind was that at that time, in order to not let the Ji family fall into a reputation of breaking the contract, she herself would come to fulfill Yi Tianmian's marriage contract, which was like killing two birds with one stone. But how did she look at it now? Ji Rushua didn't seem to hate Yi Tianming. Mr. Yi, this way please. Ji Rushua smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. Oh, Yi Tianming nodded, and just like that, he sparingly followed Ji Rushua out of the main hall, and Ji Zhirua, who was on the side, was furious after seeing this scene. Husband, in my opinion, this matter, there is a chance. After Yi Tianming and Ji Rushua left, Shen Muxin laughed. Oh, what makes you say that, ma'am? Ji Yuanming asked with a smile. In the past, not only Kanglan Prefecture, even the nearby states had heavenly pride come to the door to propose marriage. But what about Rushua? He didn't even see a single one, and even ordered someone to beat him out with a stick. Shen Muxin laughed. Now, not only does Rushua not hate heaven's mandate, but she also wants to go and talk to him alone. What is it that we can't hear? This shows that Rushua at least still has good feelings towards heaven's mandate. Ha ha ha, right on, right on. Ji Yuanming slapped his thighs, all excited. Humph, I don't think my sister will look at him. Ji Zhirua let out a petulant grunt and left the hall without looking back. This made Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin, both of them, somewhat puzzled. This kid, Ji family, back of the mountain, in the middle of Ji Rushua's courtyard. I've heard that Mr. Yi likes to drink wine. This is the famous wine of my Kanglan Prefecture. Heavenly immortal drunk. Mr. Yi, please. Ji Rushua poured a glass of wine for Yi Tianming and laughed. Thank you, Ms. Ji. Yi Tianming picked up the wine cup and drank it all at once. Ding! Host tastes heavenly fairy drunk. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the aphrodisiac pill. Aphrodisiac pill, after taking it, it can make the host's gun skills come to a great success. The golden gun will not fall, and the 9 dragons will embrace the pillar. From now on, the family life will be sexually happy and fulfilling. And you will be good and I will be good and she will be good. Put. Yi Tianming directly spat out a mouthful of wine after seeing the system's reward this time. Mr. Yi, is this wine not to your liking? Seeing Yi Tianming in this state, Ji Rushua frowned and ordered her personal maid to remove the altar of wine. No, it's just a little problem of my own. Don't blame Miss Ji. Yi Tianming hurriedly explained. So it is. Ji Rushua was puzzled in her mind. What kind of glitch was this? However, she didn't think too much about it, but continued to ask, Sir Yi, I heard that the heavenly demon cult is now eyeing the Taishan Prefecture, and that several major forces in Taishan Prefecture have been deeply victimized by it. I don't know what Sir Yi thinks about it. How do I look? With the eyes? Of course. Yi Tianming slandered in his heart, but he still said in a serious manner. This heavenly demon sect is nothing more than a regional demonic sect. I, Taishan Prefecture, have a lot of talents, and I am not at all afraid of this small heavenly demon sect. I've heard that a mysterious sword cultivator with great strength has emerged from Taishan Prefecture, named 10-Mile Sword God. I wonder if Mr. Yi recognizes him? Then, Ji Rushua's words caused Yi Tianmeng to frown. How did this talk about the 10-Mile Sword God for a good reason? Can it be that your identity has been discovered? How is this possible? One has never seen Ji Rushue, unless Ji Zhirua secretly told Ji Rushue. However, as far as Ji Zhirua's guts are concerned, it is expected that she is not the one who told the secret. This 10-Mile Sword God Senior is a sword Dao powerhouse, and how can it be that I am just a mere soul-shaping realm mole cricket that can recognize it? Yi Tianming laughed. Is that so? Ji Rushua's beautiful eyes knitted lightly. Then she laughed. Mr. Yi, why don't you let my daughter play a song for you? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmeng immediately became interested. It was a beautiful thing to have such a beauty playing for you. He immediately showed a look of anticipation. Seeing this, Ji Rushue also took out her guqin and slowly played it. Soon, the melodious and prolonged sound of the zither resounded in the middle of the courtyard, which was very pleasant. The sound of the zither is like heavenly music. But soon, the originally long and melodious sound of the zither became subdued and reverberating. The sound of the zither was even interspersed with the sound of clanging swords. Interesting. Yi Tianming sensed the uncomplicated sound of the zither and he looked towards the ancient zither in Ji Rushue's hands. This ancient zither was, at the very least, a top-grade spirit weapon of the earth rank. As long as Ji Rushue was willing, she could completely kill people in the sound of the zither. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yi Tianmian's eyes snapped open and he quickly got up, flashing to the side. Bang! In the spot where he had been sitting, there was an immediate explosion and the chair blew apart. If Yi Tianmian hadn't dodged in time just now, the one that blew up wouldn't have been a chair. Even though Ji Rushue's attack couldn't hurt him yet, such behavior made Yi Tianmeng very angry. You hid your cultivation. On the side, Ji Rushue's maid stared wide-eyed. Didn't they say that the other party was just a waste of a prince who drank all day long? But to have managed to escape his lady's attack? Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? Ji Rushue smiled faintly, then put down her guqin and changed her words. Perhaps I should call you 10-Mile Sword God. Hearing Ji Rushue say this, Yi Tianming's anger that he had just felt subsided instead, and continued to sit back down, faintly saying, Miss Ji, please give me an explanation for today's matter. Ji Rushue raised her wine cup and toasted Yi Tianmeng, smiling. I have investigated Prince Yi. The 10-Mile Sword God appeared in Taishan Prefecture, without any signs, and his appearance came not long after Prince Yi was relegated to the imperial tomb. And every time the 10-Mile Sword God strikes, it's to save the 9th princess of the Deqian dynasty, Yi Xiaoxiao. Duke Yi, do you think this is a coincidence? Or what? But it's too hasty to assume that I'm the 10-Mile Sword God, isn't it? Yi Tianming snorted coldly, very unhappy, not expecting to be exposed just like that. Naturally not. In Beichuan City, the 10-Mile Sword God also made a move. But there was only Zhirua's trail, but no trace of Prince Yi. Ha, you're quite smart to know all the news from Beichuan City. Yi Tianming took a sip of the wine in his glass, not expecting this Ji Rushue to be much smarter than he thought. Then, he asked, aren't you afraid that I wouldn't be the 10-Mile Sword God, and I'd be dead if you went down that way just now? If that's true, then I can only say, Mr. Yi, you're not worthy of being my Ji Rushue's husband yet. Ji Rushue let out a delicate laugh. Well, just as Yi Tianmeng was about to continue saying something, Ji Rushue suddenly let out a delicate hum. Her body softened, and she collapsed on top of Yi Tianmeng. A scent that instantly entered Yi Tianmeng's nostrils, causing his body to tremble. Chapter 55, Contrasting Ji Rushue. Miss. On the side, Ji Rushue's maid hurriedly ran over and helped Ji Rushue up. What's going on? Yi Tianmeng frowned. Is this damn hard to be a bumper sticker? My young lady is a Xianin body, and every once in a while the characteristics of the Xianin body will strike. I didn't expect to come so early this time. Is there any way to solve it? Yi Tianming asked. No, the red flame grass has not been sent over yet, but if we wait until the red flame grass is sent over, I am afraid, Ji Rushue's personal maid said with an anxious face. The Xianin body, which he had seen in ancient books, was a very strong physique that allowed cultivators to practice with half the effort. It was only that the body of Xianin would suffer from the erosion of cold every so often when the Yuanin had not yet been released, and it was necessary to refine medicines that were the most masculine and the most rigid in order to resist them. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fall under the erosion of the cold air over and over again. This was also the reason why Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin wanted Ji Ruxue to marry earlier. It only seemed like this time, the cold erosion came a bit suddenly, and Ji Ruxue hadn't had the time to prepare the most masculine medicine. After all, medicines that were the most masculine and strongest were not so easy to find. There is another way. At this moment, Ji Ruxue forcefully stood up, her gaze looking towards Yi Tianming. No way. Miss, if this gets out, your reputation. Mr. Yi is originally my husband, so what's the harm in that? Ji Ruxue's body was soft, once again fell into Yi Tianming's arms, feeling the breath of the beauty in his arms. Even Yi Tianming was a bit distracted at the moment. Mr. Yi, please also save my daughter's life. Ji Ruxue said softly. This, Sir Yi, carry me into the room. Ji Ruxue directly stopped Yi Tianming and said softly. At this moment, Yi Tianmian had also long been majestic. Looking at the beauty in his arms, he clenched his teeth. It was still important to save people. As soon as he thought of this, he carried Ji Ruxue to the inside of the house, and didn't forget to throw out a formation with his hand, sealing the entire house. Inside the room, Yi Tianming also felt the cold aura from Ji Ruxue's body. This cold air, if the rest of the people came, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to get close to Ji Ruxue. However, it was fortunate that Yi Tianming was carrying the body of Desolate Ancient, which was the first of the thousands of physiques in the world, and he was not afraid of the coldness emanating from the body of Xianin at all. Just as he was about to say something, a hot kiss came up. Soon, Yi Tianming and Ji Ruxue were under the covers. After 2.5 hours had passed, Ji Ruxue had fallen into a deep sleep in Yi Tianming's arms. Looking at the beauty in his arms, Yi Tianming held his waist and sat up. This Ji Ruxue looked cold and quiet on weekdays, but I didn't expect it to be so contrasting in other places. If it wasn't for the fact that the good system had just given him an aphrodisiac pill, Yi Tianmian would really be a bit unable to stand it. However, after this great battle, Yi Tianming was not all for naught. His cultivation had unexpectedly broken through after obtaining Ji Ruxue's Yuanyin, and it wasn't as simple as breaking through a small level. The cultivation directly broke through 3 small realms in a row, reaching the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Husband. At this time, Ji Ruxue also woke up in a deep sleep and looked at Yi Tianming. Thinking of her previous behavior, she immediately blushed. Husband, I didn't expect you to be the legendary Desolate Ancient Sacred Body, and you're already a Supreme Realm powerhouse. What other secrets are you hiding from me? After the in-depth exchange with Yi Tianmian just now, the two of them were considered to know each other. Oh, there's a lot you don't know. Yi Tianming laughed and kissed Ji Ruxue's forehead. Originally, Yi Tianming was prepared to come to withdraw from the marriage, but he didn't expect to have a skinship with Ji Ruxue by mistake. Then he would definitely be responsible for Ji Ruxue to the end. Husband, it's getting late. Let's go meet father and mother and the others first. Ji Ruxue said. Yi Tianming also nodded, and when Ji Ruxue and Ji Ruxue got dressed, they arrived at the Ji family hall. At this time in the Ji clan's main hall, both Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin were present. The two of them looked at Yi Tianming with a smile, and beside them was the puffed-up Ji Zhiruo. As soon as Yi Tianming came in, he saw Ji Zhiruo's eyes that seemed to want to kill. He was secretly shocked. He didn't seem to have offended her, right? Ha ha ha, heaven's destiny. Xiaozhu told us all about you. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Even your father doesn't know. Ji Yuanming laughed loudly. The Xiaozhu in his mouth was Ji Ruxue's personal maid. When Xiaozhu had just told Ji Yuanming that Yi Tianming's strength was very strong, Ji Yuanming still didn't believe it. In the end, under constant questioning, Ji Zhiruo then said the secret that Yi Tianmian was the 10-mile sword god. Hearing this, Ji Yuanming still felt a bit unbelievable and immediately probed out his divine sense to try to check it out. However, he found that the courtyard where Ji Ruxue resided had long been isolated by a formation, and his own divine sense could not even probe into it. Only then did Ji Yuanming believe that Yi Tianming was the 10-mile sword god. Uncle, this matter, please keep it a secret for me, even from my father. Now that the heavenly demon sect is watching intently, if I reveal my identity, I'm afraid I'll cause trouble. Yi Tianming smiled bitterly after hearing this. Oh heaven's destiny, don't worry, since you said so, then I, as an elder, definitely won't talk nonsense. Ji Yuanming hurriedly nodded his head. However, he was still very puzzled in his heart. How exactly did Yi Tianmian cultivate? He's not that old now. He's only a couple dozen years old. But for cultivators who were often thousands of years old, a few dozen years old was too young. When he thought that Yi Tianming's age of a few dozen years was comparable to his own cultivation of a few thousand years, Ji Yuanming's face immediately broke into a smile. He had picked up a treasure. The thing to be afraid of now was not whether Ji Rushue looked at Yi Tianmian anymore, but whether Yi Tianmian looked at Ji Rushue anymore. Divine order. Then your marriage. In the end, it was Shin Mushin who opened her mouth to ask, Uncle, Auntie, my marriage to Rushue is all up to the elders. Yi Tianming faintly smiled. Good. Then we'll pick a good day to get you two married. Ji Yuanming clapped his big hands together, fearing that Yi Tianming would back out. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded out of place. Only Ji Zhirua glared viciously at Yi Tianming and turned her head to leave the Ji family hall. This action of hers made Yi Tianming a bit puzzled. However, Ji Rushue, who was on the side, saw this, but the corner of her mouth was gently smiling. And then she slightly looked at Yi Tianming with deep meaning. Husband, you want to marry me, but there's still a problem. It depends on whether you can do it or not. Suddenly, Ji Rushue laughed. Chapter 56, The Valley of the Medicine King. Trouble? What trouble? Yi Tianming froze and scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Oh heaven's mandate. It's like this. Quite a few young talents from Kanglan Prefecture, and even geniuses from the next few states, have all come to my Ji family to propose marriage, only to be sent away by us. Shen Mushin laughed. If word of your marriage to Rushue spreads out, it's expected that many people will come to challenge you at that time, and this will be a problem when the time comes. I'll take that for what it's worth. Just let them come then. Yi Tianming grinned. Apart from the geniuses of those emperor-level forces in the 3,000 great states, Yi Tianming would never believe that there would be anyone who had already reached the supreme realm. What's more, it was Kanglan Prefecture in these nearby large states that ranked low. At the end of the day, the cultivation level of the geniuses who came to challenge them was only at the Taiji realm, and it was hard to say if they could even reach the Wuji realm. That's true. Heaven's destiny is the 10-mile sword god, a powerhouse of the supreme realm. Those people naturally can't be Heaven's destiny's opponents. Ji Yuanming laughed loudly, and now the more he looked at Yi Tianming, the more he loved him. Previously, if one were to say that Ji Yuanming was only looking at Emperor Qian's face, treating Yi Tianming as a junior, but now, Ji Yuanming could be looking at Yi Tianming solely because of his own strength. Since that's the case, then I'll order my men to go and prepare for it first before deciding with Brother Yi on the time of your big wedding. Oh heaven's mandate. During this period of time, you'll stay with us, and I'll have Rushue take you to have a good time in Kanglan Prefecture. I heard that you like to drink. We have quite a lot of good wine in Kanglan Prefecture. Ji Yuan was obviously very happy. His daughter had finally married out, and she had married a genius among geniuses. However, marriage is not a child's play, and there is still the need to invite guests from all sides in the early stages, as well as determining the time. These take a long time to prepare. In the following days, Yi Tianming was staying at the Ji family in Kanglan State and was in no hurry to go back to Taishan State. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This month's time, Yi Tianming stayed in the Ji family, getting to know Ji Rushue deeply at night, and being accompanied by fine wines and beautiful people during the day. It was very cozy. Rushue, what's wrong with you? Is everything okay? Just today, Yi Tianming had just stepped into the courtyard when he saw Ji Rushue continuously suppressing the cold qi in his body. His own desolate ancient sacred body could clearly suppress Ji Rushue's Shanin body. So why was Ji Rushue still being revolted now? Husband, I'm fine. Ji Rushue gently shook her head, her face pale. Husband, your desolate ancient sacred body is too strong and has been suppressing the Shanin body. As a result, it's now bottoming out, and the Shanin body is about to completely explode. After listening to Ji Rushue's explanation, Yi Tianming then understood. In the past, when Ji Rushue suffered from the coldness of the Shanin body, she would take a supremely masculine and rigid spirit medicine to suppress the coldness of the Shanin body. However, the Shanin body was, after all, a strong and incomparable physique, and these supremely masculine and rigid elixirs could not suppress it for long. However, it was enough to allow Ji Rushue to survive the erosion of the Shanin body. But now that the Shanin body was suppressed by the desolate ancient sacred body, and it was still suppressed at all times, leading to the imbalance of yin and yang in Ji Rushue's body, and the erosion of the Shanin body's coldness eroded and erupted instead. In the end, it was still because Yi Tianming's desolate ancient saint body was too strong, and it pressed down the Shanin body to the point where it couldn't lift its head. If it was replaced with a supremely masculine and rigid physique on the same level as the Shanin body, Ji Rushue would not be in this situation. Just take it easy and stabilize it. Yi Tianming couldn't care less and directly channeled up silk spiritual energy towards Ji Rushue's body. As Yi Tianmen's spiritual energy surged in, the coldness in Ji Rushue's body was instantly suppressed. Soon, Ji Rushue's body thus warmed up and her face became rosy. Seeing this, Yi Tianming let out a sigh of relief, wrapped Ji Rushue in his arms, and asked softly, Could it be that the Xianin body can only rely on spirit medicine to hang on? There is another way, Ji Rushua said softly. In the Pill King Valley, there is a Dao-ranked spirit medicine, Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass. As long as I use it to refine it into a Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Pill, I will be able to completely solve the problem of my Xianin body. Pill King Valley? Blazing Dragon Soul Grass? Yi Tianling's thoughts flew around and he quickly learned about the Pill King Valley from his memories. This Pill King Valley was a force of alchemists in Kanglan Prefecture. The Pill King Valley's Valley Master had not only reached the peak of the supreme realm in his strength, but even he himself was a heavenly rank alchemist. In the nearby states, the Pill King Valley Master was also famous and respected by many forces. After all, a heavenly rank alchemist, speaking still carried a great deal of weight. Once upon a time, my father also went to beg for this elixir. But this Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass is the Pill King Valley's treasure of the valley, and the other party was unwilling to take it out no matter what. Ji Rushua continued. Moreover, even if we got the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass, we wouldn't necessarily be able to refine it into the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Dan, and in the end, my father would have to give up. Pill King Valley's strength was just a shade weaker than the Ji family. Moreover, the Pill King Valley is full of alchemists, and many forces in the nearby states have dealings with the Pill King Valley, so they are not afraid of the Ji family at all. Rushua, don't worry, I'll definitely help you get the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass, Yi Tianming said without hesitation. He had just swept through his system space and realized that the system hadn't rewarded him with Blazing Dragon Soul Grass before, but there were quite a few other Dao-ranked and Saint-ranked spirit medicines. Yi Tianming naturally wouldn't let Ji Rushua keep suffering from the erosion of the Xianin body, and would definitely head to the Pill King Valley to get the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass. As for alchemy, even if it failed, he still needed to try something. Ji Rushua looked at Yi Tianming. A reassuring color rose in her heart. She just nodded, and then she leaned in Yi Tianming's arms and fell into a deep sleep. On the following day, Yi Tianmian was leading Ji Rushua, riding Yi Kuan, directly towards the Pill King Valley. The Pill King Valley wasn't far from the Ji clan. It was only 10 million miles away. With Yi Kuan's speed, it was only 3 days before he arrived at the Pill King Valley's territory. The Pill King Valley was in the middle of a valley, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, in which there were clouds and mist, abundant spiritual energy, and quite a few reclaimed medicinal fields, planting all kinds of spiritual medicines. An attic rose up to the sky, with cranes coiling around it, just like a fairyland. In Kanglan Prefecture, besides the Ji family being a superpower, there were several very powerful forces, and Pill King Valley was even one of them. Yi Kuan transformed into Bai Fan's body and stayed over the Pill King Valley. On his back were the two of them, Yi Tianming and Ji Rushua. Yi Tianming looked at the Pill King Valley below and didn't talk nonsense. With a thought, a vast and invincible aura overflowed. My name is 10-Mile Sword God, and Senior is visiting Pill King Valley. Immediately afterward, a vast sound echoed within the Pill King Valley. Yi Tianming felt that the title of 10-Mile Sword God was definitely a bit more useful than his own name. As expected, in just an instant, a middle-aged man wearing a grey Taoist robe and holding a duster appeared in front of Yi Tianming. The man didn't look more than in his 30s, but he had deep eyes, and at a glance, he knew that he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. The man's body was surging with spiritual energy, like an ocean with a strong aura, and he looked at Yi Tianming and Ji Rushua with a guarded face. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterward, a silhouette flew out from within the Pill King Valley and landed behind this middle-aged man. Among these people, besides the middle-aged man at the beginning, there were also 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses. The rest, the lowest of which were all Yao Guang Realm powerhouses, were all senior members of the Pill King Valley. Chapter 57, Going Against the Ancestors' Decision. My name is Pill King Valley Master, Guo Xing, so it's the 10-Mile Sword God who has come to visit. I hope you'll forgive me if I've missed the welcome. Pill King Valley Master Guo Xing arched his hand at Yi Tianming, his tone indifferent. The 10-Mile Sword God's name was naturally known to him. After all, Taishan Prefecture was right next to Kanglan Prefecture, and what happened in Taishan Prefecture was known to the surrounding states. In the 3,000 great states, there was often a lot of movement of cultivators, and there were even some powerful forces whose sphere of influence spanned across several states. There isn't going to be any kind of news blackout. Among them, the 10-Mile Sword God's name. Many people in Kanglan Prefecture had heard of it. Only, what Guo Xing didn't figure out was how the 10-Mile Sword God came to Pill King Valley to look for himself. Fellow Daoist Gui is polite. I have also heard about the Pill King Valley for a long time, and I respect the Pill King Valley. Yi Tianming arched his hand at Guo Xing. He had a request to make. The proper etiquette still needed to be there. I wonder what you have come here for? Guo Xing asked to Yi Tianming. as the saying goes, one cannot visit a temple without a cause. Guo Xing did not believe that the 10-mile sword god had simply come to visit the Peking Valley. However, for a powerful person like the 10-mile sword god who had shaken several states with his fame, Guo Xing still gave some importance and respect. Even if it was the Peking Valley, it would be an extremely unwise choice to provoke a strong person for no reason. Behind Guo Xing, the rest of the Peking Valley's executives, one by one, were also staring at Yi Tianming very warily. Looking at the other party's nervous appearance, Yi Tianming gently smiled and also guessed the other party's thoughts. There is no need for you all to be nervous. I have come here because I want to come and beg for a spiritual medicine. Yi Tianming opened his mouth and laughed. Seeking medicine? Hearing this, Guo Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The variety of spirit medicines in the Medicine King Valley was the most numerous power in the nearby states. Often, many powerful people would come to Peking Valley to beg for medicines or ask the Peking Valley's alchemists to make pills. This was also the reason why various forces had befriended the Peking Valley. Exactly. Looking at Yi Tianming's determined eyes, Guo Xing then asked, I wonder what kind of spiritual medicine you are seeking. Blazing Dragon Soul Grass. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, the Peking Valley crowd was instantly shocked, and each of them stared at Yi Tianming dead in the face. Valley Master, this blazing flame dragon soul grass is our Peking Valley's treasure of the valley. We must not give it to him. That's right, Valley Master. This blazing flame dragon soul grass is a half-step Dao rank spirit medicine. It's precious. Valley Master, this is a spiritual medicine passed down from our ancestors. We must not disobey our ancestors. For a moment, the people of the Peking Valley screamed, all of them urging Guo Xing to never take out the blazing flame dragon soul grass. Hearing the words of the Peking Valley crowd, Yi Tianming's eyes were slightly startled, not realizing that the blazing flame dragon soul grass was actually a half-step Dao-ranked spirit medicine. No wonder Peking Valley was unwilling to hand it over. Generally speaking, Dao-ranked spirit medicines were precious as they contained a trace of the great Dao laws. The pills it refined were all of the lowest grade of Dao rank, and only Dao rank alchemists could refine them. The blazing flame dragon soul grass was surprisingly already a half-step Dao rank spirit medicine, and its preciousness could be said to be absolutely ranked as a treasure when placed in the nearby states. Fellow Daoist, this blazing flame dragon soul grass is the treasure of my Peking Valley's town valley. Please forgive me. This item can never be handed over to you. Guo Xing was naturally aware of the preciousness of the blazing flame dragon soul grass, and he shook his head, directly rejecting it outright. All of you don't need to be nervous. I naturally know how precious the blazing flame dragon soul grass is, and coming to ask for the medicine, I naturally brought the corresponding reward. Yi Tianming gently laughed. His words, however, caused Guo Xing to look puzzled. The blazing flame dragon soul grass was a half-step Dao rank spirit medicine, and when placed in the nearby states, it was definitely a treasure that could be ranked in the top 10. How could the 10-mile sword god take out a treasure that was even more precious than the blazing flame dragon soul grass? And even if they could take it out, the odds were that it couldn't be a spiritual medicine. It could be a spiritual weapon, martial arts skill or something. However, in the eyes of an alchemist, those were in no way comparable to the blazing flame dragon soul grass. Thus, Guo Xing smiled and shook his head. Fellow Daoist, as you know, Kanglan Prefecture is ranked at the bottom of the 3,000 great states, with scarce resources and precious half-step Dao rank spirit medicines, which are considered to be the most precious spirit medicines in the nearby states. No matter what treasure it is, I won't exchange it for the blazing dragon soul grass. Yeah, that's. Before Guo Xing could finish speaking, Yi Tianming took out a spirit medicine and held it in his hand. This elixir of Yi Tianming's exuded a rich spiritual energy, and when he had just taken it out, the spiritual energy within the entire Peking Valley was even a few points richer. Moreover, there were even faint traces of the great Dao laws on this elixir. This was clearly a Dao-ranked spirit medicine. Guo Xing instantly froze in place. Not only him, even the rest of the Peking Valley's powerhouses, all of them grew their mouths, staring at the spirit medicine in Yi Tianming's hands. They were alchemists, so they could naturally tell at a glance that the elixir in Yi Tianming's hands was a genuine Dao rank elixir. Guo Xing had long been shocked beyond words at this moment. He was just about to say that in the nearby states, Dao rank spirit medicine was extinct, but Yi Tianming turned his hand and took out a Dao rank spirit medicine. How could this not shock him? This elixir, it's the lower grade elixir of the Dao rank, the heaven executing underworld lotus. I wonder if I can exchange it for the blazing flame dragon soul grass. It wasn't until Yi Tianming's voice rang out that the shocked Guo Xing and the crowd of Peking Valley powerhouses were pulled out of their shock. Guo Xing looked at this Dao rank lower grade spirit medicine, a scorching look in his eyes. The blazing flame dragon soul grass, which was known as a half-step Dao rank spirit medicine, was ultimately not known as a rank spirit medicine. This heaven executing underworld lotus, Its value definitely surpassed the 10 blazing flame dragon soul grasses. Senior, I wonder what you want this blazing flame dragon soul grass for, Guo Xing said stiffly. He was now tempted to trade the blazing flame dragon soul grass for this heaven-executing underworld lotus. But just now he had already said that nothing would be exchanged for the blazing dragon soul grass. Now wasn't this a slap in his own face? That's not something you need to be concerned about, fellow Daoist. But this blazing flame dragon soul grass is handed down by my Medicine King Valley ancestors through the generations. This, Yi Tianming smiled gently and then said, if one plant is not enough, then what about adding the blood-red divine lotus of the lower grade of the Dao rank? As soon as Yi Tianming's words fell, a blood-red demonic lotus appeared in his hand. At this moment, Guo Xing and a group of Pill King Valley's powerhouses had long been unable to speak, and each one of them were all messed up in the wind. Could it be that they had been staying in the Pill King Valley for too long, and there were more resources in the outside world? Lower-grade spirit medicines of the Dao rank are already everywhere? Otherwise, there was no way to explain Yi Tianming casually taking out 2 Dao rank lower-grade spirit medicines. Even Ji Ruxue, who was standing behind him, was dumbstruck at the moment. When Yi Tianming took out the heaven-executing underworld lotus, Ji Ruxue was shocked, but she was at least calm. However, when Yi Tianming took out the blood-red divine lotus again, Ji Ruxue immediately became nonplussed. Husband, these 2 spirit medicines are too precious. It's simply not worth exchanging them for the blazing flame dragon soul grass. Even Ji Ruxue quietly advised, but Yi Tianming smiled, signaling that she didn't need to worry. How could Ji Ruxue know that spiritual medicines like this lower grade of the Dao rank were the lowest grade of spiritual medicines in Yi Tianming's system space, and there were more than enough to eat? Moreover, in the Void Realm, Yi Tianming had cultivated quite a few Dao-ranked and Saint-ranked spirit medicines. Fellow Daoist, I don't know if these 2 elixirs can be exchanged for the blazing flame dragon soul grass? Guo Xing looked at the 2 spirit medicines in Yi Tianming's hands. His eyes were staring straight, and his mouth was even a little dry, as if he was looking at 2 stripped beauties. Valley Master, even though the blazing flame dragon soul grass was passed down from our ancestors, I think that we need to be flexible. Valley Master, I'm sure that the ancestor spirits in heaven would have wanted you to take the blazing flame dragon soul grass and exchange it for 2 lower grade spirit medicines of the Dao rank. Without waiting for Guo Xing to open his mouth, the Pill King Valley's group of powerful people all opened their mouths to make a decision for Guo Xing. Since that's the case, ancestors above, I, Guo Xing, for the sake of the development of my Medicine King Valley, will make a decision today that goes against my ancestors. Guo Xing looked at the sky with his hands at 45 degrees and said in a low voice. Seeing Guo Xing agreeing, Yi Tianming instantly grinned. Senior brother. I didn't expect that the Pill King Valley would be really lively today. But just as Guo Xing was about to send someone to get the blazing flame dragon soul grass, a cold laugh came from the sky. Chapter 58, Past Events of Medicine King Valley. Hearing this voice, Guo Xing and a group of Pill King Valley's powerhouses' faces changed. Yi Tianming also looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see a huge dark cloud looming over him. Instead of a dark cloud, it was a very dense cloud of demonic energy. Only when this mass of demonic chi came closer did Yi Tianming see that there were countless figures in the midst of the demonic chi. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a very gruesome scar on his face. The middle-aged man's body had a surging breath, and his power was surging and powerful. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 3 other strong men with not-so-weak breaths, each strong. All of them were Supreme Realm powerhouses. In addition to them, there were countless Yaoguang Realm and Wuji Realm powerhouses that surrounded the entire Pill King Valley for a time. Xiang Jian, it's you! Seeing the people who came, Guo Xing was instantly enraged and stared at the person in the lead dead in the face. You deceptive teacher! How dare you come back? Xiang Jian, what do you mean? Bringing people here is an attempt to destroy my Medicine King Valley. For a time, the entire Pill King Valley powerhouses were furious and rebuked the middle-aged man at the head of the group. What's the situation? Yi Tianming directly protected Ji Ruxue in an instant and asked in a low voice. Husband, this involves an incident from 1,000 years ago in the Medicine King Valley. Ji Ruxue spoke in a deep voice. Thousands of years ago, the last Valley Master of the Pill King Valley had a total of 2 disciples. The current Guo Xing Valley Master and this person, Xiang Jian. With that, Ji Ruxue was talking to Yi Tianming about the past events of the Pill King Valley 1,000 years ago. It turned out that the last master of the Medicine King Valley had taken in a total of 2 disciples, namely Guo Xing and Xiang Jian in front of him. The position of the Pill King Valley Lord was passed on to Guo Xing when the previous Valley Lord of the Pill King Valley was nearing the end of his lifespan. Later on, Guo Xing found out that Xiang Jian used living people to make medicine, brutalized many cultivators and mortals, and also hit on the idea of blazing dragon soul grass. Remembering the friendship between fellow disciples, Guoxing only abolished Xiang Jian's cultivation and expelled him from Medicine King Valley. Unexpectedly, today, Xiang Jian would return to the Medicine King Valley once again, and his cultivation seemed to have recovered. Looking at Xiang Jian's raging appearance, it seemed as if he had a great momentum to destroy the Medicine King Valley. Senior brother, 1,000 years ago, when you expelled me from the Pill King Valley and wasted my cultivation, did you ever think that there would be today? Xiang Jian stood above the demonic clouds, looking down at the Pill King Valley with a cold voice. Back then, if it wasn't for the heavenly demon sect master saving me, I'm afraid I would have become a lonely soul and died out there. Xiang Jian slowly opened his mouth, telling of the encounters over the years, as if the Pill King Valley crowd had become a turtle in a jar. What? You defected to the heavenly demon sect? Guoxing was shocked when he heard what Xiang Jian said. Could it be that you came back this time, practiced the devil's way technique, and even defected to the heavenly demon sect? Although the heavenly demon sect was making waves in Taishan Prefecture, his reputation had been heard of in several nearby states. Only, the strength of the heavenly demon sect was not enough to compete with the top forces of several states right now. That's why it didn't invade the rest of the nearby states. However, by the time the heavenly demon sect completely unified the Taishan Prefecture, the Kanglan Prefecture and a few other nearby states would presumably be invaded by the heavenly demon sect as well. You deceptive master. I really should have killed you back then. Guoxing looked at Xiang Jian and gritted his teeth. Senior brother, if you surrender obediently now, I can still spare your life. If you resist, then the entire Pill King Valley, there will surely be no survivors. Xiang Jian sneered and continued. After all, I am also a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, and I don't want the Medicine King Valley to break its legacy on this. Oh yeah, elder brother, you don't know yet. Xiang Jian smiled evilly. Back then, how could Master die so easily as a top-tier heavenly rank alchemist? It's you! Guoxing's eyes snapped wide, as if he had thought of something, and his breathing became rapid. It was you who killed Master. Why? Why? Guoxing growled madly at Xiang Jian. Had he known that it was Xiang Jian who killed his master? Back then, he should have killed Xiang Jian instead of just expelling him from the clan. Why? Speaking of this, Xiang Jian already had a hint of madness. I've been telling my master that our Pill King Valley should unify Songlan. But that damn old man, he thought that I was too murderous, so I had to poison and kill him. But I didn't expect that in the end. He gave you the position of Valley Master. Back then, you were nothing more than a mortal beggar. It was the master who saved you, took you as a disciple, and brought you to cultivate and refine pills. If it weren't for Master, you would have died in the middle of a mortal city. Learning of the true cause of death of his most respected master back then, Guoxing had long since been unable to endure it and roared. But you even beneficially killed your master. Xiang Jian didn't care and continued. Today, I'm going to let the old man see with his own eyes how the Pill King Valley, which he has put his life's work into, has been destroyed. I'll kill you. Guoxing roared and headed straight for Xiang Jian. Not only was he a heavenly rank alchemist, but he was also a powerhouse of the supreme realm. He was extremely fast and appeared before Xiang Jian's eyes in the blink of an eye, and an alchemy furnace had already appeared in his hand. This was the Pill King Valley's heavenly rank upper grade spiritual artifact, the Heaven Refining Furnace. Humph. Xiang Jian snorted coldly. Senior brother, after so many years of absence, your strength still hasn't grown a bit. Only Xiang Jian waved his big hand and a flag appeared in his hand. This banner was blood red in color, and it had a demonic aura that was 10,000 times thicker, as well as the cries of many cultivators. In an instant, a weeping face appeared above the flags. These faces include children, youth, middle-aged, and older people. No man or woman, young or old. When the two of them merely exchanged blows, Guoxing was instantly knocked back thousands of feet. Valley Master. The many powerful people from Pill King Valley rushed to support Guoxing. You actually used a living person to cultivate. Guoxing's face changed slightly when he saw the treasure in Xiang Jian's hands. This 10,000 soul streamer. But I have blood sacrificed the divine souls of 9,999 cultivators to make it. And now there is still one main soul missing. Elder brother. The position of the main soul. Elder brother has specifically reserved for you. Xiang Jian licked his lips and let out a cold smile as he directly killed towards Guoxing. Today, all the people of Pill King Valley will be reunited in my 10,000 soul streamer. Xiang Jian pinched his hands together and the 10,000 soul streamer stood above the Pill King Valley, unfolding against the wind. Soon, the face of the cultivator whose soul was blood sacrificed by Xiang Jian in the beginning appeared from among the 10,000 soul streamer. They had long since turned into a head of evil ghosts, controlled by Xiang Jian, and surrounded towards Guoxing and a group of Pill King Valley powerhouses. Clang! 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 Seeing the many powerful people of the Medicine King Valley in danger, 10 divine swords instantly flew out from the void, directly forming a sword formation, blocking all of these evil spirits outside. Immediately afterward, only Yi Tianmian stepped out from the middle of the void one step at a time and stood in front of the Pilking Valley crowd. His white clothes were hunting and fluttering in the wind, and his gaze was like a torch as he stared faintly at Xiang Jian. Chapter 59, The Heavenly Punishing Sword Formation. Who are you? Seeing Yi Tianmian, Xiang Jian was stunned and hurriedly put away the 10,000 soul streamer. He stared at Yi Tianmian with a face full of vigilance and faintly said, Pilking Valley, there shouldn't be anyone like you. I originally came to Pilking Valley to seek medicine. I shouldn't have meddled in your Pilking Valley's private affairs, but you are related to the Heavenly Demon Sect, so you should be killed. Yi Tianming responded indifferently. If Xiang Jian had merely come back to take revenge, Yi Tianming would have left on the spot after getting the blazing dragon soul grass, and Pilking Valley would have nothing to do with him whether he lived or died. And Xiang Jian, but it was related to the Heavenly Devil Sect, then Yi Tianming could not sit still. He himself had long been in an immortal situation with the Heavenly Demon Sect, and now that he had met someone from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would naturally kill without pardon. Humph, it seems that your excellency is a helper invited by the Pilking Valley. Xiang Jian sneered, not caring at all. Just kidding, he had brought 3 supreme realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Demon Sect this time. Although they were not protector-level powerhouses, they were still actual supreme realm powerhouses. Moreover, there were countless Yao Guang realm powerhouses. If this still couldn't take the Pilking Valley, then one could find a block of tofu and hit his head. Nonetheless, Yi Tianmian shook his head and faintly said, it's just that the Heavenly Demon Sect and I, we have long sworn to die. If you are not the helpers invited by the Pilking Valley, then who is your excellency? Xiang Jian asked. 10-mile sword god. Yi Tianming's eyes opened, and as his name was given, a monstrous aura instantly erupted from his body. This aura was extremely strong, directly suppressing the countless powerhouses of the opposing Heavenly Demon Sect. Hearing Yi Tianming's identity, Xiang Jian and the 3 supreme realm powerhouses of the Heavenly Demon Sect changed their faces. You're the 10-mile sword god. Ha ha ha, the sect leader has long since placed a kill order on you. I didn't think you would dare to come to the door. After I kill you, I'll be the vice lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect from now on. The 10-mile sword god's name had long been spread within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Xiang Jian naturally knew that, and when he saw Yi Tianmian at this moment, it was as if he was looking at a treasure. If he himself kills him, he can become the vice lord of the Heavenly Devil Sect. You people of the Heavenly Demon Sect, you say this every time, but every time, you die in my hands. Humph, don't you dare compare me to their bunch of losers. Xiang Jian said as he began to kill towards Yi Tianmai. Looking at Xiang Jian, Yi Tianmian let out a cold snort as 10 chaotic divine swords came out in unison, forming a sword formation that met Xiang Jian. Originally, I wanted Guoxing to be the main soul of this 10,000 soul streamer, but now, this position, I'm giving it to you. As Xiang Jian roared out, countless evil spirits flew out from among the 10,000 soul streamers. It was dense and covered the sky. Heaven Execution Sword Formation. Looking at the countless evil ghosts, Yi Tianmian pinched his hands and 10 chaos divine swords hovered behind him, followed by 20, 40, 80. In the blink of an eye, behind Yi Tianming, countless flying sword shadows formed, amounting to tens of thousands of flying sword shadows. This move was an emperor-ranked martial skill that was rumored to be a martial skill created by the Heaven Execution Emperor countless years ago. When the sword formation of the heavens came out, it was claimed that it could not be broken unless the 4 emperors came out at the same time. But back then, in the entire 3,000 great states, there was only one great emperor other than the Heaven Execution Great Emperor. Therefore, at that time, it was not too much of a stretch to call the Heaven Executing Sword Formation invincible. It was also because of the Heaven Executing Sword Formation that the Great Emperor who lived in the same era as the Heaven Executing Great Emperor had been suppressed by the Heaven Executing Great Emperor. If it was about battle power, one-on-one, perhaps it was impossible to say who was stronger or weaker of the 2 great emperors. However, once the Heaven Executing Sword Formation came out, the other great emperor could only avoid it. Heaven Execution Sword Formation? Could it be that the 10-mile sword god is an heir to the Heaven Execution Emperor? At the back, the Pilking Valley crowd saw this scene and speculated in their hearts. Purple-violet heavenly flame. But Yi Tianmu wasn't finished yet, and again summoned the purple-violet heavenly flame, one of the 10 great divine flames that he had acquired not long ago, and attached it to each of the flying sword silhouettes. Every flying sword shadow, on top of the sword body, all burned with a blazing purple flame. Sword formation. Chop. In an instant, as Yi Tianmian let out a loud shout, thousands of sword shadows behind him killed towards Xiang Jian's 10,000 soul streamer. Put. Bear. Woohoo. As soon as the sword shadow and the evil ghosts collided, countless evil ghosts were pierced through by the sword shadow, and a cry resounded throughout the entire Pil King Valley. The number of evil spirits was getting smaller and smaller, while Yi Tianming's sword shadows were getting bigger and bigger. The remaining sword shadows pierced through the void and all landed on the thousands of heavenly demon sect cultivators behind Xiangjian. Aha! 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 In an instant, the heavenly demon sect cultivators screamed miserably as their fleshly bodies were pierced through by the sword shadows, while their divine souls were scorched by the purple-violet heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, Xiangjian's face was grim. His 10,000 soul streamer had only refined 999 cultivators, and there were only 999 evil ghosts that could be summoned. However, Yi Tianming's frontal heaven executing sword formation was as if it was endless, multiplying exponentially and only getting more and more. Together, kill him. In the end, Xiangjian clenched his teeth and yelled at the remaining 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses, killing towards Yi Tianmai. The remaining 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses also knew the urgency of the matter and shot towards Yi Tianming. Guoxing and the others saw this and wanted to help, but they were stopped by Yi Tianming. In the next moment, he only saw all the flying sword silhouettes begin to dissipate, and in the end, only 10 chaotic divine swords remained, hovering beside him. Yi Tianming grabbed one of the 10 chaos divine swords, the Xian Yuan sword, and just killed towards the 4 people. The powerful pressure shook the sky and the earth. Before Guoxing, who was on the side, could react, he saw Xiangjian's 4 men being killed by Yi Tianming's sword. Seeing this scene, Guoxing's eyes widened and he even looked incredulous. 4 Supreme Realm powerhouses, gone just like that? 10-mile sword god, it's so strong? Guoxing swallowed his saliva. Such a strong person. If he wanted to snatch the blazing flame dragon soul grass, I'm afraid that the entire Pil King Valley combined wouldn't be a match for him. The other party was even thinking of taking 2 Dao rank spirit pills in exchange. For a moment, Guoxing admired Yi Tianming. A strong man really had the demeanor of a strong man. Soon, after Yi Tianming had killed everyone from the heavenly demon sect, he came before Guoxing and the others. Gentlemen, with the matter settled, this blazing flame dragon soul grass, can it be brought? It wasn't until Yi Tianming's voice sounded that Guoxing and the others reacted. Quickly go and take out the blazing dragon soul grass and give it to Senior Sword God. Guoxing hurriedly yelled at one of the senior members of the Pil King Valley, and the Dao friend in his mouth changed to Senior at this moment. After all, among cultivators, as long as they were stronger than themselves, they were seniors. Those who are weaker than themselves are mole crickets. There are just bigger mole crickets and smaller mole crickets. Soon, someone brought over the blazing dragon soul grass. Guoxing hurriedly handed it over to Yi Tianming respectfully. Seeing this, Yi Tianming also took out the Heaven Execution Underworld Lotus and the Blood Red Divine Lotus and prepared to give them to Guoxing. No! Guoxing waved his hand repeatedly. Senior, you saved my medicine King Valley. It's simply a great favor. How can we accept your spirit medicine again? This blazing flame dragon soul grass, consider it a gift from our Pil King Valley to Senior. Hearing Guoxing say this, Yi Tianming just smiled. In that case, thank you very much. No harm, no foul. After taking the blazing flame dragon soul grass, Yi Tianming said goodbye to Guoxing and took a step on Yi Kuan's back, heading towards the Ji clan. Just now during the great battle, Yi Kuan had been protecting Ji Ruxue, not letting Ji Ruxue suffer a bit of harm at all. Only after Yi Tianming walked away did someone in the Pil King Valley suddenly eat softly at that moment. Why do I feel that the woman beside Senior Sword God is somewhat familiar? Chapter 60, The Dan Emperor. Why do I feel that the woman beside Senior Sword God is somewhat familiar? Hearing these words, the Pil King Valley crowd looked at this person. The woman beside Sword God Senior is indeed a rare beauty, but that Sword God Senior's woman. Don't you dare hit on her. That's right. You be careful of attracting trouble for our Medicine King Valley. A few senior members of the Pil King Valley admonished them. The Pil King Valley powerhouse who had spoken earlier rolled his eyes and his eyes suddenly widened. I remember that person. It's the eldest miss of the Ji family, Ji Ruxue. Hearing him say that, the rest of the crowd looked over with a start. I once went to the Ji clan to refine pills for Ji Yuanwu, and I've seen the Ji clan's eldest young lady from afar. And that temperament, it's definitely her. At this moment, Guoxing also spoke. Once, Ji Yuanming asked me to beg for blazing flame dragon soulgrass in order to solve the problem of Ji Ruxue's Xianin body. Could it be? At the thought of this, an incredulous look appeared on Guoxing's face. Yi Tianming, who had returned to the Ji clan, immediately started working on refining the blazing flame dragon soul pill up. The main ingredient of the blazing flame dragon soul pill was the blazing flame dragon soul grass. and the rest of the ingredients were available here in the G clan. Not only that, Yi Tianming had also improved the recipe for the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Pill by adding quite a few Dao rank spirit medicines. This operation came down, making Ji Rushui look dumbfounded. She had thought that Yi Tianming would be able to take out 2 Dao rank spirit medicines and that would already be remarkable, but she hadn't expected that in just a moment's time, he would have taken out 4 or 5 more Dao rank spirit medicines. In fact, Yi Tianming could still take out Saint rank spirit pills and Emperor rank spirit pills. Only, if this were to happen, the medicinal power of the Blazing Dragon Soul Grass would be diluted, and instead, it would not be conducive to Ji Rushui's ability to dissolve the Xianin body. Moreover, the medicinal power of the Holy Order Spiritual Pill and the Emperor Order Spiritual Pill was simply too strong for Ji Rushui to digest, and there was even a possibility that she would burst her body and die from the medicinal power. Husband, I didn't expect you to know how to make pills. Ji Rushui lay on Yi Tianming's back and smiled sweetly. I don't only know how to make pills, I know a lot more. I know a little bit about formations and talismans. I don't believe you. You lied to me again. Ji Rushui spat out her tongue, thinking that Yi Tianming was joking with himself. After all, alchemy was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It took a lot of time. By then, the cultivation will definitely fall. Like Pill King Valley's Lord Guoxing, although his cultivation level was also at the supreme realm, his true battle power was definitely far worse than cultivators of the same rank. This was not to say that Guoxing's talent strength was not good, but because Guoxing had put a lot of time into alchemy, Yi Tianming was less than 100 years old. His cultivation had reached the supreme realm, and he could also refine pills. If formation talismans and these he would know again, that talent would not know to what extent it would have to be demonic. Not to mention the Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture, which were ranked at the bottom of the list. Even a top 10 ranked prefecture like the Netherworld Prefecture would not be able to find a genius with such talent. Yi Tianming saw Ji Rushui's disbelief, smiled and touched his nose. After all, what he said was indeed a bit shocking. However, Ji Rushui would meet sooner or later in the future, and Yi Tianming was not in a hurry for this moment, only to see him take out an alchemy furnace and place it in the middle of the courtyard. This alchemy furnace was also a reward from the previous system. It was an Emperor rank alchemy furnace, one of the 2 Emperor rank alchemy furnaces refined by Emperor Dan back then. After Emperor Dan certified as an emperor, he refined a pair of alchemy furnaces as his emperor soldiers, named Zimu Yin Yang furnace. What Yi Tianming had in his hands now was the mother furnace among the daughter and mother Yin and Yang furnaces refined by the Dan emperor back then. Speaking of the Dan emperor, he was a great emperor who had alchemized pills to prove his path, so amazingly talented that he had once refined millions of demonic clans with his own strength. His battle power wasn't the strongest amongst all the great emperors, but his alchemy skill definitely ranked first amongst all the great emperors. The emperor-level power he created, the Heavenly Dan Pavilion, was even more resounding in the 3,000 great states, and was the holy land to which all alchemists in the 3,000 great states aspired. The Sun Furnace and the Sun and Mother Yin Yang Furnace was still in the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Immediately, Yi Tianming's mind moved, and several spirit medicines fell into the Mother Furnace. Purple-violet heavenly flame. In the next moment, a purple hot flame burned below the alchemy furnace. There are many limitations to the success or failure of refining pills. It was related to the alchemist's state of mind, the quality of the alchemy furnace, the quality of the elixir, and the quality of the flame. If there is a single detail that goes wrong, it could result in a blowout. And the quality of the flame is especially critical. The flames of the world are divided into earth fire, heaven fire, foreign fire, and further up, the 10 divine flames. Yi Tianming used to refine pills often when he was in the imperial tomb, and had long been familiar with it. The alchemy furnace he used was even the topmost alchemy furnace in the world today. Soon, a faint medicinal fragrance was emitted from the alchemy furnace. In an instant, the entire Ji clan was filled with a strong smell of Dan. In the middle of the Ji family's main hall, Ji Yuanming was discussing Yi Tianmian and Ji Rushui's marriage with Shin Muxin. What's that smell? It smells so good. Ji Yuanming's nose suddenly sniffed and smelled a strong Dan fragrance. A mere hint of fragrance has actually caused a slight loosening of my realm. Ji Yuanming's face was startled, and he hurriedly unfolded his divine sense and began to probe up the source of the scent. Soon, he discovered the source of the scent, which was coming from Ji Rushui's courtyard. Heaven's destiny took Rushui to Pill King Valley to beg for the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Grass. So I guess it's Heaven's destiny who's refining the Blazing Flame Dragon Soul Pill for Rushui right now. Shin Muxin explained. Hiss. When he heard that it was Yi Tian who was refining pills for Ji Rushui, Ji Yuanming immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This child Tian, not only is his cultivation all better than us old guys, he is even proficient in the art of refining pills. Just from the scent of this elixir. I'm afraid that the elixir he's refined can already reach the level of a Dao-ranked elixir. The more Ji Yuanming thought about it, the more horrible he felt. Yi Tianmeng's talent, even in an emperor-level power, it was a key cultivation target. Ma'am, I now suddenly feel that Ruxue is climbing high by marrying heaven's mandate. Ji Yuanming smiled bitterly. What do you care what the kids think? They like it, then they stay together. If they don't like it, we, the elders, don't try to force them. Now, I see that the two of them are just fine. Shen Muxin smiled blandly, clearly satisfied with this son-in-law of his as well. Yes, ma'am's lesson. Ji Yuanming laughed softly and withdrew his divine sense. In the middle of the courtyard, several hours passed. Yi Tianmian's eyes opened, and with a flip of his hand, the purple-violet heavenly flame immediately transformed into a purple flame and landed in his hand. Immediately afterward, a crimson-red elixir transformed into the shadow of a dragon, flew out from inside the alchemy furnace, and landed in his hand. Blazing dragon soul pill. On top of this elixir, there was also a dragon shadow pattern engraved on it, which was majestic and inspiring. Husband, refined? Ji Ruxue came in front of Yi Tianmeng with a smiling face. Yi Tianmeng smiled and nodded, handing the pill to Ji Ruxue. Quickly take it and see the effect. Ji Ruxue nodded and took the elixir in one gulp. The blazing flame dragon soul pill's elixir emanated within her body, and the Xianing body was instantly energized. In an instant, Ji Ruxue only felt that there were two forces, one cold and one hot, trembling and intertwining with each other in her body. As time went on, her face gradually became flushed and she looked very attractive. Ruxue, how are you? Yi Tianming hugged Ji Ruxue and asked softly, but what responded to him was Ji Ruxue's passionate kiss. Chapter 61, Marriage Rush. It was only after 2.5 hours that the two ended their exchange. Ji Ruxue's Xianing body was also completely activated to great completion, and within these 2.5 hours, she had even broken the realm in succession, reaching the peak of the Taiji realm. Such a cultivation level was naturally insignificant compared to Yi Tianming, but if you compare it to the rest, it's definitely a genius among geniuses. There weren't many peak Taiji realm players within 100 years of age in the entire 3,000 great states. Husband, you are awesome, Ji Ruxue said with a shy face. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian smiled evilly. Ma'am, there's something even more powerful. Do you want to see it? Husband, you're bad. Sister, father-mother wants you to come over. Just as the two of them were about to exchange some more in-depth information, Ji Zhiruo's voice, however, suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. Hearing this, Yi Tianmian's face darkened. Why did this little ninny not come sooner or later, but came to the door when she was doing her job? Seeing Yi Tianming in this state, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but laugh out. Father must have something important to look for us. We'd better go over quickly. Yi Tianming could only nod helplessly, put on his clothes and walked out. When Ji Zhiruo saw Yi Tianming and Ji Ruxue walk out from the inside of the house at the same time, her face suddenly slumped and she snorted coldly. Father-mother wants you to go over. Okay, I know, Ji Ruo. Yi Tianming nodded and was just about to ask what it was about when Ji Zhiruo let out a cold snort and turned around and disappeared. This was a bit puzzling to Yi Tianming. What's wrong with Ji Ruo? Yi Tianming scratched his head. Since he came to the Ji family, this Ji Zhiruo was like a different person, as if she often avoided herself. Counting, it had been a long time since he had seen Ji Zhiruo. Husband, are you really confused or are you pretending to be? Ji Ruxue blankly glanced at Yi Tianming, and while walking with Yi Tianming towards the Ji clan's main hall, she explained, can't you see that Ji Ruo also likes you? Hearing Ji Ruxue's explanation, Yi Tianmian almost didn't choke himself to death with a mouthful of water. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Tianming denied it repeatedly. If she liked me, she would have kept mentioning you when she was in the Daqian dynasty in the first place. It was along the way that she slowly fell in love with you the more she learned about you. Ji Ruxue sighed. Ruxue, don't worry. In my whole life, I definitely only have you. Husband, do you believe your own words? Before Yi Tianmian could finish showing his loyalty to Ji Ruxue interrupted Yi Tianmian. Immediately afterward, she spoke with some sultriness. Husband, it's actually fine for you and Jiro to be together. That's something I won't mind. And Ji Ruo and I grew up together. I know her character. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian scratched his head in some embarrassment. Well, here it is. Suddenly, Ji Ruxue opened her mouth, and only then did Ji Tianming react, not expecting to arrive in front of the main hall so soon. Ji family, the main hall. At this moment in the Ji family's main hall, Ji Yuanming was sitting at the top, next to Shun Muxin. At the bottom, apart from some Ji clan children, There were many cultivators with different costumes. They were dressed differently and had different cultivation levels emanating from them. The purpose of their visit, however, was exactly the same. Come to steal the bride, Elder G. When will Miss G come? There was a man in a white robe who stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Ji Yuanming as he asked. This person, the young master of the Nine Streams sect of Kanglan Prefecture, Lin Peng Tian, was a cultivator at the peak of the Qi Tian realm. The Nine Streams sect was also a superpower in Kanglan State, and was at a level with the Pilking Valley, just a hair weaker than the Ji family. Xian nephew Lin is not in a hurry. He has already sent someone to call out to Ru Shui. Ji Yuanming laughed. I've heard that Elder Ji wants to betroth Miss Ru Shui to the trashy prince of the Dechen dynasty of the Tai Xian state. I wonder if this matter is true. The next moment, another feminine man stepped forward, holding a folding fan, and while fanning it, he asked. This person was the young master of the Blowing Snow Mountain in Kanglan Prefecture, Shui Wuya, but his cultivation was a step higher than Lin Pengtian's, having reached the first level of the Divine Mansion realm. Like the Nine Streams sect, Blowing Snow Mountain was a superpower in Kanglan Prefecture. In addition to these two, there was also a roughly built man with a strong physique, who looked to be a strong body refiner. This man, named Yuan Jinglong, was the young master of Beast King Fort. The Beast King Fort's body refining technique was extremely powerful, crowning the entire Kanglan Prefecture, and every Beast King Fort disciple's physique was much stronger than that of a cultivator of the same rank. This Dechen dynasty's prince. I heard that he's a waste of time with a penchant for alcohol. How could Miss G look at someone like that? Yuan Jinglong snorted coldly, very dissatisfied in his heart. However, his words were also the heartfelt words of Shui Wuya and Lin Peng Tian. It would be fine to say that Ji Rushue had her eyes on a genius at the same level as them, but she had her eyes on a waste. Seeing the three people's displeased appearance, Ji Yuanming just picked up his teacup and took a fine sip, smiling and not saying anything. That's right, my sister is simply too discerning. How can she look at a loser who can only drink? Right at this moment, a petite hum rang out, and the crowd followed the sound, only to see Ji Zhirua come to the main hall and say to a few people, Miss Ji Rua, do you also think that the prince is a waste? Yuan Jinglong's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Ji Zhirua. Yes, brother Yuan, in my opinion, my sister is only a good match for you young talents from Kanglan Prefecture. How can she look at a loser? Ji Zhirua nodded her head repeatedly. His words instantly resonated with the three. That's right, Ms. Zero, you talk too much. In my opinion, Miss Rushue just fell for that punk's sweet talk and let that punk fool her. Pity. Hearing the trio's pained looks, Ji Zhirua smiled evilly. My sister and that loser will be here soon. I do have a good idea. Hearing Ji Zhirua say this, the three of them hurriedly came up. What idea does Miss Zhirua have? Please point it out. Ji Zhirua immediately put on a difficult look. Seeing this, Shui Wuya directly took out his own storage bag. Miss Zhirua, this is Shui's collection over the years. I hope Miss Zhirua won't be stingy with her advice. Seeing Shui Wuya in this state, Yuan Jinglong and Lin Pengtian also hurriedly took out treasures and gave them to Ji Zhirua. All three of them were the young masters of the superpowers of Kanglan Prefecture, so the things they gave out would definitely not be shabby. Ji Zhirua received the treasures from the three of them and was all smiles. She coughed lightly a few times and said, as long as that trashy prince comes by then, you guys will take the opportunity to challenge him and defeat him. And it won't be done. Yes, exactly. He should be shown the difference between him and us. Let him know that he doesn't deserve Miss Rushue. The eyes of the three of them flashed brightly after hearing this. Dealing with a waste of a prince. Wouldn't they just move their fingers? When Ji Yuanming and Shin Muxin, who were sitting at the top, saw this scene, the two of them exchanged glances and hurriedly picked up their respective teacups and drank them vigorously. They were afraid that one of them wouldn't be able to hold back a laugh. One didn't know what kind of expression the three of them would have when they discovered Yi Tianmian's strength. Who is it that wants to challenge His Highness? Suddenly, a debonair voice came through the door. Immediately afterward, he saw Yi Tianmian, who was dressed in white, and Ji Rushue, holding hands, walked in through the door. Chapter 62. I don't care to talk to you. You don't deserve to hear it. Yi Tianmian was dressed in white and was handsome. Ji Rushue, on the other hand, was wearing a purple dress with long hair like a waterfall and long legs. The two appeared as if they were a divine couple. Seeing this scene, Lin Pengtian, Yuan Jinglong and Shui Wuya's eyes all turned green, especially Ji Rushue, who was tightly holding onto Yi Tianmian with an intimate look on her face. The girl of their dreams, who was usually unattainable, was now leaning on the arms of a loser, and was still very intimate. So how could the three of them tolerate this? You're the prince of the great Qian dynasty, Yi Tianmian? Lin Pengtian asked with an iron face and a cold snort. let go of Miss Rushue, or I'll make you look good. Yuan Jinglong was even more of a violent temper and directly threatened Yi Tianming. Seeing the trio, Yi Tianming smiled faintly. Just now he had already heard clearly outside the main hall and knew that the trio were Ji Rushue's admirers, as well as the heirs of the three major superpowers of Kanglin Prefecture. The three people were afraid that they had long ago discussed and came together to the Ji family to try to find their own trouble. However, to these mole crickets, Yi Tianming didn't put it in his heart at all. He looked at Lin Pengtian and laughed. You're only half right. Half right? What do you mean? It's hard to believe that you're still not the great Qian dynasty's imperial prince Yi Tianmian? Lin Pengtian opened his mouth in doubt. Yes, I am naturally the great prince of the great Qian dynasty, Yi Tianmian, but I have another layer of identity. Yi Tianming faintly smiled and said to the three, what identity? Xue Woya frowned. It was hard to believe that the information they had poked around could still be wrong. Not only am I the prince of the Dechen dynasty, I am also Ru Shue's fiancé. Yi Tianming spoke indifferently. His voice was not loud, but none of the people present were weak and heard what Yi Tianmian said clearly. On the side, Ji Rushue and Ji Zhirua couldn't help but burst out laughing. Instantly, the three of them, Xue Wuya's face was a shade of green and a shade of red. You tricked us! Xue Wuya directly shouted out angrily, and the folding fan in his hand pointed straight at Yi Tianming. For a while, the atmosphere in the arena became tense. Virtuous nephews, let's sit down and talk slowly about anything. Ji Yuanming laughed and rounded off the conversation. Uncle Ji, there's no need for you to interfere in this matter. Lin Pengtian directly droned. The grudges between our younger generation. Just leave it to our younger generation to settle it themselves. Lin Pengtian's words also instantly provoked Xue Wuya and Yuan Jinglong to agree. There's an unwritten rule in the 3,000 great states. The feuds between the younger generation will be settled by the younger generation themselves. Feuds between the older generation are naturally settled between the older generation as well. Young generation, who lives and who dies, all depends on their own means. Even if the young junior of the emperor clan was killed by the young junior of a small power, then only this emperor clan disciple can be blamed for being wasteful. If the feud between the younger generation had the intervention of the older generation, it would inevitably attract the endless old generation powerhouses from all the forces, which would not be beneficial instead. Seeing Lin Pengtian even say so, Ji Yuanming also smiled sarcastically and stopped speaking. After all, Yi Tianmian, indeed, was considered a member of the younger generation, and he could not be counted as a strong member of the older generation just because he was strong. Oh, I don't know how you guys want to settle this. Yi Tianming laughed and immediately found a seat and asked with a smile while drinking the fine wine from the wineboard. Yi Tianming, naturally, it's all about who's stronger. Do you dare to go out and fight with us? Xue Woya snorted coldly and continued. If you lose, then the marriage contract between you and Miss Rushue will not count. That's right. Do you dare to fight us? Lin Pengtian also droned on the spot. Don't worry. We know that your cultivation is only at the soul-shaping realm. We will suppress our own realm to the soul-shaping realm to compete with you and won't take advantage of you. When he said that, he carried his hands behind his back and walked to the door, tilting his head and looking up at the sky, with the demeanor of a tall man. Oh, you guys suppress the realm? Then what if I win? Yi Tianming asked back with a smile. You win? All three of them glanced at each other suspiciously. They hadn't really expected Yi Tianmian to win. After all, the intelligence showed that Yi Tianmian was only at the soul-shaping realm, and even if they suppressed their realm, they were not comparable to ordinary soul-shaping realm cultivators. Even if they suppressed their realm to the soul-shaping realm, they were still able to kill Qi Tian realm powerhouses. After all competitions have to need a little bit of color. It can't be that I win and get nothing, right? Yi Tianming said as he leisurely drank his wine. These three people dared to come and steal the marriage. Yi Tianming didn't mind letting these three people learn a long lesson. Lin Pengtian and the three of them looked at each other and then said, they say that you are addicted to wine. If you win, the three of us will give you all of the fine wine that our three fathers have treasured for many years. Hearing this, even Ji Yuanming laughed. Heaven's destiny. You may not know, the Nine Streams sect, Blowing Snow Mountain and Beast King Castle, each of their three patriarchs have quite a lot of fine wine. 300 years ago I drank it once. That flavor, it's unforgettable even now. Speaking of fine wine, Ji Yuanming also had a look of reminiscence, which made Yi Tianming come to be interested. He immediately nodded. Good, it's a deal. Seeing Yi Tianming agree, the corners of the three people's mouths curled up. Go, let's go out and talk. This great hall is too small to cast. Yuan Jinglong twisted his neck, his bones clacking, and took the lead to walk out of the hall. Lin Pengtian and Xue Woya also quickly walked out. Yi Tianming didn't talk nonsense and followed behind the three of them, walking out. Go, 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 go. Ji Zhirua immediately pulled Ji Yuanming, Ji Ruxue, and the others, and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the hall. She was afraid that if she went late, Yi Tianmian would have already settled the three. Outside the Ji family hall, Yi Tianming stood opposite to the three. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine before laughing lightly. The three of you, are you going to go together, or one by one? Arrogant. The three of them glanced at each other, and Lin Pengtian was the first to step into the battlefield. Young master of the Nine Streams sect, Lin Pengtian, I don't care to talk to you. You don't deserve to hear my name. Yi Tianming directly waved his hand and faintly said, you don't need to suppress your cultivation either. I'm afraid that you're even less of a match for me if you suppress your cultivation. Seeing how arrogant Yi Tianming was, the three of them became even more enraged. Lin Pengtian immediately droned. I, Lin Pengtian, never do things that bully the small with the big, and when I say that I will fight with you at the same realm, I will naturally fight with you at the same realm. Oh, yeah? Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his aura suddenly surged up. Soul-shaping realm, Kishanland, realm of the divine mansion, Taiji realm, infinite realm. Chapter 63, This isn't right, is it? In just a split second's time, Yi Tianmian's aura had directly scurried to the supreme realm. His aura was like a rainbow, and the entire Ji family was enveloped by Yi Tianming's aura. Some of the nearby Ji family disciples with lower cultivation who were watching the show couldn't hold on and hid behind Ji Yuanming. Even the Ji family's supreme realm powerhouses couldn't help but unfold their body protection spiritual power at this moment, resisting Yi Tianmian's aura, the aura of heaven's destiny. Even if all the supreme realm powerhouses of my Ji clan come together, I'm afraid that they won't be able to catch up. This aura is even more terrifying than that of the old ancestor. Ji Yuanming let out a sigh of emotion as his gaze pierced through the layers of attic buildings and landed within the Ji family's ancestral tomb. There, a coffin was laid out. A few withered bodies that looked like dry corpses sat up from the coffin. What a strong aura. It's even stronger than the Emperor clan's little brat. If my Ji family can marry this son, we might even be able to go back to Kanglan Prefecture in the future and wipe out our former shame. They were all the ancestors of this lineage of the Ji family in Kanglan Prefecture, and their strength had long surpassed the supreme realm. Around them, space vibrated, and it was obvious that several people were communicating with their divine sense. After a short while, several people went on to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, in front of the Ji clan's main hall, Lin Pengfei, Shui Wuya and Yuan Jinglong looked at Yi Tianmian, whose aura continued to skyrocket, and each one of them stared with wide eyes and open mouths. You look at me, I look at you, unable to speak. That's not right, is it? The information they received was clearly that Yi Tianmian was an uneducated waste of a royal son with a cultivation level of the soul-shaping realm. How is it that in this instant, Yi Tianmian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the supreme realm? This aura, it looked stronger than the aura of the patriarchs of their three families. Is it hard to open it the wrong way? At this moment, Lin Pengtian, who had already walked up to the center of the battlefield, was even more confused in the wind. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't you say you wanted to fight with this highness in the same realm? Feel free to come. It was only when Yi Tianmian let out a loud shout that he woke up Lin Pengtian, who was in a daze. At those words, Lin Pengtian's face darkened. Damn it, when I say a battle in the same realm, it's if your realm is lower than mine. Now that you're in the supreme realm, where can I raise you to the supreme realm? Lin Pengtian, are you going to admit defeat? Or are you going to be beaten by me before admitting defeat? Yi Tianming stood in the air, with a fluctuation coming from the space behind him, teasingly looking at Lin Pengtian below. Lin Pengtian's face was iron black as he gritted his teeth in death, and in the end, he could only say, I admit defeat. This allowed him to fight a supreme realm powerhouse? Unless he's got a donkey in his head. What about the two of you? Yi Tianming looked at Shui Wuya and Yuan Jinglong playfully. I concede, Shui Wuya said unwillingly. However, to admit defeat in the face of a supreme realm powerhouse, this was something that no one could find fault with. Slow down. But right at this moment, Yuan Jinglong suddenly shouted, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Even Yi Tianmian was slightly stunned. It's hard to believe that this kid really has an iron head? To have a couple moves with yourself? Then he wouldn't mind letting the kid know why the flowers were red like that. Although I don't know why your realm is so high. You're only just a few great realms higher than us. Do you dare to suppress your realm and compete with me in terms of physical strength? Yuan Jinglong still didn't admit defeat and said. Hearing this, Yi Pengtian and Shui Woya's eyes both lit up. Yuan Jinglong's fleshly body was strong and unrivaled. His fleshly body definitely ranked number 1 in the younger generation of Kanglin Prefecture. If Yi Tianmeng suppressed his realm, his physical body was estimated to be inferior to Yuan Jinglong. Interesting. Yi Tianmeng smiled faintly. Yes, but this highness has a condition. On what terms? If you lose, all the fine wines from the Beast King's castle will have to be brought to me. I agree. Hearing Yi Tianmeng's promise, where did Yuan Jinglong care about anything else? He wanted to get back at Yi Tianmeng now. Pure physical strength. He, Yuan Jinglong, was not afraid of anyone. With that, he saw Yi Tianmeng suppress his realm to the peak of the Qi Tian realm and arrived in front of Yuan Jinglong. Enlighten me. Yuan Jinglong then bellowed and charged directly towards Yi Tianmian. In an instant, a burst of sonic booms erupted from Yuan Jinglong's body, and it was as if 10,000 demonic beasts' shadows had manifested behind him. Surprisingly, it's the 10,000 beasts' sacred body. In the middle of the field, Ji Yuanming sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This 10,000 beasts' sacred body is an excellent physique for cultivating the physical body. Although it ranks in the middle to lower reaches amongst the thousands of physiques, it is enough to rank amongst the front ranks in the physical body together. Heaven's destiny is still too careless. He suppressed his realm to the Qi Tian realm and sealed his flesh to the Qi Tian realm. I'm afraid. Ji Yuanming sighed slightly, but he understood. After all, it's normal for young people to be young and wild. If he was at Yi Tianmian's age and had Yi Tianmian's cultivation, he would be able to turn over the entire 3,000 great states. Underneath the field, Lin Pengfei and Shui Woya's eyes also erupted with a scorching light. Father, don't worry, husband won't lose. Ji Rushue smiled. Others didn't know, but she knew exactly that Yi Tianmian was a desolate ancient saint body. Of all the thousands of physiques in the world, only the desolate ancient sacred body could call out to the great emperors. Bang! Boom! Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard in the field. Immediately afterward, a silhouette flew backwards. Ahem! Only Yuan Jinglong was seen covering his sunken chest, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Seeing this, Ji Yuanming immediately ordered a few Ji clan disciples to bring pills and hand them to Yuan Jinglong. After all, Yuan Jinglong was the young master of the Beast King Castle, and if something happened in the Ji family, it was expected that the Beast King Castle's side wouldn't be able to give a good explanation. There's no need to make a scene when the younger generation cuts. You, what kind of physique are you? How dare you break my 10,000 beasts sacred body? Yuan Jinglong looked incredulous. Under the same realm, his physical body had never lost. But today, he lost completely and utterly, and he couldn't even carry a single punch from Yi Tianming. A physique that's more bullish than yours. Yi Tianming let out a light laugh, then landed beside Ji Rushue. 3 of you, don't forget your promises. After saying that, Yi Tianmian was pulling Ji Rushue and left this place. Lin Pengtian, Shui Woya and Yuan Jinglong looked at each other when they saw this. The 3 of them had, this time, lost face. Oh, 3 virtuous nephews, why don't you take a moment inside? Ji Yuanming said smilingly. Uncle Ji, there are still important matters to be dealt with within the clan, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Pengtian's face was iron black as he directly flashed away. Shui Woya and Yuan Jinglong also excused themselves and left the Ji clan. Just like this, the 3 came in a rage, but left the Ji family in disgrace, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Half a month later, the 3 of them also delivered the fine wines from their respective clans as promised. Not only that, Yi Tianmeng also heard a joke from Ji Yuanming's mouth. It is said that Yuan Jinglong sneaked into the cellar of Beast King Castle in the middle of the night in order to fulfill the bet, trying to steal all the wine. As a result, he triggered the Beast King Castle's defense formation and was trapped in the cellar for 3 days and 3 nights. When the Beast King Fort's fort master learned of this, he hung Yuan Jinglong up and beat him for another 3 days and 3 nights. After hearing this laughter, Yi Tianming was also dumbfounded, not realizing that Yuan Jinglong was still an honest person. However, compared to this matter, Yi Tianming was more concerned about the leading drunk sent by Lin Pengtian of the Nine Streams sect. This Li Rin drunk, but Song Lan State's #1 wine. When in Taishan State, Yi Tianming had heard of its great name many times. Now that he was finally able to drink it, there was no telling what kind of treasure the system would reward him with. Immediately, he then picked up an altar of leading man drunk and gulped it down. Ding! The host tastes the departed drunk. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 64, Taishan storm clouds rise again. Ding! The host tastes the drunkenness of leaving. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the compass of 10,000 formations. 10,000 formation compass, it can store arranged formations. And when you need to use a formation, you can directly use the 10,000 formation compass to lay a formation. The 10,000 formation compass. Surprisingly, It's a treasure related to the Tao of formation. Yi Tianming marveled in his heart and immediately checked up on the functions of the 10,000 formation compass. The function of the 10,000 formation compass is simple, but very practical. General formation masters not only needed the assistance of various formation flags, spirit stones, and formation discs to set up a formation, they also needed a lot of time to set up a large formation. And this 10,000 formation compass could incorporate the set-up grand formation in advance. When it was time to use it, the formation that had been stowed in it would be released directly. As for the number of formations that could be stowed away, the name already reflected that. At least over 10,000. Getting the 10,000 formation compass, Yi Tianming was also happy in his heart. Wait for your free time to carve a few supreme killing formations and include them in the 10,000 formation compass. When they encountered a situation like Beichuan City again, a few killing arrays were directly sacrificed, so the opposite side would not be instantly cooled off. Husband, is this Li Ren drunk that good? Look at you laughing. To the side, Ji Rushue couldn't help but laugh and ask. She thought that Yi Tianming was so happy because of his drinking. Yi Tianmian smiled sarcastically and wiped the corners of his mouth with an evil smile. Rushue, wouldn't it be better if you tasted it? After 3 rounds of drinking, both of them were slightly drunk. Ji Rushue's cheeks were flushed under the strength of the wine, adding to her charm. Seeing this, Yi Tianming laughed aloud and carried Ji Rushue directly into the house. Not long after, the courtyard where Ji Rushue was vibrating. Just as Yi Tianming was in Kanglan Prefecture, there was also a big event happening in Taishan Prefecture. Over this period of time, the Heavenly Demon sect had become more and more rampant in Taishan Prefecture. More than 90% of the power clans in Taishan Prefecture had been affected by the Heavenly Devil cult to a greater or lesser extent. The 4 top forces of Taishan Prefecture, namely the Dechen dynasty, the Qingyun sword sect, the Xianyu mansion, and the White Feather sect, joined forces and launched a stranglehold on the Heavenly Demon sect. In this great battle, blood flowed for miles and miles, countless powerhouses fell, and in the end, the 4 top powers joined forces and lost. The 5 elders of the Green Cloud Sword sect of the name Supreme Realm had their innate divine swords chopped off. A Supreme Realm elder of the Xianyu mansion was heavily injured, and his future path was directly cut off, halting his lifelong cultivation. The White Feather sect even had a Supreme Realm Vice Patriarch fall. That day, the White Feather sect was onyxed. Although the Dakian dynasty didn't have any strong people fall, they were all injured. In the end, if it wasn't for the Qian Emperor and the Heavenly Demon sect leader facing off against each other across the sky, a strong person from the Great Qian dynasty would have fallen. However, it was rumored that ever since that slap had passed, Emperor Qian had gone into seclusion, preparing to sprint to the 9 Tribulation realm. Some people speculated that with that slap, Emperor Qian was also seriously injured and had to close down to recuperate. At this moment, Taishan Prefecture, Meteor Sword Abyss, sect leader, Xiang Jian's life soul lamp is shattered, as well as the people he brought out. All of them are dead. An old man with a stooped figure and ugly face walked over and said to the Heavenly Demon sect master who was dressed in white, "Didn't he go to Pill King Valley to take revenge? He couldn't even clean up a small Pill King Valley?" The Heavenly Demon sect master spoke indifferently, sitting next to the blood pool with deep eyes. "According to my subordinate's investigation, he was in the Pill King Valley, met the 10-mile sword god, and was killed by the 10-mile sword god," the old man respectfully said. As soon as his words were spoken, the Heavenly Demon sect leader's body immediately shook, and a berserk aura instantly swept across the entire Meteor Sword Abyss. "It's the 10-mile sword god again? How dare he repeatedly badmouth me?" The Heavenly Demon sect master obviously hated the 10-mile sword god to the extreme. If it wasn't for the 10-mile sword god, many of his plans could have been implemented unharmed. If it wasn't for the 10-mile sword god in the first place, the Great Zhou dynasty would have been in a firefight with the Dechen dynasty, and by that time the Dechen dynasty would have suffered a great deal of damage even if it wasn't destroyed. If it wasn't for him, the dragon vein of the Dakian dynasty would have been chopped off by himself. Perhaps by now, one had already moved into the entire Taishan prefecture. What exactly is the identity of this 10-mile sword god? Have you found out yet? Heavenly Demon sect master asked in a cold voice. No, this 10-mile sword god doesn't have any roots at all. My subordinate suspects that this person might be a strong person who came from another state. A former from another state? The Heavenly Demon sect master's eyes narrowed slightly. How could a strong person come to Taishan prefecture from another state? Could it be that it was the power behind the 10-mile sword god that also had thoughts about Taishan prefecture? Where is he now? It should still be in Kanglanzhou, the old man replied. The Heavenly Demon sect master nodded slightly and said, now that the Chen Emperor is in seclusion and the 10-mile sword god is far away in Kanglan, the great Qin dynasty is empty, so it's time to attack the imperial tomb. Sect leader, are you trying to save the old sect leader? The old man's breathing became short when he heard the Heavenly Demon Sect Master's order. He was the previous protector of the Heavenly Devil Sect. The current 10 great protectors of the Heavenly Devil Sect were all reselected in the last 1,000 years. As for the previous 10 guardians, all of them died in the Great War 1,000 years ago, leaving only the old man. The previous master of the Heavenly Devil Sect was suppressed in the middle of the imperial tomb of the Dacian dynasty. Now that he was going to rescue the previous sect master, how could the old man not be excited? You go down and make arrangements to save father first this time. The Heavenly Demon Sect leader nodded. Understood, Godfather. The old man was so excited that he hurriedly and respectfully retreated. Only after the old man left did the Heavenly Demon Sect master look into the middle of the blood pool. Father, even if I get you out, your strength has already slipped to the extreme, so it would be better to help my child and ascend to the top of Taishan. Time passes very quickly, and in the blink of an eye a year has passed. The original marriage between Yi Tianmian and Ji Rushue was also postponed due to the Qian Emperor's seclusion. However, Ji Yuanming was in no hurry. Yi Tianming and Ji Rushue were not even 100 years old. There was plenty of time. During this year's time, Yi Tianming had been in deep communication with Ji Rushue almost every day. With the support of the Xianin body, Yi Tianmian's cultivation had also reached the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Today, Ji Yuanming suddenly found Yi Tianming with a grave face and handed him a sound transmission jade talisman. Heaven's mandate. News just came from the Dechen dynasty. See for yourself. Looking at Ji Yuanming's gloomy face, a bad premonition suddenly rose in Yi Tianming's heart. He hastily took the jade talisman and examined it. By the time he finished reading the message, his face was suddenly gloomy. Husband, what happened? Ji Rushue couldn't help but ask when she saw Yi Tianming in this state. She still rarely saw this kind of expression from Yi Tianming's face. This showed that a lot of things must have happened in the Dechen dynasty. Chapter 65, The Fall of the Nine Ancestors. Return to Taishan. News has just come in that the imperial tomb was breached by the Heavenly Devil cult 4 months ago, and father has been in seclusion without appearing, and is likely to be seriously injured. The 9 ancestors died in battle. Yi Tianming's voice was low, and in his mind, he kept flashing back to the old days when he used to drink and brag with the 9 ancestors in the middle of the imperial tomb. This kind and serious old man was considered to be one of the elders who had treated Yi Tianming the best over the years. Other than Emperor Qian, often, he would bring some fine wine to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming would also often go and buy wine for Zhou to drink. He even exclusively kept a few jars of the leaving man drunk, just waiting to get drunk with the 9 ancestors when he returned to the Taishan prefecture. But I didn't expect that the 9 ancestors would die in battle on the way to guard the imperial tomb. Originally, this matter, I didn't want to tell you, but after all, you're already in the Supreme Realm, and one of the top powerhouses in Taishan prefecture, so you're better off knowing these things. Ji Yuanming took a deep breath and said slowly, back then, when Emperor Qian mentioned the matter of the marriage contract to him, he said that he hoped that the Ji family could shelter Yi Tianming for a while. If something happened to the Dacian dynasty in the future, it would allow Yi Tianming to live out his life in peace. But this was all based on Yi Tianmian not having much cultivation. Nowadays, Yi Tianmian was already a top powerhouse in Taishan prefecture, someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. With the news from Taishanzhou, Ji Yuanming thought that there was no longer a need to hide it from Yi Tianming. Uncle, I must rush back to the Great Qin dynasty right now. The destruction of the imperial tomb has not even brought father out of the gate. It is evident that father's injuries are very serious. I must go back to sit in Taishan prefecture. Yi Tianming said, husband, I'll go back with you. Ji Rushue suddenly spoke. Hearing Ji Rushue's words, Yi Tianming frowned and said, Rushue, Taishan prefecture is in crisis right now, with the heavenly demon cult eyeing it. It's very dangerous there, so it would be safe for you to stay in the Ji clan. Husband, with you here, I definitely won't be in danger. And even if there is danger, I'll be able to cope with it. I'm not a flower in a greenhouse as you think. Ji Rushue said unconvincingly. Heaven's mandate. You should let Rushue follow. She'll also take care of you when she's by your side. At that moment, Ji Yuanming interjected. That's right, husband. And I feel that my cultivation has also reached a bottleneck. And I also need some battle experience. Ji Rushue opened her mouth. Seeing Ji Rushue's insistence, Yi Tianming finally had no choice but to agree. With quite a few means of his own, it was completely fine to keep Ji Rushue safe. If it's not possible, let Ji Rushue enter the middle of the Void Realm. That place, however, is a place that the rest of the world can't even find except for themselves. I'll arrange a spaceship for you to return to Taishan. Ji Yuanming then said. Although Kanglan Prefecture and Taishan Prefecture were 2 large states right next to each other, but the road is also very far. Even if Yi Tianming's current cultivation of the Supreme Realm went all out, it would still take most of a month to arrive, and it would also be extremely consuming of spiritual energy. It would be better to take the G-clan's warship. Not only was it faster, but it also didn't require the use of spiritual energy. Early in the morning of the following day, Yi Tianming took Ji Ruxue to board the airship bound for Taishan State, Taishan Prefecture, Daqian Dynasty, 100,000 miles Demon Beast Mountain Range, blazing flame. Now that Emperor Qian is seriously injured, the Heavenly Demon Sect has sent someone to recruit us to be the Heavenly Demon Sect's protector divine beasts, and now that our master is not here, what do you think? The figure of the Underworld Demon King manifested and inquired to the Blazing Flame Demon King who was healing at the side. When Yi Tianming left, he had instructed the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King to take care of the Dechen Dynasty more. Not only did the two major Demon Kings not stop the Beast Tide from attacking the Dechen Dynasty again, when the Heavenly Demon Cult attacked the Imperial Tomb, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King had also secretly helped, but the Royal Tomb is still broken. The traces of their two Demon Kings were still discovered. At first, a protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect had taken a liking to the two Demon Kings and wanted to take them as his mounts. The two Demon Kings naturally disagreed and directly rejected the solicitation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Say what you will, they were also Supreme Realm Demon Kings. How could they be willing to give someone a ride? In the back, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master stepped in and allowed the two Demon Kings to go and be the Heavenly Demon Sect's protector god beasts. If you don't comply, destroy the Demon Beast Mountain Range. The two Demon Kings were also having a headache right now. They couldn't fight, and they still had the soul-devouring compass planted by Yi Tianmian on their bodies, so they couldn't escape. During this period of time, it had also given the two Demon Kings a headache. What can be done? One can't really agree to the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Blazing Flame Demon King also had a big headache. If we really defected to the Heavenly Demon Sect, when our master comes back, our soul-devouring compulsion will kick in, and we will die even more miserably at that time. At those words, the Underworld Demon King also smiled miserably. Thinking of himself, he was at least a hallowed Demon King who reigned over Taishan State. Now fate is in someone else's hands, and, no matter what, it's hard to escape the word death in the end. Why don't we go to Kanglan Prefecture and look for the master? The Spectral Demon King proposed. You think I haven't thought about it? Right now, there are still strong people from the Heavenly Demon Sect outside watching us from 10,000 miles away, and as soon as we show up, the next moment, the Heavenly Demon Sect's army will kill us. The Blazing Flame Demon King said bitterly. If we really can't, let's go to the capital city of the Dechen Dynasty, where the Heavenly Demon Sect will always be less likely to break in. The Underworld Demon King thought for a moment and then said, right now in the Dechen Dynasty, the Chen Emperor is seriously injured and in seclusion. The various princes are fighting very fiercely in private for the throne, and there are still quite a few people hostile to the demon race there, so sooner or later we'll have to get into trouble if we go. The Blazing Flame Demon King said helplessly. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, so what do you think we need to do to make it work? As soon as he saw that none of the three paths could be taken, the Underworld Demon King instantly became annoyed. Drag, wait until the master returns. The Blazing Flame Demon King said helplessly. For now, it seemed that their predicament could only be solved when Yi Tianmai returned. Wait, I wonder who the two Demon Kings are waiting for? As soon as the Blazing Flame Demon King's words fell, a fierce wind instantly swept across the entire Demon Beast Mountain Range. Immediately afterward, it was only seen that the earth crumbled in a radius of 100,000 miles around the Demonic Beast Mountain Range, and a huge crack was revealed on the ground as if it was going to tear the earth apart. The mountains crumbled, and the originally lofty peaks were instantly collapsed by this aura. The 100,000 mile Demon Beast Mountain Range had a dead look as the trees withered, only to see an old man holding a huge scythe, like the god of death, walk out from amongst the black mist, towering over the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King, Blood Red Protector. Upon seeing the visitor, the pupils of the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King shrunk violently, and they retreated, maintaining a certain distance from the Blood Red Protector. The Blood Red Protector was none other than one of the 10 great protectors of the Heavenly Demon Sect, with a cultivation of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, and an extremely strong strength. In the Heavenly Demon Sect, only those above the 7th level of the Supreme Realm were qualified to serve as a protector. The Blood Red Protector, on the other hand, could be ranked in the top 3 amongst the top 10 protectors. Blazing Flame, Underworld, this seat will ask you one last time to submit to this seat. The Blood Red Protector spoke in a cold voice. His words were like a burst of demonic sounds that surrounded the ears of the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King. For a while, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King were both a bit lost in thought. In a trance, It was as if a voice had been whispering in their ears. Submission. Submission. You fart. The blazing flame demon king shook his head vigorously and roared angrily before breaking the demonic sound. Immediately after that, one could only see the blazing flame demon king transform into his true form, the blazing flame Qilin, and pounce straight at the blood-red protector. He had to strike first so that he could gain an advantage over the blood-red protector's hands. He didn't think about defeating or even killing the blood-red protector, but rather, he thought of taking advantage of the opportunity to escape before saying anything, only to see a huge, flaming Qilin pounce towards the blood-red protector. The blazing flame demon king wasn't weak, and with Yi Tianming's help, he had also activated 1% of the Qilin bloodline. Although this bloodline hadn't been completely digested by the blazing flame demon king, his strength wouldn't have any problem dealing with a normal Supreme Realm 9th level powerhouse. But the problem was that the blood-red protector was not an ordinary Supreme Realm 9th level powerhouse. Chapter 66, My Name. You don't deserve to know it. For him to become a top-ranked protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even back then, when the blood-red protector was surrounded by 3 powerhouses of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm from the 4 top forces of the Taishan Prefecture, he had killed one of them and severely injured the remaining 2. That's what killed his heck. Looking at the blazing flame demon king who was charging over, the blood-red protector just let out a cold smile. The huge scythe in his hand was like a raging storm as he met the blazing flame demon king. Bang! The blazing flame demon king's enormous claws and the blood-red protector's scythe clashed with a shocking metallic clash. One person and one demon quickly pulled apart, hundreds of feet apart, looking at each other across the sky. The blazing flame demon king took human form, his left hand covering his right arm as he looked away, only to see a huge crack appear on his right arm. That strike just now had almost cut his arm right off. Not only that, at the wound, there was a trace of black gas, and a demonic gas ran into the blazing flame demon king's body from the wound. If it wasn't for the strong unicorn bloodline in the blazing flame demon king's body, this demonic gas would have long since eroded all of his internal organs. Blaze, are you okay? Seeing this, the underworld demon king hurriedly flew to the side of the blazing flame demon king and stood with him. In today's situation, only if the 2 major demon kings joined forces could there be a chance of survival. No harm done. The blazing flame demon king shook his head, his eyes heavy. Surprisingly, it's a heaven stage upper grade spiritual artifact. He sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression starting to look a little shocked. A heavenly rank upper grade spiritual artifact was already considered an overwhelming spiritual artifact under a Dao realm cultivator. A normal Supreme Realm powerhouse wouldn't even be able to use a heavenly rank upper grade spiritual weapon. After all, the main reason why a Dao-ranked spirit weapon was called a Dao weapon was because it had a Dao spirit charm attached to it. Even if a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm, or even the 9th Tribulation Realm, got their hands on a Dao-ranked spirit weapon, they wouldn't be able to utilize all of its strength. This was something that only Dao realm cultivators who had comprehended the laws of the great Dao could feel. Oh, count on you having some insight. The blood-red protector let out a cold laugh, then teased. If you didn't possess the Qilin bloodline in your body, the soul-devouring demonic Qi just now would have long ago rotted your body. If you had 1/10 of the Qilin bloodline, perhaps I would still be afraid of you for 3 points, but you are not a true Qilin after all. Hearing the blood-red protector's words, the blazing flame demon king's expression dimmed. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of generations he was descended from the Qilin, and it was already a blessing to still have a trace of the Qilin bloodline in his body. It was only with Yi Tianming's help that the Qilin bloodline was activated to 1%. But he, after all, wasn't a real unicorn. Since you won't surrender to our holy sect, go to hell. The blood-red protector was too lazy to say anything more to the 2 demon kings. Killing them and refining them into puppets to use as mounts was also a good choice. Only a ghostly flash of the blood-red protector's figure, a figure holding a huge scythe, stepped out from behind him. Split. The 2 figures killed towards the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king on the left and right. The 2 great demon kings looked at each other, their eyes heavy as they immediately killed towards the blood-red protectors. Boom! Bang! Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang out in the air, and the surrounding space was obliterated and turned into a piece of nothingness. The 100,000 miles of Demon Beast Mountain Range was even destroyed in this battle. The mountain range has been destroyed in this battle. Boom! Boom! In the end, only 2 figures could be seen falling from a high altitude, heavily smashing into the 100,000 mile Demon Beast Mountain Range. In an instant, 100,000 miles of demonic beast mountain ranges were all smashed down for the most part. The blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king coughed up blood at the corners of their mouths and looked at each other with helplessness. Blazing flame, it looks like the 2 of us are going to die here today, the underworld demon king said bitterly. Let's just die. It's a pity that we both died at the hands of this rat. The blazing flame demon king's chest was sunken at the moment, and his body was trembling. Next, it's time for you two to die. Only to see the blood-red protector slowly walking towards the two major demonic beasts, the huge scythe in his hand, ready to harvest the lives of the two demons. What the hell? How dare you hurt my people? Seeing that the blood-red protector's huge scythe was about to be swung down, a cold heckle suddenly came from the sky. Master! Master! Hearing this voice, the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king instantly became agitated. That's great! They don't have to die. In an instant, a long sound was heard in the sky. Only Yi Tianmian and Ji Ruxue stepped on Yi Kuan's back and flew this way at extreme speed. Yi Tianming looked at the 100,000 miles of demonic beast mountain range. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king. A strong and unparalleled aura emanated from him, instantly forcing the blood-red protector back by thousands of feet. Who are you? How dare you block the great events of my holy sect? The blood-red protector looked at Yi Tianmian who had suddenly appeared, and his heart was suddenly startled. Surprisingly, he felt a deadly sensation from Yi Tianming. This kind of feeling, he had only felt on the body of the heavenly demon sect master since he reached this realm. My name, you don't deserve to know. Yi Tianming took a step out as if he was tearing through the void and instantly appeared in front of the blood-red protector. Before the blood-red protector could react, Yi Tianmian chopped down with his sword, and the blood-red protector instantly fell into the middle of the demonic beast mountain range, smashing the ground out of a deep pit. I never tell the dead. My name. Yi Tianmeng's voice was indifferent, but it was like a god of death, ready to harvest the blood-red protector's life at any time. This caused the blood-red protector to be shocked in his heart. Taishan Prefecture even had such a strong person? Escape! Having reached his realm, his perception of danger was accurate. Although he wasn't sure if he was Yi Tianmian's opponent, he definitely wouldn't do it without full certainty, only to see him quickly disappear far backward, directly transforming into a black light at an extremely fast speed. However, Yi Tianmian's speed was faster than him, and in the blink of an eye, he stopped the blood-red protector's retreat. The blood-red protector was shocked. Seeing that Yi Tianming was so fast, he knew that he was afraid that he would be planted today. Solely, he directly clenched his teeth and waved the huge scythe in his hand, slashing towards Yi Tianming. Dang! Only a crisp sound of metal collision was heard, and the heavenly rank upper-grade spiritual weapon was directly broken into two halves. Seeing this scene, the blood-red protector's heart was even more horrified, staring at the long sword in Yi Tianmian's hand with a face full of horror. The only thing that could shatter his spirit weapon was a spirit weapon above the heavenly rank. Taoist order. A word formed in his mind. How is that possible? The person in front of you is a Dao realm powerhouse? That's not possible. How could there be a Dao realm powerhouse in Taishan Prefecture? However, Yi Tianmian didn't even bother to give him time to think, and directly swung out a brilliant sword chi. Buzz! The sword chi stirred for 100,000 miles, as if it was going to cut open the sky. In an instant, the blood-red protector's head flew up high, and even his divine soul was obliterated along with the sword chi. Seeing this scene, the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king swallowed their saliva. The master is surprisingly strong. Just as they froze, Yi Tianmian had already arrived with Yi Kuan and Ji Ruxue in front of their two demons. Master! Master! The two demons hurriedly bowed respectfully. What's going on with you guys? My master and I haven't been gone long. Why are you all getting your asses kicked at the door? Yi Kuan cackle shouted. The blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king also looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. These two pills can heal the injuries on your bodies. Recover first and then tell me what exactly happened in Taishan Prefecture during these 2 years. Yi Tianming threw out 2 pills, and the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king hurriedly took them and took the pills. It didn't take long for the two demons to recover some of their injuries, and they looked at each other bitterly. Master, in these 2 years, the situation in Taishan Prefecture, it's not good. Chapter 67, Thoroughly Disorganized. The two demon kings quickly told Yi Tianming everything that had happened in Taishan Prefecture in the past 2 years. Not long after Yi Tianmian left, the Daqian dynasty, Xingyun Sword Sect, White Feather Sect, and Xian Yuefu joined forces and launched a large-scale siege against the Heavenly Devil Sect. In the beginning, it did go well, and quite a few of the Heavenly Devil cult strongholds were taken out. Moreover, the cultivators of the Heavenly Devil Sect had also decimated countless people. Just when everyone thought that the Heavenly Devil Sect was about to be overthrown, there was an accident. The allied forces of the 4 top powers were caught in the middle of the Heavenly Demon Sect siege. This led to the fall of many powerful people, and the 4 top forces were greatly injured, the most serious being the White Feather Sect. Not only did some Supreme Realm powerhouses die in battle, But the disciples of the middle and lower levels were also killed and injured, and the White Feather sect was even on the verge of falling among the four major powers. Seeing that the allied forces of the four major powers were about to be wiped out, it was only when Emperor Qian was thousands of miles away and the Heavenly Demon Sect Master blasted a palm against him that he was able to save the allied forces of the four major powers. However, after that slap, Emperor Qian had begun his seclusion, and conversely, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master seemed to be fine. Subsequently, the four major forces began to hibernate, and the Heavenly Demon Sect in turn became even more unscrupulous in Taishan Prefecture. Many small power clans and families were all wiped out by the Heavenly Devil Cult overnight. Immediately after that, the Heavenly Devil Cult raided the Dechen dynasty. Countless Heavenly Devil Cult powerhouses killed the imperial tombs of the Dakian dynasty, and the 5th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and 9th ancestor died in battle. The Dechen dynasty had fallen 3 peak supreme realm powerhouses in one battle. Moreover, these 3 people, who were at the level of the Great Qian dynasty's oldest ancestor, were, each and every one of them, the Great Qian dynasty's bottom card. For a time, the entire Taishan prefecture was on edge. Master, according to my guess, it's very likely that the Heavenly Demon Sect Master has stepped into the 9 Tribulation Realm. At this time, the Blazing Flame Demon King spoke. 9 Hacks Realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmeng's pupils shrunk slightly. He had thought that the Heavenly Demon Sect Master should be at the peak of the Supreme Realm, but I didn't expect it to be the 9th Havoc Realm. It seemed that this Taishan prefecture was going to be even deeper than the water he had imagined. One must know that there was an insurmountable gulf between the 9th Tribulation Realm and the Supreme Realm. Starting from the 9th Tribulation Realm, one would have to go through 9 heavenly tribulations. Each heavenly tribulation could infinitely increase a cultivator's strength. Of course, even more were cultivators who fell under the heavenly tribulation. Even a weakest 9th Tribulation Realm powerhouse could kill thousands of peak Supreme Realm powerhouses. It's an insurmountable gulf. However, Yi Tianming didn't worry too much. Although he himself was only at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, he dared to fight even a 9th Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Moreover, he had countless cards, so how could he not be able to a 9th Tribulation Realm? That's right, Master. And as far as I know, the Great Qian Dynasty, Xian Ufu, Chengyun Sword Sect, and White Feather Sect, all have old monsters of the 9 Tribulation Realm in existence, which is why the Heavenly Demon Sect is hesitant to take over Taishan Prefecture in a big way. The Underworld Demon King picked up. The Heavenly Demon Sect currently only has the Heavenly Demon Sect Master who is at the 9th Tribulation Realm, and if pushed, it's very likely that the 9th Tribulation Realm old monsters from all the major powers will show up together and exterminate the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then why don't the 9 Tribulation Realm ancestors of the major powers step in and exterminate the Heavenly Demon Sect? Yi Tianmian was puzzled. Husband, Taishan Prefecture is at the bottom of the 3,000 great states. These 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouses are most likely old monsters from tens of thousands of years ago. They would lose a lot of life every time they strike now, and they would never strike until the time of the clan's demise. The one who spoke this time was Ji Ruxue, who did know more about these things. It was because the Kenglin Prefecture Ji clan, too, had an old monster of the 9th Tribulation Realm present. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian let out a long sigh. Not being a saint, he could not resist the erosion of the years after all. Generally speaking, the longest lifespan of a 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse was just over 10,000 years old at the beginning of the year, while a Dao Realm powerhouse could reach 50,000 years. But even if the lifespan is long, it can't resist the erosion of the years, and it will fall and die. Only those who became saints and emperors could withstand the erosion of the years and have an endless lifespan. As long as there wasn't a life and death battle, it was almost impossible for saints and great emperors to fall. Sage great emperors have endless lifespans. There should be quite a few saints in the 3,000 great states right now. So why is it that the great emperors have all disappeared one by one? Suddenly, Yi Tianmian seemed to have thought of something and his eyes glared. Where did those great emperors with endless lifespans go? Left the 3,000 states? Or fallen? Hasn't anyone ever suspected that before? For a moment, Yi Tianmian froze in place. Husband, what's wrong with you? It wasn't until Ji Ruxue softly called out that Yi Tianming was shouted out of his shock. Oh, nothing? Yi Tianming shook his head and then said, tell me about the Dechen dynasty. Master, the situation in the Dechen dynasty is also very unclear right now. The Blazing Flame Demon King's face sank as he continued. Ever since the Qian Emperor's seclusion, several imperial sons and Yi Shuiyu have been eyeing the throne. It has reached a point where swords are drawn, and at any time, a great war may break out because of the throne. Where's Dash? Is she okay? When Yi Tianming heard this, his heart sank and he immediately asked. In the entire palace, only Yi Xiaoxiao had the best relationship with himself. and he was most concerned about Yi Xiaoxiao's safety. As for the rest of them, let them die as they please. What has it got to do with them? The 9th princess has been in the palace now, so there's not much danger. The underworld demon king replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian let out a sigh of relief. This was the only good news. It seems that Taishan Prefecture is truly in complete chaos. Yi Tianmeng let out a sigh of relief. Originally thinking that his strength had already stood at the apex of Taishan State. At least he had the strength to defend himself. But now it seemed that the water in Taishan Prefecture was much deeper than he had imagined. One's own strength was still far from suppressing the entire Taishan Prefecture. He was now even afraid that a Dao realm powerhouse would pop up behind him. Strength. It's still strength. Yi Tianmeng sighed with emotion, and his heart was in a trance. Then, he looked at the 100,000 miles of demonic beast mountain range that had already been destroyed and said, "You guys now take the remaining demonic beasts and go ahead and stay among the void realm." The blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king looked at each other and immediately summoned up the rest of the demonic beasts that were still alive. Although the great battle with the blood-red protector had just affected the entire demon beast mountain range, and quite a few demonic beasts died under the aftermath of the battle, but there were also quite a few demonic beasts that were still alive. Under the organization of the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king, they orderly walked into the passageway that Yi Tianmian had opened up to connect to the void realm. After they all went in, Yi Tianmeng took Ji Ruxue and went to the imperial tomb. Soon, he was above the imperial tomb. Looking at the originally lofty and spectacular imperial tomb, it was now in ruins. Yi Tianming's divine sense swept through and found that there was no longer a trace of life within the imperial tomb. The previous heavenly demon sect master was suppressed in the imperial tomb, and now it seems that he has gotten out of the trap. Yi Tianmeng frowned. The strength of this heavenly devil sect was growing stronger and stronger. The 4 top-tier forces of Taishan Prefecture, however, were getting weaker and weaker. Yi Tianming took out his leaving drunkenness and scattered it in the direction of the imperial tomb, where he used to drink with the 9 ancestors. As he scattered, he murmured, "Don't worry, 9 ancestors, sooner or later, I will avenge you." When this was done, he was leading Ji Ruxue towards the palace. On the way, Yi Tianmian suddenly asked, "Ruxue, do you know where all the great emperors of the 3,000 great states have gone?" Chapter 68, Return to the Palace. Ruxue, do you know where all the great emperors of the 3,000 great states have gone? Upon hearing this question, Ji Ruxue's body suddenly shook, and then she said, "This question, in fact, has been speculated by all major powers. In theory, as long as one reaches sainthood, one's lifespan is endless, and after so many epochs, the number of great emperors should be high. But now in the 3,000 great states, there isn't a single great emperor left." Speaking of this, Ji Ruxue shook her head. None of the major powers actually know what exactly happened, including those saints who are still alive. Some speculate that the great emperors all left the 3,000 great states and traveled to the heavens. Others speculate that there was once an extinction catastrophe, and all the great emperors made sacrifices to stop it. Anyway, I don't know when it started, but the great emperors have slowly disappeared, and even the great emperors who were certified in the back will disappear in 100,000 years at most. Are there no saints who know these secrets? Didn't those emperor clans ever go looking for their own ancestors? Yi Tianmian was puzzled. At that level of great emperors, saints aren't qualified to know about their traces, and even if a saint knows about it, it's expected that they won't speak about it. Some people have speculated that the secret of becoming an emperor might be involved behind this. Ji Ruxue sighed lightly. She was also very curious about the traces of those great emperors since ancient times. But before those great emperors, they were no different from mole crickets. This kind of secret involving a great emperor, where was it for these mole crickets like them to know? If you want to know the secret behind this, I reckon that the only way to do so is to witness and become an emperor, Ji Ruxue said. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian also sighed. The two of them rushed towards the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty while chatting about some ancient secrets. Not long after, the two arrived at the gates of the capital city of the Dechen dynasty. The original lively and prosperous imperial city of the Dacian dynasty has gradually become depressed and decayed. The majestic imperial city of the Dechen dynasty was shrouded inside by a formation at this time. The entrance to the city was also guarded by a large number of soldiers, and even those entering and exiting the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty would be closely scrutinized. When Yi Tianmeng and Ji Ruxue had just arrived at the imperial city, the soldiers guarding the city gates immediately stopped the two of them. "I am Yi Tianmian, the Grand Emperor of the Dechen dynasty." Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as he directly took out the token that proved his identity. When the soldiers guarding the city saw that it was Yi Tianmian, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Then, the leader of the generals followed up. "Great Prince, you weren't in Kanglan Prefecture. Why are you back now? I heard that father was in seclusion and that the heavenly demon sect was watching intently. So I rushed back from Kanglan Prefecture. Can I go in now? Yi Tianming faintly said. Naturally. There's no problem. Great Prince, please come in. That general had been guarding the imperial city and naturally knew that the Qian Emperor greatly favored the Grand Prince in front of him. If he offended Yi Tianmin, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any good fruit to eat in the future. Royal brother? Just as Yi Tianming was about to enter the imperial city, a figure in armor suddenly descended from the sky. This person was clearly the fourth prince of the great Qian dynasty, Yi Yuanming. Fourth brother? Yi Yuanming swept a glance at Yi Tianmin, then looked at Ji Ruxue and smiled. I think this is sister-in-law, the first genius of Kanglan Prefecture. Ji Ruxue nodded slightly, considered to have met. Then, Yi Yuanming laughed. I had thought that imperial brother would have stayed in Kanglan Prefecture, but I didn't expect that he would come back now. It's really a surprise to my humble brother. Fourth brother, you can say what you have to say. I don't like this kind of bending. Yi Tianming frowned and opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanming was dumbfounded, and then he let out a cold laugh and said, Imperial brother, you took advantage of the fact that now father is seriously injured and has come back from seclusion for no other reason than for the throne. But do you think that now, in this form of the Dacian dynasty, father will pass the throne on to you? Even if you have the Ji family behind you now. But the Ji family isn't in Kanglan Prefecture after all, so you should have stayed well in Kanglan Prefecture instead of coming back to get into this mess. After hearing Yi Yuanming's words, Yi Tianmian realized that the other party thought that he had come to fight for the throne. He couldn't help but say, do you think that, like all of you, I only have this throne in my eyes? After saying that, Yi Tianming ignored Yi Yuanming and directly brought Ji Ruxue into the imperial city. Looking at Yi Tianmian and Ji Ruxue's backs, a hint of gloom flashed in Yi Yuanming's eyes. Immediately afterward, he snorted coldly, you don't really think that with the Ji family behind you that you can use as a backer. This throne is yours? Now that father is in seclusion. You only brought back Ji Ruxue alone. You are really arrogant. After saying that, he then also stepped into the middle of the imperial city of the Dacian dynasty. After experiencing a small episode at the city gate, Yi Tianming and Ji Ruxue quickly arrived at the palace. He had also informed Yi Xiaoxiao in advance about his return. Yi Xiaoxiao had long been waiting for Yi Tianmian outside the palace. Seeing Yi Tianmian safely return, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened and immediately pounced on him. Hugging Yi Tianmian, big brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much. When Yi Tianming saw this, he gently smiled and rubbed Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Big brother also misses you. So big. Why are you still crying? With that, Yi Tianming pulled Ji Ruxue over and introduced her with a smile. This is your sister-in-law, Ruxue. Ji Ruxue had heard Yi Tianmian talk about Yi Xiaoxiao a long time ago, and at this moment, she also smiled and said, You're Xiaoxiao, aren't you? I've heard my husband mention you a lot. Hello sister-in-law. Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly smiled and greeted. Afterward, Yi Tianmian was led by Yi Xiaoxiao towards the palace. Along the way, Yi Xiaoxiao also kept telling Yi Tianming about some of the things that had happened in the palace recently. Big brother, do you know about father's seclusion? Yi Xiaoxiao asked. I know. Yi Tianming nodded. Big brother, father he won't. It won't. Don't worry. Yi Tianmian directly interrupted Yi Xiaoxiao's words and cut off his words. Whether Emperor Qian was injured or not, and whether the injury was heavy or not, Yi Tianming did not know. But Yi Tianming believed that he had so many spirit medicines on him. There were quite a lot of Dao rank, Saint rank, and even Emperor rank spirit medicines. Even if Emperor Qian was seriously injured, Yi Tianming was sure that he could save Emperor Qian. Subsequently, Yi Tianming learned more details from Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth. Since the Qian Emperor's seclusion, all the big and small affairs of the Qian dynasty have been handed over to the Prime Minister Zhang Ju. As for Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, Yi Xiuzhu and Yi Shuiyu, the several royal princesses with ambitions for the throne, had long since begun to fight in the dark. One by one, they had returned to the palace. They began to pull in the support of the ministers in the court and the rest of the forces in Taishan Prefecture. Prime Minister Zhang Ju also turned a blind eye to these matters. In short, now the palace looks calm on the surface, but secretly, it has long been turbulent. If you are not careful, you will be plunged into the land of doom. Soon, a few people arrived at the palace hall, and a figure stood in the middle of the hall, looking at Yi Tianmian with a long, helpless sigh. Chapter 69, Undercurrents. Your Imperial Highness, you shouldn't have come back. This figure flashed and appeared in front of the three of Yi Tianming. It was clearly Prime Minister Zhang Ju. Yi Tianming looked at Zhang Ju and asked, Lord Prime Minister, how is he, my father, doing now? Zhang Ju said, Your Majesty is now preparing to break through the ninth tribulation realm. As long as your Majesty reaches the ninth tribulation realm, then the situation isn't that bad. Hearing Zhang Ju say this, Yi Tianming was also slightly relieved. Your Highness Celestial Destiny, right now Taishan Prefecture is in crisis. If you come back now, there's a high chance that you'll meet an untimely end. With that, Zhang Ju sighed. The timing of Yi Tianming's return now was unwise. Now several of the princes and Yi Shuiyu, the princess, were all eyeing the throne. Yi Tianming was now bringing Ji Rushue back. Even in Zhang Ju's opinion, Yi Tianming had an idea for this throne. But Yi Tianmian was on the weakest side in the fight for the throne. But not only was he favored by the Qian Emperor, behind him now stood a Ji family. To say he has no chance at the throne? That's still a good chance. But now what? Emperor Qian was seriously injured and in seclusion. And Ji Rushue was the only one from the Ji family to come. In order to prevent a change from happening, perhaps the rest of the people would secretly lay their hands on Yi Tianmian. Why did Emperor Qian send Yi Tianming to San Lanzhou? Wasn't it still to keep Yi Tianming away from the center of the whirlpool? Lord Prime Minister, I understand what you said, but a gentleman has to do something. Now that my father is in seclusion and the heavenly demon cult is eyeing me, I have to do something, Yi Tianming faintly said. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, Zhang Ju's body shook slightly. A gentleman does what he has to do and does not do what he has to do? Was this still the same Heaven's Mandate Highness he knew? Alright, Your Highness Heaven's Mandate. During this period of time, you'll be living inside the palace. Safety is at least guaranteed. Only after a long time did Zhang Ju say this. Yi Tianming nodded slightly, and then bid farewell to Zhang Ju, preparing to stay in the middle of the palace first to see how things went. Only after Yi Tianming left, Zhang Ju's figure then disappeared in the middle of the palace, with Yi Tianming returning to the palace. Yi Wushuang, Yi Xiuzhu and Yi Shuiyu also received the news. In the middle of a splendid palace, Yi Wushuang listened to the reports from his men and fell into deep thought. What exactly is the reason for royal brother's return at this hour? Yi Wushuang pondered. Bringing Ji Rushue, is it possible that imperial brother wants father to pass the throne to him at the end? Your Highness, no matter what the reason for the Grand Prince's return this time, should we make the first move? Below, the figure of the Jinshi King appeared and replied in a deep voice. No. Yi Wushuang directly stopped King Jinshi. Have you forgotten that back then, the people who were sent to assassinate Big Brother, all died? Now that something has happened to Big Brother, father will most likely disregard everything. In the beginning, it was the Jinshi King who sent someone to assassinate Yi Tianmian while framing the Jinan King. But for some reason, the assassins who assassinated Yi Tianmian were all killed. This caused Yi Wushuang and King Jinshi to keep thinking that Emperor Qian had arranged strong protectors around Yi Tianmian. The result was that the two had begun to hibernate for so many years. However, after so many years had passed, it seemed as though Emperor Qian had not sought trouble with the Jinan King. It wasn't until Emperor Qian closed his door that the two of them continued to plot. Not only that, in the beginning, when framing Yi Tianmian and Xu Fei, it was also Yi Wushuang who secretly laid the trap. Then, Your Highness, what should we do now? The Jinshi King asked. Just wait, eventually someone will be unable to hold back. We just need to lay out our plans in secret. Yi Wushuang faintly said. Understood. Meanwhile, inside Yi Yuanming's palace, below him stood most of the military powerhouses of the Dechen dynasty. Over the years, Yi Yuanming had been honing his skills in the army, and many of the strongest men in the army were in favor of Yi Yuanming's succession. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Even if Yi Tianmian comes back, what can he do? He's a loser. Is it possible that His Majesty will really give him the throne? That's right. He has no power in the dynasty, and even if he sits on the throne, he won't be able to sit there for long. As for the Ji clan, we don't need to put it in our eyes even more. The Ji clan is still in Kanglan Prefecture. If they dare to enter Taishan, they'll be an enemy of our entire Taishan Prefecture. Listening to the strongest members of the army below you, Yi Yuanming gently waved his hand, and only then did they shut their mouths. There's no harm in ordering the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army to be ready at all times. The Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army are the two major border armies of the Dechen dynasty. Because of the heavenly demon cult, these two major border armies had been transferred back to the imperial city and were now stationed not 10,000 miles away from the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty. However, this also gave Yi Yuanming the opportunity that as long as he gave the order, the two major border armies would embrace him as the new king of the great Qian dynasty. This was also one of Yi Yuanming's cards. Of course, all of this presupposed that it was in the event of the Qian emperor's fall. If Emperor Qian didn't die, Yi Yuanming would still be a prince after all. Understood. Your Highness. The strongest members of the army below went down to make preparations. 6th Prince Yi Xiuzhu's place. Yi Xiuzhu's mother is from the Chen family. This Chen family, on the other hand, was the head of the three great lineages of the Great Qin dynasty, and in each of them, there was a supreme realm ancestor sitting at the helm. The three great families led by the Chen family, the Li family, and the Wang family were also the three strongest families in the Qin dynasty, and in addition to these three major families, there are no less than 100 other families, large and small, that support Yi Xiuzhu. When they were united, although they weren't comparable to the top forces of the Taishan prefecture, they were definitely not to be underestimated. Nowadays, Yi Xiuzhu was with the patriarchs of the three great families, discussing countermeasures. Now that Yi Tianmian has returned, what should we do? Yi Xiuzhu asked. The Chen family patriarch was the first to say, Your Highness, Yi Tianmian is not enough to worry about. What we should be worried about is the Ji family behind him. If the Ji family intervenes, will they forcefully support Yi Tianmian? The Li family patriarch also said, Now that the situation within the imperial city is complicated, perhaps Yi Tianmian's appearance will muddy the waters, and then, it will be our chance. The Wang family patriarch also said, Now that His Majesty has been in seclusion, we don't know what's going on. The only thing we can do is wait. Wait until the situation is clear so we can make our next move. Hearing the speeches of the patriarchs of the three great clans, Yi Xiuzhu was also in deep thought. It was only after a long time that he said, Let's stay put for now, and at the same time send someone to make some contact with the Ji family to try and test their intentions. In addition to the three emperors, in the Qianqing palace in the harem, a beautiful woman was sitting opposite Yi Xueyu. This beautiful woman was the previous holy maiden of the White Feather sect, the present-day Xian concubine, Xueyu. Now that the Grand Prince has returned, he has the support of the Ji family behind him, and behind Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Xiuzhu, they all have the support of powerful forces. Concubine Xian analyzed, Behind you, although you have the support of the White Feather sect, but the current situation, the White Feather sect is also somewhat self-conscious. You must have a new card before you can do so. Yi Xueyu also understands this reasoning, now that the White Feather sect has suffered heavy losses, and she is a daughter. Among the several forces, it is true that she has fallen into a bit of a disadvantage. Mother consort, but in today's Taishan prefecture, there are no forces that can be pulled together. Yi Xueyu let out a long, faint sigh, a trace of bitterness flowing from his eyes. We are not trying to pull from Taishan prefecture. In fact, Mother consort here has an idea. Hearing this, Yi Xueyu's eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Mother consort, what else do you have in mind? Only to hear consort Xian faintly spit out 5 words. Kanglan prefecture, Ji family. Chapter 70, Pulling the Ji family together. The Heim family? Hearing this name, Yi Xueyu was slightly stunned and queried, Mother consort, isn't the Ji family Yi Tianmian's backer? If they want to help Yi Tianmian ascend to the throne, why would they cooperate with us? Hearing this, Princess Xian laughed and said, Xueyu, you're still too young. Do you think that Yi Tianming is nothing more than a waste of a royal son? If he wasn't born of that woman, how could your father favor a waste of a man? The Ji family also understands that between you and Yi Tianmian, it is definitely you who is suitable to be the emperor of this great Qin dynasty. Speaking of this, Yi Xueyu became increasingly confused and queried, but Mother consort, does this have anything to do with us being able to pull in the Ji family? Why does the Ji family support Yi Tianmian? It's nothing more than Yi Tianmian's marriage with Ji Ruxue. What if we can also join hands with the Ji family? Between you and Yi Tianmian, the Ji family will definitely turn to support you. Moreover, this Ji family, which is still a descendant of a great emperor, is far from an ordinary power. Princess Xian explained. Union? As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xueyu was slightly stunned. Mother consort, what you mean is, let me join hands with the Ji family? In the younger generation of the Ji family, there are only 2 women, Ji Ruxue and Ji Jiruo, and I want the object of the marriage to be by Zhantian and Ji Jiruo. Concubine Xian faintly said, Cousin Chopper. Upon hearing Bai Zhaotian's name, Yi Xueyu's breath hitched. This Bai Zhaotian is the contemporary saint son of White Feather sect, but also the leader of the younger generation of White Feather sect. In Taishan state, it is the top 5 geniuses of the younger generation. Counting up, this Bai Zhaotian was still her Yi Xueyu's cousin. That's right, let Zhantian go and propose marriage to the Ji family. If it comes to fruition, then the Ji family will surely support you as well. With the Ji family and the White Feather sect behind you, could it be that you're still afraid that you won't be able to sit on this throne? Hearing consort Xian's explanation, Yi Xueyu spread her face and smiled. Many thanks to Mother consort. But soon, she tightened her brows again. Mother consort, what if the Ji family doesn't agree? Disagree? Then only the benefits are not given enough. As long as the benefits are given enough, then the Ji family will definitely agree. Time passed, and almost 2 years had passed since Yi Tianming returned to the palace. The situation has become increasingly tense over the past 2 years. The Xianyu mansion had been attacked by the Heavenly Demon sect during these 2 years. If it wasn't for the Qingyun Sword sect and White Feather sect powerhouses rushing over in time, the Xianyu mansion would most likely have been annihilated. As for the Great Qian dynasty, in these 2 years, although it was said that Prime Minister Zhang Ju was presiding over the situation, he was not the Qian Emperor after all. With the Qian Emperor remaining in seclusion without news, many powerful people in the dynasty had begun to take sides. Although Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, Yi Xiuzhu and Yi Shuiyu were on the same front in dealing with the Heavenly Demon sect, they were also contributing to the cause. All of them were thinking of preserving their strength to prepare for their future fight for the throne. As for Yi Tianming and Ji Ruxue, they had stayed in the palace for the past 2 years to cultivate. Yi Tianming also realized that it was getting closer and closer to an all-out war with the Heavenly Devil sect. During these 2 years, Yi Tianming's cultivation level had also increased to the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, and he began to prepare for the heavenly stage of the 9 Tribulation Realm. Kanglan Prefecture, Ji Family, Family Master, the Saint Son of the White Feather sect of Taishan Prefecture, Bai Zhantian, seeks an audience. Ji Yuanming was slightly stunned as he listened to the report from the disciples of the Ji clan. The White Feather sect of Taishan Prefecture? Are you sure it's the White Feather sect of Taishan Prefecture? Our Ji family doesn't seem to have had any contact with the White Feather sect. Ji Yuanming asked. Family Master, it's the White Feather sect. My subordinates have already confirmed it. Below, the disciple of the Ji clan respectfully said. Well, you go on down. Ji Yuanming pondered for a moment and waved his hand, allowing the Ji clan disciples below to leave. This White Feather sect, even though it is the top power in Taishan Prefecture, our Ji family has never had dealings with the White Feather sect, so why would it suddenly come to our Ji family? Ji Yuanming thought for half a day, but he couldn't figure out why. Have you forgotten that nowadays, in the Great Qian dynasty, various emperors are fighting for the throne, and I'm afraid that this White Feather sect has come here because they want to make an alliance with us. Shen Muxin blankly glanced at Ji Yuanming and explained the reason for this. I heard that the third sister of Heaven's mandate, behind her, is the White Feather sect, but she's a daughter after all, and if she wants to obtain the throne, she definitely needs to have more power behind her to support her. Hearing this, Ji Yuanming also came to a realization. Regarding some matters of the Dechen dynasty, the Ji family was still quite knowledgeable, and in the past 2 years, Ji Ruxue would also have news from time to time. Now in the Dechen dynasty, the open and secret struggle for the throne has almost reached its peak. However, with the mandate of heaven in place, do you think they can compete for this throne? Ji Yuanming smiled and shook his head. If Yi Tianming was really a waste of a prince as rumored, Ji Yuanming might have been heartened by the White Feather sect's alliance, but now that they knew Yi Tianmin's details, how could they possibly choose the rest? Regardless of whether or not we can compete, now that the White Feather sect has come, we have to meet them, right? Shen Muxin said. Yes, let's go. Let's go meet this White Feather sect Saint Son. Soon, Bai Zhantian was led into the middle of the hall by a Ji clan disciple. Behind Bai Zhantian were 2 strong men from the White Feather sect, a Supreme Realm and a Yaoguang Realm. Now that Taishan State was in danger, the White Feather sect really didn't dare to let Bai Zhantian come to Kanglan State without the protection of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. Late Bai Zhantian, meet Senior Ji. Bai Zhantian bowed respectfully to Ji Yuanming. His entire body was dressed in white, with 2 twin swords behind his back, looking heroic and extraordinary. Nephew Zhantian, I didn't expect you to come to my Ji family. What a rare guest. Ji Yuanming laughed and ordered people to watch the seats and tea. Although he had never crossed paths with the White Feather sect before, the face that should be given still had to be given. I heard that Ni Shuiyu's mother was the last holy maiden of the White Feather sect, and Yi Shuiyu is the third sister of Heaven's mandate, and Heaven's mandate is now the aunt of our Ji family. So counting, our Ji family and your White Feather sect are also closely related. Shen Muxin laughed from the sidelines. Her words instantly closed the distance between Bai Zhantian and the Ji family. I wouldn't dare. The Ji clan is an imperial clan, and the late generation has the utmost respect for the Void Emperor. Bai Zhantian laughed. Although the lineage of the Kanglan Prefecture Ji family had already fallen, and had also separated from the imperial Ji family, the bloodline in their bodies was, after all, that of a great emperor. No one dares to be disrespectful. This was how many years ago, and we are now. And the Emperor clan Ji family has long since ceased to have a relationship. There's no need to be formalized by Zhan Tianxian nephew. Ji Yuanming laughed. Then, both sides were polite again. And only then did Ji Yuanming ask, I don't know what my nephew Zhantian came to my Ji clan for this time? Seeing that the main topic had finally been talked about, Bai Zhantian immediately stood up and made a respectful bow to Ji Yuanming, saying, "The late generation has indeed come this time to do something, and I hope that Uncle Ji will oblige." Chapter 71, Poisoning. Hearing Bai Zhaotian's words, Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin glanced at each other. As expected, I hope that I will be able to marry the second miss of the Ji family, and with the Ji family and the White Feather sect joining forces, they will definitely be able to suppress the nearby states, White Chopper said impassionately. When he finished, he didn't forget to brag about himself a bit. The late generation is the saint son of the White Feather sect, and sooner or later, he will become the patriarch of the White Feather sect, so I hope that senior will fulfill his wish. Waiting for Bai Zhaotian to finish his speech, he had thought that Ji Yuanming would quickly agree, but when he saw the eyes of both Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin, his heart stuttered. Soon, however, he shook his head and thought darkly in his mind. Yi Tianming, that punk, was able to marry the Ji family's first lady. I'm the White Feather sect's holy son. How can I not marry the Ji family's second lady? For this marriage, Bai Zhaotian was still very confident. If Yi Tianmian could do it, he, Bai Zhaotian, could do it even more. Soon, though, he realized something was wrong. Why did the two of them, Ji Yuanming and Shen Muxin, look at themselves as if they were looking at little cuties? Why are they looking at themselves as if they were looking at a little cutie? No, definitely not. It's a delusion of its own, Bai Zhaotian thought in his heart. Ahem. Suddenly, Ji Yuanming coughed lightly and laughed. Zhentian Xian nephew, you also know that Jiruo is already older, and we can't be the masters of her decisions. This, Ji Yuan obviously had to be a bit embarrassed. He had not thought that the White Feather sect would even think of the means of marriage to pull in their Ji family, but when you think about it that way, there's really nothing wrong with it. After all, with any alliance, a marriage is actually the most effective. Moreover, Bai Zhaotian was indeed quite a good match for Ji Jiruo, both in terms of background and talent. Unfortunately, Ji Yuanming also knows in his heart that Ji Jiruo has a heart for Yi Tianming. This caused Ji Yuanming to be very distressed as well. How is it that both of his daughters have thoughts about Yi Tianming? Zhan Tian. When the marriage between Heaven's Mandate and Ru Shui, it was the two of them who talked it over themselves. If you want to marry Jiruo, why don't you also talk to Jiruo first? After all, you guys haven't met yet. At this time, Shen Muxin, who was on the side, said. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhaotian was instantly delighted and hurriedly thanked him. Seeing this, Shen Muxin nodded slightly and summoned a maid. Go and bring Zhantian to Jiruo's place, so that the young people can have a chat. Yes. The maid answered with a promise and was leading Bai Zhaotian to the place where Ji Jiruo lived. Only after Bai Zhantian left did Ji Yuanming let out a bitter smile and said, "Do you think this will work out? Whether it will work or not, don't you have any idea in your heart?" Shen Muxin said in a bad mood. Then you still asked Jiruo to meet with him? People come from afar. We can't blow them away, can we? Ji family, Ji Jiruo's courtyard. Mr. Bai, please. Ji Jiruo ordered Xiao Chui to serve a pot of tea and said to Bai Zhantian, "Thank you, Ms. 0. Bai Zhaotian smiled faintly and finished his tea in one gulp. Regarding Bai Zhantian's intention to come, Shen Muxian had already secretly asked Xiao Chui to inform her. Since Mr. Bai has finished his tea, it's time to leave. Ji Jiruo's voice was light, without a trace of tone. Ms. Jiruo, what do you mean by that? Bai Zhaotian's face instantly turned grim as he heard this. When he saw Ji Jiruo inviting himself in for tea, he thought that Ji Jiruo was also interested in him. But he didn't expect that he was going to drive himself away now? Mr. Bai, this young lady has already been considered polite by not blocking you from the door. I hope you can put yourself in the right position. Ji Jiruo frowned and faintly said, between the two of us, it's simply impossible. At this moment, Bai Zhaotian's face had clouded over as he faintly said, Miss Jiruo, can you tell me where I have done something to make you dissatisfied? Mr. Bai is very nice. It's just that this young lady already has someone else in her heart. So Mr. Bai is still invited to make himself at home. After saying that, Ji Jiruo was about to walk into the house. Who's that guy? Bai Zhaotian suddenly agitated. How could he not imagine that he would not be able to get Ji Jiruo's favor? Eunuch Bai, this matter will have nothing to do with you. Ji Jiruo coldly said. If you take another step forward, the poison in your body will kick in. You'd better think clearly. Poison? When Bai Zhaotian heard this, his face stiffened and he looked at Ji Jiruo with a stunned expression. He hurriedly ran his gongfu, and sure enough, he discovered an abnormal energy within his body. Duke Bai, inside the tea you just drank, I've already put down the sub-pill of the twin spirit pill. If you leave now, I'll give you the mother pills, and if you refine them, your cultivation will skyrocket. as a sort of reparation from me to you. If you are persistent and dare to take another step forward, that sub-pill will kick in and leave you with a strange poison. Ji Zhihua gave Bai Zhantian two choices. What she had given to Bai Zhaotian was a double-born elixir, a very magical elixir. This kind of elixir would cause a cultivator's cultivation to soar if the daughter and mother medicines were taken together. However, if you just take the child medicine or the mother medicine alone, then instead you will be strangely poisoned, and only if you take both plants together can you detoxify them. Bai Zhaotian roared angrily while running his gongfu to stabilize the toxins in his body. How could he not expect that this Ji Zhihua would poison herself just after meeting? Aren't you afraid of offending my white feather sect? Bai Zhantian directly drew his sword and pointed at Ji Zhihua and roared. By inviting herself into the courtyard, wasn't Ji Zhihua accepting his affection? A small white feather sect. Our Ji family is not yet in our eyes. Just then, a cold cry came from outside the door. Only Ji Yuanming walked in with Shin Mushin and the strongest members of the white feather sect. A few people's faces were turning blue, and it was obvious that they also didn't expect things to develop to this state. Ji family master, is this the way your Ji family treats guests? The white feather sect's supreme realm powerhouse shielded by Zhaotian in front of him and let out a cold snort as a fluctuation with an intimidating pressure dispersed towards the surroundings. Ji Ruo has already said that if Xian nephew Zhan Tian abandons the union, then he will naturally send the mother medicine to compensate. Ji Yuanming was not polite, and in just an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly suppressing this supreme realm powerhouse from the white feather sect. Since my daughter doesn't like your sect's saint son, it's better for all of you to return. Ji Yuanming had already begun to give his expulsion order. Then, he turned to Ji Zhihua and said, Zhihua, hand over the mother pill. Ji Zhihua pursed her lips and handed the mother medicine of the twin spirit pill to Ji Yuanming. After your sect's saint son takes the mother pill, not only will he not be poisoned, his cultivation will also be refined quite a bit. Ji Yuanming threw the mother pill to the white feather sect powerhouse and said indifferently, take care, I won't see you off. The white feather sect powerhouse also knew that today's negotiation was considered yellow. He looked deeply at Ji Yuanming, took the mother medicine, and snorted coldly. Ji family, give this seed a wait. After saying that, he took Bai Zhaotian and left the Ji clan directly. Only when the white feather sect powerhouse left did Ji Yuanming let out a long sigh and said, Ji Ruo, you still did too much impulsively in this matter. Next time, you should think clearly. Ji Zhihua pursed her lips and just nodded faintly. When Ji Yuanming and Shin Mushin and the others left, she took out a transmitting note and sent a message towards it. Chapter 72 The Package. I will keep my mouth shut. Husband, something's wrong. Today, Yi Tianming had just finished his seclusion when Ji Ruxue walked in with a nervous face. Looking at Ji Ruxue's tightly locked brow, a bad thought flashed through Yi Tianming's heart. This was the first time he had seen Ji Ruxue in this state. The usual Ji Ruxue, no matter what happened, would not be too worried and nervous. But today, it's obviously a little different. What's wrong? Yi Tianming asked in a hurry. Something happened to Ji Ruo. Ji Ruxue's words caused Yi Tianming to instantly widen his eyes and asked, she's not in the Ji family, how could something happen to the Ji family? Ji Ruxue explained. Husband, Zhihua has come to Taishan Prefecture. With that, she was explaining the ins and outs to Yi Tianming. It turned out that ever since the last time Bai Zhantian had traveled to the Ji family to get engaged, Ji Zhihua had developed the idea of coming to Taishan Prefecture. Ji Yuanming and Shin Mushin felt that it was too dangerous in Taishan Prefecture right now, and Ji Zhihua was not allowed to come since she did not have the ability to defend herself. It turned out that Ji Zhihua had secretly sneaked out. All along the way, she had contacted Ji Ruxue through a sound transmission jade talisman, and Ji Ruxue was also aware of this matter. I had thought to wait for Ji Zhihua to come, but when I contacted Ji Zhihua today, I didn't get a reply. This made Ji Ruxue instantly realize that Ji Zhihua was most likely in trouble. Ji Ruo, where did she go yesterday? Yi Tianming asked immediately after hearing this. She had already entered Taishan Prefecture a few days ago, and yesterday, she should have been in White Feather City. Ji Ruxue thought for a moment and said, if something happens to Ji Ruo, it should be near White Feather City. Could it be the Heavenly Demon sect? Yi Tianming also pondered. Then he shook his head and said, White Feather City is the White Feather sect's home base. It's unlikely that the Heavenly Demon sect did this. I guess not. Yi Tianmian shook his head and said, we'll go to White Feather City right now. I'll have the secret guards of the Dakian dynasty immediately investigate Jirua's news. White Feather City was the #1 city under the White Feather sect, and the city lord was even a supreme realm powerhouse from the White Feather sect. Although the Heavenly Devil sect was now powerful, it wouldn't go to White Feather City for no reason. Seeing this, Ji Ruxue could only sigh helplessly and follow Yi Tianming as he quickly headed in the direction of White Feather City. At the same time, Yi Tianming also contacted Prime Minister Zhang Ju and asked him to immediately mobilize the secret guards that had been arranged in White Feather City to investigate the news of Ji Jiruo. Meanwhile, White Feather City, which was millions of miles away, in the direction of 100,000 miles to the east of White Feather City, there was a mountain range called the Shuafang Mountain Range. However, this Shuafang Mountain Range was different from the Demonic Beast Mountain Range where the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King were located. It was merely 70,000 miles. The strongest demonic beast in here was only a peak Yaoguang realm demonic beast. Although there were no Supreme Realm Demon Kings, few people would come over on weekdays. After all, demonic beasts at the peak of the Yaoguang realm could only come and go as they pleased unless a Supreme Realm powerhouse entered. But wherever one reached the Supreme Realm, where would any strong person idly run to this Shuafang Mountain Range for nothing? At the mouth of this Shuafang Mountain Range, the figure of a young girl was continuously weaving in and out, and behind her was a group of White Feather sect disciples. Saint Sun, she ran into the Shuafang Mountain Range. What should we do? Should we chase after her? A White Feather sect disciple said with slight concern. Enter. Why don't you enter? It's hard to believe that sinful beast in the Shuafang Mountain Range still dares to kill us. The White Feather sect Saint Sun, by Zhao Tian, let out a sardonic laugh and immediately led a group of disciples towards the middle of the Shuafang Mountain Range to chase after him. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ji Ruo. I must avenge my previous revenge. That's right. The one being chased in front of him was none other than Ji Ruo. The White Feather sect was located on the necessary route between the Dechen dynasty and Sanlan prefecture. If she wanted to go to the Dechen dynasty, she naturally needed to pass through the White Feather sect. But what one would never expect was that she had just arrived at White Feather City within a few days when she was discovered by the White Feather sects by Zhaotian. Then Bai Zhaotian came directly to arrest himself that night with his men. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a lot of treasures on him and his cultivation wasn't that bad, I'm afraid that he would have already fallen into the hands of Bai Zhaotian. However, fortunately, Bai Zhaotian did not bring the strongest members of the White Feather sect, and the ones who came to chase after himself were all disciples of the younger generation of the White Feather sect. In this way, Ji Jiruo had already fled for a day and a night, but she still couldn't get rid of the dogpile behind her. There was no choice but to dive headfirst into the Shuafang Mountain Range to see if there was any way to get rid of them. This lady should never have let him go in the first place. Ji Jiruo cursed and immediately took out a crystal-clear bead, pinched in her hand and instantly concealed her figure. This bead was called the Sky Shading Bead, a top-grade Earth-rank treasure that could conceal one's form. Unless one was a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm, it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to discover their traces. When Bai Zhaotian and the others who rushed over saw this, their faces sank. Search for me. Seal off all the exits of the Shuafang Mountain Range. Don't let her escape. Yes. Numerous White Feather sect disciples led their orders and immediately dispersed in all directions towards the surrounding area of the Shuafang Mountain Range and began searching for Ji Jiruo's whereabouts. This made Ji Jiruo, who was hiding in the dark, nervous. According to this carpet search by the White Feather sect, he would be found sooner or later. We'll just have to figure out a way to drag this out, and hopefully my sister will hurry over, she said helplessly. Her voice transmission jade talisman had been damaged during the earlier journey to get away from her pursuers. Otherwise, he would still be able to directly tell Ji Rushue his location now. Immediately afterward, Ji Rushue looked in the direction of a White Feather sect disciple's departure and secretly followed behind. Tell me, who exactly is this little ninny and how could she make our Saint Sun so angry? Two White Feather sect disciples searched Ji Jiruo's trail over and over again, and one of the disciples was puzzled. I'll tell you. Don't you dare tell anyone else, huh? Another disciple looked around and said quietly, bows, don't you know what kind of person I am? Guarding my mouth like a bottle. Jean Dejia. The White Feather sect disciple who called himself Jean Deya hurriedly patted his chest and assured, didn't our Saint's son go to the Ji family to join the marriage? But unfortunately, he was rejected by the second miss of the Ji family, and he was also wasted in that place. This little ninny seems to be the second miss of the Ji family. What? You called our holy son a eunuch? The White Feather sect disciple who called himself Jean Deya instantly cried out in alarm, causing the birds around him to scatter in all directions. You stepped on a horse. The disciple who had just heard Jean Dejia's voice, his face darkened and he hurriedly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. I also heard it from someone. Don't spread it. Good. Jean Dejia nodded his head repeatedly, his face shocked as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Immediately afterward, he was secretly taking out a sound transmission jade talisman and telling his friends and family in the White Feather sect about this news. But just when they hadn't been gone for long, Ji Jiruo appeared behind them, and without waiting for them to react, she directly killed the two White Feather sect disciples with a single strike. Immediately afterward, She hid her figure again and headed elsewhere. Inside White Feather City, Yi Tianming and Ji Rushue also rushed over. Yi Tianming and Ji Rushue, stepping on Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan was even faster to the extreme, and in less than a day's time, several people arrived at White Feather City. Yi Kuan was also exhausted and had been vomiting and having diarrhea after taking human form. Right at this moment, an in-boy-like man walked over and asked with a smile, "The two of you came to White Feather City, but are you on business?" Chapter 73, The Shuafang Mountain Range. The two of you have come to White Feather City on business? Looking at Xiao Er, Yi Tianming took out a token representing a token from his bosom and said, "This seat has been entrusted by the Grand Imperial Prince to come to White Feather City." Yi Tianming had long ago used his spiritual power to conceal his and Ji Rushue's faces. To outsiders, themselves and Ji Rushue were just ordinary passers-by, not at all the likenesses of Yi Tianming and Ji Rushue. Seeing this token, Junior was about to bow in a hurry. "No need for that, take us to your boss here." This Xiao Er was one of the secret guards that the Great Qian dynasty had arranged in the White Feather sect. The several top powers in Taishan Prefecture used to compete with each other for various resources and even erupt into war. But they were all small-scale wars, and they hadn't evolved to the point where the two powers were facing each other in life and death. The matter of planting eyes and ears in various forces was something that all forces would do. Even the Dechen dynasty was no exception. If it wasn't for the fact that in these recent years, the Heavenly Demon sect had grown stronger and stronger, forcing several major powers to join forces. I'm afraid that the open and secret rivalry between the several major powers in Taishan Prefecture will also become more and more serious. "This way, my lord." Xiao Er hurriedly made a pleased gesture and guided Yi Tianming, Ji Rushue and Yi Kuan towards White Feather City within a restaurant called Forgetfulness Restaurant. This restaurant, the largest in the White Feather sect, had ingredients that were even made by some demonic beasts. Ordinary people eat it to strengthen their bodies, and cultivators eat it to improve their cultivation. It's filled with drinks and fine wines from all over the place. With all this, spending is not low. Those who could come to the Forgetfulness Restaurant to spend money were all non-rich or noble existences within White Feather City. The disciples of the White Feather sect and the disciples of the Great Clans were only qualified to come. But no one would have thought that this Forgetfulness Restaurant is the biggest secret guard that the Great Qian dynasty has planted in the White Feather sect. On a normal day, it wouldn't even start. Unless the White Feather sect and the Great Qian dynasty went to war, the Forgetfulness Restaurant would not be running. After receiving Yi Tianming's message, Zhang Ju directly ordered the people from the Forgetfulness Restaurant to start prying for information. When Yi Tianming arrived at the Forgetfulness Restaurant, the owner of the Forgetfulness Restaurant immediately greeted him with a smile. "Yo, Mr. Yi, you finally come. This room was arranged with you a long time ago. Quickly come up with me." With that, the owner of the Forgetfulness Restaurant was smiling as he welcomed Yi Tianming up and personally led to the innermost room of the restaurant. "My lord pays his respects." Seeing this, the owner of the Forgetfulness Restaurant made a direct and respectful bow to Yi Tianming. He didn't know much about the palace. All he knew was that, on this day, he had received an order from the imperial palace of the Great Qian dynasty to investigate the whereabouts of Ji Jiruo, the second youngest miss of the Ji family. The rest is completely unknown to him. It is not even known who issued the order. There are some things that are easier to know than to lose your life. Especially for them, these secret guards. They only need to be responsible for delivering messages and carrying out orders, and they should never ask what they shouldn't ask. Naturally, he didn't know that the ones who came were Yi Tianming and Ji Rushue themselves. Yi Tianming directly asked, "The news that I asked you to investigate, how is it going?" The boss of the shopkeeper respectfully said, "My lord, the news of the investigation is all inside this jade talisman." With that, he took out the jade talisman that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming received the jade talisman, and with a movement of his divine sense, he immediately gained insight into everything. Ji Jiruo arrived at White Feather City 5 days ago, and as a result, on the second night, White Feather Sect's Saint Sun, Bai Zhantian, led a group of White Feather Sect's disciples to apprehend Ji Jiruo. It was because the White Feather Sect had absolute say in White Feather City, and it was also because Bai Zhaotian had personally arrived. No one dared to go near it at all, and few knew what was happening. Afterward, Ji Jiruo escaped after exchanging blows with a few disciples of the White Feather Sect. The direction of escape was the Shuafang mountain range, 100,000 miles to the east of White Feather City. As for the rest, the Dark Guards didn't investigate. After getting these news, Yi Tianming immediately left the Forgetfulness Restaurant with Ji Rushue. Before leaving, Yi Tianming still didn't forget to instruct, "Let me know anytime you have news of Ji Jiruo and Bai Zhantian." Soon after, Yi Tianming took Ji Jiruo out of White Feather City and hurried towards the Shuafang mountain range. "Husband, it has been so long, Ji Ruo Shi. The latter words, Ji Rushue didn't dare to say as she blamed herself. I should have gone to pick up Jiruo earlier so that nothing would have happened to her. Ru Shui. Don't worry, Jiruo will definitely be fine. If she kills a single hair of sweat, I will definitely make the White Feather sect pay. Yi Tianming softly comforted. The distance of 100,000 miles was not that far, and with Yi Tiannian's speed, he arrived at the Shuafang mountain range in less than half an hour. Looking at the mountain range below, Yi Tianmai's divine sense instantly covered it. Only, after all, the Shuafang mountain range was a full 70,000 miles, and his divine sense simply couldn't cover that much. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he asked, Ru Shue, do you have anything there that Jiruo has used? Ji Rushue froze, not knowing why Yi Tianmeng wanted something that Ji Jiruo had used, but she still took out a jade pendant. This jade pendant is what Jiruo had been wearing in the past. Yi Tianming nodded and a compass immediately appeared in his hand. This compass was called the positioning compass, and it was just a middle-grade Earth Order gadget. It does exactly what it says on the tin. It can find things in people. Only the conditions for using it were a bit harsh, requiring an item associated with the thing being searched for as a lead, and the range of effectiveness was only 100,000 miles. Therefore, after Yi Tianming obtained the positioning compass, he had thrown it inside the system storage without caring about it. I didn't think it would be used now. Soon, on the positioning compass, Yi Tianming was seeing a golden butterfly made of spiritual energy, flashing its wings and flying in one direction. Seeing this, Yi Tianming immediately followed the butterfly and headed towards that one place. Ha! You run! Aren't you good at running? Deep within the Shuafang mountain range, Bai Zhantian led a group of White Feather sect disciples to surround Ji Jiruo. Behind Bai Zhaotian, there was another demonic beast with an extremely strong pressure. It was a huge python, hundreds of feet in length, and there was a firm cone on top of its head, which was so hard that it was comparable to a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. Its aura was extremely strong, and a range of thousands of feet in a circle was enveloped by its pressure. It was none other than the peak Yaoguang realm demonic beast of the Shuafang mountain range, the heaven-swallowing python. Cultivators with the low realm entered and could even feel the uncontrolled chi and blood in their bodies, as if they would explode and die at any time. Almost let you get away with it. Bai Zhantian had a sinister smile on his face. In order to catch Ji Jiruo, no less than 20 of their White Feather sect disciples had died, and just like that, it almost let Ji Jiruo escape. Now that this seat has helped you capture this human, I hope that the Holy Sun will not forget what was promised to this seat. Don't worry, what this Saint's son has said naturally counts, Bai Zhaotian said. If it wasn't for the fact that he had promised the heaven-swallowing python that as long as he helped himself to capturing Ji Jiruo, he would let the White Feather sect powerhouses help the heaven-swallowing python break through to the supreme realm. I'm afraid I'm really going to miss this one. Bai Zhaotian, I'm the second miss of the Ji clan. Aren't you afraid of causing a great war between the Ji clan and the White Feather sect? Ji Jiruo shouted angrily. She didn't expect that in the end, the heaven-swallowing python would join forces with the White Feather sect. A great battle? If this Saint's son kills you here, who will know? Ji family? My White Feather sect. Would I be afraid of the Ji family? Bai Zhaotian roared out angrily. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiruo's heart was in a state of shock. Could it be that she was really going to die here today? Chapter 74. You can call me the 10-mile sword god, or don't worry, the story of your death will never get out. Bai Zhaotian let out a sardonic laugh and continued. But before you die, our union, however, has to be honored. With that, Bai Zhaotian laughed out loud, and the surrounding White Feather sect disciples did the same. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But just as these White Feather sect disciples were laughing and smiling, several air-breaking sounds rang out. The heads of a bunch of White Feather sect disciples were chopped off. Immediately afterward, 10 flying swords were seen flying from afar, and wherever they went, heads rolled to the ground. These White Feather sect disciples didn't even have time to react for a moment before their heads were decapitated by flying swords. What? Seeing this scene, Bai Zhaotian's face was horrified and he hurriedly hid behind the heaven-swallowing python. As a heaven-swallowing python at the peak of the Yaoguang realm, it was also waving its huge body at this moment, trying to locate the enemy hiding in the dark. In an instant, in the entire field, only Bai Zhaotian and the heaven-swallowing python were left. One person and one demon. Those flying swords, circling around in a circle, surrounded Ji Jiruo. Seeing these flying swords, Ji Jiruo's face was delighted. Immediately afterward, there was a pair of jade hands that held her from behind. In front of Ji Jiruo, a white dress hovered and stood with his hands behind his back turned to her. Sister. Seeing Ji Rushue, the corner of Ji Jiruo's mouth hooked up into a smile and she fell into Ji Rushue's arms. Ji Ruo, Are you okay? Ji Rushue's eyes were filled with worry as she took out a pill in her hand and fed it directly to Ji Jiruo. Who are you people? Bai Zhantian roared. You dare to meddle in the affairs of my white feather sect. Kill your people. Yi Tianming snorted coldly and reached out his hand. And the red sky sword, one of the 10 chaos divine swords, flew into his hand. Quickly kill him. Only if I live can you break through to the supreme realm. Bai Zhaotian hurriedly roared at the heaven-swallowing python. Seeing this, the heaven-swallowing python's huge snake eyes narrowed slightly, and his belly pronounced, Your Excellency, this matter has nothing to do with this seat. This seat will leave. Seeing that the heaven-swallowing python had actually wimped out, Bai Zhaotian instantly panicked. You can't leave. If I die, the White Feather sect will never let you go. It will definitely raise your Shuafang mountain range to the ground. So what? This seat will leave the Shuafang mountain range right now. In the entire Taishan prefecture, is there still no place for this seat to stay? The heaven-swallowing python didn't care about Bai Zhaotian's threat at all. As a great demon of the Yaoguang realm, as long as he didn't need a powerhouse of the supreme realm, where could he not go in the entire Taishan prefecture? The Yaoguang realm, although not considered a top combatant in the Taishan state, it was still considered a powerhouse among powerhouses. After saying that, the heaven-swallowing python was ready to leave. This seat, did I let you go? But at that moment, Yi Tiannian's voice came out. His voice carried a burst of pressure, directly causing the heaven-swallowing python to feel a flinch behind his back. Your Excellency, do you really want to fish to death? The heaven-swallowing python spat out its snake letters and made a gurgling sound in its belly. Fish death? You're not qualified enough for that. With that, Yi Tianming picked up the red sky sword and chopped towards the heaven-swallowing python. Seeing that the other party did not intend to let himself go, the heaven-swallowing python also moved his hand, only to see him open his bloody mouth. A gust of wind formed in the middle of the Shuafang mountain range. Immediately afterward, in the middle of the Shuafang mountain range, boulders, trees, and even the corpses of some of the White Feather sect's disciples were all swallowed into the mouth of the heaven-swallowing python. Like to swallow? Then I'll let you swallow enough. With that, Yi Tianming then attached the purple-violet heavenly flame to the red sky sword and threw it over with one hand. Looking at the red sky sword whose body was flickering with purple flames, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the heaven-swallowing python. He, the heaven-swallowing python, was an existence that claimed to be able to swallow anything. In the next instant, the red sky sword was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing python. This seat has changed its mind and will now swallow you. The heaven-swallowing python roared, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. He had originally thought that Yi Tianmian was very strong, but now it seemed that he was nothing more than a flamboyant person. If he swallowed him himself, he might not need the White Feather sect to step into the supreme realm. Yeah? The corner of Yi Tianming's mouth hooked into a smile as he softly said, Chop! In the next moment, it was only seen that in the heaven-swallowing python suddenly changed its color, and even rolled on the ground in pain. Clang! Immediately after, a sword roar resounded in his abdomen, and a stream of light instantly broke through his body at 7 inches and returned to Yi Tianmian. Red Sky Sword. The red sky sword that had just been swallowed by the heaven-swallowing python directly destroyed all of the heaven-swallowing python's 5 viscera and 6 bowels before killing him from his 7 inches. That's your. What kind of sword is that? This seat's devouring avatar. Surprisingly useless. The heaven-swallowing python looked at the red sky sword in Yi Tianmian's hand unwillingly, and its huge body fluttered a few times before it immediately became motionless. Then, Yi Tianming's mind moved, and the snake gall of the heaven-swallowing python flew into his hand. This snake gall is a good thing for brewing wine, and this seat hasn't drank the wine brewed by the snake gall of the heaven-swallowing python in the Yaoguang realm. You, who the hell are you? Bai Zhaotian looked at Yi Tianmian and retreated backward in fear. Although he was the holy son of the White Feather sect, he was still young after all, and his strength was just like that. The heaven-swallowing python at the peak of the Yaoguang realm had been killed so easily, so how could he possibly be an opponent? Elder, senior, as long as you let me go, the White Feather sect will give you whatever you want. Please spare me. Bai Zhaotian had long been scared out of his wits at this moment, and hurriedly knelt on the ground to frantically beg for forgiveness. Looking at Bai Zhaotian begging for mercy, Yi Tianmian walked towards him step by step. This Bai Zhaotian was Yi Shueyu's cousin. By the count, he and himself, too, were cousins, even at a very young age. Yi Tianming had seen Bai Zhaotian a few times. Bai Zhaotian, after not seeing you for decades, I didn't expect you to be such a mess now. Yi Tianming sighed with emotion. Haven't seen you for decades? Who the hell are you? Bai Zhaotian was shocked when he heard this. Listening to that meant that the other person knew him or her? Counting, you're still my cousin. but you're wrong in that you shouldn't have struck out at Yi Ruo. Yi Tianming faintly said, cousin? You're from the great Qian dynasty? Yi Wuxuan? Yi Yuanming? Yi Xiuzhu? No. No. They're about as strong as me. You're not them. At this moment, countless figures flashed through Bai Zhaotian's mind, but he couldn't find a single one that could match up with the person in front of him. Neither. Yi Tianming said indifferently. You can address me as 10-mile sword god. With that, Yi Tianmian put the red sky sword on Bai Zhaotian's neck. Or, you can call me. At this moment, the covering on Yi Tianming had gradually started to dissipate, slowly revealing his original appearance. Chapter 75, Justice. Soon, a handsome and extraordinary face was reflected in Bai Zhaotian's eyes. Yi Tianmian. He immediately cried out in horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're the 10-mile sword god. You're not Yi Tianmian. You're not Yi Tianmian. How could Bai Zhaotian not think that the famous 10-mile sword god? How could it be Yi Tianming, that loser who only drinks? Crazy. It must be madness. Bai Zhaotian kept yelling. How could he not believe it when the facts were right in front of him? You're the first person to know who I am. And seeing as you're my cousin, I'm going to give you a hard time. With that, Yi Tianmian raised his red sky sword and swung it down towards Bai Zhaotian's head. Don't. I'm your cousin. You can't. Thumbs up. Before Bai Zhaotian could finish his plea for mercy, he was decapitated by Yi Tianmian's sword, and even his divine soul was decapitated by the sword. When he finished resolving Bai Zhaotian, Yi Tianmian arrived beside Ji Zhiruo and Ji Ruxue. At this moment, Ji Zhiruo, after taking Ji Ruxue's elixir, had almost recovered. Ji Ruo, are you alright? Yi Tianming asked. Husband, Ji Ruo is seriously injured. Ji Ruxue shook her head. Zhiruo, her right arm is very badly injured. The bones of her hand have been broken. I've already given her pills, but how can she not heal? Ji Ruxue's eyes were a bit forlorn at the moment. If this went on, Ji Zhiruo would, in the future, most likely become an invalid. Yi Tianming took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and put it on Ji Zhiruo's right hand. The silk spiritual energy entered his body and started to probe up Ji Zhiruo's injury. Her right arm was eroded by the heaven-swallowing python's toxin, and the bones in her hand were broken. Moreover, some time had already passed. The toxin had entered the body. And now, even saint-ranked elixirs and pills were unable to restore Ji Zhiruo's hand bones. When Yi Tianmian saw this, his heart thumped and his eyes became ruthless. White feathers sacked. Yi Tianmian roared lowly. Master, maybe try changing bones. At this time, Yi Kuan came to the side and said, changing bones? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian looked at Yi Kuan suspiciously. Yi Kuan's original body was the ancient divine beast Bai Feng. As his strength increased, Yi Kuan's memories contained many ancient memory legacies that were now beginning to be unsealed step by step. This is an ancient secret art, and there should be quite a few people using it even now. Yi Kuan explained. In the past, there were also cultivators whose bones would be irreparably injured, and they would replace the bones in this place with those of a strong person. But the conditions, however, were harsh. 1. You need that bone to still have vitality. And 2. The cultivation of the owner of the bone must be stronger than the person who replaced it. And there's another thing, after changing bones, it's very likely that the two bloodlines won't blend and suffer backlash. When that happens, it's a light case of losing all cultivation, or a heavy case of direct death. After listening to Yi Kuan's explanation, Yi Tianmian suddenly remembered. When he was in the middle of the Demon Beast mountain range, he didn't happen to obtain a saint's skeleton. He hastily took out the right hand bone of that saint's skeleton and asked, is this okay? Seeing this skeleton, Yi Kuan also immediately remembered. He surprised cackle a few times. Master, this saint's bone is just right. The saint is immortal. On his bones, there are still remnants of the saint's vitality from the beginning, and for the past unknown number of years, the breath on top of this hand bone has weakened to the extreme. The probability is that the backlash will be within the controllable range. If this saint's bones don't backfire, Miss Shirua will still have a chance to comprehend the techniques and such of this saint's life. It is rumored that in the ancient times, there was a family that gave birth to two geniuses, one born with supreme bones and one with heavy pupils. That family, that is, used the art of bone exchange, grafting the supreme bone from the genius born with supreme bones onto the heavy pupiled one, creating a genius who was through and through, both the heavy pupil and the supreme bone. Hearing Yi Kuan's explanation, Yi Tianming looked at Ji Zhiruo again, although the breath on it was weakened to the extreme, but after all, it was the hand bone of a saint, and it would still happen that there was a possibility of the breath colliding with Ji Zhiru. When the time comes, that's going to be a big problem. Change it for me. Suddenly, Ji Zhiruo said, Sister, Brother Heaven's destiny, I don't want to be a loser. Even if there's only a slight chance, I still want to try. Seeing this, Ji Rushue's eyes flashed with a hint of determination, as if she had made up her mind about something, and she nodded heavily. Yes. Yi Tianming looked at Yi Koan. How is this going to be changed? Yi Koan immediately passed on the method in his mind about bone replacement to Yi Tianming. After digesting it a little, Yi Tianming said to Ji Rushue, Jiruo is still very weak right now. You take her back to White Feather City first. I'll have Yi Koan protect you guys. Saying that, Yi Tianming handed over the saint's hand bone to Ji Rushue. So where are you going? Ji Rushue asked. I'll go first to do Jiruo justice. After saying that, Yi Tianmian grabbed the body of Bai Zhaotian on the side and flew into the sky, straight into the 10,000 feet of clouds. Hasn't the Holy Sun returned yet? White Feather Sect. In the middle of the Great Hall, White Feather Sect Patriarch Bai Yuchuan asked the many powerful people of the White Feather Sect at the bottom. He was seated high on the White Feather Sect's Patriarch's seat. His entire person's eyes were sharp and his breath was surging. From afar, White Feather Sect Patriarch Bai Yuchuan looked like a furnace, his body's breath churning and powerful. Reporting back to the Patriarch, the Holy Sun hasn't returned yet. Below, a White Feather Sect powerhouse replied, this rebellious son. I don't know where he ran off to. Now that Taishan Prefecture is filled with the Heavenly Demon Sect, he doesn't know to settle down a bit. Bai Yuchuan exasperatedly slapped the armrest, and a wave of fluctuations emanated from the middle of the Great Hall. Patriarch. Sovereign. Patriarch. Something big has happened. Suddenly, a White Feather Sect disciple ran in a panic. What happened? The Heavenly Demon Sect is fighting over? Bai Yuchuan swished up from his position and asked. No. It's the Holy Sun who has returned. This White Feather Sect disciple panicked. Zhan Tian is back? What kind of big deal is his return? Bai Yuchuan frowned. How come such a small matter had to come and report to himself? What's the big deal about Bai Zhaotian coming back? Patriarch, you'd better go out and see for yourself. This disciple hurriedly said. When Bai Yuchuan saw this disciple's appearance, his heart was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Bai Zhaotian had caused any trouble for himself? If that's the case, I'll be sure to teach this brat a lesson when I return. But when he walked out of the White Feather Sect's main hall, he saw a scene that made Bai Yuchuan instantly feel like the sky was falling down. Chapter 76, White Jade Spring. At the White Feather Sect's plaza, countless disciples had gathered, looking up at the godlike man in the air. The man wore a long white robe that was blown by the wind. Around him were 10 hovering flying swords that surrounded the white-robed man's circumference. In the white-robed man's hands, there was also a head, which was clearly the already dead Bai Zhaotian. At this moment, the White Feather Sect's protector formation was fully open. However, these great formations, under Yi Tianming's heavy pupil, were full of cracks and could not cause any damage to him at all. With this, Yi Tianming was above the White Feather Sect, looking down on the many disciples of the White Feather Sect below. What man? Below? When Bai Yuchuan, the White Feather Sect's patriarch, saw Yi Tianming, he immediately glared angrily. Immediately afterward, a head flew high into the air and fell at Bai Yuchuan's feet. White Chopper! Chopper! Bai Yuchuan's eyes were wide with anger, his hands cupping Bai Zhantian's head as if there were 2 flames burning in his eyes. Zhan Tian, for my father, I will definitely avenge you and kill this thief. Bai Yuchuan growled. His son, who he had the highest hopes for and had nurtured as his successor, was decapitated, and even threw his head inside the White Feather Sect. It was an endless humiliation for him. How could this be acceptable to Bai Yuchuan? He knew what kind of nature his son had, but who made him his son? The talent was strong, so he hadn't been bothered much. Even if he got into trouble, there was the White Feather Sect behind him. With him, the White Feather Sect patriarch, supporting him. But Bai Yuchuan never expected that one day, his own son would be decapitated and his head thrown inside the White Feather Sect. He immediately glared angrily at Yi Tianmian, full of anger and with nowhere to vent it. Patriarch, this person was able to break through my clan's formation. We should ask for the reason first. A White Feather Sect powerhouse had just opened his mouth to persuade him, but he was directly blown away by Bai Yuchuan's poem. Asshole! When I kill this thief, I'll come back to settle the score with you. Bai Yuchuan roared and charged straight into the sky, arriving at a place less than 100 feet away from Yi Tianmai. Both of them had very powerful auras, and they didn't avoid the disciples below who were in a low realm in the slightest. In the surroundings of the two of them, spiritual energy was raging and the air exploded frequently. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill my son? If you want to blame it on your son for doing evil, bullying people, and messing with people he shouldn't have messed with. Yi Tianming said indifferently. Then you shouldn't have killed him either. Don't you know that he's my White Feather Sect's saint's son? I know, even if he is the saint's son of the White Feather Sect, killing is killing. So what? Is he allowed to kill others and not allow others to kill him? Yi Tianming mocked. You. Bai Yuchuan was instantly speechless. Even if my son did something wrong, you should never have killed him. The White Feather Sect Patriarch's aura surged and climbed to the peak of the Supreme Realm. There was even a hidden tendency to step into the Ninth Tribulation Realm. Today, I will kill you to pay for my son's life. At the same time, deep in the White Feather Sect's back mountain, a clanging sound rang out, only to see a long blade cut through the sky and fly to Bai Yuchuan's side. Around the long blade, there was also the shadow of a five-headed divine phoenix wrapped around it with a majestic momentum. For a time, the entire White Feather Sect was enveloped by the clanging sounds of these five-headed divine phoenixes. White Feather Sect's Jinzong spiritual weapon. Heavenly rank upper grade. 5 Phoenix Sunrise Blade. Patriarch, this is really the rhythm of immortality. Seeing Bai Yuchuan take out the 5 Phoenix Sunrise Blade, a White Feather Sect powerhouse lamented. With the death of the Saint's son and the other party beating down the door, if I were the Patriarch, I wouldn't be able to endure it, a White Feather Sect powerhouse said. However, 2 great Supreme Realm powerhouses are fighting, and when the time comes, the Heavenly Demon Sect will pick up the advantage. Then it will be. A White Feather Sect powerhouse let out a secret sigh and continued to stare at the battlefield above. Who exactly is this person? Looking at his realm, he's only at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, but his aura isn't the least bit weaker than the Sovereign's. Surrounded by 10 flying swords. Sword Cultivator. It is difficult to. Him, a strong person was surprised after observing it. Him, 10-mile sword god. This powerhouse slowly spat out a name, causing the surrounding White Feather Sect powerhouses to be energized. Ever since the Heavenly Demon Sect came out, if one were to say who was the most famous in Taishan Prefecture, it would naturally be the 10-mile sword god. Quite a few plans of the Heavenly Devil Sect could have failed because of the 10-mile sword god. Even when the Great Zhou dynasty was discovered to have been controlled by the Heavenly Demon Sect, it was because of the 10-mile sword god. It's a pity that one of the 2 strongest members of the Heavenly Demon Sect will be injured when they fight each other. Just as these White Feather Sect powerhouses were lamenting, the battle in the sky had already begun. Yi Tianming's 10 flying swords were all attached to the purple-violet heavenly flame, and his heavy pupils were even wider open. The state of the whole person had reached an unprecedented level of concentration. This was the first time he had fought a strong person at the peak of the Supreme Realm. The White Feather Sect Master, in Taishan State's explicit strength, could definitely be ranked in the top 5. The 2 of them soon exchanged hundreds of rounds, and the more Bai Yuchuan and Yi Tiannian fought, the more alarmed they became. I didn't expect that the other party, whose realm was 2 small realms lower than his own, would still be able to fight back and forth with himself. On the contrary, Yi Tiannian was getting more and more courageous as the 10 Chaos Divine Swords formed a tight sword formation. Bai Yuchuan's attack landed on it and couldn't break the sword formation at all. After all, the 10 Chaotic Divine Swords were divine weapons that had been born from chaos and naturally raised. Even if it was an Emperor's soldier, it would still be a notch lower than these 10 Chaos Divine Swords. Although it was said that right now Yi Tiannian was not strong enough to utilize the power of the 10 Chaos Divine Swords, it was really not too simple to resist a heavenly rank upper grade spiritual artifact. Even if he threw it there for Bai Yuchuan to chop, he couldn't leave a scratch on it. Not to mention, on the 10 Chaotic Divine Swords, there was also the purple-violet heavenly flame, one of the 10 great divine flames, attached to them. This violet heavenly flame was something on the same level as the 10 great chaotic divine swords. Very good, very good, very good. Bai Yuchuan pulled away and said, this blade, this patriarch is going to see you. In the end, can't catch it. God and demon 3 blades. Bai Yuchuan roared, only to see countless spiritual energy converging towards the top of the 5 Phoenix Sunrise Blade between heaven and earth. The raging spiritual energy even destroyed quite a few buildings below the White Feather Sect. Looking at Bai Yuchuan's move, many of the strongest members of the White Feather Sect below even lamented. Divine Demon 3 Blades. This is a martial skill left behind by the ancestor. Rumored to be a martial skill comprehended by the ancestor back then when he killed countless powerful people from the demon race and divine race. A strong man knew the origin of this god devil 3 knives and explained to the crowd. According to legend, none of the strongest members of the devil and god races could block the 3 knives of the ancestor, hence the name God Devil 3 Knives. Just as this strong man was speaking eloquently, Bai Yuchuan had already killed towards Yi Tiannian. The blade was sharp and cold, slash after slash, as if it was going to split this heaven and earth apart. Humph, only to see Yi Tiannian lightly humming, his hands pinched, and 10 chaos divine swords flew in front of him. In that case, I won't play with you. Chapter 77, You're the only one with people? Watch me summon the Demon King. Moro Sword Technique. Yi Tianming waved 10 long swords in his hands, and behind him, a sword shadow formed. In an instant, thousands of sword shadows formed behind Yi Tianmian. In just an instant, the entire White Feather sect was enveloped in sword shadows. This sword technique, which was a Saint Stage medium-grade martial skill that had been rewarded by the system earlier, was extremely powerful. It can transform into thousands of longsword shadows in an instant, causing wide-range damage. Clang! 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 Sword chirps erupted as countless longsword shadows stabbed towards Bai Yuchuan. Seeing this, Bai Yuchuan also roared in anger, waving his long sword in his hand, instantly meeting Yi Tianmian's sword shadow. Quickly open the sect protector formation. The range of this attack is too great. We can't let them destroy the White Feather sect. Below, many powerful people from the White Feather sect roared in a hurry, heading to the White Feather sect's formation to open the sect protector formation. Yi Tianmian and Bai Yuchuan were both top powerhouses in Taishan Prefecture. Now that they've fought their way out of the fire, the big moves are all over the place. If something wasn't done, I'm afraid that by the time they finished fighting, the entire White Feather sect would have to be destroyed. Soon, the White Feather sect's protector formation was opened, and a shroud of light enveloped the White Feather sect for hundreds of miles around. Old Chen, do you think the Patriarch will be a match for the 10-mile sword god? In front of the White Feather sect's grand hall, there were several White Feather sect powerhouses watching every move of the two men fighting above them. That's natural. In the entire Taishan Prefecture, aside from Emperor Qian, who can say that they can definitely defeat Sovereign? The White Feather sect powerhouse known as Old Chen stroked his beard and laughed. Watch this, gentlemen. I think that the 10-mile sword god definitely won't be able to hold up to Patriarch's divine demon 3 blades. As Old Chen's words fell, one moment he was talking and laughing with the crowd, but the next moment, the smile instantly froze on his face, only to see Bai Yuchuan and Yi Tianmian nearly sparring against each other. Bai Yuchuan's body then instantly flew backwards, heavily smashing into the White Feather sect's protective formation. Sovereign! 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 Seeing this, many of the White Feather sect's strongest members got up and flew into the air to Bai Yuchuan's side. Sovereign, are you alright? A White Feather sect powerhouse asked. Nope, nothing. Put. Bai Yuchuan had just been helped up when a large mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining his robes red. In front of him, Yi Tianmian was surrounded by long swords as he stood with his arms folded, quietly looking at Bai Yuchuan. 10-mile sword god. The name is true. This Patriarch, be willing to bow down. Bai Yuchuan arched his hand. He had already guessed Yi Tianmian's identity during the exchange just now. It was none other than the 10-mile sword god who had a great reputation. But even if you are strong and powerful, a person who dares to barge into my White Feather sect is not putting my White Feather sect in your eyes too much. Bai Yuchuan's words changed. Then he shouted angrily at the White Feather sect powerhouse beside him. Take him down for me. Seeing this, the remaining White Feather sect powerhouses looked at each other and surrounded Yi Tianmeng. There were a full 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses, counting Bai Yuchuan. There were even 2 Peak Supreme Realm powerhouses. This seat thought that you could repent, but I didn't expect that you would still be stubborn. Seeing this formation, Yi Tianming's voice was cold. Humph, you killed my son. This blood feud must be avenged by this Patriarch. Bai Yuchuan roared. Even if you're the 10-mile sword god and powerful, you won't be able to escape in the face of a siege from so many of us in the Supreme Realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianmian snorted. How do you know that this seat is alone? Saying so, he drank softly. Blaze! Spectre! As the 2 voices of Yi Tianmian came out, only 2 huge whirlpools appeared in the sky above the crowd. The whirlpools were 100 feet in size, and as soon as these 2 whirlpools appeared, the sky above the White Feather sect was suddenly dim. This whirlpool, as if it was connected to another world, inside was like a purgatory, and the hint of breath that overflowed out made the hearts of the people of the White Feather sect tremble. 2 behemoths slowly poked out from the middle of the vortex. What just came out were 2 objects that looked like pillars in the sky, as if they were the limbs of some demonic beast. Slowly, the 2 behemoths began to show their true selves. A griffin, covered in hot flames, appeared in the White Feather sect. As soon as he appeared, the entire White Feather sect was as if it was in a sea of fire, and the void within a 1,000-mile radius was roasting. The other one was a wolf king with a glimmering ghostly light, and as soon as he appeared, a strong and invincible pressure emanated from his body, causing the surrounding powerhouses to be shocked for a while. Blazing Demon King and Spectral Demon King. Ever since the destruction of the Demon Beast Mountain Range, the 2 of them had been in Yi Tianming's Void Realm. Now that Yi Tianming was under siege, he naturally called out the 2 major Demon Kings, 2 Peak Supreme Realm Demon Kings. Seeing this scene, the many powerful people of the White Feather sect sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? Bai Yuchuan's face was unbelievable. How could 2 Supreme Realm Demon Kings appear here? And it looked like it was clearly summoned by the 10-mile sword god. Patriarch, I heard that the demonic beasts amongst the demonic beast mountain range of the Great Qian dynasty have all submitted to the 10-mile sword god, and I'm afraid that these two demonic beasts are the demon kings amongst the demonic beast mountain range. A strong person from the White Feather sect said in a deep voice. So what? It's just two heads. We, the White Feather sect, will still be afraid. Bai Yuchuan roared angrily, even though his opponent now had two more peak Supreme Realm Demon Kings, but on his own side, there were still a full 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses, 2 to hold back the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King, and the remaining 3 to kill the 10-mile sword god. Totally feasible. Yeah, what about adding him to the mix? The corner of Yi Tianming's mouth curled slightly, and immediately after, a long cry of an unknown bird of prey came from the distance, piercing through the head of every White Feather sect powerhouse. Only a flying bird, flying from a distance, landed beside Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming tapped his toes and stood on the back of this flying bird. Ancient beast, Bai Feng. Yekuan. Although his cultivation was still at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, because he was a purebred ancient divine beast Bai Feng, the aura on his body was not weaker than the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King in the slightest. How is that possible? 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings. At that moment, some White Feather sect powerhouses were breathing heavily. Even Bai Yuchuan was somewhat unable to sit still. The situation in the field was reversed in an instant. The White Feather sect, which was still superior in numbers, was now instantly at a disadvantage. Moreover, it looked like the other side was full of peak Supreme Realm powerhouses. On his own side, there were just 2 peak Supreme Realm powerhouses. If it really came down to a fight, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for the other side at all. Perhaps the White Feather sect would even be destroyed. Patriarch, the advantage is not ours. Please think twice. Patriarch, revenge is a small matter, but we should also focus on the greater good. Instantly, a few White Feather sect powerhouses began to advise. Bai Yuchuan's face was iron black, and he was also trapped there for a while. Bai Yuchuan, do you still want to go to war with this seat? At this moment, Yi Tianmian's voice came out. If you want to fight, this seat will accompany you, but this White Feather sect, after today, will cease to exist. Chapter 78, The Secret of Not Getting Out of the 9 Tribulation Realm. Yi Tianming's voice was not loud, but his words were clearly transmitted into the ears of every White Feather sect powerhouse. Every White Feather sect powerhouse's scalp went numb at the words, because what Yi Tianming and the others said, it was still possible to do. Patriarch, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Now is not the time. A White Feather sect powerhouse continued to advise. Could it be that Chopper's death is just going to pass? Bai Yuchuan gritted his teeth and squeezed out such a sentence from his mouth. Although the White Feather sect had other Supreme Realm powerhouses, these Supreme Realm powerhouses were all still holding down the fort elsewhere. By the time these powerhouses rushed back, I'm afraid that the White Feather sect would have been destroyed long ago. Do you hear me? You White Feather sect, hurry up and surrender obediently. Then offer up all your treasures. Otherwise, we will trample down your White Feather sect. At that moment, Yi Koan also howled. Yi Tianming sniffed and gently stepped on Yi Koan, cursing the stupidity in his heart. The White Feather sect must also have the existence of old ancestors of the 9th Tribulation Realm. If pushed, when these old monsters of the 9th Tribulation Realm come out, that could be troublesome. A little bit of favors and that's it. Thinking of this, Yi Tianmian faintly said, Patriarch Bai, don't think that. This seat is scaring you. This seat doesn't want to go to war with the White Feather sect. Now that the Heavenly Demon sect is watching intently, if the White Feather sect wants to fight, then they will have to think about the consequences. Hearing Yi Tianming's words, Bai Yuchuan's pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Indeed, if they really fought, the White Feather sect would directly let the 9 Tribulation Realm's old ancestors strike once, and perhaps they could suppress Yi Tianming and the others. But in this way, the Heavenly Devil sect would definitely see the truth. By the time the fight was over, it would instead be easy for the White Feather sect to be attacked by the Heavenly Demon sect. One must know that right now. The Heavenly Demon sect was thinking of disintegrating the several top forces in Taishan Prefecture, and they would never let go of such an opportunity. As soon as he thought of this, Bai Yuchuan's expression was grave. Now it's neither a fight nor a no fight. Just as Bai Yuchuan was deep in thought, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Let them go. The voice drifted, and only Bai Yuchuan was the only one in the entire room who heard it, while the rest of the powerhouses remained motionless. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yuchuan's body was suddenly slightly stunned, and his eyes became somewhat fluttering as if he was struggling. A moment later, he arched his hand at Yi Tianming and said, My son's death at the hands of Dao Yu was his own doing, so Dao Yu can leave today despite the fact that you're leaving, and from now on, the grudges between my White Feather sect and Dao Yu will be wiped out. Hearing Bai Yuchuan's words, Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked up into the depths of the White Feather sect. It was dense and dense there, and it was where the mausoleums of the White Feather sect's successive generations of powerhouses were located. Fellow Daoist, in here are 3 heaven stage lower grade spirit medicines. I hope that you will accept them. Saying that, Bai Yuchuan took out 3 elixirs and slowly floated them towards Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming had received the spirit medicine, although the heavenly rank spirit medicine could no longer enter his eyes, but the mosquito leg was no longer small. It was also meat. He quickly put away the 3 elixirs. Since that's the case, then this seat will chime in, Yi Tianming said indifferently. Then he clasped his fist in the direction of the White Feather sect's back mountain, and then he flashed away. Seeing this, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King also quickly returned to the Void Realm, while Yi Koan followed behind Yi Tianming. Master, what's wrong with this White Feather sect master? One moment he's fighting to the death, but the next moment he's conceding and giving away spirit medicine? Yi Koan was puzzled. It's those old monsters of the White Feather sect at the 9th Tribulation Realm who have spoken, Yi Tianming said indifferently. Just now, there were fluctuations coming from the back of the White Feather sect's mountain. That's someone transmitting to Bai Yuchuan. It should be the White Feather sect's 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse. It's nothing more than asking Bai Yuchuan to let us go. Then why is he still giving us spiritual pills? Yi Koan couldn't help but ask. A heavenly rank lower grade spirit medicine was already considered precious in the Taishan prefecture, but the White Feather sect said to send, and a 1 time or 3 plants, but also sent to have a murderous enemy. How can this be justified? I killed Bai Zhaotian and the White Feather sect didn't pursue the matter, so this matter is already even. Now that they're sending us spirit pills, it's just that they want us to owe a favor and help the White Feather sect in their time of crisis, Yi Tianming explained. Koan still doesn't understand something. Yi Koan shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Tianming gave a light laugh and did not say anything more, but asked, where are Rushue and Jirua girls? It's already been sent to the restaurant in White Feather City, and it's waiting for the master right now. After saying that, Yi Koan was flying with Yi Tianmin, heading towards White Feather City. At the same time, in the White Feather sect's back mountain, Bai Yu Cheng knelt in front of the 3 coffins, his eyes respectful. Old ancestor, disciple doesn't understand. Why did you let this person go? And to befriend this person? Yu Quan, right now there is chaos within Taishan Prefecture, and the Heavenly Demon Sect is even eyeing us. Do you think that our White Feather Sect can deal with the Heavenly Demon Sect? Even if our White Feather Sect can't deal with the Heavenly Demon Sect, then aren't there still the remaining 3 major forces? The remaining 3 powers? The voice in the coffin laughed coldly. Xian Yuefu was the weakest among the several forces. The Deqian dynasty is now the Qian Emperor is in seclusion. Whether he is alive or dead is unknown, not to mention. As for the Qing Yun Sword Sect, a group of brainless reckless people, how can they deal with the Heavenly Devil Sect? That 10-mile sword god isn't weak, and there are 3 Supreme Realm Demon Kings following him. He's the ally we should befriend. Speaking of this, the voice in the coffin let out a long sigh and said, do you think that with our 9 Tribulation Realms old ancestors around, you can have security without worry? But in the Heavenly Demon Sect, there must be old monsters of the 9 Tribulation Realm that haven't shown up as well. Speaking of this, the voice in the coffin let out a long sigh and asked, do you know why the 9 Tribulation Realms of the major powers are not coming out one by one right now? All of them are in seclusion? Hearing this, Bai Yuchuan's expression shook, and this was what he was curious about. According to reason, it shouldn't be the case that all of the powerhouses of the 9th Tribulation Realm have little lifespan. There must be a few that still have a few thousand years of life left in them. Knowing that a 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse could live up to 10,000 years, it couldn't be that all of the 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouses in Taishan Prefecture had stepped in 10,000 years ago. But the fact is, the major forces of the 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, all in the shutdown, one by one to the outside world, is the feeling that life is not much like. Unless the clan was annihilated, they would never take it easy. Bai Yuchuan couldn't help but ask, disciple doesn't know, please enlighten the old ancestor. Chapter 79, Changing Bones. Because of the apocalypse, the voice in the coffin let out a long sigh, unable to hide its helplessness and despondency. The 9 Tribulation Realm, each layer of the realm, requires the crossing of a heavenly tribulation, but as far as this seat knows, in the entire Taishan Prefecture, there's only one person who has crossed the 2nd heavenly tribulation. But even if he did, he wouldn't be sure of crossing the 3rd layer of the heavenly tribulation. But whenever we make a move, there is a possibility that we will trigger a heavenly tribulation. At that time, we will all fall under the heavenly tribulation. After hearing the explanation from the voice in the coffin, Bai Yuchuan took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the reason why the major powers of the 9th Tribulation Realm powerhouses didn't come out of the world would be this. Only after a long time did Bai Yuchuan say, disciple knows. After bidding farewell to the White Feather Sect's 9 Tribulation Realm ancestor, Bai Yuchuan let out a long sigh and murmured, "Could it be that the heavens of Taishan Prefecture are really about to change?" Yi Tianmian, who had returned to White Feather City, came to the Diqian dynasty's dark spot in White Feather City at the first opportunity. Inside the topmost box, he found Ji Jiruo, who was resting, and Ji Rushue, who was taking care of Ji Jiruo. "Husband, you're finally back." Seeing Yi Tianming return, Ji Rushue let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Tianming nodded and asked, "How is Ji Ruo doing?" Ji Rushue shook her head, her face worried. "The injuries haven't improved. I'll change Ji Ruo's bones now," Yi Tianming said, and took out the piece of Saint's hand bone. Seeing this, Ji Rushue said, "Husband, no matter what, we must not let anything happen to Ji Ruo. I only have this one sister. Don't worry, I will definitely cure Ji Ruo." Ji Rushue nodded, knowing that Yi Tianming was going to treat Ji Jiruo's injuries next. She retreated. Looking at Ji Jiruo, Yi Tianming said, "Jiruo, bone replacement is a bit painful, so bear with it." Ji Jiruo gently nodded. "I'm ready, brother Heaven's destiny." Seeing this, Yi Tianming directly sat up and began to extradite spiritual energy into Ji Jiruo's body. The steps to replace the bones were very troublesome. It was necessary to first crush the hand bones that Ji Jiruo had broken, and then strip out those hand bones and attach them to the saint's hand bones. This would better allow the saint's hand bone to fuse with Ji Jiru's body. Next, it was necessary to put the saint's hand bone into the middle of Ji Jiru's arm. This step was also very troublesome. The process was very painful. If Ji Jiru couldn't help it, it was very likely that she would directly faint to death. Seeing Ji Jiruo's determined eyes, Yi Tianmian did not say any more and began to crush Ji Jiruo's necrotic bones inch by inch. Well, hiss. In a flash, Ji Jiruo let out a light hum, and large drops of sweat oozed out from her forehead. However, she hadn't screamed since the beginning. "Jiruo, if the pain can be shouted out, it will be better," Yi Tianming reminded. "It's okay, go on," Ji Jiruo said strongly. After an hour, Ji Jiruo's necrotic right hand bone was finally shattered into powder by Yi Tianming with his spiritual power. Then, with a movement of Yi Tianming's mind, these hand bone powders were stripped from Ji Jiruo's body. He took this powder again and sprinkled it on the saint's hand bone, allowing it to fully fuse with it. In an instant, only a dazzling light erupted from the saint's hand bone, which became crystal clear and very lustrous. It worked! Yi Tianming was overjoyed. Such a situation meant that this saint's hand bone did not reject Ji Jiruo. He only needed to put it into Ji Jiruo's body again. Soon, Yi Tianmian began the second stage. Place the saint's hand bone inside Ji Jiruo's body. He slowly tugged on his spiritual energy, afraid of making the slightest mistake that would lead to the failure of the bone replacement. Ji Jiruo also endured the pain and clenched her teeth. 2 hours later, Ji Rushue was still waiting anxiously outside the room. Walking over and over, looking at Yi Koan was dizzy. "Mother-in-chief, can you stop that? Koan is getting dizzy looking at it. I'm in a hurry here. If anything happens, how can I explain to father and mother?" Ji Rushue anxiously said. "Don't worry, Master Mother. Master will definitely have no problem." Just as Yi Koan finished speaking, the door to the room opened. Yi Tianmian walked out from inside with a palpitating face and a hint of joy on his face. "Husband, Ji Ruo is fine. She's resting now." Yi Tianming laughed. "Great." Ji Rushue was overjoyed and rushed into the room, looking at Ji Jiruo, who was lying on the bed. "Sister, I'm fine. Brother Heaven's destiny said that I only need to wait for me to adapt to this saint's hand bone." Ji Jiruo smiled. Good. It's good that it's okay." A tear flashed in Ji Rushue's eyes as she sat on the edge of the bed, taking care of Ji Jiruo. Seeing this, Yi Tianming also smiled faintly and turned around. Ji Jiruo's matter was finally resolved, and when tomorrow he should return to the palace himself. "My lord, I have prepared a meal for you. Look." Just as Yi Tianming had just descended the stairs, the owner of the restaurant asked with a smile, "Lead the way." Yi Tianming just faintly said something, and that shopkeeper immediately brought Yi Tianming to a private room. Inside, ingredients made from various demonic beasts were already set up, as well as fine wine. When Yi Tianming saw the wine, he directly poured a pot of wine and savored it. Ding! The host has tasted 100 years of spirit wine, and has obtained the top-grade spirit medicine of the heavenly order, the Phantom Song 100 Eyes Lotus. Listening to the system beep, Yi Tianming did not care. He didn't know how many heavenly rank upper-grade spirit medicines he had. However, he still asked, "This wine of yours is 100-year spirit wine. I wonder if there are any others?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Yes, my lord. Yes, we have 9 more such wines." With that, the shopkeeper ordered the second in command to get the wine. Soon, The waiter brought out all the good wines from the restaurant's collection. Your Excellency, you are really powerful. Just one sip and you know how many years this wine is. These wines are all from our collection over the years. No one drinks them on weekdays. And with your honor coming, this is why we took them out to entertain your honor. The shopkeeper laughed while pouring wine for Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming picked up the wine cup and just drank several cups in a row. Ding! The host tastes the 1,000-year-old spirit wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the middle-grade elixir of the Dao rank, the green spirit elixir. Ding! The host tastes the green ant wine. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade martial art of the Dao rank, the 5 implicit sacred hands. Ding! Host tasting. With a loud system beep, Yi Tianming had harvested another large batch of treasures. The next day, after Ji Zhirua had recovered a little, Yi Tianming was ready to take the two back to the palace. Luckily, the saint's hand bone and Ji Zhirua fused perfectly, and now Ji Zhirua's right hand was able to move freely. The three of them stepped on Yi Kuan's back and quickly headed in the direction of the palace. Yi Kuan's speed was very fast, and in a day's time, he arrived at the boundary of the imperial city of the Deqin dynasty. What's the situation? Suddenly, Yi Tiannian frowned and looked in the direction of the imperial city, only to see the whole imperial city are shrouded by dark clouds, like extinction. Chapter 80 Dry Emperor Falls? Dacian Dynasty, Imperial City. The originally prosperous imperial city was currently shrouded by a burst of dark clouds. Among the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and arm-thick lightning struck down. A silhouette was bathed in the midst of thunder, resisting thousands and hundreds of thunderbolts. Skyjacking? Ji Ruxue, who had just rushed to the imperial city, looked at the scene and was instantly surprised. This is someone crossing the 9 tribulation realms heavenly tribulation. Transiting the 9 tribulation realm heavenly tribulation? It's... Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed as his gaze passed through the heavy obstructions and finally saw the person who had crossed the threshold. Father! Seeing the figure of Emperor Qian who was resisting the heavenly tribulation in the middle of the thunderclouds, Yi Tiannian instantly became a bit worried. Although his father was the recognized number 1 person in Taishan state, the 9 tribulation realms heavenly steps, 9 deaths in 1 life, even Yi Tiannian was a bit wary. At this moment, all of the cultivators in the entire imperial city ran out to watch the Emperor Qian, who was transiting the heavenly dome above the 10,000 miles of sky. Your Majesty is actually going to step into the 9th tribulation realm. At that time, my great Qin dynasty will be the veritable number 1 power in Taishan prefecture. Excellent. As long as your Majesty steps into the 9 tribulation realm, how long can a small heavenly demon sect still bounce around? And I wonder if His Majesty can. Bah! Your Majesty is the number 1 person in the Taishan prefecture. What is a small 9th tribulation realm heavenly tribulation? Inside the imperial city, many cultivators were talking about it. You have to know, this is the 9th havoc realm. Taishan prefecture hadn't seen a 9 tribulation realm cultivator in 10,000 years. And this time, it was likely that this would be the only time they would be able to see a 9 tribulation realm heavenly tribulation. Not only the Dacian dynasty, but all over Taishan prefecture, there were powerful people who had been watching and paying attention to the Qian Emperor's tribulation. Emperor Qian has actually stepped into the 9th tribulation realm. TSK, it seems that the Great Qian dynasty is going to really rise. It's also good. With Emperor Qian around, the pressure on the heavenly demon sect can be a little less. Within the meteor sword abyss, the heavenly demon sect master was also standing in the middle of the void, gazing in the direction of the Deqin dynasty. I didn't realize that Emperor Qian was going to step into the 9th tribulation realm. But unfortunately, even if you step into the 9th tribulation realm, you're still no match for this seat. The heavenly demon sect master coldly snorted in disdain and looked towards the blood pool of the meteor sword abyss. Inside, the blood was hot and bubbling. Inside the blood pool, a withered figure was struggling inside. You rebellious son, let me out. The figure kept roaring, but the heavenly demon sect master didn't pay the slightest bit of attention. Father, it was you who taught me to do whatever it takes to become stronger. As long as I refine you, I will be able to step into the 3rd level of the 9 tribulation realm. At that time, even if all of the strongest people in Taishan prefecture swarmed around me, they would not be a match for me. I'll be able to revive the glory of the heavenly demon sect and unify Taishan prefecture. Shouldn't you be proud of me? The heavenly demon sect master laughed. This figure was clearly the previous sect master of the heavenly demon sect. It wasn't any father-son love that he was trying to save his father with all his heart and soul, but rather to refine his father and enhance his strength. This is a forbidden technique of the heavenly devil sect that goes against human morality and requires one's own blood relatives to be used as the medicine. Even the previous generations of the heavenly demon sect masters had rarely used this forbidden technique. Just as all the forces were watching Emperor Qian's tribulation, Emperor Qian's heavenly tribulation gradually ended. The dark clouds in the sky were also gradually dispersing. Seeing this, Yi Tiannian in the distance also let out a soft sigh of relief. But just then, the change rose steeply. One could only see thousands of thunder, transformed into a lightning bolt the size of 100 feet, slashing towards Emperor Qian. Seeing this scene, Emperor Qian's face changed drastically, and his hands continued to form seals, frantically fending off the 100 feet sized lightning. Ah! Suddenly, the defensive seals in front of Emperor Qian shattered, as if they were paper mache, and were easily destroyed by this lightning. Immediately afterward, Emperor Qian's body was pierced through by lightning, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. His life force, too, was draining away. Father! Seeing this scene, Yi Tiannian's face changed drastically, and he was about to rush towards Emperor Qian's side in a hurry. Husband! But Ji Ruxue directly stopped Yi Tiannian. Husband, if you break into the range of the heavenly tribulation now, the heavenly tribulation will only get stronger in order to exterminate you, and the heavenly tribulation that Uncle Yi will face at that time will be more than 100 times stronger. Yi Tianling's figure stagnated and froze in place. All of the tribulation is the test of heaven and earth on the cultivator. If there are the rest of the cultivators to break into the middle of the heavenly tribulation in order to kill the cultivator who forced to break into the heavenly tribulation, will only drop 100 times the heavenly tribulation. When the time comes, it will instead harm the person who has crossed the threshold. Not only Yi Tiannian, but now all the forces from all sides, were shocked out of their mouths. Emperor Qian hasn't crossed the heavenly tribulation? How is it possible? A heavenly tribulation at the first level of the 9 tribulation realm is this strong? Within the meteor sword abyss, the heavenly demon sect leader saw the scene and burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Qian Emperor, Qian Emperor, I didn't expect you, a lord of your generation, to die under a heavenly tribulation. It's simply heaven helping me. As long as you die, the entire Deqian dynasty is simply not enough to worry about. Inside the imperial city of the Daqian dynasty, the many cultivators who had been watching the Qian Emperor's tribulation also changed color at this moment. How is that possible? His Majesty, he, has failed in his transmigration? How is this possible? Inside the palace, Yi Xiaoxiao had long been in tears, looking at the sky at the Qian Emperor who was constantly being destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. She wanted to rush up, but she had been pressed to death by Zhang Ju. Ninth Princess, don't be impulsive. Trust His Majesty. This scene, which happened too suddenly, caught everyone unawares. I had thought that the Qian Emperor's crossing of the tribulation was a sure thing, but who knew that in the end, he would fail to cross the tribulation? At this moment, as that last 100 feet sized lightning bolt dissipated, the sky of the imperial city of the Deqian dynasty brightened up, but what disappeared along with it was the Qian Emperor himself. Father! Yi Tianming looked at Emperor Qian falling under the heavenly tribulation, his eyes dumbfounded as he frantically flew towards the place where Emperor Qian had crossed the tribulation. He couldn't believe that his own father, his father, would fall under a heavenly calamity. From all the forces in Taishan Prefecture, a long sigh came from them, as if they were lamenting. Emperor Qian, a generation of lords, just fell. Unfortunately, sadly, the 9 tribulation realm heavenly tribulation is actually as terrifying as this. Just as everyone was lamenting the fact that Emperor Qian had actually fallen under the heavenly tribulation, at the dragon vein of the imperial palace of the Daqian dynasty, a great and incomparable figure was sitting on top of the dragon vein, with pure and rich spiritual energy wandering around. This figure, between the opening and closing of his eyes, seemed to have stars flowing, and his aura was immense, like an ocean. His aura was completely beyond what the supreme realm should be. 9 Hacks realm. Not long after, the prime minister of the Deqian dynasty, Zhang Ju, walked over and bowed respectfully to the figure. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged according to your orders. Chapter 81, Capture of the Throne. At this moment, Emperor Qian, who was sitting high on the dragon vein, slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Ju, the things behind you, it's all up to you. Emperor Qian's voice was flat, his body's breath was majestic. Where was there even a hint of weakness? Understood. Zhang Ju nodded, then asked, but Your Majesty, is this really necessary? Now that Taishan Prefecture is in civil unrest, the heavenly demon sect has been secretly building up its strength. We must find a way to lure the heavenly demon sect out, and Wushuang and the others, they are also eyeing the throne. Speaking of this, Emperor Qian just let out a long sigh. Since ancient times, the battle for the throne has existed, but in the Qian Emperor's heart, he did not want his several sons to fight for the throne. But this is something that cannot be avoided. Only when I die will they put it in the open to fight for it, and at that time, I will need to clear out some people to prevent something from happening to Heaven's mandate after I leave. Ever since 4 years ago, Yi Tianmian encountered an attack by the Jindong king on his way to Kanglan Prefecture. Emperor Qian knew that no matter what happened to Yi Tianliang, someone would design to eliminate him. Since this was the case, then he had to remove some of the obstacles for the sake of Yi Tianming, and by faking your own death, you can see what some people are really thinking in one fell swoop. That's why he planned a fake death scene with Zhang Ju. Behind you, take more care of Heaven's destiny. Although he now has the Ji family behind him, the Ji family is in Kanglan Prefecture after all. Emperor Qian instructed, and then continued to close his eyes. Understood. Zhang Ju bowed slightly and retreated. The matter of the Qian emperor's fall had just passed, and the entire Daqian dynasty was plunged into chaos. Fortunately, Zhang Ju has everything arranged. All gradually settled down, but the palace has been closed. Does not allow anyone to go in and out, including Yi Tianmian, Yi Wuxuang and other royal princesses, but also all let in their own palace in the middle of waiting for news. At this moment, inside Yi Wuxuang's palace, apart from the Jinshi king who supported Yi Wuxuang at the very beginning, there were also a few strong men with long swords behind their backs. They were people from the Green Cloud Sword sect, powerhouses of the Supreme Realm. Ever since Yi Hongshue's death, Yi Wuxuang had gone to the Qingyun Sword sect, wanting to ally with the Qingyun Sword sect so that they would support him. In the end, half of the Qingyun Sword sect's powerhouses decided to support Yi Wuxuang to seize the throne of the Dechen dynasty, while half of the other powerhouses thought that they should deal with the Heavenly Demon sect first before the great enemy. Your Highness, now that His Majesty has fallen, it is a good opportunity to seize the throne. The Jinshi king took a step forward, his aura strong. In the past few days, since the fall of Emperor Qian, many powerful people in the dynasty were also taking sides. Yi Wuxuang pulled the support of a large group of powerful people. There's no hurry first, everything is now being taken care of by Zhang Ju, and seizing the throne now will easily cause Zhang Ju's hostility, plus Yi Yuanming, Yi Xiuzhu, and Yi Shuiyu a few others. So let's endure for a while longer. Yi Wuxuang carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, what we need to do now is to muddy the water so that we can catch fish in muddy waters. After saying that, he then looked at the several strong men of the Qingyun Sword sect. In these few days, I still hope that a few seniors will be ready to help His Highness seize the throne, and when that time comes, half of the resources of the Dechen dynasty will all be used as a gift of thanks from this king. Don't worry, Your Highness, with our Green Cloud Sword sect around, I'll see who dares to disobey. That Shangyun Sword sect powerhouse's aura shook with disdain. Seeing this, Yi Wuxuang smiled faintly and eyed the distance. Just then, a small eunuch suddenly walked in from outside the palace. Your Highness, Lord Prime Minister invites Your Highness to come over. Oh, it seems that the heir to the throne will be announced. Yi Wuxuang smiled in his heart and walked out with big strides. Inside Yi Yuanming's and Yi Xiuzhu's palaces, they were also arranging backstops one after another. Yi Yuanming had the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army ready at all times, and the Jinnan King had also, in the past few days, defected to Yi Yuanming. As for Yi Xiuzhu, he had also negotiated with the heads of the three great families, ready to seize the throne in a coup. At the same time, they also received a message sent by Prime Minister Zhang Ju, telling them all to go over. Not only that, in the Qianqing Palace, in addition to Princess Xian and Yi Shuiyu, quite a few strong people from the White Feather sect had also come here. Mother, do we really want to seize the throne at this time? Yi Shuiyu said with some concern. Shuiyu, now is the best chance. With uncle here, don't worry, Bai Jingyao was the first to say. Ever since Emperor Qian fell under the heavenly tribulation, he had led the strongest members of the White Feather sect to arrive here, ready to help Yi Shuiyu seize the throne. Shuiyu, now is not the time for you to be merciful. When the time comes, there will definitely be a big battle. Mother, your uncle could die. Consort Xian gently caressed Yi Shuiyu and laughed. You want to become an empress, then mother will help you behind the scenes, but the path to greatness is cast in white bones. Back then, your father was stepping on tired white bones before he ascended the throne. I understand. Mother, Yi Shuiyu nodded solemnly, a flash of determination in his eyes. Right at this moment, a small eunuch walked in and respectfully said, Empress Xianfei, third princess, Lord Prime Minister invites you all to go over. And Lord Prime Minister said that anyone who supports the third princess should go over. Hearing the words of the little eunuch, Bai Jingyao and the other group of White Feather sect powerhouses were puzzled, but they still followed the little eunuch and left the Qianqing Palace. Your Highness, the Prime Minister asks you to come over. At the same time, in the palace where Yi Tianming resided, there was also a small eunuch who came to deliver a message. At this moment, Yi Tianmian's eyes slowly opened and he softly said, I know. The little eunuch had just left. when Yi Tiannian's body aura violently climbed and reached its peak. 8th level of the Supreme Realm. Husband, you made a breakthrough? Ji Ruxue was pleasantly surprised. Yi Tianmeng nodded slightly, his heart indescribably mixed. After Emperor Qian fell under the heavenly calamity, he had been locking himself in his room. In these few days, Yi Tianmeng's state of mind had undergone a drastic change. The realm also broke through to the 8th level of the Supreme Realm with the change in his state of mind. Let's go. Ru Shui. Ji Ruo. Let's go take a look. Yi Tianming took one step and had already appeared outside the palace. And the aura on his body caused Ji Rushuet and Ji Jiruo to be startled. They had never seen such a Yi Tianmian. Couldn't tell what I felt. Only that Yi Tianli seemed to be even deeper. The Golden Palace. The place where the Dry Emperor goes to court on weekdays to deliberate. At this moment, Prime Minister Zhang Jujing stood in the center, his eyes slightly closed. On both sides of the Golden Palace, Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, Yi Xiuzhu, Yi Xueyu, and Yi Xiaoxiao were all present. Other than Yi Xiaoxiao, behind the rest of the few people, they were all filled with strong people, looking like they were ready to go. It seemed as if a great war might break out at any moment. Lord Prime Minister, I wonder what you called so many of us here for. Yi Xiuzhu laughed playfully. I see that everyone is here, so if there's anything, say it now. Zhang Ju didn't even lift his eyes and laughed. The 6th prince doesn't need to be in a hurry. There's still one more person to go. One more to go? Oh, here he is. As soon as Zhang Ju's words fell, he saw a man in a long robe walk in from outside the main hall. On either side of him were two sinister and incomparable beauties with great poise. Chapter 82 Empress Yi Xiaoxiao? Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. The mandate of heaven. Zhang Ju paid a respectful bow to Yi Tianmeng, while the rest of them just raised their eyes. Big brother, when Yi Xiaoxiao saw Yi Tiannian, she also rushed over. Yi Tiannian wrapped his arm around Yi Xiaoxiao and smiled dotingly. With that, he raised his eyes and realized that there were quite a few people in the Golden Palace. Besides Prime Minister Zhang Ju, the king of Jinbei was also there. However, it seemed that the Jinbei king had been standing behind Zhang Ju and had not chosen to support the remaining 3 princes or Yi Xueyu. Behind Yi Wushuang were the Jinshi king and 3 supreme realm powerhouses from the Qingyun sword sect. Behind Yi Yuanming were the 2 supreme realm commanders of the Feather Spirit Army and Dragon Sky Army and the Jinnan king. Behind Yi Xiuzhu stood the heads of the 3 great families of the Deqin dynasty. All 3 of them were supreme realm powerhouses. Behind Yi Xueyu, besides Princess Xian, were Bai Jingyao and 2 White Feather sect supreme realm powerhouses. Among these supreme realm powerhouses, Zhang Ju, King Jinbei, and Bai Jingyao were the strongest. All 3 of them were existences at the peak of the Supreme Realm. The rest of the Supreme Realm powerhouses had not yet reached the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, but they were a force to be reckoned with. Lord Prime Minister, now that everyone is together, can you tell what it is that has summoned us all here? Yi Yuanming couldn't wait to open his mouth. Although he asked this, it was clear in the minds of all. It must be because Emperor Qian fell, in order to announce the next emperor, and the crowd was ready to go to war at any time. For a while, swords were drawn in the arena and the smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. Zhang Ju sniffed, looked at Yi Yuanming, and said smilingly, the 4th prince doesn't need to be anxious, everything will be revealed. With that, he scanned the rest of the group. The rest of them didn't say anything, but they looked like they couldn't wait. Seeing this, Zhang Ju solemnly said, His Majesty explained to me before crossing the heavenly tribulation, the succession of the throne behind. This time, I have invited you all to come here so that you can be witnesses. With that, Zhang Ju respectfully received an imperial decree from the hands of the king of Jinbei. Here is His Majesty's holy decree. Upon seeing the holy decree, all of the people in the Great Hall were half kneeling except for the strongest members of the Green Cloud Sword sect and the White Feather sect, but even they bowed slightly to show their intention of respecting the Qin Emperor. As for the rest, they were filled with excitement and nervousness. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Ju began to announce, His Majesty has made a holy decree that the next successor to the throne will be the 9th Princess Yi Xiaoxiao. 9th Princess Yi Xiaoxiao is the 108th female emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. Zhang Ju spoke in a small voice, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the arena. What did you say? Who will inherit the throne? At once, Zhang Ju's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the water, setting off shocking waves. Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Xiuzhu rose up in a prancing manner, and the 3 of them stared at Zhang Ju dead in the face. Your 3 highnesses, His Majesty made it very clear that the throne will be inherited by the 9th Princess Yi Xiaoxiao. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could father give the throne to Yi Xiaoxiao? Yi Xiuzhu yelled incredulously. What crime should you commit for falsely transmitting father's decree? 6th Highness, His Majesty's imperial decree clearly states that the throne will be passed on to 9th Princess Yi Xiaoxiao. If you don't believe me, You can take it and see for yourself. Yi Xiuzhu snatched the holy decree and opened it immediately, only to see the imperial decree on the strong and powerful big letters written clearly, passing the throne to the 9th princess Yi Xiaoxiao. And there was still a trace of the dragon vein qi of the Dacian dynasty on it. The only person who could mobilize the qi of the dragon vein of the Dacian dynasty was every emperor, which meant that this holy decree was true. Fake. Fake. Absolutely fake. Yi Xiuzhu's face was unbelievable as he growled madly. It wasn't just him. Yi Wushuang and Yi Yuanming also had unbelievable faces. Yi Shuiyu on the side. Although she didn't lose her temper like the three of them, she also stared at Yi Xiaoxiao with a shocked face. Xiao. How did father pass the throne to you? They had envisioned the outcome of Emperor Qian passing the throne to anyone, and had even envisioned that Emperor Qian would pass the throne to Yi Tianming, but it just never occurred to him that Emperor Qian would pass the throne to Yi Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao was also stupefied, tilting his head and looking at Yi Tianmian with a look of disbelief. Big brother, father has passed the throne to me? Seeing the Chen emperor pass the throne to Yi Xiaoxiao, although Yi Tianmian was puzzled, he still laughed and said, yes, from now on, you, Xiaoxiao, will be the female emperor of our great Qian dynasty. But big brother, I don't want to be any kind of empress. I just want to stay with you and by father's side. Yi Xiaoxiao had not yet reacted from the shock of passing the bit to her and said with a dumbfounded expression, Xiaoxiao, in the entire Dechen dynasty, there is no one more suitable to be the emperor than you. Don't worry, big brother will always support you. Speaking of this, Yi Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He was already prepared. If anyone dared to make trouble here today, he wouldn't mind exposing his cultivation and killing them directly. I, Zhang Ju, see your majesty the empress. I, king of Jinbei, see your majesty the empress. Suddenly, the two of them, Zhang Ju and the king of Jinbei, directly saluted Yi Xiaoxiao as kings and ministers. This caused Yi Xiaoxiao to be a bit at a loss for words for a while. Xiaoxiao, the throne is not something you can get your hands on. Hand it over and sister will protect you. That's right, give it to sixth brother. Xiaoxiao, don't worry. If you hand over the throne to fourth brother will never let them harm you. Suddenly, Yi Shuiyu and the others all said to Yi Xiaoxiao, with a hint of threat in their tone, telling Yi Xiaoxiao to hand over the throne. Seeing this, Yi Tianmian's eyes narrowed slightly and a killing intent rose from his body. Third sister, second brother, fourth brother, sixth brother. For a while, facing the aggressiveness of several people, Yi Xiaoxiao was somewhat at a loss. She looked at Yi Tianmian and said, big brother, Xiaoxiao, don't worry, no one can touch this throne of yours. You are the empress of my Dechen dynasty. Yi Tianmian dotingly touched Yi Xiaoxiao's head, then looked at the several people and said indifferently, father has already passed the throne to Xiaoxiao, so you'd better not hit on the idea of the throne again. Yi Tianming, what kind of a thing are you? A piece of trash. You're also worthy of pointing fingers with this highness. Yi Xiuzhu directly roared. Now that the Qian emperor had fallen, he was not even pretending anymore. Pow! But Yi Xiuzhu's words just fell. A clear and loud slap sounded, directly slapping Yi Xiuzhu somewhat confused. Ji Rushue took a step forward. Shut your doggy mouth. Since Uncle Yi passed the throne to Xiaoxiao, then we, the Ji family, will fully support Yi Xiaoxiao. Such a domineering response from Ji Rushue also caused the crowd present to faintly stare. Is the Ji family going to be involved? However, soon enough, the crowd in the arena reacted. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't have a single means. Plus the relationship with Yi Tianmian. Yi Xiaoxiao's reign was actually not much different from Yi Tianmian's reign. Just one more puppet. What a good plan the Ji family has made. Yi Wushuang snorted coldly. When did it become the Ji family's turn to worry about the family affairs of my Dechen dynasty? Ji Rushue glanced at Yi Wushuang and said, my husband is the grand prince of the Dacian dynasty. Nowadays I can be considered half of the Dacian dynasty. How can I not care about the affairs of the Dacian dynasty? Ji Rushue's aura was extremely strong, instantly calming Yi Wushuang and the others. Ji Rushue, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have the Ji family behind you. Everyone present has forces behind them that are not much weaker than the Ji family. Chapter 83, 9 Heavenly Fire and Thunder Formation. Ji Rushue, don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have the Ji family behind you. Everyone present has forces behind them that are not much weaker than the Ji family. Hearing this voice, Ji Rushue looked around, and it was Bai Jingyao of the White Feather sect. Ever since Bai Zhaotian traveled to the Ji family to join them in marriage and was rejected by Ji Zhiruo, and in the end, because Ji Zhiruo was killed, the relationship between the White Feather sect and the Ji family had been tense. Bai Jingyao was Yi Shuiyu's uncle, and also one of the White Feather sect's vice sect masters, extremely strong, and was the second-ranked Supreme Realm powerhouse in the White Feather sect besides the sect master, Vice Patriarch Bai. You and I shouldn't be unnecessarily involved in a fight between juniors. Without waiting for Ji Rushue to open her mouth, a neutral voice resounded in the middle of the hall. Prime Minister Zhang Ju and King Jinbei had already blocked in front of Yi Tianming and the others. The one who had just spoken was none other than the second most powerful person in the Dechen dynasty, the Prime Minister of the current dynasty, Zhang Ju. When Ji Rushue slapped Yi Xiuzhu, Zhang Ju didn't open his mouth because it was a fight between juniors. Now that Bai Jingyao was actually prepared to use his power to suppress others, that Zhang Ju was not prepared to watch any longer. Gentlemen, His Majesty's decree is here. I don't care what you were like before, and I don't care which imperial prince or princess you support. Now that the candidate for the Lord of Dechen has been chosen, I still ask you to go back. Zhang Ju opened his mouth indifferently. Then his gaze swept over the several imperial princes and Yi Xueyu, third princess. Your Highnesses, the Chen Emperor's decree says very clearly that you are to properly assist His Majesty today, so I hope that you will take the big picture into consideration. My Highness, what if I don't agree? Yi Yuanming snorted coldly, his aura rising as he glared at the Jinnan King and the two commanders of the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army, ready to strike at any time. Lord Prime Minister, this king knows that you and the King of Jinbei have joined forces and are very strong, but with so many of us present, you may not be our match. The Jinnan King spoke indifferently, and the aura on his body climbed. He was able to achieve the position of the four great princes of the Great Qian dynasty, and he had already risen beyond promotion. The only way to go further is to become a close friend of the new emperor and have the honor of being a slave to the dragon. That was why King Jinnan had sided with Yi Yuanming. Prime Minister, now get out of the way and reinstall the new king. You'll still be your Prime Minister. Behind Yi Wushuang, King Jinshi also said. Now the two people had already taken a stand. The breaths of the three great family heads behind Yi Xiuzhu and the many powerful members of the White Feather sect behind Yi Xueyu also climbed up. How dare you? Are you trying to revolt? The Jinbei King shouted, his aura rising. The aura of the peak of the Supreme Realm revealed itself. The Dacian dynasty will only perish if it is handed over to Xiao Xiao. Yi Xiuzhu shouted angrily. His face flushed red from being slapped red by Ji Rushue. If you all rebel, then don't blame this Prime Minister for being merciless. Looking at the crowd that could erupt into a great battle at any moment, Zhang Ju's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura on his body was like a monstrous wave, instantly overshadowing everyone. Looking at Zhang Ju, Yi Tianming frowned. Looking at this, Zhang Ju and the King of Jinbei must have expected such an outcome, and it seems that there is already a backhanded approach. Buzz, as expected. In the next moment, there was a sudden buzz from outside the Golden Palace. A formation pattern surfaced under the feet of the crowd, and formation patterns also appeared in the sky outside the Golden Palace. The entire Golden Palace, surrounded in the center. For a while, countless lightning bolts coalesced outside, and vaguely, there was a blazing fire burning. Looking at this scene, the faces of the people in the arena changed. Gentlemen, in the Golden Palace, a killing array has been laid down by me in advance. If you still want to resist, then don't blame this Prime Minister for being merciless. Zhang Ju smiled faintly, then said respectfully to Yi Tianmian, Your Highness Tianmian, I still hope to look after His Majesty for a while. The Your Majesty in Zhang Ju's mouth was naturally the current empress of the Dechen dynasty, Yi Xiao. Yi Tianmian nodded. Don't worry Lord Prime Minister, with me here, nothing will happen to Xiao. Nine Heavens Fire Thunder Formation. Zhang Ju, are you trying to destroy the Great Qian dynasty? Looking at the killing formation, King Jinnan's eyes stared. This formation, which was a heavenly rank formation, was a killing formation that protected the entire imperial palace of the Great Qian dynasty. As long as a start, all the cultivators within the scope of the killing array will be ashes and smoke, unless it is to the time of the Great Qian dynasty's demise. Otherwise this killing array will not move a bit. Moreover, the 9 heavenly fire and thunder array enveloped the entire Golden Palace, and when the time came, the array would only need to be activated, and the Golden Palace would instantly turn into dust. They had also thought that Zhang Ju might have left something behind, not realizing that he would directly activate the 9 Heavens Fire Thunder formation. As long as you all recognize the 9 princesses, then this Chancellor, naturally, will remove the killing formation and treat you all with courtesy. Zhang Ju laughed. If you all are still bent on having your own way, then this Prime Minister would like to see the power of the Great Qian's first killing formation. Your Highness, Zhang Ju has now taken out the 9 Heavens Fire and Thunder formation. We'd better hold back for a while and wait until we leave before we make any plans. Qin Shi Wang whispered to Yi Wushuang. That's right, Second Highness. With the support of my Green Cloud Sword sect, this throne, there is no rush. On the side, a strong person from the Green Cloud Sword sect hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. They supported Yi Wuxiang in order to take benefits. They didn't want to get killed for nothing. Even though there were many powerful people here, if Zhang Ju really relied on the Nine Heavens Fire and Thunder formation to kill them, Zhang Ju would be hunted to death by all the major powers. But at that time, he was already dead. Even if the forces behind him helped him to take revenge. So what? Snow Feather, let's go back to the White Feather sect first and then we'll discuss it. Bai Jingyao also advised. Now it seemed that Zhang Ju and the king of Jinbei were determined to support Yi Xiaoxiao. Both of them were top-notch powerhouses. And when they fought, it was not really possible to take advantage of them. And they also had to guard against the forces of the remaining three parties. Might as well leave and wait until later. Your Highness, let Yi Xiaoxiao sit on this throne first. We'll help your Highness get it back sooner or later. The head of the Li family of the three great families also said to Yi Xiaozhu. Although the strength of the forces of all parties were similar, but if they really wanted to fight, the forces of their side were actually the weakest. The Green Cloud Sword sect and the White Feather sect were behemoths. Yi Yuanming had 1,000,000 troops in his hands and countless strong men, and was also a force to be reckoned with. As for Zhang Ju and the king of Jinbei, they were even more top-notch powerhouses. The three of them, the three great masters, were not sure of victory against anyone. Gentlemen, time waits for no one. This prime minister's first time maneuvering the Nine Heavens Fire Thunder formation is not very skillful. As soon as Zhang Ju's words fell, a bolt of lightning struck the side of the three great lords, causing all three of them to look startled. That lightning just now, if it deviated by even a hair, all three of them would have to be struck. Good. I recognize Xiao Zhao's throne. Suddenly, a chirping sound rang out in the middle of the hall. Only Yi Shuiyu slowly walked to Yi Xiaoxiao and bowed respectfully to Yi Xiaoxiao. See Her Majesty the Empress. After the salute was over, Yi Shuiyu looked at Zhang Ju. Lord Prime Minister, can we leave now? Chapter 84, The New Emperor Takes the Throne. Since the third princess has no intention of taking the throne, she can naturally leave. Zhang Ju laughed and opened a gap, signaling that Yi Shuiyu and the others could leave. Seeing this, Yi Shuiyu immediately brought Xin Fei and Bai Jingyao and a group of other White Feather sect powerhouses to prepare to leave. Just as she reached the exit, she turned back and glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao with complicated eyes. Xiao, among so many siblings, I want to fight with you the least. But this throne, my sister hopes that you can think clearly. After leaving such a sentence, she followed Bai Jingyao and the others out of the palace without looking back, heading in the direction of the White Feather sect. Seeing Yi Shuiyu leave, Yi Wuxiang also came to Yi Xiaoxiao and said, Xiao, father passed the throne to you. My brother is very happy, but my brother advises you that you should still think clearly. After saying that, Yi Wuxiang made a bow to Yi Xiaoxiao, which was considered as recognizing Yi Xiaoxiao's throne. Although this recognition was only a superficial one, it was enough. Zhang Ju opened a gaping hole, signaling that Yi Wuxiang could leave. Yi Wuxiang nodded slightly to Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Tianmian and left the palace, following a group of strong men from the Qingyun Sword sect in the direction of the Qingyun Sword sect. Next, Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiaozhu also bowed to Yi Xiaoxiao with reluctant faces. Zhang Ju also let them leave the palace as promised. Yi Yuanming, on the other hand, led the Jinnan King and the commanders of the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army to the border of the Daqian dynasty. It was his home base, with millions of generals from the Dechen dynasty, and the Jinnan King's fiefdom is over there. Lin totaled up, occupying a territory that was at least as much as 30% of the Dechen dynasty. As for Yi Xiaozhu, he followed the three great lords to their ancestral lands. The three great families, as the three strongest lineages of the Dechen dynasty, naturally had their own territory. In the past, when Emperor Qian was still around, they were the same no matter where they were. They didn't dare to rebel, so all stay in the imperial city. Now that Yi Xiaoxiao had succeeded to the throne, there was no need to stay in the imperial city anymore. The combined territory of the three great clans is not small at all, and also occupies nearly 30% of the territory of the Daqian dynasty. When everyone had left, Zhang Ju looked at Yi Xiaoxiao with a smile this time and respectfully said, Your Majesty, nowadays, I still hope that Your Majesty will gather the ministers who are still in the court and preside over the situation. Mr. Prime Minister, it took Yi Xiaoxiao a moment to react to what had just happened. She still couldn't believe that she hadn't done anything and had no intention of taking the throne at all. However, he became the emperor of the Daqian dynasty in confusion. For a moment, she looked at Yi Tianming as if she was seeking help. Only Yi Tianming smiled and rubbed Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Xiao, since father passed the throne to you, there must be some intention, and with the prime minister around, you'll definitely be fine. Yeah and we're all there. Ji Rushuet also laughed. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao was in the middle of a struggle. Only after a moment did she nod heavily. Good. I will definitely govern the great Qian dynasty very well. Subsequently, With the help of Zhang Ju, Yi Xiaoxiao began to gather the ministers who were still loyal to the Daqian dynasty and began to discuss national policies and so on. Taking advantage of the free time, Yi Tianming looked at Zhang Ju. Lord Prime Minister, why didn't you kill them just now? Even if you were afraid of offending the White Feather sect and the Green Cloud Sword sect, killing Yi Wushuang and the others should have been doable, right? Your Highness Heaven's mandate. They are your younger siblings and His Majesty's royal brothers and sisters. What should His Majesty do if you kill them? Zhang Ju laughed and didn't open his mouth again. Yi Tianming simply stopped asking. It didn't take long for the ministers who were still in the court to have arrived at the Golden Palace. These people are not standing in line. They don't care about who becomes emperor. However, when they heard the news that Emperor Qian had passed the throne to Yi Xiaoxiao, they were still slightly shocked in their hearts. However, fortunately, with Zhang Ju and Wang Jinbei, these ministers did not say anything. The next thing is to prepare for the enthronement ceremony. These things, all by Zhang Ju single-handedly organized. Yi Xiaoxiao only needed to nod her head in agreement. Husband, what do you think, Uncle Yi? Why did he pass the throne to Xiaoxiao? Returning to the place where she was staying, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Yi Tianming shook his head. This matter, he was also puzzled. However, since his own father had already made a decision, he only needed to support Yi Xiaoxiao. Just step in and help Yi Xiaoxiao when appropriate. The news that Emperor Qian had fallen and passed on to Yi Xiaoxiao quickly spread throughout the entire Taishan prefecture. Within Taishan prefecture, it caused a violent shock. Everyone did not think about why Emperor Qian would pass the throne to Yi Xiaoxiao. And Yi Xiaoxiao also performed the enthronement ceremony. It was only that this enthronement ceremony was not attended by Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, Yi Xiuzhu, and Yi Xueyu, except for Yi Tianmian. It also looks extremely depressed. Then came the news. Yi Yuanming embraced his own army on the southern border of the Daqian dynasty, calling himself the King of Wei, occupying 30% of the territory of the Daqian dynasty, and beginning to plan his intention to fight for the throne and kill his way back to the capital city. Yi Xiuzhu was also in the north of the Daqian dynasty, under the auspices of the three great families, calling himself the Han King and cutting off a side. As for Yi Wushuang, he went to the Qingyun sword sect and worshipped under the Qingyun sword sect. In the Qingyun sword sect, there was also a large portion of powerful people who supported Yi Wushuang, eyeing the Dechen dynasty at all times. As for Yi Xueyu, she returned to the White Feather sect and became the new holy maiden of the White Feather sect after Bai Zhantian's death, and also had a grudge against the throne of the Daqian dynasty. For a time, the entire Taishan prefecture became even more chaotic. However, fortunately, Yi Wushuang and the others were all just waiting for an opportunity and did not go to attack the Dechen dynasty at the first opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 7 years rushed by. During these 7 years, Yi Tianmian also began to gradually get busy. In addition to cultivation, he was helping Yi Xiaoxiao manage the Daqian dynasty. For these things, Yi Tianming was also a headache. But fortunately, the Prime Minister Zhang Judu to solve some of the major events all. Yi Tianming's cultivation level was also rising. Finally, not long ago, he broke through to the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, facing the upcoming 9 Tribulation Realm Heavenly Tribulation. Yi Tianmian was not going to be in such a hurry to make a breakthrough yet. 7 years ago, the sight of Emperor Qian dying under the Heavenly Tribulation was still fresh in Yi Tianming's mind. He had to be fully prepared before attempting to break through the Heavenly Tribulation of the 9 Tribulation Realm. In the meantime, polish up and polish yourself. On top of that, the three parties, Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming, and Yi Xiuzhu, also collided multiple times. They all agreed that only by taking each other out would they have a chance to take the throne. In their opinion, Yi Xiaoxiao, on the contrary, was the weakest party, and could be temporarily set aside and put aside to be resolved. Taishan Prefecture. Within the Meteor Sword Abyss, this place was still a major forbidden place in Taishan Prefecture, and no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. Inside, the demonic aura was so overwhelming that it had long been transformed into a Jedi sect leader. The one from the Great Qin dynasty has sent word that he wants us to make a move. The old man in the Heavenly Demon sect who had been following the Heavenly Demon sect master, respectfully said, regarding some of the things that happened in Taishan state, the Heavenly Demon sect was also well aware of them, and there was even a Heavenly Demon sect behind the scenes that was secretly pushing for some of the things to happen. Oh, is he so impatient? However, after 7 years of development, it's about time for our sacred sect to step out and go unify the entire Taishan prefecture. Chapter 85. Qian Yumanchen asks for help. Your Majesty, Yi Wushuang has led half of the Qingyun sword sect's powerhouses, and has joined forces with Yi Xiuzhu to attack Yi Yuanming. And now, Yi Yuanming is losing ground, so I'm afraid it won't be long until he's defeated. In the Golden Palace of the Daqian dynasty, Zhang Jujin was reporting on every move in Taishan Prefecture today. The three royal brothers are still the same. Send people to keep a close eye on their movements and report back at any time. Yi Xiaoxiao sat high on the throne and commanded the people below. After 7 years of dealing with the imperial government day and night, Yi Xiaoxiao had also gained a few moments of an empress's demeanor. Understood, Your Majesty. Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting high in the dragon chair above, Yi Tianmian also had a hint of happiness in his heart. Today's Daqian dynasty, although not as good as the previous Qian emperor's governance of Daqian, but it is also a thriving color. Even the cultivators in Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuju's territory, after hearing about the prosperity of Daqian nowadays, many of them came to Daqian under Yi Xiaoxiao's governance. The strength of the Daqian dynasty is still slowly recovering. Your Majesty, there is one more matter that requires your decision. At this time, the Jinbei king stood out and said respectfully to Yi Xiaoxiao, King of Jinbei, what is it? For the Jinbei king, Yi Xiaoxiao also had great respect. During these 7 years, the major events of the Daqian dynasty were basically handled by the Prime Minister Zhang Ju and the King of Jinbei. The two men, one civil and one military. Now that the Great Qian can slow down, the two can be said to be credited. Your Majesty, the Xianyu Mansion sent someone to ask for help. The Heavenly Devil Cult wants to fully attack the Xianyu Mansion. The three guardians of the Heavenly Devil Cult are leading the army, a total of more than 10 Supreme Realm powerhouses, and leading 1 million Heavenly Devil Cult cultivators to troop outside the Xianyu Mansion. What? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao violently stood up from the dragon chair. The Xianyu Mansion was the place where she grew up cultivating, her second home. Ever since she had succeeded to the throne, the connection between the Daqian dynasty and the Xianyu Mansion had become even closer. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Wushuang and the others did not directly strike at Yi Xiaoxiao. Now that the Xianyu Mansion had been invaded by the Heavenly Devil Cult, how could the Daqian dynasty stand idly by? The Xianyu house and my Daqian dynasty have a close relationship. My Daqian dynasty in these years, also thanks to the help of the Xianyu house, in order to restore vitality, I want to send troops to assist the Xianyu house. I do not know the secretaries of state. Think who to go to the right? Yi Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, and then she made up her mind. She glanced around the room and opened her mouth to inquire. Your Majesty, I think that the King of Jinbei can take on this great task. Zhang Ju stepped forward and pushed up the King of Jinbei. It wasn't anything else. It was mainly because the top combatants of the Daqian dynasty were indeed a bit less now. There were no more than 3 powerhouses of the Supreme Realm, other than Zhang Ju and the Jinbei King, and those 3, all of them, were of the first or second level of the Supreme Realm. Going there won't make a big difference. If they encountered the Heavenly Demon Sect's protector, they would just be giving away food. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded and looked at King Jinbei, asking, King Jinbei, would you like to make a trip to Xianyu Mansion? I am willing to go. The King of Jinbei stepped out and respectfully said, now the Daqian dynasty. In addition to himself and Zhang Ju, there is really no one available. Zhang Ju is going to sit in the imperial city. So this errand, you can only run it yourself. Good. Then it will be hard work for the love minister. After finalizing the candidates to go to the Xianyu Mansion, Yi Xiaoxiao was discussing other things with the crowd. Soon, the pilgrimage ended, and Yi Tianming went back with his brows furrowed all the way. Husband, what happened at the court today? You came back looking like this. In the end, it was only when Ji Ruxue opened her mouth and asked that Yi Tianming reacted. I always feel that the Heavenly Demon Sect has the rest of the plans for attacking the Xianyu Mansion this time. Why didn't they attack it earlier or later? And attack the Xianyu Mansion when Yi Wushuang and the others were having a big battle? Yi Tianmian was puzzled. Husband, you're just worrying too much. I believe that with you here. Even if the Heavenly Demon Sect is rampant, it's no match for you. Ji Ruxue laughed. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming smiled gently and kissed Ji Rushue's forehead as he said, according to the news, that Heavenly Demon Sect Master is most likely a 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, and not just the first level of the 9 Tribulation Realm. So you believe in husband me that much? Husband, you're so powerful. It's only a matter of time before you step into the 9th Tribulation Realm. I definitely believe in you. Ji Ruxue laughed. Sweet mouth. Yi Tianming let out a light laugh and then asked, Ziruo has already returned to Kanglin Prefecture? Well, Ziruo has already gone back. Since you changed her bones, she obtained a saint's inheritance and her cultivation has greatly improved. Now even I am not her opponent anymore. Hearing that Ji Ziruo had gone back, Yi Tianming nodded gently and walked to the door. Looking at the sky, he murmured softly, this day, it's about to change. On the following day, King Jinbei led some of the strongest members of the Daqian dynasty and rushed to Xianyu Mansion to reinforce them. In addition to the Daqian dynasty, there were also half of the Qing Yun sword sect's strongest members. Why do you say half? Because in these 7 years, The Green Cloud Sword sect had completely split into two parties. A strong party felt that they should focus on the big picture and deal with the Heavenly Devil sect first. The other side felt that they should first take care of their immediate interests and help Yi Wuxiang seize the throne of the Dacian dynasty and plunder some of the resources before making any plans. If the Heavenly Demon sect was really powerful, then the Qing Yun Sword sect could be relocated elsewhere. At this time within the White Feather sect, in the middle of the sect's main hall, Yi Shuiyu stood in the middle of the hall and said, "Uncle, now that the Jinbei king is leading people to the Xianyue palace, it is a good opportunity for us to attack the Dacian dynasty and seize the throne. And then when we integrate the power of the Dacian dynasty and the White Feather sect, even if we can't defeat the Heavenly Devil sect, we can still fight against it." "Shuiyu, you still have a grudge against the throne of the Dacian dynasty?" The White Feather sect patriarch sat high on the main seat, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You should know that the position of the White Feather sect's holy daughter is no worse than the throne of the Dacian dynasty. Big brother, ever since you fought the 10-mile sword god 7 years ago, why have you become so timid and fearful? This throne was originally Shuiyu's. And when Shuiyu becomes the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty at that time, why can't he be the patriarch of the White Feather sect?" Bai Jingyao angrily rebuked out. He hadn't thought about how his formerly spirited big brother had become so timid and fearful since the battle with the 10-mile sword god 7 years ago. "Jingyao, you don't understand. Now that the great power of the Heavenly Demon sect has become irresistible, by doing this, you are depleting our own strength." Bai Yuchuan let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "Ever since the battle with the 10-mile sword god, he had been cultivating intensely. As the devil cult was so powerful today, even if the several major forces in Taishan Prefecture joined together, they could no longer be stopped, and he did not wish to cause any more trouble. Big brother, the Heavenly Devil cult is unstoppable. So are we just going to sit here and wait for death all the time? By helping Shuiyu get the throne of the Great Qian dynasty, our White Feather sect's strength can also be taken to the next level, and at that time, even if we're not a match for the Heavenly Demon sect, we won't have any problems defending ourselves." Bai Jingyao retorted. "You, don't think I don't know what you're thinking," Bai Yuchuan said angrily. "It's nothing more than Shuiyu becoming the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, so you can mix up the credit of being a slave to the dragon." "Big brother," Bai Jingyao exclaimed, "ask everyone present, which one of them doesn't want to help Shuiyu obtain the throne of the Great Qian dynasty?" Bai Yuchuan swept over with a glance and found that the many powerful people of the White Feather sect had all lowered their heads. Good. Yes, Bai Yuchuan said angrily. "It seems that you all, long ago, were all on the same page as Bai Jingyao. Do you still have me as the patriarch in your eyes?" "Patriarch? Perhaps helping the Holy Maiden get the throne of the Great Qian dynasty would be a good thing for us." A White Feather sect powerhouse couldn't help but speak out. Chapter 86. Anyone who dares to say surrender again will be killed without pardon. "Yes, patriarch. Shuiyu was originally from our White Feather sect, and she became the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. This is equivalent to our White Feather sect grasping half of the Great Qian dynasty." Finally, a strong person couldn't help but say. His words were also the thoughts of all the people present in the White Feather sect. Yi Shuiyu was originally half of the White Feather sect behind her. If she became the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, wouldn't that be the same as the White Feather sect being the half-master of the Dacian dynasty? At that time, the White Feather sect would be the #1 power in the entire Taishan prefecture. If this is something that, in the normal course of events, I'd be all for it. Bai Yuchuan let out a long sigh. But now, Emperor Qian is dead. There is more than just internal strife. Xian Ufu can't protect itself. Shengyun Sword sect is split into two. Although we, White Feather sect, also have Supreme Realm Elders who died in battle, we are, after all, much better off than the remaining forces. It's even more important to be more defensive against the Heavenly Demon sect now, instead of engaging in infighting. How could he not want the White Feather sect to become the #1 power in Taishan Prefecture? But now, the facts don't allow it. As long as he sent his troops to attack the Dacian dynasty, even if he fought it down, it would only allow the Heavenly Devil sect to pick up the pieces when the time came. The Heavenly Devil cult. The Heavenly Devil cult. At this time, Bai Jingyao angrily shouted, "Big brother, do you think that with our current strength, we can fight against the Heavenly Demon sect? At that time, won't we still have to leave Taishan Prefecture? Flee to another state? You're already making preparations, aren't you?" Hearing Bai Jingyao's words, Bai Yuchuan was slightly stunned, his eyes a little forlorn. Bai Jingyao was right. Ever since 3 years ago, he had begun to plan for the White Feather sect's future. During these 3 years, he had secretly sent people to several nearby states, hoping that the White Feather sect would have a place to settle in the nearby states in the future. "Big brother, even if we leave Taishan Prefecture, to the rest of the states, we are after all an alien force, and it's very likely that they will unite against us. Right now we should just do everything we can to raise our strength so that after we leave Taishan Prefecture, there will be a place for our white feather sect to stay. Bai Jingyao's words were not unreasonable, and his words also caused Bai Yuchuan to fall silent on the spot. If the white feather sect left Taishan state, it would definitely be missed by the forces of the rest of the states, and the only way to have a say was to raise their strength as quickly as possible while they could, and then go to another state later. Relying on the white feather sect itself, wanting to increase its strength in a short period of time was simply impossible. The only way was to annex the top forces of the same Taishan state. The Dechen dynasty, which is now in a precarious situation, is the best choice. That's right. What the vice patriarch said is not unreasonable. Now that the heavenly demon sect has become unstoppable, we can only have a say in the future if we improve our strength. I support the vice patriarch's decision. For a while, many of the strongest members of the white feather sect had rallied in support of Bai Jingyao. They weren't doing it to resist the heavenly demon sect, but to have a say in the future when they left Taishan Prefecture and went to the rest of the world. Yi Shuiyu in the main hall looked at this scene and pursed her lips, her eyes somewhat despondent. In her heart, she didn't want to leave Taishan Prefecture at all. But now, her own backer was planning to leave Taishan Prefecture. So what could she do? And even if he did become the emperor of the Dechen dynasty, he would probably still be a puppet of the white feather sect. Gentlemen, follow me. Now that the heavenly demon sect is attacking the Xianyu mansion, there's only one supreme realm, Jiangju, within the Dechen dynasty, so it's a good opportunity for us. Bai Jingyao snorted coldly, not even asking Bai Yuchuan's opinion, and walked directly towards the outside. Behind him, many of the white feather sect's powerhouses followed out. However, there was also a small group of white feather sect powerhouses that remained in the main hall with complicated eyes. Sovereign, what do we do now? When everyone had left, an older white feather sect powerhouse opened his mouth and asked. He was one of the few people who supported Bai Yuchuan and was an old man of the white feather sect. You go to Kanglan Prefecture, and if something goes wrong, we'll leave Taishan Prefecture immediately. Bai Yuchuan let out a long sigh, and his entire body fell into the main seat of the Great Hall, as if he had aged many years at once. Dakian Dynasty, the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, the White Feather Sect has already trooped to the city, led by Bai Jingyao, with 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses, claiming to reclaim the throne for Yi Shuiyu. In the Golden Palace, Yi Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a dragon robe, clenched his fists and embedded his nails deeply into his flesh after hearing the news. Her chest continued to rise and fall, and it seemed as if she had been struggling in her mind. Imperial sister, still want this throne? She took a deep breath and stood up, a murderous look in her eyes. Over the years, she was no longer the naive ninth princess she used to be. Rather, it is the empress of the Dakian dynasty who decides the life and death of thousands of people with a single word. Your Majesty, the White Feather sect is raging. The king of Jinbei has already gone to the Xianyu palace to resist the heavenly demon sect. We now only have the prime minister who is a supreme realm powerhouse. I'm afraid. At that moment, a minister from below stood up with a twinkle in his eye. He didn't finish his latter words, but what he meant was clear to everyone present. Surrender! Minister Wang, what do you mean by this? Is it possible that you want His Majesty to give the throne to these traitors? Zhang Ju snorted coldly. The pressure from his body directly enveloped Xiangshu Wang's body, causing his entire body to directly kneel on the ground. His face pale. Your Majesty, I just don't want to see my Dechen dynasty go through another war and displacement of the people. I still hope that Your Majesty will take the overall situation into consideration. Xiangshu Wang braced himself against Zhang Ju's pressure and shivered. Xiangshu Wang, with your meaning, are you asking me to surrender the rebels outside the imperial city? Yi Xiaoxiao walked up to Xiangshu Wang, her eyes narrowing slightly. Your Majesty, I don't mean this. Your Majesty and the third princess were close back then. If Your Majesty passes the throne to the third princess, at that time, my Dakian dynasty and the White Feather sect will join hands, and the district Heavenly Demon sect will not be enough. But, before Xiangshu Wang finished speaking, a head flew up high and rolled to the feet of the ministers in the arena. Seeing the head of Xiangshu Wang, who was still staring wide-eyed at his death, the many ministers present had their faces changed drastically and practiced kneeling down to beg for mercy. Anyone who dares to say surrender again will be killed without pardon. Yi Xiaoxiao looked around, her eyes looking disdainfully. Imperial sister succeeded to the throne. In the future my Dakian dynasty, in the end, is it surnamed Yi, or is it surnamed Bai? The foundation of our ancestors. How can we easily give it away? Lord Prime Minister, please also activate the 9 Heavens Fire and Thunder formation and open the various great formations of the Imperial City to make sure that the White Feather sect is fended off from the Imperial City. As Yi Xiaoxiao's order was issued, Zhang Ju's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. After so many years, Yi Xiaoxiao had also completed a metamorphosis. I obey. Zhang Ju led the order and immediately went forward to organize the opening of the great formation of the Dechen dynasty. After retreating from the court, Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the empty and unoccupied hall. Her body softened and sat on the dragon chair. In her eyes, tears flowed. It wasn't until a figure appeared in front of her that she wiped her eyes and hugged the figure in front of her. Chapter 87, Brother. Brother. Yi Xiaoxiao called out softly, tears having long covered her face. Xiao Xiao, you're the head of a country now. Why are you still such a crybaby? Yi Tianming gently wiped away Yi Xiaoxiao's tears and laughed softly. Brother, I'm so tired. I'm really tired. Yi Xiaoxiao leaned in Yi Tianmian's arms and sobbed softly. I don't want to be this emperor. But why? Did father pass the throne to me? Fifth brother is dead. And now second, fourth, and sixth brothers have been fighting for the throne for years. And even third sister is coming to attack us. Brother, why is this? Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao in his arms, Yi Tianmian was also overwhelmed with heartache. This sister of his, whom he had watched grow up, had grown up carefree, but suddenly, the burden of a dynasty fell on her shoulders. Even Yi Tianmian wondered why Emperor Qian would pass the throne to Yi Xiaoxiao. Brother, you're all I have now. Listening to Yi Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Tianmian's heartstrings were viciously plucked, and he softly said, Xiao Xiao, you still have me. Brother will definitely take care of you. Brother. Slowly, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned against Yi Tianmian's body and fell into a deep sleep. Although monks usually don't sleep, a meditation passes. But Yi Xiaoxiao had never rested properly since she succeeded the throne. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao asleep, Yi Tianming didn't bother her. Xiao Xiao, don't worry. From now on, no one can force you to do things you don't like. Not even Yi Shuiyu. At the dragon vein of the Dechen dynasty, the mighty and domineering figure of Emperor Qian was situated on the dragon vein, refining the dragon vein chi of the Dechen dynasty. Your Majesty, the White Feather sect is killing over. Zhang Ju's figure appeared below the Qian emperor and respectfully said, after 7 years of seclusion, Emperor Qian's aura was even more unfathomable, with a hidden tendency to step through the second level of the 9 tribulation realm. I know. In response to him, only the Qian emperor's faint 4 words floated out. Also, I'm no longer the emperor of the Dechen dynasty. Xiao Xiao she is. Your Majesty, do you really intend to pass the throne to the 9th princess? Zhang Ju was shocked when he heard this. When the Qian emperor said this, he was already recognizing Yi Xiaoxiao's throne. Hasn't Xiao Xiao done a good enough job these past few years? She is qualified to be this emperor. But she, the 9th princess, took on something she shouldn't have. Zhang Ju let out a long sigh. In these few years, he could be said to have watched Yi Xiaoxiao go from an innocent young girl to a murderous empress with his own eyes. All the things that he had experienced, Zhang Ju had seen in his heart. It's me who owes too much. Emperor Qian also let out a long sigh, then said, I'll settle the matter of the White Feather sect, and after that, I'm going to leave for a period of time to make a breakthrough to the second level of the 9 tribulation realm. According to my estimation, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master is also at the 3rd level of the 9 tribulation realm. Within 5 years, the Heavenly Demon Sect will definitely launch the final showdown. During this time, the Dechen dynasty will rely on you. I understand. Zhang Ju nodded respectfully. Mother, uncle, with our army pressing in, will Xiao Xiao really hand over the throne? 3,000 miles away from the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty, it was clearly the place where the White Feather sect's army was stationed. This time, there were 5 supreme realm powerhouses following by Jingyao, and there were even tens of thousands of disciples. These people, in today's Taishan prefecture, were already considered an extremely powerful force. If she doesn't hand over the throne, then we'll directly press in with an army and seize it. By Jingyao's eye God crossed, containing killing intent and said, Uncle, she is my sister after all. Snow Feather. Before Yi Shuiyu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Consort Xian's chiding. What time is it? So what if she is your sister? For the sake of the throne, you must kill her. There is no turning back for us. Shuiyu, if you want to become an emperor, you have to go through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Back then, your father was like that. Bai Jingyao also said on the side. Back then, he killed his brother and even forced your grandfather to abdicate, which led him to sit in the position of emperor of the Daqian dynasty. But, look at Taishan prefecture. What do they all say about Emperor Qian? The number 1 powerhouse in Taishan prefecture. The number 1 genius in Taishan prefecture that hasn't come out in 10,000 years. As long as you make it to the top, there will be great scholars who will argue the scriptures for you. After hearing Bai Jingyao's words, Yi Shuiyu nodded and said, I understand, uncle. Bai Jingyao, get the hell out of here. Just as several people were talking about the next setup, a mid-air angry shout came in from outside the White Feather sect's tent. Hearing this angry shout, Bai Jingyao's face sank as he angrily said, What person? Immediately afterward, only a White Feather Sect Supreme Realm powerhouse was seen walking in. He arched his hand at Bai Jingyao with a somewhat ugly expression. Vice Patriarch, the 10-mile sword god has hit the door. What? What? Upon hearing the name of the 10-mile sword god, Bai Jingyao, Yi Xueyu, and Xianfei's faces all changed violently. Over the years, the 10-mile sword god had a great reputation in Taishan Prefecture. Even Bai Yuchuan was defeated in his hands. What's he doing here? Bai Jingyao's face darkened as he asked in a deep voice. Vice Sovereign, you should go out and take a look. This White Feather Sect Supreme Realm powerhouse smiled bitterly. Uncle, the 10-mile sword god is coming from a bad place. Could it be a helper invited by the Dechen dynasty? Yi Xueyu said with a nervous expression. There's no telling. Let's just go ahead and check it out. Bai Jingyao frowned and said. Xueyu, don't worry. No matter how strong the 10-mile sword god is, he can't be a match for the entire White Feather Sect. Let's go out and take a look first, Xianfei said. Seeing this, Yi Xueyu could only nod and walked out towards the outside of the tent. Soon, the three of them were seen, 10,000 miles up in the air in the White Feather Sect's campsite. A white-robed man with 10 long swords suspended beside him was like a sword immortal, his feet stepping on the void and the sound of swords clanging around him. Surrounding him were 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses from the White Feather Sect. Surrounding him in the center, the 5 people of the White Feather Sect were all gloomy, only daring to lock onto the 10-mile sword god's aura from afar, and no one dared to take the lead. Buzz! Suddenly, a shocking aura came from below. Immediately afterward, only a stream of light swished out from below, with an aura that surpassed the aura of the remaining 5 strongest members of the White Feather Sect. Peak of the Supreme Realm, 10-mile sword god. A bellowing cry came out, and immediately after, he saw Bai Jingyao, who was dressed in silver armor, carrying a long spear and appearing in front of the 10-mile sword god. Last time, when you were spreading wildness in my White Feather Sect, this seat didn't look for you to settle the score, but I didn't expect that this time, you would actually come to my door. Bai Jingyao lifted his lance and pointed it at the 10-mile sword god, his kingly aura leaking out. You White Feather Sect roll now and I can spare your life. Yi Tianming's voice was cold, and the way he looked at Bai Jingyao was like a dead man. Spare our lives? You really aren't afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Bai Jingyao laughed coldly. Today, it's the time for your 10-mile sword god to die. Oh, yeah? Yi Tianming's eyes flashed a light, and the long sword behind him kept clanking. Chapter 88 8 Directions Wind and Thunder Gun. In the field, spiritual energy rioted, and even the void seemed to be torn apart by the aura of the two. Bai Jingyao, as the top powerhouse of the White Feather Sect, was naturally not weak, and as soon as his aura erupted, it prevented the rest of the White Feather Sect powerhouses from getting close. The world says that your 10-mile sword god sword technique is invincible. Today, let this seat see it. Bai Jingyao shouted angrily, waving the long spear in his hand, instantly stabbing towards Yi Tianmin. The gun came out like a dragon, and a little cold aura arrived first. The long spear carried a monstrous killing intent, stirring the surrounding wind and clouds. 8 square wind and thunder gun. Bai Jingyao shouted angrily, and in 8 directions, his doppelgangers instantly appeared, surrounding Yi Tianming. The strength of each of the doppelgangers was in no way weaker than its main body. At the same time as Bai Jingyao's detachment appeared, the wind and clouds in the sky were stirred. The wind was howling and the lightning was thundering. Thousands of miles in a radius were enveloped by Bai Jingyao's move. Surprisingly, it's the heavenly rank upper grade martial skill 8-fold wind and thunder gun. The Vice Patriarch has already cultivated it to the 8th level. In the distance, the remaining few Supreme Realm powerhouses of the White Feather Sect marveled when they saw this move. Obviously, they were also aware of the strength of this move. This move was created by a peak 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse in Qinghai Prefecture. There are a total of 8 levels, and when practiced to its peak, it can explode with 8 times the power. Back then, that strong man relied on this move to become the #1 strong man in Qinghai Prefecture. The gun picks the 8 directions to penetrate the sun and the moon, and the wild wind and thunder shake the Qianquan. It is this 8 square wind and thunder gun that is being talked about. Die! Immediately after that, Bai Jingyao shouted, and the 8 doppelgangers shot out their guns together, stabbing towards Yi Tianmian with an invincible aura. I didn't expect that Bai Jingyao's strength would be 1 point stronger than Bai Yuchuan's. Having vaguely touched the threshold of the 9 Tribulation Realm, it's truly unexpected. In the distant void, Zhang Ju and Emperor Qian stood in the clouds, miles apart, watching from afar. Originally, Emperor Qian was prepared to make a move to take care of the White Feather Sect, but he didn't expect that he and Zhang Ju had just arrived when they found the 10-mile sword god hitting their doorstep. Therefore, Emperor Qian and Zhang Ju hid their auras high up in the sky, ready to take a look at the situation before deciding whether or not to make a move. Your Majesty, who is this 10-mile sword god? Over the years, it has helped our great Qian several times. Zhang Ju looked at the 10-mile sword god's back and asked in confusion. I can't see through his concealment either. Emperor Qian shook his head and said indifferently. His words caused Zhang Ju to look shocked. What? Even you, Your Majesty, cannot see through his concealment? One had to know that Emperor Qian was now a powerhouse of the ninth tribulation realm, and those who could hide their identities in front of him, unless they had heaven-ranked identity-concealing treasures on their bodies, were those whose strength was a great deal higher than that of Emperor Qian's, treasures that could possibly conceal one's identity, and that had to be of the heavenly rank and above. There weren't many of them in the entire Taishan prefecture, and they were very rare. In that case, the strength of the 10-mile sword god is most likely at the ninth tribulation realm? His realm? He should be at the peak of the supreme realm, and I don't feel any lingering aura of the heavenly tribulation from his body. Emperor Qian shook his head and explained. 9 tribulation realm powerhouses had all survived the heavenly tribulation and would have the aura of the tribulation left behind on their bodies. A normal 9th tribulation realm powerhouse would be able to feel it as long as they weren't deliberately hiding it, and after observing for a long time, Emperor Qian did not find any aura left over from the heavenly tribulation on the 10-mile sword god's body. Hearing this, Zhang Ju sucked in a breath of cold air. He had always thought that the 10-mile sword god was a 9 tribulation realm powerhouse, but now it seemed that he had underestimated him. Then, Your Majesty, can the 10-mile sword god win this battle? Zhang Ju couldn't help but then ask to know. He should be able to win. Even though he's only at the peak of the supreme realm, his strength, most likely, is already comparable to a powerhouse of the 9 heavens realm. Exactly how many heavens is unknown. What? Hearing Emperor Qian's explanation, Zhang Ju once again shouted. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already been shocked twice by the 10-mile sword god. The supreme realm is comparable to the 9th tribulation realm? Is this still human? Just as the two of them were discussing the strength of the 10-mile sword god, the great battle in the field had already begun. Only to see Yi Tianmian holding the shadow-bearing sword, a full 8 sword she chopped out, aiming at each of Bai Jingyao's 8 doppelgangers. Each of the 10 chaotic divine swords in Yi Tianmian's hand had different attributes. Regulus, for example, can have a suppressive effect on your opponents while fighting. The red sky sword, on the other hand, was specialized in having a restraining effect on the demon race. The shadow-bearing sword in his hand, on the other hand, was the fastest sword in the sword technique. The 8 sword chi were extremely fast, and in just a blink of an eye, they collided with Bai Jingyao's lance. Clang, 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 with a series of 8 sword sounds, Bai Jingyao's detachment instantly collapsed. The sword chi that had hit his true body had also instantly exposed where Bai Jingyao's true body was. Locking onto Bai Jingyao's true body, Yi Tianmian killed towards Bai Jingyao with a sword. Seeing this, Bai Jingyao's face was startled, and he hastily waved his lance to fend it off. He hadn't expected that his 8-square wind and thunder gun would just be broken by his opponent. Below, many powerful people made shocked noises. How is it possible? The 8 directions wind and thunder gun has been cracked just like that? What a fast sword! Just as they were marveling, behind Yi Tianmian, a giant sword silhouette that was a full 1,000 feet in size had already coalesced. On the giant sword's shadow, sword chi was strewn about and sword chirps were heard. Immediately after that, Yi Tianmian chopped down towards Bai Jingyao with a sword. This sword was not only aimed at Bai Jingyao, but also the many disciples of the White Feather sect below. Looking at the giant sword shadow, the faces of the many disciples of the White Feather sect below changed wildly. This is so damn unmartial. A supreme realm powerhouse was deliberately targeting these disciples of theirs. 10-mile sword god. How dare you? Bai Jingyao's face was shocked when he saw this. He was all set to dodge away. But who knew that Yi Tianmian was even deliberately targeting the White Feather sect disciples below? Why had they chosen to fight 10,000 feet in the air? Wasn't it to prevent the aftershocks of the battle from reaching the disciples of the White Feather sect? But Yi Tianmian's move was clearly not unintentional. Forced to do so, Bai Jingyao could only carry the move. This time, he had brought out all of his direct line in the White Feather sect, so if he lost them here, it would definitely be more than worth it. The remaining 5 White Feather sect Supreme Realm powerhouses also hurriedly formed a formation, sheltering the rest of the White Feather sect disciples. Boom! Boom! Rumble! In an instant, the entire White Feather sect camp erupted with a loud roar. Many White Feather sect disciples had lost their lives under Yi Tianming's intentional targeting. For a while, the White Feather sect's campground was filled with screams, and the White Feather sect's disciples who were in a slightly lower realm were all killed by the aftermath of Yi Tianmian's life. Even the 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses were shaken back and forth, blood spurting out of their mouths in large gulps. Damnable! This person is too vicious to lay hands on a disciple. There were White Feather sect members who strongly supported their bodies and angrily stared at Yi Tianmian in the sky. Yi Tianming's sword came down and at least half of the White Feather sect's disciples were given a fall. But right at this moment, a figure violently fell from the heights. It was definitely Bai Jingyao. A long sword was stuck in Bai Jingyao's body, and his entire body was drenched in blood, just like a bloody man. You lose. Yi Tianmeng's figure flashed in front of Bai Jingyao, looking coldly at the White Feather Sect Vice Lord in front of him. Chapter 89 Yi Shuiyu out. White Feather Sect closes mountain. Hiss. So strong. 10,000 feet in the air. Zhang Ju sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Bai Jingyao's powerful and coaxing appearance and thought he would see a big battle, but he didn't expect it to be solved so easily. It wasn't that Bai Jingyao was too weak. It was really that the 10-mile sword god was too strong. The matter has been resolved, so I will leave. Just as Zhang Ju was shocked beyond words by the 10-mile sword god, a languid voice came from behind him. When he turned back again, he realized that Emperor Qian had already disappeared. At this moment, in the White Feather Sect's camp stronghold, Yi Tianmeng was towering over Bai Jingyao. Beside them, there were also the 5 great supreme realm powerhouses of the White Feather Sect. As for the rest of the White Feather Sect's disciples, they didn't dare to approach at all. For the other party to be able to do something that deliberately targeted the White Feather Sect's disciples, it was inevitable that they wouldn't just go on a killing spree. You, who the hell are you? Bai Jingyao covered his chest, his eyes staring resentfully at Yi Tianmian. Originally, with this formation of theirs, taking down the Dechen dynasty was a 9 out of 10 sure thing. At that time, he would be able to get half of the resources of the Dechen dynasty, and the White Feather Sect would only rise to the next level by relying on these resources. Even if they left Taishan Prefecture later, the White Feather Sect would still have enough strength to fight against the local forces in the remaining states. But all of this was now all ruined by the 10-mile sword god. You don't deserve to know who I am yet, Yi Tianmeng coldly said. Then he looked around, and each of the 10 Chaos Divine Swords were aimed at the remaining 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses of the White Feather Sect. Immediately afterward, in the midst of their terrified eyes, 10 chaotic divine swords pierced through their bodies, and even their divine souls were directly obliterated. You, watching this scene, Bai Jingyao's eyes widened in anger. These were his full-fledged powerhouses in the White Feather Sect. Surprisingly all dead now? You should never have come to the Dechen dynasty to seize the throne, Yi Tianming coldly said. Who exactly are you? And what does the Dechen dynasty have to do with you? Bai Jingyao roared out angrily. But this question of his, apparently, will never be answered. Only to see Yi Tianming point a finger at the center of his eyebrow. In an instant, a ray of light didn't enter Bai Jingyao's brow. His divine soul, directly inside his body, was shattered by Yi Tianming's finger. After resolving Bai Jingyao, Yi Tianmian slowly came to Yi Shuiyu's side. What do you want? When Consort Xian saw that Yi Tianmian wanted to make a move against Yi Shuiyu, she hurriedly stepped forward and blocked in front of Yi Tianmian. However, Yi Tianming just coldly glanced at Consort Xian. Then, it was a slap that sent Consort Xian flying to the side. Mother! Clang! Yi Shuiyu's face changed wildly, but she didn't wait for her to make a move. A long sword landed on her shoulder. Are you going to kill me? Yi Shuiyu swallowed and looked at Yi Tianmian. Before you kill me, can you tell me? You and Yi Xiao, what is your relationship? Why are you helping her so much? Yi Tianming ignored Yi Shuiyu's words and just said lightly, now go back to the White Feather Sect. Do your job as a holy maiden and don't have any thoughts about the throne. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you next time. After Yi Tianmian finished speaking, he guarded his sword and left, disappearing into the sky. He came and went quickly. It was only after a long time that Yi Shuiyu reacted and rushed to Xianfei. Mother, are you alright? Xianfei shook her head and said, Mother is fine, just your uncle. Speaking of this, Consort Xian was letting out a long sigh, not expecting that this time, Bai Jingyao had died in the hands of the 10-mile sword god. Both of them had indescribable sadness in their hearts. Shuiyu, it seems that this throne is not destined to be with you. In the future, you will be the holy daughter of the White Feather Sect. In the future, you will be the patriarch of the White Feather Sect, no worse than the emperor of the Dechen dynasty. Looking around at the mess, Consort Xian bitterly shook her head. Uncle is dead. Even if I still want to seize the throne, I'm afraid I have no power. Yi Shuiyu smiled bitterly and helped Consort Xian to leave the place as well. Within the White Feather Sect, although Bai Yuchuan was also good to Yi Shuiyu, he did not support Yi Shuiyu to seize the throne in the Dacian dynasty since the battle 7 years ago. In the entire White Feather Sect, only Bai Jingyao supported Yi Shuiyu to seize the throne. Now that Bai Jingyao was dead, even his direct line in the White Feather Sect had been destroyed in the hands of the 10-mile sword god. In the entire White Feather Sect, there were very few people who could still support Yi Shuiyu to seize the throne, just as Yi Shuiyu was leading the remaining disciples of the White Feather Sect to leave. In the middle of the imperial city of the Dacian dynasty, Zhang Ju was also reporting on the matter of the 10-mile sword god killing the 6 supreme realm powerhouses of the White Feather sect. Your Majesty, the 10-mile sword god has struck, and now that the White Feather sect has retreated, the matter of the White Feather sect has been resolved. Listening to Zhang Ju portray the details of the scene, the many ministers in the middle of the hall were all shocked. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was on the dragon chair, frowned at the moment and asked, Lord Prime Minister, do you know what the identity of the sword god senior is? Zhang Ju shook his head and said, I am incompetent, and to this day, I have not investigated the true identity of the 10-mile sword god. Afterward, Zhang Ju asked, Your Majesty, this 10-mile sword god, do we need to find someone to make contact with him and test the waters to see what he's up to? This sword god senior, decades ago, had saved me several times, today, and helped us retreat from a great enemy, is considered a benefactor of me and the great Qian dynasty. If we go forward to try, I'm afraid that it will cause the sword god senior's disgust. Yi Xiaoxiao said, I understand. The news that the White Feather sect had attacked the Qian dynasty and ended up with the 10-mile sword god beheading 6 supreme realm powerhouses, including Bai Jingyao, swept across the entire Taishan prefecture like a raging storm. After the incident, the White Feather sect immediately announced the closure of the mountain gate, while Yi Shuiyu officially became the holy daughter of the White Feather sect, giving up the fight for the throne of the Daqian dynasty. This also caused many people in Taishan prefecture to sigh. I didn't expect that the 5 major forces that used to stand at the top of Taishan prefecture would now be destroyed and injured. The great Zhou dynasty has long been overthrown. The White Feather sect had now lost a large number of supreme realm powerhouses in battle, and had even closed the mountain gate. The Green Cloud Sword sect was also divided into 2 factions within the sect, and there was a constant struggle. The Xianyu mansion was still a little better, and there were no major losses, but the Xianyu mansion, which was originally the weakest of the several top-level forces in Taishan prefecture, was now facing a siege from the Heavenly Demon sect, making it difficult to protect itself. As for the strongest Daqian dynasty in the beginning, it was even worse. With the death of Emperor Qian, the great Qian dynasty was divided into 4, and besides Yi Xiaoxiao, there were also Yi Wushuang, Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuzhu eyeing the throne. The entire Taishan prefecture was like a piece of scattered sand. Even quite a few cultivators and weaker forces in Taishan prefecture were already planning to abandon Taishan prefecture and head to other states. But how is that easy? Right now, the entire Taishan prefecture was filled with the Heavenly Demon sect killing, burning, and looting, and unless one had a strong person to shelter them, it would be a difficult task to leave Taishan prefecture. In the blink of an eye, spring went to fall, and another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, the entire Taishan prefecture was even more war-torn, especially in the territory of the Xianyu mansion. The Heavenly Demon sect and the Xianyu mansion had broken out into several great battles, and although the Xianyu mansion had the support of the Jinbei king, it couldn't support itself alone. During that time, there were even supreme realm powerhouses that fell. Not only that, Yi Wushuang had also formally reached an agreement with Yi Xiuzhu. Both sides joined forces to attack Yi Yuanming. Chapter 90, Feather Spirit City. Feather Spirit City, the hub city on the border of the Daqian dynasty, connected to the southern border of the entire Daqian dynasty. As long as one controlled Feather Spirit City, one almost had control of the southern border of the Great Qian dynasty. But now, this city with a long heritage was surrounded by countless fleets, and the Feather Spirit City's city protector formation was fully open to protect the city. Outside Feather Spirit City, countless warships stayed in the air and formed a large formation, blockading Feather Spirit City in all directions. On the main ship, 2 silhouettes stood on the deck of the battleship, namely Yi Wushuang and Yi Xiuzhu. Behind the 2 of them were the king of Jinshi and a group of powerhouses from the Qingyun sword sect as well as the powerhouses from the 3 great lineages. 6th brother. Now that 4th brother has only 1 city left, Feather Spirit City, and Shuiyu has given up his bid for the throne. Right away. This world will be our 2 brothers. Yi Wushuang laughed recklessly. He stood at the front of the battleship with great vigor, looking down at the majestic Feather Spirit City below, and an even more magnificent look was born in his heart. It seemed as if he was already fantasizing about what it would be like to sit on the throne himself. Ever since he and Yi Xiuzhu joined forces, Yi Yuanming has been repeatedly defeated, and the large territories he originally occupied have all been lost. Now, only 1 city, Feather Spirit City, remained. As long as they resolved Yi Yuanming, they would turn their heads to resolve Yi Xiaoxiao, and by then, the entire Great Qian would be in their pocket. 2nd brother. In the past, it was all my fault as a younger brother. Over the years, I have thought about it, and of the many imperial sons, we are the only ones who are blood brothers from the same mother, and the Queen Mother has also warned us brothers from time to time that we should love each other. 2nd brother wants this throne, and being a younger brother, I definitely want to help second brother. Yi Xiaozhu laughed softly, his expression sincere, as if he had really done a lot of wrong things for so many years. Among the many princes and princesses of the great Qian dynasty, only Yi Wuxuang and Yi Xiaozhu were blood brothers from the same mother. 3 years ago, Yi Xiaozhu approached Yi Wuxuang with the idea of helping him take the throne. At first, Yi Wuxuang naturally did not believe that Yi Xiaozhu would be so kind, but later, Yi Xiaozhu secretly plotted, and in less than 2 years, he helped Yi Wuxuang clear some resistance within the Qin Yun sword sect. Moreover, it also allowed Yi Wuxuang to gain the support of most of the elders of the Qin Yun sword sect. Yi Wuxuang also slightly lowered his guard against Yi Xiaozhu since then. Then, the two of them were leading their strong men to attack Yi Yuanming together. After more than a year, Yi Yuanming suffered heavy losses, and in the end, only Feiling City was left in Yi Yuanming's hands. Sixth brother, the great Qin dynasty has such a large territory. When the time comes, my brother will definitely need someone to help my brother govern. As long as you help my brother take the throne, we, the two brothers, shall share this world. Yi Wuxuang swallowed his breath like a tiger and said with great pride. Looking at Yi Wuxuang's appearance, the corner of Yi Xiaozhu's mouth hooked up an imperceptible smile and said, "Second brother, don't worry. The two of us brothers will surely be able to create an unprecedented prosperity by joining forces. And what kind of heavenly demon sect is not worth mentioning in front of the two of my brothers? Your Highness, Yi Yuanming is at the top of the city, requesting an audience." Just as the two of them were talking about the future, King Jinshi suddenly walked over and respectfully said to Yi Wuxuang, "Oh, fourth brother wants to see us?" Yi Wuxuang let out a light eep, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Second brother, maybe fourth brother has figured it out and wants to surrender?" Yi Xiaozhu said playfully. "Ha ha ha, sixth brother, go with second brother to see what fourth brother really wants." Yi Wuxuang laughed aloud, and with a single step, he appeared at the city head of Feather Spirit City. At this moment, on the walls of Feather Spirit City, Yi Yuanming was wearing a suit of armor, and beside him were King Jinan and the two great commanders of the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army. Behind them, there were thousands of generals from the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army. However, after so many years of campaigning, the Feather Spirit Army and the Dragon Sky Army had also suffered heavy losses. "Second brother, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you?" Seeing the figures of Yi Wuxuang and Yi Xiaozhu appear, Yi Yuanming was the first to speak. "Fourth brother, why are you suddenly thinking of meeting second brother me? Are you thinking of surrendering?" Yi Wuxuang laughed playfully. "Don't worry, as long as you surrender. In the future, second brother will ensure that you will be clothed and fed without any worries, and you will have a lifetime of glory and prosperity." Yi Yuanming sniffed and laughed coldly a few times, saying, "Second brother, are you so confident that you can seize the throne? Yi Shuaiyu has already given up the throne. Now this highness's opponents are nothing more than you and Yi Xiaoxiao. You are now at the end of your rope." Yi Xiaoxiao is also not worth mentioning. In the entire Taishan prefecture, who else can stop this highness from ascending to the throne? Yi Wuxuang snorted coldly, not putting Yi Yuanming in his eyes in the slightest. In his opinion, Yi Yuanming was nothing more than a lost dog now, and he could easily overthrow him himself. Then what should you do with sixth brother after seizing the throne? Suddenly, the corner of Yi Yuanming's mouth curled slightly, and between flashes of his eyes, he looked towards Yi Xiaozhu. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuang's face sank as he said, "How can my relationship with sixth brother be provoked by a few words from you?" Yi Yuanming didn't care about Yi Wuxuang's words, and continued to faintly say, "I think second brother is going to lay his hands on sixth brother after he gets the throne, right? After all, with sixth brother around, second brother's throne, too, is sitting uneasily." Hearing Yi Yuanming's words, Yi Wuxuang's face instantly darkened. "Fourth brother, if you surrender now, second brother promises you that when the time comes, he will definitely not touch you for a single cent. If you are stubborn, you will have to blame second brother for being unsympathetic." Hearing Yi Wuxuang's explosive shout, Yi Yuanming was unconcerned and laughed lightly. "Second brother, today, I'm afraid you won't be able to take this Feather Spirit City of mine. Not only will you not be able to take it, you'll even die here." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Fourth brother, you are too confident, aren't you? Second brother, why don't you think about it? With you and sixth brother joining forces, it's reasonable to say that I must not have the strength to fight, but why is it that for so long, a single supreme realm powerhouse under my command has yet to die?" Hearing this, Yi Wuxuang's eyes suddenly snapped shut. The Feather Spirit Army, the Dragon Sky Army, and the Jinnan King, the three major supreme realm powerhouses under Yi Yuanming's command, were all still alive and well. During this period, Yi Wuxuang had also formulated plans against the three of them. but they all let them escape. Yi Wuxiang had thought that it was the luck of the three of them, plus the fact that the three of them were also top-tier Supreme Realm powerhouses with great strength. However, Yi Yuanming's words caused Yi Wuxiang to instantly freeze. It seems that there is a big gap between the truth and what one thinks. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's something you'll have to ask sixth brother. Yi Yuanming smiled evilly. Chapter 91, The Dish. Boom, boom, rumble. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind Yi Wuxiang, only to see a battleship suddenly explode, and miserable screams resounded throughout Feather Spirit City. Seeing this scene, Yi Wuxiang's eyes glazed over. The battleships that were intact just a moment ago, why did they all suddenly explode? Immediately afterward, only a figure covered in blood was seen rapidly flying towards this side from a warship. King of Jinshi. Your Highness, the big event is bad. The three great masters have rebelled and sneak attacked us, and all the strongest members of the Qingyun sword sect have fallen. What? Hearing the Jinshi king's words, Yi Wuxiang's complexion changed wildly as he fiercely looked at Yi Xiuzhu. It's you! You and Yi Yuanming teamed up to scheme against me. Even if Yi Wuxiang was stupid, he reacted at this moment. What with the blood brothers from the same mother and the joining forces? It's all a lie. Yi Xiuzhu had long ago joined forces with Yi Yuanming in the dark, specifically targeting himself and making a bureau. Second brother, if you want to blame me, you're too stupid to trust me so easily. Yi Xiuzhu sneered. His body flashed and pulled away from Yi Wuxiang. Your Highness, the people from the Green Cloud Sword sect have all been taken care of. At this moment, the heads of the three great families flew behind Yi Xiuzhu, and the head of the Li family respectfully said, Second brother, right now you have no one around you except for the Jinshi king. Do you think that the Qingyun sword sect will still support you if all these Qingyun sword sect troops you brought out are wiped out? Yi Xiuzhu smiled faintly. Long before he allied with Yi Wuxiang, he had already contacted Yi Yuanming. In order to do so, it was to take the opportunity to settle Yi Wuxiang first. Yi Xiuzhu, you shameless villain. Yi Wuxiang cursed angrily. How could he not expect that Yi Xiuzhu would stab him in the back again? Oh, I'm shameless? Yi Xiuzhu let out a shameful laugh and said, Second brother, when you framed Big Brother, why didn't you say shameless? When you framed King Jinnan, why didn't you say shameless? Speaking of this, the Jinnan king on the walls of Feather Spirit City let out a cold snort and said, Second prince, back then, you instructed someone to assassinate the Grand Prince and framed this king for the crime. This king will have to settle it with you. If it weren't for your Sixth Highness, this king would have to take the blame for the rest of his life. Listening to King Jinnan's words, Yi Wuxiang's face darkened for a moment. He said in a cold voice, Yi Yuanming, you teamed up with Yi Xiuzhu, aren't you afraid that he'll stab you in the back again? Second brother, that's not something you need to worry about. It's better to join forces with sixth brother, a true villain, than to join forces with you, a hypocrite. Yi Yuanming said in a cold voice, directly lifting the long spear in his hand and rushing towards Yi Wuxiang. Second brother, let me see how strong you are. Really? After saying that, Yi Yuanming was directly killing towards Yi Wuxiang. Fourth brother, you're looking for death. Yi Wuxiang shouted angrily as a long sword directly appeared in his hand and met Yi Yuanming. On the other side, the Jinshi king was already surrounded by numerous supreme realm powerhouses. King Jinshi, it's time to settle our previous grudges. The Jinnan king roared in anger and directly killed towards the Jinshi king. Next to him, there were the heads of the three great families. For a while, the light of various martial arts shone brightly, transforming into a giant dragon that blasted towards the Jinshi king. Boom! Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and the Jinshi king was instantly drowned out by all sorts of brilliant and colorful martial arts. On the side, Yi Wuxiang, who was fighting with Yi Yuanming, saw this scene, and his eyes were suddenly wide open. In this battle, one had lost completely and utterly. All of the strong men from the Green Cloud Sword sect who supported them fell, and even the Jinshi king died in this battle. Yi Yuanming, Yi Xiuzhu, even if I die, I'll drag you guys along for the ride. Yi Wuxiang shouted angrily and killed towards the two. Yi Wuxiang and Yi Xiuzhu teamed up to attack Yi Yuanming, and ended up being backstabbed by Yi Xiuzhu, and were jointly counted by Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuzhu. In the end, all of the supreme realm powerhouses under Yi Wuxiang's command fell, and the news of the Jinshi king's death in battle did not take long to spread throughout the entire Taishan prefecture. Even a few surrounding states got the news. As for Yi Wuxiang, he also fell into the hands of Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuzhu. The Green Cloud Sword sect also closed the mountain gate directly after the incident, and outsiders don't know what they plan to do. Inside the Dakian dynasty, Yi Xiaoxiao listened to the report from the minister below and let out a long sigh. I didn't realize that second brother had died, at the hands of fourth brother and sixth brother. Your Majesty, now that more and more forces have gotten out, It's time for us to make plans before it's too late, Zhang Ju suggested. The White Feather sect and the Green Cloud Sword sect have already fallen from the ranks of top-tier forces, and according to the news sent back by the king of Jinbei, the Xianyu mansion is now experiencing a massive attack from the Heavenly Demon sect, so I'm afraid it won't last long. And now in the whole of Taishan Prefecture, there's only us, the Dakian dynasty, left. Speaking of this, the ministers in the middle of the hall were all uncertain. Many people's eyes flowed, and they did not know what they were thinking. Your Majesty, as the demon cult has become unstoppable today, we also need to make plans before it's too late. Below, a minister stood out and proposed, Your Highness, the Ji family of Kanglan State has a marriage with my Dakian dynasty, so why don't we head to Kanglan State? Use the Ji family's power to fight against the heavenly demon cult? Your Majesty, the Ji family of Kanglan Prefecture is of imperial bloodline. With the imperial family, the heavenly demon cult is not enough to fear. Now that my Daqian is weak, we still have to make plans early. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. A number of ministers chimed in. Upon hearing these ministers' proposals, Yi Xiaoxiao pinched his brows, let out a long sigh, and looked down at Prime Minister Zhang Ju. What do you think we should do, Prime Minister? Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao had asked about himself, Zhang Ju said, Your Majesty, I thought that the major forces are now heavily damaged, but they may not necessarily not have the power to fight the heavenly demon sect. Nowadays, the bottom cards of all the forces have not yet appeared. Hearing Zhang Ju's words, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she instantly understood what Zhang Ju meant by that. Back when she succeeded to the throne, Zhang Ju had told her that among the major powers, there were in fact powerful people of the Nine Tribulation realm. Nowadays, although the major forces had suffered heavy damage, each and every one of the Nine Tribulation realm ancestors had yet to make a move. If the Nine Tribulation realm ancestors of the major powers joined forces, they might not be a match for the heavenly demon sect. I understand. Yi Xiaoxia nodded, then said, Prime Minister, what do you think our next step should be? To bustle the outside world, we must first secure the inside world. First, settle the two Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuzhu, and second, unite all the forces in Taishan Prefecture that can be united, and prepare for the next big battle with the heavenly demon sect. I expect that within 3 to 5 years, the heavenly devil sect will definitely launch a full-scale war, and by then, even if they want to unite, it will already be too late. When Yi Xiaoxiao heard this, a royal aura immediately erupted from his body. Overbearing, pass on my order. Everyone gear up and prepare for the big battle. Chapter 92 Heavenly Demon Sect Attacks. Great War opens. As spring and fall passed, another 5 years went by. During these 5 years, the Daqian dynasty had poured out all sorts of resources and cultivated numerous strong people. At the same time, the Daqian dynasty sent troops to attack Yi Yuanming and Yi Xiuzhu, recovering a lot of territory. The Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King also joined the Daqian dynasty under Yi Tianming's authorization. Moreover, it also brought a lot of elixirs and medicines to help the Daqian dynasty enhance its strength. Yi Xiaoxiao knew that behind these two major demon kings was the 10-mile sword god, and welcomed them warmly. However, what made Yi Xiaoxiao depressed was that she had inquired about the true identity of the 10-mile sword god from the two major demon kings 3 times, and the two major demon kings had kept their mouths shut about it. It just means that the 10-mile sword god is firmly on the side of the Daqian dynasty. Other than that, there was another big event happening in Taishan Prefecture, and that was the Xianyu Mansion. After the Green Cloud Sword sect closed the mountain gate, the Xianyu Mansion was attacked by the Heavenly Demon sect with all its might. Many strong people from the Xianyu Mansion resisted to the death, but in the end, the Heavenly Demon sect still broke through the mountain gate. In desperation, the Xianyu Mansion directly allowed its own Nine Tribulation realm old ancestor to come out. This was the first time the Xianyu Mansion had exposed its undercard to the public eye. The many cultivators in Taishan Prefecture had thought that the Nine Tribulation realm ancestors had come out to stop the Heavenly Demon sect, but who knew that the 3 Nine Tribulation realm ancestors of the Xianyu Mansion had been chopped off 2 of them, and one of them was seriously injured. In desperation, the Xianyu Mansion had no choice but to abandon its own mountain gate and arrive at the Daqian dynasty under the leadership of another Nine Tribulation realm ancestor. Such a result was something that everyone was not expecting. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Devil sect had already become strong to this extent. Nowadays, in the entire Taishan Prefecture, there was no longer a single force that could resist the Heavenly Demon sect. On the other side, Yi Xiuzhu also started a great battle with Yi Yuanming. As a result, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xiuzhu had cooperated with the Heavenly Devil sect. Yi Yuanming routed all the way. The Feather Spirit Army, the Dragon Sky Army were all wiped out, and the Jinnan King was nailed to death in the void with a single shot by a strong member of the Heavenly Demon sect. Daqian Dynasty. In the Golden Palace, Yi Xiaoxia urgently summoned many ministers to start discussing countermeasures. Prime Minister, you will speak to the crowd about uniting the White Feather sect and the Green Cloud Sword sect. Yi Xiaoxiao looked towards Zhang Ju and said with a tired face, over the past few years, Yi Xiaoxiao was getting more and more haggard in order to deal with some matters in the Deqin dynasty. Your Majesty, the White Feather sect and the Green Cloud Sword sect should be giving up on Taishan Prefecture. They've already begun preparations to leave Taishan Prefecture. Zhang Ju Dao. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. The White Feather sect and the Green Cloud Sword sect were clans, and it was the same everywhere, but the Dacian dynasty was different. Their foundation was in Taishan Prefecture. You can't run away from the temple. It seems that the entire Taishan Prefecture is now on our own. Yi Xiaoxiao said seriously. Nowadays, everyone with a discerning eye knows that the next target of the Heavenly Devil sect is the Deqin dynasty. As long as the Dacian dynasty was resolved, the Heavenly Devil sect would have no more obstruction in Taishan Prefecture. Your Majesty, just as the people in the Golden Palace were discussing countermeasures, the king of Jinbei suddenly walked in with large strides. His eyes were incredibly heavy, his forehead wrinkled tightly. Seeing the Jinbei king in this state, the hearts of the people in the Great Hall all thumped. Your Majesty, Yi Xiaozhu and the Heavenly Demon sect are still 3,000 miles away from the Imperial City, and I'm afraid the Heavenly Demon sect is about to launch an all-out attack. As expected, as soon as King Jinbei's words fell, a clamor immediately resounded in the middle of the hall. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned and asked in a deep voice, Heavenly Demon sect, how many people have come? The 10 great protectors are all here. The powerhouses of the Supreme Realm, no less than 30 of them, and the Heavenly Demon sect master, most likely, is a powerhouse above the 3rd level of the 9th Tribulation Realm. The Jinbei King's voice was low. Many people in the arena, after hearing the scale of the Heavenly Demon sect, sucked in a breath of cool air. Such a scale, not to mention the current Dacian dynasty, even the previous heyday of the Dacian dynasty could not withstand it. Your Majesty, the Great War has begun. Zhang Ju whispered, all of you, go to the city wall and join me in fending off the Heavenly Demon sect. Without saying a word, Yi Xiaoxiao took the lead and walked out of the Grand Hall, heading towards the walls of the Imperial City. Seeing this, Zhang Ju, the Jinbei King, and a group of powerful people followed behind Yi Xiaoxiao. When Yi Xiaoxiao passed by in Yi Tianmian's palace, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. With that, she headed towards the city walls without looking back, but she didn't notice a silhouette looming in the attic of the palace. Husband, the Heavenly Demon sect is coming. You haven't broken through to the 9 Hacks realm yet, will you? Ji Rushua stood behind Yi Tianming, her eyes somewhat worried. During these nearly 20 years, Yi Tianming had been in seclusion in the Imperial City, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and there was not the slightest sign of a heavenly tribulation coming. Yi Tianmeng's strength was strong, but the Heavenly Demon sect master, after all, was a great power of the 9 Tribulation Realm, and it wasn't even the first level of the 9 Heavens Realm. In Yi Tianmeng's current state, Ji Rushue was naturally worried beyond measure. Ru Shui, don't worry, today I will tell the Heavenly Demon sect to come back with no return, and it's also the time for me to step into the 9 Tribulation Realm, Yi Tianming said indifferently, and then, he was directly flying into the sky of 10,000 feet, preparing to break through the 9 Tribulation Realm, the Imperial City of the Dacian dynasty. At this moment, all sorts of formations were turned on. The 9 Heavens Fire and Thunder formation was even open to its maximum extent, countless spirit stones burning frantically, supplying the operation of various large formations. At the same time, outside the Imperial City of the Dacian dynasty, a large area of demonic clouds stretched for tens of thousands of miles, shrouding the Imperial City of the Dacian dynasty. In the midst of the demonic clouds, a pool of blood emerged, and the rich smell of blood in the pool rose up to the sky, filling thousands of miles. Some of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels amongst the Imperial City all looked unsightly after smelling the bloody odor. Above the blood pool, a man with white robes like snow sat on a throne surrounded by demonic aura, and beside him stood the 6th prince of the Deqin dynasty, Yi Xiaozhu. On top of that, there was also a group of Heavenly Demon sect's strongest men. Inside the demonic cloud, it was filled with densely packed Heavenly Demon sect disciples. Each one was excited beyond measure, with a bloodthirsty gaze flashing in their eyes. This 10-mile sword god, is he from your Deqin dynasty? The Heavenly Demon sect master asked with an icy voice. Master, this 10-mile sword god, my subordinate really doesn't know, but there are recent rumors that he might be an old ancestor of the Deqin dynasty or the Ji family. Yi Xiaozhu hurriedly explained. The Ji family? A branch lineage that has been abandoned by the Imperial clan. When this seat unifies the Taishan prefecture, the next target will be the Kanglan prefecture. Yes, master is a great master. Sooner or later, He will bring the sacred sect to the ranks of the imperial clan. Yi Xiuzhu hastily patted his ass. You go and tell the people of the Dechen dynasty that if they surrender, this seat can spare their lives, or else on the occasion of the attack on the imperial city, the entire Dechen dynasty, one person will not be left behind. Hearing the heavenly demon sect leader's command, Yi Xiuzhu nodded his head repeatedly and immediately arrived above the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty. Looking at the majestic imperial city of the Dechen dynasty, Yi Xiuzhu's face revealed undisguised greed. Here, immediately is his Yi Xiuzhu's. Chapter 93, Dechen Cultivator. Deadly Battle. Listen to the people below. Now one by one line up and come out to surrender. I can still spare your lives. Otherwise on the day the city breaks down, no chickens or dogs will be left behind. Yi Xiuzhu's voice came from the air. On the city walls, Yi Xiaoxiao, Zhang Zhu, the Jinbei King, the Blazing Flame Demon King, the Underworld Demon King, and the strongest members of the Xianyu mansion who were still alive, all heard his words. Sixth brother, you are the prince of my Dechen dynasty, but you even defected to the heavenly devil cult. Can you stand up to your father and the ancestors of my Dechen dynasty? Yi Xiaoxiao directly questioned out loud. Although Yi Xiuzhu had always wanted to snatch her throne, Yi Xiaoxiao still identified herself with this sixth brother in her heart. As a result, now that Yi Xiuzhu had defected to the heavenly devil sect, a pang of sadness arose in Yi Xiaoxiao's heart. Xiaoxiao, sixth brother is doing this for the sake of my Dechen dynasty. Our Dechen dynasty was never a match for the heavenly devil cult. Surrendering to the heavenly devil cult will only preserve the safety of my Dechen dynasty's people. Yi Xiuzhu laughed in the void. If you abdicate now and return the throne to sixth brother will absolutely guarantee you a lifetime of glory, wealth, and peace. Sixth brother, I can forgive you now that you've lost your way. He, Xiaoxiao, you're still so naive. This Dechen dynasty can only be mine. Yi Xiuzhu sneered. Upon hearing this, the last shred of hope in Yi Xiaoxiao's heart was dashed. Immediately afterward, a hint of killing intent flashed through Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes. Yi Xiuzhu, as my Dacian emperor's son, instead of setting an example, he defected to the heavenly demon cult, and from now on, is no longer a member of Dacian dynasty's royal family. Anyone who kills Yi Xiuzhu will be rewarded with heavenly ranked techniques, heavenly ranked martial skills, and heavenly ranked spiritual weapons. Hearing Yi Xiaoxiao say this, Yi Xiuzhu's face turned cold. Yi Xiaoxiao expelled himself from the Dacian dynasty, and in the underworld, the Dacian dynasty's qi has been detached from himself. Even if he became the emperor of the Dacian dynasty in the future, this qi would slowly begin to dissipate. If he wanted to regather his qi, he didn't know how long it would take. Good. Yes. Yi Xiuzhu said 3 good words in a row, his eyes becoming furtive. Yi Xiaoxiao, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me for not remembering my family. On the day the city of the great Qian dynasty breaks down, you will all die. Yi Xiuzhu kept roaring in the air. I, a Dacian cultivator, can support a 6-foot orphan, can send 100 miles of life, and can't be taken away in the face of a great festival. Today, gentlemen, follow me into battle. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was fierce and spread throughout the imperial city. After hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's shouts, the cultivators in the imperial city all had boiling blood in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to rush out right now and fight the heavenly devil sect cultivators to the death. They are cultivators of the Dacian dynasty, and now that the country is in danger, how can they escape from the battlefield? I, Prime Minister of the Great Qian Dynasty, Zhang Zhu, am willing to die with His Majesty. I, Jinbei King of the Great Qian Dynasty, would like to follow your Majesty in battle. I, Shanshu of the Great Qian Dynasty, Chen Long, would like to follow your Majesty in battle. On the city wall, many ministers of the Dacian Dynasty shouted. I, Chen Nantian, a casual cultivator of the Dacian Dynasty, am willing to follow your Majesty to the death. I, Qin Kaiwei, a disciple of the Qin family of the Great Qian Dynasty, am willing to follow His Majesty to the death. I, Chen Shang, commander of the Imperial Forest Army of the Dechen Dynasty, would like to be your Majesty's vanguard and take down the heavenly demon sect. I, a roar resounded in the imperial city of the Dechen Dynasty. Their voices were stirring and resounded throughout the imperial city of the Dechen Dynasty, and even more so, they resounded in the hearts of the people. Some of them are of noble birth, some of them are born in a humble way, but at the moment, they only have one identity: Dacian Dynasty Cultivator. This sound even infected the demonic beast army led by the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King. Spectre, do you know why? When our demon race and the human race fight for supremacy, we tend to lose more than we win? Looking at every Dacian Dynasty cultivator within the imperial city, the Blazing Flame Demon King lamented. Why? The spectral Demon King tilted his head to look at the Blazing Flame Demon King. The human race. What a complicated race. In these 2 years, haven't you seen the dirty things that different factions have been secretly doing in the courtroom in order to compete for benefits? The blazing flame demon king asked. Isn't this the nature of the human race? Since ancient times, their human race has had internal discord, factions, and fights with each other, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The underworld demon king said. He had lived long enough to have seen the rise and fall of many human forces. The struggle of the human race has not stopped since the ancient times. But if the human race does not fight and work together, will there be any other race left to survive? The blazing flame demon king said. Whenever the human race is in danger, they will always put aside their grudges and unite as one, defying death. Speaking here, the blazing flame demon king glanced at the Dacian dynasty's cultivators and continued. Even if it's a small person, at the time of the survival of the race and the destruction of the country, they will still give up their lives and fight back, and rarely will they surrender. Upon hearing this, the underworld demon king also took a deep breath and said, the number of great emperors of the human race is more than the rest of the races combined. But it is because of the internal discord within the human race that the races are able to fight against the human race. If the human race were to unite, the underworld demon king didn't dare to think any further. If the human emperor race was united, their demon race, would there be a way to live? Good. Yes. Yi Xiaozhu looked at the crowd below and had lost his mind. Why didn't they surrender when they themselves led the heavenly devil sex army? Shouldn't they, surrender? But it doesn't matter. They're about to die. This Dacian dynasty, after all, is his. Yi Xiaozhu. Kill me. Give me the kill. Kill me. Yi Xiaozhu growled up towards his back. Seeing this, the family heads of the 3 great families had their hearts crossed and immediately ordered their clansmen to attack the imperial city of the Dacian dynasty. Kill. Ha ha ha. After slaughtering the imperial city, I'm going to enjoy the flavor of the royal women of the Dacian dynasty. In the heavenly demon sect, there were also some demonic cultivators who couldn't wait to kill towards the imperial city of the Dacian dynasty. They whistled loudly and swooped down towards the bottom. Clang, clang, clang. Right at this moment, a dragon chirping sound came from the city, and a golden dragon silhouette emerged in the imperial city. The dragon's roar shook the sky. In just an instant, these heavenly demon sect cultivators who rushed over were shaken into pieces by the dragon's roar. Dash, you've done a great job, worthy of being my daughter. Suddenly, a familiar voice came, causing Yi Xiaoxiao's heart to shake. She looked up and saw a man, his feet stepping on a golden dragon shadow, blocking the front of the crowd of the Dacian dynasty. Turn your back on the crowd. Looking at this figure, Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to feel something in her heart, and tears soaked her eyes at once. Chapter 94. Emperor Qian is still alive? Father. Yi Xiaozhu was facing the figure standing on the golden dragon. When he saw the person's face clearly, his pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and his mouth opened wide, unable to speak, his face filled with horror. Not only him, but even the family heads of the 3 great families. Each one of them was shivering and trembling at the moment, not knowing what to do. Father, your majesty. On the city wall, Yi Xiaoxiao and many ministers looked at the figure, each excited. Some of the old ministers, who were even in tears, knelt down. I, Zhang Ju, pay my respects to the late emperor. I, King of Jinbei, pay my respects to the late emperor. Minister. Emperor Qian slowly turned his figure to look at the crowd on the city wall, and finally his gaze landed on Yi Xiaoxiao's body. Xiao, you have done well and deserve the position of lord of the great Qian dynasty. Emperor Qian looked at Yi Xiaoxiao and laughed. Father, you're finally back. I knew it. You're not dead. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the Qian emperor, who had long been in tears, wiped his tears and smiled. Your majesty. When the late emperor faked his death, it was a helpless move, and over the years, the late emperor has been very ashamed of you. Your majesty. Zhang Ju couldn't help but explain at this moment. I know. It's all worth it as long as father comes back. In the middle of the palace, Yi Tianmian, who was in the process of condensing the heavenly tribulation, looked at the figure in the sky with an agitated expression. Father is alive. Yi Tianmian was so excited that if it wasn't for the impending heavenly tribulation at this moment, he couldn't wait to rush straight out and meet with Emperor Qian right now. For a while, the battlefield situation reversed extremely quickly. The people of the Dacian dynasty, who were originally still stony-faced, were all excited about battle at this moment. Xiao Zhu, you have disappointed my father too much. No matter what means you use to seize the throne, my father could care less, but you have even defected to the heavenly demon sect. Emperor Qian looked at Yi Xiaozhu, his eyes filled with disappointment. At this moment, Yi Xiaozhu looked at the Qian emperor and was horrified. Father, you listened to my explanation. There is no need to explain. The facts are in front of us. the Qian Emperor took a step out. He looked at the heads of the three great families standing beside Yi Xiuzhu and said, I asked you to assist Xiuzhu in the hope that you would bring him onto the right path, but you are now betraying the great Qian. You should be executed. Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, spare your life. Your Majesty, spare your life. The heads of the three great families kept begging for mercy, but the aura from Emperor Qian's body instantly enveloped the three of them. Boom! Just as Emperor Qian's attack was about to land on the three of them, a white-robed figure blocked in front of the three of them, defusing Emperor Qian's attack. It's none other than the heavenly devil cultist. Bishop, save us. Seeing the heavenly demon sect master strike, the faces of each of the three great family heads were ecstatic, and having retrieved a life from the gates of hell, they frantically retreated backward. Emperor Qian? The heavenly demon sect master looked at the Qian Emperor, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. Heavenly demon sect master, are you going to stop me from killing these traitors? Emperor Qian looked at the heavenly demon sect leader who was blocking in front of him, and he sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the heavenly demon sect leader's body. They've defected to the holy sect. This sect master, naturally, must shelter them. How can I allow you to be reckless? The heavenly demon sect master laughed. But what made this sect master not expect is that you didn't die under the heavenly tribulation, but instead, you broke through to the second level of the 9 tribulation realm. What? That I'm not dead disappoints you? Emperor Qian coldly said. The world says that you are the first genius of Taishan Prefecture. This seat has always wanted to fight with you. I thought that you fell under the heavenly tribulation, but I never thought that you gave this seat the chance to kill you with my own hands. Listening to the heavenly demon sect master's arrogant words, Emperor Qian's eyes went ice cold. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Whether or not this sect master has this ability, try it and you won't know. The heavenly demon sect master's eyes carried a certainty of victory, a certainty of success. Arrogant. Emperor Qian gave a cold shout and harnessed the golden dragon shadow under his feet, immediately killing towards the heavenly demon sect leader. It takes skill to be arrogant, and this sect master happens to have it. The heavenly demon sect master let out a cold laugh, his body's demonic aura surging like a monstrous demon, instantly battling with Emperor Qian. A battle between two ninth tribulation realm powerhouses could cause the deaths of countless cultivators if a single breath was leaked. The two of them directly set the battlefield in the middle of 10,000 miles of altitude. Kill for me. Looking at the fact that Emperor Qian was fighting with the heavenly demon sect leader, Yi Xiuzhu's heart crossed and directly ordered his men to kill towards the imperial city below. If Emperor Qian didn't die, then the one who would die would be him. Yi Xiuzhu. The only thing to do now was to go for broke and pray that the heavenly demon sect master would kill Emperor Qian. The family heads of the three great families also knew the consequences and desperately ordered their men to kill towards the imperial city below. The many powerful people from the heavenly demon sect were also coming down at this moment. Hissing, whistling, and martial skill sounds rose and fell one after another, bombarding the Dechen dynasty's imperial city formation. Kill with me. Yi Xiaoxiao roared. His body was blessed with the chi of the Daqian dynasty, and his cultivation climbed. She took the lead and flew into the sky to meet the overwhelming heavenly demon sect army. The two of them, Zhang Zhu and the king of Jinbei, were protecting Yi Xiaoxiao with one on the left and one on the right. The ministers and officials, the thousands of people, no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, none of them retreated. Kill. Below, thousands of cultivators in the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty rushed up into the sky and battled with the heavenly demon sect's army. They are determined to die, and they are fearless in order to protect their homes. The cultivators of the Qi Tian realm and above, but those who could manage to fly in the air, all flew out of the imperial city and joined the battlefield. Cultivators below the Qi Tian realm were all channeling their spiritual energy towards the imperial city formation to maintain the operation of the formation. The demon race army led by the blazing flame demon king and the underworld demon king also joined the battlefield, charging across the battlefield. Boom, boom, rumble. Every instant, countless Dechen dynasty cultivators and heavenly demon sect cultivators fell, falling from the air. For a while, the wailing in the field was everywhere, and there was blood and broken limbs everywhere. Although the cultivators of the Daqian dynasty were all fierce and courageous, and had the added strength of the imperial city formation, they were all brave and fierce. However, the heavenly demon sect's powerhouses were simply too many, and the number of supreme realm powerhouses on the side of the Dechen dynasty was far inferior to the heavenly demon sect. It's basically 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3. Already, some supreme realm powerhouses had begun to fall. As for the 3 ninth tribulation realm elder ancestors of the great Qian dynasty and the only 9th tribulation realm elder ancestor of the Xianyu mansion, all of them had already been dragged down by the 9th tribulation realm powerhouses of the heavenly demon sect. Among the heavenly demon sect, Aside from the heavenly demon sect master, there were 5 other Ninth Tribulation realm powerhouses. Moreover, within the heavenly demon sect, there were quite a few powerful puppets, and the battle between the two was not at all at the same level. Emperor Qian, you are not a match for the seat after all. You actually devoured the previous heavenly demon sect master. He is your father. You really are. I don't know how long the great battle had passed, but a roar suddenly came out from 10,000 feet in the air. One could only see the golden dragon silhouette that Emperor Qian was harnessing being grabbed by a huge demonic hand that had a rich demonic aura. Ka-ching! In the next moment, a sad dragon chirping sound rang out, and as that huge demonic hand grasped it, the golden dragon silhouette transformed into dots of golden light and dissipated into the void. The berserk spiritual energy was like a tsunami, churning wildly in the surroundings. Immediately afterward, Emperor Qian's figure fell from the air, directly smashing the city wall of the Deqian dynasty to smithereens. The late emperor, father, seeing this, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others hurriedly rushed towards Emperor Qian's position. Chapter 95, 10-Mile Sword God's True Identity. Father, how are you? Are you alright? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the Qian emperor who was coughing up blood in large gulps and his chest was sunken, tears flashing in his eyes. It's fine. I didn't expect that this heavenly demon sect master, who had devoured the previous heavenly demon sect master, had already crossed the 4th heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Taishan prefecture would be his opponent. Emperor Qian shook his head, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Qian Emperor, this seat admits that you are a character. If this seat and you were to fight at the same realm, I'm afraid that the one who would die would be this seat. The heavenly demon sect master stepped on the black lotus and slowly walked towards the bottom from 10,000 feet in the air. Around him was an incredibly dense demonic aura, with raging spiritual energy rioting around him. Wherever it passed, demonic aura filled the air, shrouding heaven and earth in darkness. Every time he took a step, an explosion would ring out and countless cultivators would fall in the field. Both the heavenly devil sect cultivators and the Deqian dynasty cultivators lost their lives. Boom! Until the last step was taken. The walls, buildings, and palaces within the imperial city of the Deqian dynasty collapsed, and even the Great Formation was shattered inch by inch. The Great Formation has actually shattered. This is a heavenly rank formation. How is it possible? The crowd was shocked. They thought that by relying on the Great Array, they could resist the heavenly devil sect for a moment or two, but they did not expect that in just one battle, everything of the Deqian dynasty was crushed. Soon, he was approaching the crowd. Looking at the figure of the heavenly demon sect leader, a look of despair appeared in the eyes of many Deqian cultivators. They weren't afraid to die, but they weren't willing to die in such a vein. This seat will give you one more chance. Those who worship this seat will live. The voice of the heavenly demon sect master was like a demonic sound that spread throughout the entire Deqian dynasty imperial dynasty, causing the hearts and minds of many Deqian dynasty cultivators to vibrate. Some cultivators with weak cultivation levels were even vaguely submissive under the influence of the voice. Even the Supreme Realms Zhang Ju and the Jinbei King and the others were distracted at the moment. I, a Deqian cultivator, will not surrender to the devil sect. It wasn't until Yi Xiaoxiao bellowed that the crowd came to their senses. Even the heavenly demon sect master was lightly eeping, not expecting Yi Xiaoxiao to be able to be unaffected by his own demonic voice, which made him very surprised. How does he know? Yi Xiaoxiao ascended to the throne of the Deqian dynasty for many years. In the netherworld, the body has long had the Deqian dynasty's luck shelter. The devil cult's means of disturbing the mind was useless against Yi Xiaoxiao. I, the great Qian cultivator, vow to die and surrender. I, the great Qian cultivator, vow to die and surrender. I, the great Qian cultivator, vow to die and surrender. One by one, the cultivators of the Deqian dynasty bellowed, resisting the heavenly demon sect leader's pressure. Looking down at the ants below, a trace of disgust flashed across the heavenly demon sect master's face. He said indifferently, "This seat has already given you the opportunity. Since you don't cherish it, then I won't blame this seat." After he said that, he waved his hand, and the heavenly demon sect cultivators at the back each had a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes. Ha ha ha, this throne, it's finally mine. Yi Xiaozhu looked at the defeated crowd below and laughed maniacally. He looked at Emperor Qian and Yi Xiaoxiao. Father, father, if you had passed the throne to me, would you have ended up in such a situation? But you passed it to Yi Xiaoxiao. Now, I'm going to let you see with your own eyes how my son ascended to the throne. After saying that, he looked at the 3 great lords beside him. Arrest them for me. Yes. The 3 great lords let out a sardonic smile and immediately headed towards the crowd below. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the 3 great lords were approaching with a fierce smile, the sound of several longsword clangs suddenly came from within the palace. Only 10 streams of light, extremely fast, shot out from within the palace. directly decapitating the heads of the three great family heads. Immediately afterward, in the middle of the imperial city, thunderclouds burst, and all of the millions of miles around were covered by thunderclouds. This is the apocalypse? Emperor Qian, as a nine-tribulation realm powerhouse, naturally recognized it at a glance. Someone in the middle of the palace is undergoing a tribulation? That was the 10-mile sword god sword just now? He's in the middle of the palace? Can it be that the 10-mile sword god is someone from the imperial palace? Someone made a shocked noise. For a while, many powerful people in the arena looked towards the imperial palace, and all of them were shaken in their hearts in the face of this sudden scene. Now the entire Dacian dynasty's cultivators are here, among the palace. How there are still the rest of the people? Even the heavenly demon sect master. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the palace. Inside the palace, there is only one brother. Yi Xiaoxiao instantly thought of something and looked in the direction of the palace with a face full of shock. The other ministers seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked in the direction of the imperial city. Immediately afterward, only a white-robed figure appeared in the middle of the thunderbolt, and thousands of heavenly thunderbolts rolled around, and thunderbolts thicker than an arm fell on the white-robed figure. This white-robed figure didn't say a word, but just charged over towards the side of the heavenly demon sect's army in a single bound. Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon sect master's face changed wildly. Retreat! Retreat quickly! This person was trying to lure the heavenly tribulation to fall inside the heavenly demon sect's army. At that time, under the annihilating power of the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly demon sect's army would absolutely have to be completely annihilated. But as soon as the heavenly demon sect master's words fell, the white-robed figure had already rushed inside the heavenly demon sect's army. He didn't care about the heavenly tribulation, and the 10 long swords behind him manifested thousands of sword shadows as he killed towards the heavenly demon sect's army. Under the double blows of the heavenly tribulation and the sword shadow, the cultivators of the heavenly demon sect fell one after another, and among them, except for a few, no one could resist the heavenly tribulation at all. For a time, among the demonic clouds of the heavenly devil sect, miserable screams were heard everywhere, and in a moment's time, there were large swaths of heavenly devil sect's strongest people who had fallen. Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon sect master's eyes cracked as he stared fiercely at the white-robed figure in the midst of the thunderbolt. 10-mile sword god, who the hell are you? A few moments later, the thunderbolt disappeared, and along with it, there were countless powerful cultivators of the heavenly devil sect, and that white-robed figure slowly turned around, revealing his face. The people who still survived also looked towards this white-robed figure, wanting to see what this 10-mile sword god really was. Prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, 10-mile sword god, Yi Tianmian. Chapter 96, The Shock of the Crowd. Prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, 10-mile sword god, Yi Tianmian. These words, like a loud bell, suddenly rang out, causing everyone in the arena to be shocked. Yi Tianming turned around, and when the crowd got a good look at his face, each of them had different looks on their faces. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Seeing this figure, the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King were overjoyed and hurriedly led the many demonic beasts to pay homage towards Yi Tianmian. Brother, brother. Looking at the figure in the sky, Yi Xiaoxiao's voice was trembling a little, and her speech began to stutter. How could she have never imagined that the 10-mile sword god, who had saved her many times, was actually her royal brother? Not only Yi Xiaoxiao, but the many ministers in the court, the old ancestors, Emperor Qian, and a group of powerful people from the Xianyu mansion were all looking at the white-robed figure in the void in shock at this moment. They even wondered if their eyes were blurred. The 10-mile sword god. Actually, surprisingly, it's His Highness, the heavenly fate. King Jinbei swallowed. He had envisioned countless identities of the 10-mile sword god. He just hadn't thought that it would be Yi Tianmian. However, it makes sense why every time something happens to the Dacian dynasty, the 10-mile sword god steps in, and the rest of the forces have accidents without the 10-mile sword god's figure. Prime Minister Zhang Ju also looked at Yi Tianmeng with a face full of shock. 10-mile sword god. Surprisingly, destiny of heaven. Emperor Qian was also filled with shock. He hadn't expected that the 10-mile sword god would be his own son. Moreover, just now, he himself had watched Yi Tianming cross the heavenly tribulation with his own eyes. How old is Yi Tianmeng now? Less than 200 years old, right? A 9-tribulation realm at less than 200 years of age. In the entire history of the 3,000 continents, who else could do it except for those teenage great emperors? Meanwhile, on the side of the heavenly demon sect, the crowd saw the 10-mile sword god's true identity, and each of them had different expressions. Royal brother? You're actually the 10-mile sword god. Yi Xiaozhu was dumbstruck. his voice trembling, completely speechless with surprise. How could he not expect that the 10-mile sword god would be his own trashy royal brother? Isn't his waste of a royal brother only addicted to alcohol? And being relegated to the royal tomb? How could he have cultivated to this level? That's not possible. Absolutely not. The heavenly demon sect master looked at Yi Tianmeng with a playful expression. Are you the wasteful prince of the great Qian dynasty who was addicted to alcohol? This seat really didn't expect you to be the 10-mile sword god who badgered this seat. Facing Yi Tianmai, the heavenly demon sect master did not care at all. So what if he's the 10-mile sword god? He had only just crossed the first heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulation realm, but he himself had crossed the 4th heavenly tribulation. At the 9th tribulation realm, a difference of 1 weight was like a rift in the sky, not to mention 3 times worse. Trying to kill the 10-mile sword god himself was similar to crushing an ant. The 10-mile sword god was nothing more than a stronger ant. Originally, this seat was going to kill the 10-mile sword god, but when I saw you, this seat got the idea of recruiting you. If you surrender to this seat can allow you to become the master of the Qian dynasty. The heavenly demon sect master laughed softly, his gaze sweeping over Yi Xiaoxiao and Emperor Qian and the others. Moreover, these people, this seat can also spare their lives. His words caused Yi Xiaozhu, who was on the side, to change his face furiously. Master, didn't you say that I am the master of the great Qian dynasty? Put. As soon as Yi Xiaozhu's words fell, a mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out. Since when do bugs deserve to interrupt? Yes. I'm sorry, master. Yi Xiaozhu hurriedly begged in a low voice. After resolving Yi Xiaozhu, the heavenly demon sect master looked at Yi Tianmeng again, waiting for his reply. After all, a 9 tribulation realm that was less than 200 years old was too terrifying to utilize by himself, and might become a great killing weapon in his hands in the future. As long as he knew the secret of Yi Tianming becoming the 9 tribulation realm at the age of 200, he, the heavenly demon sect master, might not necessarily not become a heavenly demon emperor. Oh, you want me to surrender? Yi Tianming said in a playful tone. If you want me to surrender, at least look at your sincerity. Kill Yi Xiaozhu first, then I'll think about it. Hearing Yi Tianmian's words, Yi Xiaozhu's face instantly turned pale. He believed that the heavenly demon sect master was someone who could do such a thing. For a moment, Yi Xiaozhu's body shook like sifting chaff, fearing that his body would be separated in the next instant. 10-mile sword god, do you think this seat is a little cutie? What? As long as you submit to this seat will naturally kill him. The heavenly demon sect master frowned and said in a cold voice, since you won't kill him, there's nothing to talk about. Yi Tianmeng shook his head, and an extremely strong aura suddenly erupted from his body. It's like a monstrous river that rushes on and on. The clanging sword roared, and the vastness of the aura spread out to the sky, pressurizing 1,000 miles in every direction. Desolate ancient sacred body? Feeling the aura on Yi Tianming's body, the faces of everyone in the arena changed once again. Heaven's destiny. It's actually the desolate ancient saint body? Once again, the crowd was shocked beyond belief. Yi Tianming was the identity of the 10-mile sword god, and they hadn't slowed down yet. As a result, they were now told that Yi Tianmian was still the desolate ancient saint body? Your Majesty, do you still remember that desolate ancient sacred body that we felt in the palace back then? Zhang Ju was appalled. Naturally, I remember. As the desolate ancient sacred body that is known as the number 1 special physique, I naturally won't forget. Emperor Qian nodded. Back then, after searching all over the imperial city, this desolate ancient sacred body was not found, and in the end, when the heavenly demon sect came out, this matter was left unsettled. Speaking of this, Emperor Qian glanced at Yi Tianmian again and couldn't help but say excitedly, it seems that the desolate ancient sacred body in the beginning was the heavenly fate. Thinking of his own son, 200 years old at the 9 tribulation realm, or the desolate ancient sacred body, this is properly a great emperor's posture. The Qian emperor was then thrilled. Interesting. In the void, the heavenly demon sect master's eyes narrowed slightly. 10-mile sword god, the surprise you've given this seat is just too great. If it were a battle at the same realm, this seat would never be your opponent. But now, you've only stepped into the 9th tribulation realm after all. This seat must refine you into a puppet and seize your desolate ancient saint body. The heavenly demon sect master had long since made up his mind that no matter what, he would seize Yi Tianmian's physique. The desolate ancient sacred body, a 200-year-old 9 tribulation realm, was just too heartwarming. Even if it was placed inside the top-ranked 3,000 great states, there would be many old monsters who couldn't help but make a move. Yeah, that depends on you, whether you have the skills or not. Yi Tianming let out a light laugh. 10 long swords surrounded his body. Thousands of sword shadows manifested, and the sound of swords clanked. On each of the long swords, there was a layer of purple flame attached to it, and the temperature was so high that even the void was scorched and became illusory. At the same time, Yi Tianmian's eyes rapidly changed, and two rays of light shot out from his pupils, as if they could see through all the illusions in the world. Heavy pupils? Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon sect master once again froze, his figure directly frozen in the air. At the bottom, Emperor Qian and the others, after seeing Yi Tianmian open his heavy pupils, each one of them also had their mouths wide open, unable to speak. Chapter 97, The Devil Race. Heavy pupils? How is this possible? Zhang Ju opened his mouth wide and his speech became shaky. A 200-year-old ninth tribulation realm? The ancient sacred body? Heavy pupil? These three, if placed on three people, they probably wouldn't be shocked. But all three, all in one, just what kind of demon could possess both the desolate ancient sacred body and the heavy pupil? Even Emperor Qian, at this moment, felt that he could no longer see through Yi Tianmian at all. But the next thing that shocked the crowd was yet to come. Only Yi Tianming manipulated the 10 Chaos Divine Swords and had killed towards the Heavenly Demon Sect leader. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Demon Sect master immediately summoned an endless amount of demonic qi that attacked towards Yi Tianming. These demonic auras, just by looking at them, made one feel delirious. If one stayed inside for a long time, within a few moments, one would be eroded by the demonic energy and transformed into a walking corpse. Boom! Boom! Rumble! However, Yi Tianmian maneuvered the longsword and faced the boundless demonic aura without the slightest fear. Wherever he passed, his longsword cut through the void, breaking these demonic auras one by one. The sword intent clanked, and these demonic qi, in a matter of moments, were torn apart by Yi Tianming. The scene was shocking beyond belief. Soon, Yi Tianmian tore through the endless demonic aura and rushed in front of the Heavenly Demon Sect leader. What? When the Heavenly Demon Sect master saw this, he was shocked and incomparably appalled. These demonic qi that he had condensed, even if a ninth tribulation realm 4th level powerhouse stayed for a long time, his battle power would be greatly reduced. But now it was easily cracked by Yi Tianmai? Seek death. Immediately afterward, the Heavenly Demon Sect master roared in anger, and behind him, 6 huge arms emitting a dense demonic aura appeared. The arm was as black as ink, covering the sky and huge. A mere glance makes one feel fearful. These 6 arms instantly grabbed towards Yi Tianmai. Brother, be careful. Below, Yi Xiaoxiao and the others hurriedly reminded. Their hearts, all of them gripped for Yi Tianmian. Right now, Yi Tianming was their last hope. Sword qi vertical and horizontal. Yi Tianming was not afraid. 10 long swords chopped out together. Sword qi raging. Endless sword qi came one after another, one stronger than the other. Bang! Boom! Wow! A roar erupted from the collision between the longsword and the demonic hand. The sword awning shattered and the demonic hand perished. The aftermath of the battle even swept across a 10,000-mile radius. The people from the Deqian dynasty were fine, with the Qian Emperor and the rest of the 9 Tribulation Realm ancestors sheltering them. Countless cultivators of the Heavenly Demon Sect fell in the aftermath of this battle. Put! Flutter! The 6 huge demonic hands behind the Heavenly Demon Sect master were chopped to pieces by Yi Tianming, and his entire person was even chopped down by Yi Tianming's sword and smashed into the ground, directly smashing out a huge and incomparable deep pit in the ground. How? This can't be right. The Heavenly Demon Sect leader roared madly. His own cultivation level was clearly higher than Yi Tianming, so how could he not be Yi Tianming's opponent? He looked at Yi Tianmian with an unbelievable face. Who exactly are you? Your cultivation level is clearly lower than this seat. How could you possibly be a match for this seat? Just now, with Yi Tianmian's sword, he was surprisingly powerless to fight back. Yi Tianming completely ignored him, and behind him, a giant sword silhouette that was 10,000 feet in size began to coalesce. At this moment, all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was madly surging towards Yi Tianming. The giant sword silhouette was becoming more and more solid. Trying to kill me? No way! The Heavenly Demon Sect master roared in anger, only to see him suddenly fall to his knees, whispering continuously under his breath. Lord Demon Ancestor, your faithful followers request you to take action and kill this person. Lord Demon Ancestor, I would like to offer my life and ask Lord Demon Ancestor to descend. Whispering bursts. Immediately afterward, a demonic aura that was 100 times more intense violently erupted from the Heavenly Demon Sect leader's body. Behind him, a figure that was 10,000 feet in size, with 6 terrifying fleshy wings growing behind it, green-faced and fanged, and covered in blood red appeared. It's someone from the demon clan? At the sight of this shadow, the rest of the people were still dumbfounded, but there were still people who recognized the origin of this shadow. Emperor Qian, the just-arrived Ji Ruxue, the Blazing Flame Demon King, and Yi Koan. Demons? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Emperor Qian doubtfully. Father, this demon race, What is it? Emperor Qian said in a low voice. In the 3,000 great states, there are 10,000 races, and besides the human race, there are 4 other top-tier powerful races: the demon race, the barbarian race, and the spirit race. The devil race has always lived in the heavenly demon state and is the mortal enemy of our human race. After hearing Emperor Qian's explanation, everyone looked at Yi Tianmeng with worry. Behind the heavenly devil sect leader was actually the devil race. One wondered if Yi Tianmian would be a match for this demonic powerhouse. Don't worry, this demonic powerhouse, just a wisp of detachment, won't be a match for husband. Ji Rushua comforted the crowd. Cluck cluck cluck. That's right, a small demon race, in the ancient times, were eaten as bits and pieces by my old ancestor. Yi Kuan was also confident, convinced that Yi Tianmian would win. The crowd looked at Yi Kuan, although many people couldn't see Yi Kuan's original body, but since he had been following Yi Tianming, he was designated as a very extraordinary demonic beast. It was only Yi Kuan's human form that the crowd was a bit uncomplimentary. The human forms of the Blazing Flame Demon King and the Underworld Demon King, one was more oppressive than the other. Yi Kuan's human form with a center-parted haircut was a bit of a delightful counterpoint. Little human, how dare you? This demon race powerhouse's silhouette bellowed and pointed out with a finger. In an instant, a dense demonic chi appeared, carrying a heaven-destroying might as it stabbed towards Yi Tianming. A mere shadow, how dare you run wild? At this moment, Yi Tianmian's giant sword silhouette was also completely condensed, carrying endless sword chi as it chopped down towards the demonic powerhouse's silhouette. Bang! The giant sword and the demonic powerhouse's silhouette collided together, immediately setting off a gust of wind that made the rest of the people unsteady on their feet. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, the giant sword's shadow shattered, while the shadow of that demonic powerhouse only dimmed by 1 point. Ha ha ha! The strength of the demon ancestor's shadow, even though it is only 1/10,000th of the strength of his main body, is not something that you, a tiny ninth tribulation realm, can resist. The heavenly demon sect master laughed recklessly, as if he had already seen the scene of Yi Tianmai kneeling down and begging for mercy. Brother, manifest destiny. The crowd of the Dacian dynasty, seeing this scene, their hearts jumped violently and they all became worried for Yi Tianmai. Yeah, Yi Tianmeng looked at the silhouette of this demonic powerhouse and said, since one sword can't kill him, then let's have another sword. In an instant, behind him, the giant sword silhouette coalesced once again. Only, this time, the giant sword's shadow was more than 10 times bigger than before. The 100,000 feet giant sword shadow, which covered the sky and was like a giant pillar in the sky, slashed down towards the shadow of the demonic powerhouse. At the same time, this sword, moreover, condensed the power of the 10 chaos divine swords as well as the purple-violet heavenly flame. On the giant sword's silhouette, a dense purple flame burned crazily, and it was as if the heavens and earth were about to be melted. Even if I let you cut 10 or 100 swords, so what? The heavenly demon sect master laughed, not caring.